Hector's hand. Father, I can assimilate parts of my body to touch the second and third layers of space, Hector explained. This is the spatial penetration ability of devouring spirits. This involves spatial manipulation, which surpasses my own assimilation ability. Try it yourself, Jessup said. All right. Hector nodded and walked toward a coffin. Upon opening it, he immediately saw a devouring spirit hidden within the second layer of space. His right hand glowed as he reached out, pulling out the devouring spirit from the node of the second layer of space. Roar. The devouring spirit roared, releasing chilling energies that invaded Hector's right hand. But oddly, unlike before, it did not paralyze him. Instead, it gave him a comforting, cool sensation. Go back in. Hector pressed the devouring spirit back into the coffin, where it quickly hid in the second layer of space, staring fearfully at Hector. Yorker, your hand can not only penetrate the spatial nodes, but also resist the chilling effects of the devouring spirit? Jessup was thoroughly astonished. Even he, who could assimilate devouring spirits, dared not touch them directly. One touch would immediately freeze him, rendering him immobile. Yet, Hector could do so. This ability was astounding. In future encounters with devouring spirits, he could engage them head-on. They know you orchestrated this. So, Jessup and Hector can deal with Zoltangmo after all. I've underestimated you. Go tell the 3 great Leroyamons to take action and bring me the heads of Jessup and Hector within 2 days. Also, inform Master Zoltangmo's senior brother, Dayon. Yes. The Yuan turned and left. Ellis Clayton narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. Hector Jessup, even with all your tricks, I will kill you this time. Shortly after, someone brought Zoltangmo's severed head to the Ellis's mansion. Clayton immediately sent it to an extremely dark forest. There, Kyler sat cross-legged, emitting blood-red killing intent. Around him, a wave of extreme cold energy surged. Standing around the Kyler were several people trembling in fear. Eat your fill, the Kyler waved, and instantly, numerous terrified people collapsed, twitching before going still. At the same moment, a powerful devouring spirit appeared, traversing 4 layers of space in an instant. As it emerged, the surrounding flora froze in place, as if time itself had halted. Chapter 403. Hector's touching spirit hand. The soul-devouring creatures in the 4th layer space were already terrifying enough. Even the soul devourers that Hector and Jessup had struggled against with all their might before immediately turn around and leave. What did you say? My junior brother is dead? Suddenly, the Urban's eyes widened, veins visibly throbbing, glaring at the Darien like a fierce ghost, emitting an overwhelming aura of hostility. Yes, Senior Urban, it was Jessup and Hector who killed Master Barth, the Darien repeated. Jessup? I've heard of this man. He's quite remarkable. 16 years ago, he nearly became Ingdalthendom's greatest warrior, attracting attention from super forces such as Chelan Manor and Zoltangmo Hall. Yet, he dared to kill my junior brother? Very well. It seems he doesn't want to live anymore. As he finished speaking, the overwhelming hostility vanished from the Urban's body, and he calmed down. Witnessing this, the Darien breathed a sigh of relief. He truly feared losing his life in the Urban's fury. Once, someone near the Urban was killed by a soul devourer during his wrath. That time, over 50 people met their ends. Do you seem very afraid of me? The Urban asked suddenly. And no, Senior. Fagin's face changed drastically. At that moment, the Urban was terrifyingly intimidating. His lips curled into a cruel smile. Fearless? Only the dead are fearless of me. With that, the Urban stood up. Whoosh. Startled, the Darien turned to flee, but just as he took a step, a chill crept into his body within the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers. The combination enhanced the restrictive power exponentially. According to Hector's estimation, if he encountered a soul devourer like the one by Barth's side, caught between the 3rd and 4th layers, he might not be able to fully deal with it, but he certainly could restrain it to some extent. He wouldn't be as helpless as before. Boom. Hector continued training diligently. After a day and night of practice, his touching spirit hand finally reached the 3rd layer space. That meant he could penetrate the first 3 layers without needing his heavenly eye, allowing him to reach any soul devourer in the 3rd layer. In other words, his touching spirit hand now matched the effectiveness of his heavenly eye. When combined, if he encountered a soul devourer caught between the 3rd and 4th layers again, he could directly restrain it. This was Hector's achievement. Of course, this was only true if the soul devourer moved out of the rift between the 3rd and 4th layers. Otherwise, even Hector couldn't handle it. To practice more with Father, Hector turned and left. Soon, he found Jessup, and they resumed training, cooperating smoothly, far better than before. Yorker, excellent. Your touching spirit hand has reached the 3rd layer space. Combined with your heavenly eye, you can absolutely restrict Barth's soul devourer, Jessup praised, immensely delighted. Seeing his son achieve so much, Father, don't say that. How could we blame you? Esther said with a smile. That's right, Father. Do you not know Hector? This little rascal is always obsessed with martial arts. He must have insisted on you teaching him how to cultivate. Rhonda smiled, then glared playfully at Hector who was laughing awkwardly. Haha, that's him. Even though I'm no spring chicken anymore, he wouldn't let me rest at night. Jessup laughed heartily. Father, you're only in your 30s. Why would you say you're old? Hector was speechless. All right, Yorker, Father has something to attend to. I won't disturb your happy family life. Haha. Jessup laughed as he walked away. Sigh. Hector sighed. During these few days spent with his father, their relationship had warmed up significantly, like a typical father-son duo, occasionally joking around like friends. Zoltaner, Florence, did you look for me for something? Hector asked. Let Zoltaner go first. No, Florence, you first. They spoke simultaneously, glanced at each other, and burst into laughter. Zoltaner, as the Kyler sister, you should go first, Rhonda said. All right then. Esther stared at Hector and said, Hector, I've been out for quite some time now. There's an issue with our family business in the capital city. I need to go there. Do you want me to accompany you? Hector asked. Esther shook her head. No need. It's just a small matter. I can handle it myself. Then be extremely careful. If you encounter any trouble, come back to find me and father immediately. We will help you, Hector warned seriously. Yes, I understand, Esther nodded. At this moment, Hector turned to look at Rhonda. Rhonda gazed at Hector and softly said, Hector, my master called me back. He said there's something very important. I must arrive within 5 days. I cannot stay here any longer. Once things settle down, I'll return immediately. After I finish my current matters, I'll come to Jinchi Prefecture to find you. Along the way, I'll uproot the Azura sect to avenge brother Casper and Quentin, Hector stated solemnly. Quentin and Casper had sacrificed themselves protecting him, buying him precious time. Without revenge, Hector vowed not to rest. Good. When you seek vengeance, our Dwight and Dreadflower sect will definitely join you. The Azura sect is also a mortal enemy of our sect. At least 1,000 disciples of ours have fallen to the Azura sect, Rhonda responded fiercely. And I will join too when the time comes, Esther added. Okay, Hector nodded. Su Kid, an expert realm powerhouse is outside looking for you. He says he has something very important to give you. Will you see him? Jarvis asked from outside the courtyard. Hector's figure flashed as he quickly rushed out. Do you know who it is? Don't know. He just said he's an old friend from Jinchi Prefecture, Jarvis replied. An old friend from Jinchi Prefecture? Hector paused. Having stayed there for over 2 months, his only old friends were Quentin, Casper, Fong York, and a few others like the Maverick and Gil. Could it be them? Where is he? At the academy's entrance. Hector moved swiftly and instantly reached the gate where he saw an Kylerly man in gray robes holding a golden box. Master Su, it's only been a month since we last met, yet your battle the other day left us in awe. Even Havelock from the Gideon clan fell at your hands. One of the 4 grandmasters from the Ellis's residence was also slain by you. Who could have imagined 3 months ago that you possessed such strength? Dwight, I recognize you. You're from the Azura sect. What do you want with me? Hector's eyes darkened. This Kyler had participated in hunting him and was one of the Azura sect's top members. Haha, it appears Master Su still remembers this old man. Truly, it's an honor. I've come to mend the rift between you and the Azura sect. There's nothing worth mending between me and your sect. Leave, Hector interrupted bluntly. Haha, don't rush to refuse. Consider our sincerity before rejecting us. The Trent opened the box and instantly hastily dodged, but not entirely. An arm flew off, blood spraying wildly. Terrified, the old man realized Hector didn't follow the script. I just like to be obstinate. Tell your Azura sect master to prepare his neck for me to take. With that, Hector turned and walked away. Damn it, you brat. You'll regret today's actions, the Trent growled, staunching the bleeding from his severed arm. Hector, what did the Azura sect want with you? Rhonda arrived, recognizing the identity of the Trent from afar. ##### Chapter 405. The Rampant Demon and the 3 Great Vajra Slaughter at Golden Sun Martial Academy. Come to negotiate with me, Hector said. The Azura sect killed so many of our people. Now they still have the nerve to come and seek reconciliation with you? How shameless. What you did just now was right, Rhonda said coldly. Esther squinted her eyes as she watched the Trent depart into the distance and remarked, he brought Saint armament materials. I think we should keep them. Hector shook his head. There's no need. He must have kept something up his sleeve this time. Even if we can obtain them, it will be tricky. Besides, the heads of the Azura sect are mine, and their possessions will eventually belong to me. Whether I take them now or later, it doesn't matter. You're quite confident, Esther smiled. Zoltanger, don't you like my confidence? Hector smiled back, all signs of earlier bloodlust gone. Sister Florence is still here? Esther gave Hector a sharp glance. Haha, no worries, she's one of us. As he spoke, Hector embraced Esther's slim waist with one arm and deftly wrapped his other arm around Rhonda's waist. At this moment, Hector suddenly froze. He saw his father reappear. The night sky is so dark. Where am I? What do I need to do? No, I can't see the path anymore. Where is it? Jessup fumbled around aimlessly. Hector's forehead turned completely black with exasperation. Overhead, crows flew by. His father was pretending to be ignorant when he clearly knew better. Soon, Jessup vanished in a gust of wind. Yorker, since I didn't destroy the Azura sect that time, leave it to you and your 2 mother-in-laws when you go next time. Father, rest assured, I will definitely destroy it, Hector responded from afar. At the same time, the Trent arrived at a small grove a kilometer away. Old Zoltan, did you not deliver the holy Zoltank meteorite? A few Kylers appeared, looking at the golden box in the Trent's hands, each one furrowing their brows. Good thing it wasn't delivered. This brat refused. Then kill 3 of them, the rampant demon replied. Bang. As soon as he spoke, 3 men beside the Trent instantly collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Whoa, dead? Seeing this, the Trent was terrified. Such a bizarre death made his limbs go cold. The next moment, the chilling aura inside him disappeared, allowing them to move again. Thank you, Lord, for sparing us. The Trent bowed and hurriedly left with another surviving Kyler. Watching the dead trio, the Aryun laughed. Brother Rampant Demon, if your spirit devourer needs more souls, there are tens of thousands of students here in Golden Sun Martial Academy. Rampant Demon said coldly, they're mere ants. My spirit devourer wouldn't be full or satisfied. Jessup and Hector, that pair of dogs. We could kill them here and feast on their souls. The second Vajra gritted his teeth. Let's go. I want to see what kind of abilities this father-son duo possesses, daring to even kill my junior brother Rampant Demon. With that, the 3 exited the woods and quickly approached the entrance of the Martial Academy. Who are you? Just then, Jarvis happened to be passing by, seeing the trio approach the academy. He immediately questioned them. Outside the academy gate, 4 martial spirit realm warriors rushed forward, intending to intercept and question them. However, as they neared within 10 meters of Rampant Demon, the 4 warriors instantly collapsed. Dwight. Jarvis's face changed drastically, and he turned to flee instantly. The four martial spirit realm warriors died inexplicably before even getting close, reminding him of the coffin tomb beneath the old site of Golden Sun Martial Academy. Back then, many people from powerful forces in Jean City and Brandanching County entered and mysteriously died, just like now, filled with bizarre and inexplicable occurrences. Now, Rampant Demon and the three great Vajra entered the academy, causing numerous students and mentors to fall as they passed. Run quickly. At this moment, Jarvis shouted fiercely using his entire true chi. Boom. Many students in the academy were startled awake. When they stepped outside and saw classmates collapsing mid-run, eyes wide with shock, everyone turned to flee in terror. But some courageous ones launched long-distance attacks. Unfortunately, their power was too weak compared to the three great Vajra and Rampant Demon. They were annihilated remotely before they could even get close. Who are they? Why are they doing this to us? Someone cried out their last scream before dying. Quick, find Lord Jessup and Herb Hector. They can surely deal with them, a mentor screamed, dashing towards where Jessup and Hector resided. ##### Chapter 406. Hector makes his move. Shrieks of terror and despair echoed endlessly as people fell in rows. It felt like the apocalypse had arrived. Some were killed by the three Vajras, others by the spirit devourers lurking in the fourth layer of space. The Daeon remained calm, for he rarely killed with his own hands. His spirit devourers did the job for him. At this moment, the headmaster of the academy and the deans of various divisions were also alarmed. Dwightry, find Jessup, the headmaster shouted sternly. The deans quickly rushed toward Jessup, for only he and his son Hector could face the sudden invasion of these villains into the Golden Sun Martial Academy. You go after Jessup, I'll deal with that little brat Hector, said the Daeon through gritted teeth as he saw the headmaster and Jarvis split off in different directions. He had already learned that it was Hector who had killed his junior brother Zoltangmeo. This time, his main target was Hector. Alright, be careful. That Hector is very strange and has ways to counter spirit devourers, the great Vajra warned. Don't worry. My companion here is far stronger than my junior brother's spirit devourer. Killing that little brat will be like swatting an ant. With that, the Daeon pursued in Jarvis's direction. Meanwhile, the three Vajras headed towards where the headmaster had gone. At this moment, Hector was meditating with two women. But suddenly, he sensed unusual disturbances outside. Something's wrong. Hector opened his eyes and flashed out of the room, heading straight for the courtyard. Esther and Rhonda also rushed out swiftly. They too sensed numerous shrieks coming from outside, growing louder and closer. Something major had happened at the academy. Hector, hurry, enemies have invaded. Jarvis approached Hector at the gate, looking terrified. With a roar, a cold wave surged toward them. Even Hector felt a bone-chilling sensation, as if he had been plunged into a winter storage. Thud. Almost instantly, Jarvis froze, his eyes filled with shock and helplessness before slowly collapsing. Old Larrowing, Hector's eyes widened. Jarvis had been his guide into the martial world. In his weaker days, he had protected and guided Hector countless times. Hector wouldn't be where he was today without Jarvis's immense support. Yet now, Jarvis lay dead right in front of him. Esther and Rhonda also arrived, witnessing the scene, and their hearts sank. They knew how close Hector was to Jarvis, like a grandfather to him. Without Jarvis, there would be no Hector today. Hector must be heartbroken. Are you Hector? The Daeon appeared, glaring coldly at Hector. Hector raised his head, eyes filled with rage, and in a flash, he approached the Daeon, palm poised to strike. An overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted from him like a tidal wave. But the Daeon smirked disdainfully, standing still as the freezing cold aura swept toward Hector. Hector felt a chill but did not lose all reason. His right palm instantly emitted a blood-red glow, touching hand technique. He struck it to the right side, where the spirit devourer in the fourth layer of space suddenly emerged into the first layer, unleashing a blast of coldness. Hector slapped directly onto it. Himph! Using your hand to touch a spirit devourer? Boy, you're courting death. The Daeon sneered. Spirit devourers were untouchable by anyone, especially below the Dalton realm. Contact meant certain death. The Daeon expected Hector to collapse immediately. However, his expression turned from sneering to shock as Hector's palm touched the spirit devourer and pressed it to the ground. Hiss, how is this possible? He can touch a spirit devourer and press it down? The Daeon was stunned. According to his intel, Hector's eyes could send away spirit devourers, but couldn't make physical contact. So why was this happening? Realizing his information was incorrect, the Daeon thought, even so, what can you do? This is a fourth layer spirit devourer. The spirit devourer vanished into the second layer, making Hector's palm miss. The Daeon laughed again. So what if Hector could make contact? There was a fundamental difference between the first and second, it said. Last time was last time. This time, it's your turn, Jessup sneered, stepping forward and emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Instantly, the expressions of the three great Vajras turned grave. Half-step Grandmaster Realm? Jessup, you've actually reached the half-step Grandmaster Realm? Their expressions changed. So what? Scared? If you're scared, you can still run now. Let's see if I can kill you. Jessup smiled. Dwightmph, even if you have reached the half-step Grandmaster Realm, so what? Our trio can kill even a Grandmaster together. Second brother, third brother. Attack? Boom. The three great Vajras instantly attacked. Jessup glanced into the distance and saw Hector battling a devourer spirit. He muttered to himself, it must be quick, that devourer spirit seems quite strong. Boom. As he spoke, Jessup casually slapped out, sending the charging trio of Vajras retreating. Meanwhile, Hector had pressed against the devourer spirit, which once again entered the fourth layer space. Hector followed through, and the next moment, the devourer spirit appeared behind him, becoming even more chilling and fierce. Hector quickly turned and dodged before pressing back up against it. Zoltantal demon, stop playing around with it. Kill it directly, came Ichabod's cold voice from a distance. Roar. Immediately, the devourer spirit instantly sending it 10 meters away. But it quickly attacked again, forcing Hector to repeat the process several times until his eyes began to feel exhausted. Continuously using the firmament I taxed him greatly, risking potential blindness if continued. At this rate, it will eventually kill me. Hasn't father finished his battle yet? Hector glanced towards the distance. The only way to suppress this devourer spirit was by joining forces with his father. At that moment, the three great Vajras united, conjuring a massive golden Buddha towering above them, descending from the sky to strike Jessup with overwhelming force surpassing master level, reaching the Grandmaster realm. The entire Jinyang Martial Academy trembled under this power. Surviving Martial Academy students trembled in fear, hearts racing with utmost tension. Whether they lived or died depended on Jessup's outcome in this fight. Jessup, like a golden war god radiating brilliance, surged upwards to clash head-on with the golden Buddha. Puff. Elsewhere, Cassiusangshi and Rhonda, though fighting together, were no match for Ichabod, who forced them into retreat with bloody coughs. Haha brat, today, I'll kill your two women right in front of you to drive you to despair. Ichabod laughed maliciously. Hector glanced towards the two women, deeply worried, as the devourer spirit instantly reappeared beside him. Your devourer spirit together. Then try. Your son is about to die, Ichabod roared, showing little concern despite witnessing the three Vajras' defeat. Puff. At this moment, Hector could no longer contain the fourth layer space devourer spirit. He coughed blood, thrown back by the spirit's force. The devourer spirit lunged again, its icy cold aura invading Hector's body, rendering him motionless with cold. No. Cassiusangshi and Rhonda screamed in despair, knowing that this entity could kill someone silently, often in less than half a breath. Chapter 408. Father and son turn the tide. Destroy the fourth layer dimensional spirit devourer. Is senior brother Sue about to die? At this moment, the tens of thousands of disciples from Jian Martial Academy could only sigh when they saw this scene. Hector was a legendary figure among the young generation of Ingdaltendom. After defeating Flint, he had quietly become the top prodigy of Ingdaltendom's young generation. Many people held this belief. Furthermore, with his talent, it wouldn't take long for him to surely become one of the top powerhouses of Ingdaltendom. Unfortunately, such a monstrous talent was about to perish here before he fully matured. Truly unfortunate. Zoltan told Sue. The Academy's headmaster, Willie, and the others widened their eyes, feeling utterly helpless. In a confrontation at Hector's level, they couldn't even consider being able to sacrifice themselves in his place, let alone intervene. Boom. At this moment, Jessup launched the Spirit Devouring Path from afar. The Spirit Devouring Path stretched hundreds of meters, directly enveloping this Spirit Devourer, temporarily restricting it within its confines. And Hector, who had been flung away from the Spirit Devourer, instantly regained his ability to move. He was drenched in sweat at that moment, having thought that he was going to die just now. Can you still fight? Jessup came beside Hector at that moment. Father, I can still do it, Hector responded. Roar. At this moment, the Spirit Devourer broke free from Jessup's Spirit Devouring Path and lunged towards Hector and the others. You and I will take care of it together, Jessup said as he stared at the approaching Spirit Devourer, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This damn thing almost killed Yorker. It must pay with its life. Boom. Jessup struck first, summoning the Spirit Devouring Path which surged toward the Devourer. This Devourer was very smart. It directly entered the fourth dimension this time, evading Jessup's Spirit Devouring Path. Currently, both his Spirit Devouring Path and Hector's touching Spirit Hand and Sky Eye could only affect entities within the third dimension. After avoiding it, it rapidly approached, transitioning from the fourth dimension into the third, unleashed crucial than his own life. But now, it was restrained by Jessup and Hector, and his Devourer was being harmed. To harm the Devourer? Not even he possessed such means. If this continued, his Devourer would surely die. Boom. He immediately sent Winifred and Rhonda flying and charged toward Jessup. Get lost. As Jessup was subduing the Devourer, he delivered a palm strike from afar, sending the Faxon spitting blood and flying away. PHT. At this moment, Hector's eyes were completely covered in blood, blinding him, yet he persisted. Thump. Suddenly, the Devourer broke free from Hector's restraint, another wave of chilling aura emerging. At this moment, Jessup unleashed the Spirit Devouring Path again, instantly re-restraining the Devourer. Hector's touching Spirit Hand pressed against it once more. The Spirit Devouring Path and touching Spirit Hand, used in conjunction, restrained the Devourer again. Meanwhile, Jessup's soul transformation art reached its peak, the brilliant red glow nearly forming a lake. PFF. The Devourer's struggling weakened, its body starting to fade. Ah, Jessup, Hector, you dog father and son. One day, old man will return to exact revenge. The Faxon howled, knowing his Devourer would not survive this time. He immediately turned to leave. Winifred and Rhonda wanted to stop him, buying Jessup some time, but they were too injured. They spit blood upon standing. At this moment, two figures suddenly rushed forward, blocking them. It's you. Rhonda immediately recognized the person. It was the Trent from Azura sect who returned. Rhonda, come with me. PHT. Speaking, he slapped Rhonda, severing her meridians and swiftly carried her away from Jian Martial Academy. Winifred tried to rescue her, but another Kyler appeared, forcing her back with a palm strike. Hector, you little brat, this time you escaped death. Consider yourself lucky. We're taking Rhonda to Azura sect. Khalil to save her? Come and beg at our sect. Before leaving, the Trent laughed derisively. You dare touch my future daughter-in-law? I'll see you Azura sect doesn't want to live, Jessup coldly remarked. Currently, he couldn't leave because the Devourer was still alive, and had to be completely eliminated. Letting it escape would cause endless trouble. Jian Martial Academy's people were powerless to stop two Grandmaster Realm experts, and could only watch as they took Rhonda away. Hector remained calm despite his blindness, his inner rage simmering. Azura sect. Hector gritted his teeth. PHT. 10 breaths later, The fourth-dimensional devourer was finally destroyed by Jessup and Hector working together. At that moment, Esther walked in. She had also been gravely injured after the battle, and her pale face showed it. Zoltinger, you're here? Hector sensed her presence though he couldn't see. Ah, you two talk. Jessup glanced at Esther before swiftly leaving the room. Esther sat down, gently stroking Hector's face without a word. Zoltinger, I'm blind now, and I might not be able to take care of you anymore, Hector said with a bitter smile. You are not blind, Esther replied firmly. Hector was taken aback. Esther continued, Hector, remember this. You are the man I, Esther, have chosen. You are destined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, or even surpass it. If you dare to give up, I'll kill you. Hector felt warmth in his heart. He knew Esther was encouraging him. He grabbed her small hand and smiled. How could I possibly give up? You haven't given me 3 big chubby Freds yet. Humph, blinded and still spouting nonsense. Esther's serious face suddenly turned red as she playfully hit Hector. Hector suddenly said, even though I can't see, I haven't given up. Sydney is still waiting for me to save her. Speaking of this matter, Esther added, I've already investigated thoroughly. Sydney was captured by the Azura sect. The Dwine Dreadflower sect is demanding her release, and both sides are at an impasse. What do you plan to do next? Hector answered, tomorrow, we will go to Jinchi County. But your eyes. Esther hesitated. Though my eyes are blind, my heart is not. Don't worry. My current strength isn't much different from before, Hector said, proving his point by walking around the room without touching any obstacles. A Grandmaster-level expert could avoid most obstructions using only their senses. Brother Sue, this is Carissa. May I come in? At this moment, Prince Carissa's voice sounded from outside the room. Your Highness, please come in, Hector responded. The door creaked open, and Prince Carissa entered, accompanied by an Kylerly man. Brother Sue, I brought the royal physician from our capital city to examine your eyes. Thank you, Dr. Braden. Hector sat on a stool as the royal physician began examining his eyes meticulously. Sydney and Carissa watched anxiously, not daring to disturb. After a while, the royal physician concluded, Herb Sue, this is due to overuse of your eyes which has damaged your optic nerves. I have a remedy, but there's only a 50% chance it will fully heal you. However, if it doesn't work, your eyesight may never recover. You must consider carefully before deciding. Use it, Hector replied immediately. Dr. Braden, let's consider it further. Please return later, Esther interjected. Inger, trust me this time. Hector held Esther's hand, feeling her tremble. It will greatly aid your Highness's next move, the Kyler added. Upon hearing this, the Maverick suddenly realized something. Your Highness, are you aiming for the position of Crown Prince? Prince Carissa responded sternly. A kill brother, 4th brother, 8th brother. They are pushing me relentlessly. If I fight, I might die, but if I don't, I will definitely die. If I die, they won't spare any of you either. Rather than sitting here waiting for death, I'd rather fight until the end. Very well, Your Highness. Regardless of the future, I'm willing to follow you, even if it means dying together, Gil declared resolutely. The Maverick also nodded. Since the day you saved me 5 years ago, my life has belonged to you. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. They turned to look at the Trent, old Master Braden. You've protected His Highness since he was young. To you, he is like family. What do you think? The words hung heavy in the air. Prince Carissa looked at the old man with complex emotions. Though old Master Braden had been sent by his father to protect him, years of companionship had created deep ties in Carissa's heart. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him family. Carissa wished for the Kyler's support, but also didn't want him involved for fear of losing his life. To look at the frowning Prince Carissa and added, if this were before, perhaps your Highness would not have the qualifications to compete, and even if he did, it wouldn't make any difference. But this time is different. You've met Hector. This man has recently experienced dozens of battles, big and small. Every time, he overcame dangers and either killed or repelled even the strongest enemies. Especially last time, when Hector single-handedly killed Havelock of the Gideon clan, even defeating Flint, and killed a Vajra from the Ellis's residence. He also repelled the Mad Guest and 3 Vajras. With such extraordinary talent, given time, he can become one of our kingdom's top experts. And his father, Jessup, has already entered the near Supreme Master realm. Their potential and talents are no less than Hector's. Both have significant chances of becoming our kingdom's top experts in no time. Your Highness has helped Hector multiple times. Hector is a man who knows gratitude. He has promised to assist your Highness in ascending the throne. If he says so, he will definitely follow through. With their father-son duo assisting you, your Highness will have the qualifications and ability to compete with the Hatcher, Peter, and Philip. Upon hearing this, the masked man in silver, Gil, and others fell silent. Gil finally spoke. Hector's eyes are blind. Can he still assist your Highness? This was also what the Maverick feared. Blindness doesn't impede cultivation. At the master level, sight has minimal impact on combat prowess. Knowing that if Hector's vision recovered, his combat power would return to its peak. Don't worry, they will surely recover. The old man, Felix, smiled. Old Lord Braden, how can you be so certain? Gil asked. Felix was surprisingly calm today. Felix explained, there is one crucial ingredient in Hector's prescription that is extremely difficult to find, almost impossible. That's why Grand Physician Braden mentioned a 50% chance of success. But I happen to have that ingredient. Really? Everyone's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. Carissa was greatly delighted. Felix handed Carissa a gray bottle, saying, Highness, once Jessup returns, if he hasn't found the crucial ingredient, give this to him. It will be another great help to Hector. As he spoke, he gave the bottle to Carissa. Carissa nodded and immediately prepared to deliver it to Hector. But Felix stopped him. Highness, don't go now. Wait until Jessup can't find it anymore. But isn't this too? Carissa hesitated. Sighing, Felix explained, Highness, if you were an ordinary person, You could be completely open-hearted with Hector. But remember, you are a prince of Ingdaltendom. To gain absolute loyalty, you must learn the art of imperial strategy. Carissa fell silent. He knew that to ensure loyalty in the royal family, one must be skilled in the art of manipulation. I understand, Carissa nodded. At that moment, Jessup returned, looking worried. Uncle Sue, did you find the ingredients? Esther rushed forward, anxious. Jessup looked at the worried Esther and sighed. Now I understand why Grand Physician Braden said there was only a 50% chance of success. Why? Esther asked instinctively. Jessup sighed again. One of the ingredients, even after searching the entire capital city, could not be found. Even the shopkeepers said that Ingdaltendom hasn't seen this ingredient for almost 10 years, and it's nearly extinct, even in the northern borderlands. Chapter 411. Estrangement. Why would it be extinct? Esther's expression changed dramatically. Jessup sighed. Because of climate change. Father, it's fine. Just bring it here. Even if there's only a 50% chance, I'm willing to try. Even if it can't be restored, it doesn't make much difference to me. Hector remained calm. All right, I'll go and grind the medicine for you right away. Jessup turned to leave. But at that moment, Carissa rushed over, drenched in sweat. Uncle Sue, I found it. Found what? Jessup frowned as he looked at the sweating Carissa. Carissa smiled and handed a brown bottle to Jessup, the most crucial ingredient. What? Jessup was stunned, immediately snatching the bottle from Carissa's hand and opening it. He then felt an intense young energy emanate from inside the cap. This is... Jessup stared at Carissa. Carissa laughed. It was examined by Dr. Braden. It's exactly the young grassroot you needed. Where did you find it? Jessup asked. Carissa replied with a smile. It was given to me by my attendant, Mr. Felix. As soon as he heard about it, he immediately ran back to his ancestral home to fetch it. Fortunately, we arrived just in time. Good lad. This time you've done us a huge favor. I, Jessup, will remember this, and there will surely be a reward in the future. Yorker, you didn't make a wrong friend. Jessup patted Carissa on the shoulder heartily. Uncle Sue, no need for such formality. We're friends, and friends help each other in times of need, Carissa said solemnly. Good. Jessup glanced at Carissa again before walking out of the room quickly to prepare the medicine. At this moment, Hector approached. Your Highness, thank you. Carissa waved his hand. There's no need for such formalities between us. All right, get some rest now. I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Carissa turned and left quickly. Watching him depart, Esther frowned. What's wrong, Zoltanger? Hector asked, noticing her frown. Do you think there's something amiss with His Highness? There's nothing major, but so, he wanted to gain Uncle Sue's gratitude and owe him a significant favor. Fruits of the royal family indeed, Hector sighed. Remember when you said you'd help him ascend the throne? Was that serious? Yes, he helped me many times before and even saved my life multiple times. This time, he also brought me the young grass. Regardless of his motives, he genuinely assisted me. For that alone, I'll help him survive, and ascending the throne is his only way to survive. I understand, but after he becomes king, I hope you sever all ties with him. Anyone who harbors ambitions for the throne becomes ruthless and indifferent. Once you reach the peak of martial arts in Ingdaltendom, you might threaten him. Either you overthrow the royal family or become their thorn. Have you thought about that? Esther warned earnestly. Hector smiled. As long as I'm strong enough, whatever intentions the prince may have towards me, I believe he will behave. Meanwhile, Carissa returned home troubled, feeling something was off, especially when Esther looked at him before he left, making him uneasy, as if she had seen through him. After returning, he recounted her gaze to Felix, the Maverick, Gil, and others. Your Highness, are you overthinking this? Gil frowned. I'm not. I studied with Esther for 3 years and know her well. Her look indicated something, Carissa said somberly. Suddenly, Felix's expression changed. I see. This old man made a miscalculation, harming your Highness. What? Gil and others instantly grew pale. The Maverick quickly asked, Akil Braden, what did you miscalculate? Felix looked at the startled group and laughed bitterly. My ancestral home is thousands of miles away. Hector's eye injury occurred yesterday, so how could anyone travel back and forth thousands of miles within a day? Hearing this, Carissa's face turned extremely grim. Gil worriedly said, Esther must have noticed. Will Hector be disappointed in your Highness because of this and abandon helping us? Not likely, Felix shook his head. I observed Hector for a while. He repays debts of hatred and kindness equally. He's an extremely loyal person. Despite any misgivings, he won't forget your favors and will still assist your Highness. But from now on, your relationship with him might never be the same. Because of this, there's already estrangement in his heart toward you. The Kylerly Felix sighed. This time, he had inadvertently caused trouble. Chapter 412, returning to Jinchi County. At the same time, Jessup had ground the medicine and personally applied it to Hector's eyes. This medicine is both for internal consumption and external application. According to Physician Braden's explanation, if Hector can fully recover, the results should be evident within 3 days. At the same moment, Prime Minister Clayton's residence could no longer remain peaceful. The 3 great warriors had returned, and they informed Prime Minister Clayton of their encounter with Jessup. Clayton immediately frowned. Jessup has actually reached the semi-great master realm. I underestimated him. My lord, what should we do now? His strength has grown powerful enough to contend with a great master. To eliminate him, we must. The first warrior said solemnly. Don't worry, you may rest now. The matter of killing Jessup will be handled by others. Prime Minister Clayton waved his hand. The 3 great warriors immediately withdrew. Then, Clayton turned to Enkylerly Darien robes beside him. Zoltano Lau, where is Demoniac right now? He is said to have returned to the Vernon sect. The Kyler in black robes replied. That's fine. Now that he has lost his spirit devourer, staying here won't benefit us anymore. By the way, how are things with His Majesty? Lord, His Majesty has already been informed about Jessup reaching the semi-great master realm. He has arranged invitations for Jessup and Hector to attend his 40th birthday celebration, the Kyler in black robes said. Indeed, back then, he beat up his majesty yet is still invited. Our emperor is truly not an ordinary person. My lord, should I go to Brandanching County and kill— Thank you, Jessup replied. Father, are you going to Brandanching? Hector arrived at this moment, his vision improving gradually after a day. After bringing your wife back from Jinchi County, we'll head to Bradendu, Jessup said. Father, I can handle Jinchi County alone. There's no need for you to come along, Hector said, clenching his fist, unleashing a powerful aura. York, are you about to advance to the later stage? Jessup was surprised. Yes, father, in a couple of days, I'll reach the later stage, Hector smiled. Good. Jessup nodded excitedly. With your combat prowess, once you reach the later stage, few below the Great Master Realm will be able to match you. I'll head to Bradenching once your eyes heal. I'll wait for you in Zoltanger, Florence and Bradenching. Father, please be cautious of the Prime Minister's residence and the Gideon family. Since the death of Havelock, they've been unusually quiet. I sense they are planning something big. If they make a move, it might be— York, don't worry. With my current cultivation, even if I cannot defeat them, I can retreat gracefully, Jessup smiled. 2 days later, Hector's eyes completely healed, and on the same day, he finally advanced to the late-stage Master Realm. Brother Sue, my father is having a birthday. I must return immediately and can't accompany you to Jinchi County. Old Master Braden, please escort Brother Sue together. Prince Carissa came to bid Hector farewell. Highness, thank you for everything. If it weren't for you, my eyes wouldn't have healed. After I finish my business, I'll bring Florence and Zoltanger to Bradendu to visit you, Hector said. Great. I look forward to your arrival in Bradenching. When you arrive, we'll have a great reunion. Carissa nodded and smiled. Old Master Braden, you should also return with Highness. Hector then looked at Felix. Mr. Sue, with me around, I can help you, Felix said. No need, Hector waved his hand, emitting a late-stage Master Realm aura instantly. Hiss. Mr. Sue, you've advanced to the late-stage Master Realm? Felix gasped in shock, breaking through just one rank. Mid-stage to late-stage Master Realm makes a significant difference in combat power. Many people spend years, or even decades advancing from mid-stage to late-stage, but Hector did it in just a month or two. Even the Maverick was amazed. A few months ago, Hector was only considered an outstanding young talent compared to him. Now, Hector's strength surpassed him. With your current strength, Mr. Sue, this old man is no match for you. Felix chuckled bitterly. As if you were Hector's match before, Winifred remarked coldly. Hearing this, Felix felt increasingly bitter, knowing she had found out about the extreme giant grass incident. Afterward, Jessup, Winifred, and Prince Carissa intersect in the county seat. This time Hector is back for revenge. Do you think Herb Sue can exact his vengeance? He certainly can. After leaving, Hector faced a combined assault by the Ellis's mansion and the Gideon clan. The result? The Gideon clan's pride and joy, Havelock, was killed by Hector, along with one of the Ellis's 4 great protectors. That battle propelled Herb Sue's reputation even higher. He now wields the power to stand alone against the top-tier clan of Ing State. Later on, the Ellis arranged for the 3 great protectors and the Maniac Demon to assassinate him. You all know about the Maniac Demon, right? It's said he has an invisible specter that can kill without trace. Allegedly, close to 10,000 people died by his hand in Jinyang Martial Academy, nearly annihilating the academy. But Herb Sue managed to drive away the 3 great protectors and nearly killed the Maniac Demon as well. Today, Herb Sue is fully capable of destroying the Azura sect. I heard that before the battle with the Maniac Demon, the head of the Azura sect sent a few senior members secretly to meet Herb Sue at Jinyang Martial Academy, bringing St. Zoltank meteorite iron as a gesture of peace. Yet, Herb Sue refused their offer, infuriating the old fellows from the Azura sect. They took advantage of Hector's battle with the Maniac Demon and captured Rhonda while she was injured. It seems that this time Herb Sue returns, he intends to settle scores with the Azura sect and the Ellis's mansion. Even though Hector had not yet arrived at Jinchi County, news of his recent victories was spreading rapidly. Many were filled with urge from her seclusion to welcome Hector outside Jinchi County. 3 days later, amidst the anticipation, Hector arrived at Jinchi County. Outside the city, tens of thousands of people had gathered, eager to see him. These were either scattered cultivators or representatives of major factions. Wow, look, Hector is back. He actually came alone. Leroy and Jessup come with him? Herb Sue truly has the nerve. I thought he'd bring a group, but instead, he came alone, confident enough to believe he can single-handedly destroy the Azura sect and the county seat. The king has returned. Jinchi County is about to change. Everyone was incredibly excited. Who in Jinchi County wasn't a daredevil? As long as it didn't affect their own interests, the bigger the chaos, the better. Hector, Fairy Sala stepped forward to greet him. Master. Hector smiled. I have kept my promise. I'm back. It's good you're here. When do we act? Her first words brimmed with deadly intent. Hector looked into the distance, his voice grave. One day. Give me just one day. Release Florence within 1 day and apologize at Colt's graveside. And I will only punish those responsible in the Azura sect, sparing the rest. Boom. His words were full of murderous intent, tyrannical and overbearing to the extreme, ordering the dominant Azura sect and the laughed uncontrollably. The worry in his eyes instantly turned into madness and disdain. Outside Jinchi County, there was a 100-man army. Don't underestimate this 100-man army. Each member is an exemplar realm powerhouse. This is the lightning strike force arranged by the county governor's residence outside of Jinchi County to intimidate it. Over the years, the various deeply rooted major forces in Jinchi County have been able to remain stable in their little patch of land because they fear this 100-man exemplar realm army. This 100-man exemplar realm army possesses an extremely ferocious formation called the Dwight-and-Dread Exemplar Slay Immortal Formation. It requires an exemplar realm master to activate it, and once activated, no one below Grand Exemplar can resist. It is hailed as the strongest formation under the Grand Exemplar realm. With this, let alone Hector not reaching the half-step exemplar level. Even if he did, Elio was confident that he could crush Hector with this army. Boom. Elio quickly left the governor's residence and headed for the military camp. His only task now was to wait for the imperial order to arrive. At this moment, Lady Addie of the Black-Robed Woman informed Shinzi Salaxianzi and Hector, County Governor Elio has gone to the military camp 50 miles outside the city. The expression on Salaxianzi's face changed drastically. Looking at Hector, she said, Hector, it's bad news. Tomorrow, our attack in each other's eyes. When Hector was only in the middle stage, he could already contend with the Jura sect. Although he wasn't their match, his combat power was extremely strong. Later, breaking through to the late stage, he could single-handedly oppose the Prime Minister's residence and the Gideon family's powerful enemies multiple times. Now, if he breaks through to the peak late stage, his combat power will soar again. Good. Tomorrow we'll wipe out a Jura sect and the governor's residence. Along with that army, Salaxianzi was overjoyed. Especially that army, which is like a sword hanging over the heads of everyone in Jinchi County. If Hector could remove it, it would be nothing short of wonderful. Meanwhile, news of Elio's visit to the 100-man military camp spread rapidly throughout Jinchi County, especially among the famous Daxia Business Alliance and the Black Dragon Society. Hiss, Elio actually went to the military camp outside the city. Does this mean there's some movement from the Prime Minister's side? Yes, apparently the Prime Minister has dispatched someone with the military order. Unexpectedly, tomorrow, Elio will hold the military order and mobilize that 100-man army to come to Jinchi County. This time, things won't be smooth for young Hector. This army has always been like a knife hanging over our heads, threatening us constantly. If we could use Hector to eliminate it, don't expect too much. We've all experienced its power. Nobody below the Grand Exemplar realm stands a chance. Even some weaker Grand Exemplar experts would struggle against it. Hector's chances of defeating it are slim. Escaping alive would be an achievement. Gossip spread throughout the city. And at this moment, a bud came to the military camp 50 miles outside the city and handed the military order to Elio. After receiving the order, Elio grinned from ear to ear, feeling extremely confident. Hector, you little brat, aren't you trying to kill me? Tomorrow, let's see who kills whom. Send someone immediately to mobilize the army and enter the city with me? Yes. Immediately, people were dispatched with the military order to gather this 100-man exemplar realm army. Boom. With the Prime Minister's order, this 100-man team directly followed Elio towards Jinchi County. The 100-man exemplar realm army stationed outside Jinchi County has entered the city. Heaven. That army has threatened Jinchi County for decades. 50 years ago, the Dominicolon gang, one of the 5 great superpowers in Jinchi County, was destroyed because they opposed the court. Since then, no one has dared to face this army head-on. Now, with this army entering the city, might Sala sect and Herb Hector follow in the footsteps of the Dominicolon gang? It might not be certain. Herb Hector is no ordinary person. His strength is deeply etched in people's minds. He repelled several attacks from the Prime Minister's residence and the Gideon family. Although this army is hailed as the sovereign under the Grand Exemplar realm, Hector has defeated many sovereigns within the past year and a half. Who knows, maybe Hector will create a miracle again? I know a bit about Hector. Since he dares to return, it means he has confidence. Amidst the buzz and commotion of the city, Elio led the 100-man exemplar realm army into the city. Instantly, everyone on the streets avoided them. This army is like a sharp blade hanging over Jinchi County's head. Once it falls, disaster will follow. 50 years ago, the Dominicolon gang, another top force in Jinchi County, met its demise, serving as the best example. This time, with Elio leading this army into the city, it's clear that he's targeting Hector. Everyone was discussing, would Hector meet the same fate as the Dominicolon gang 50 years ago, being destroyed by this army? Or would Hector once again achieve a legendary victory, turning the tide and defeating this grand exemplar level under King's army? Chapter 4:15, Pre-War Meeting. Regardless of the outcome, it was a good thing for the major forces in Jinchi County. 2 tigers fighting will inevitably result in one being injured. Whether it was the rising Hector or the military force in Jinchi County, both were threats to them. If they could get both sides to suffer heavy losses, or even better, be completely destroyed, it would be the ideal situation. The senior leadership of Azura sect was ecstatic upon learning that Dominic had brought in this formidable army that they all feared greatly. They saw the glimmer of hope in the annihilation of Hector. Ultimately, the army settled outside the county governor's mansion, making it impregnable and deterring anyone from approaching. The shockwaves created by this elite force, hailed as the strongest under the Grand Master rank, were palpable. Azura sect then sent experts to the governor's mansion, hoping Dominic would station this army within their sect to join forces against Hector. However, Dominic scoffed disdainfully, "A mere Hector? Do we really need to collaborate? Are you underestimating the power of my governor's mansion?" Upon hearing this, the head of Azura sect roared furiously, "Dominic, you old scoundrel. When you heard Hector was coming to Jinchi County, you panicked and came to our Azura sect pleading for an alliance. Now with this army, you dare to look down on us." The Azura sect's leaders clenched their fists and cursed. Dominic had clearly turned his back on them once he gained the upper hand. Word of Dominic's remarks spread quickly, sparking heated discussions. Now Dominic doesn't even care about Azura sect with this army? Haha, interesting. I heard he couldn't sleep at night when he learned of Hector's battles in Brandanchin County. With this army now, he's become so arrogant? That Dominic is too arrogant, comparing Azura sect with his mansion. Why didn't he do so before? Dominic, who gave you the courage? Dominic, wait till that army leaves, and see if you can still be so arrogant. While Hector's side remained calm, the Azura sect erupted in outrage. Azura sect? That old rogue has truly lost his mind. But no matter how enraged they were, they couldn't do anything. With this army, the governor's mansion could overlook all of Jinchi County. Meanwhile, the Dwight Dreadflower sect was recalling all its senior members for a pre-war meeting. Hector sat alongside Sala, Immortal Lady, facing the gathered leaders. Tomorrow, we will attack Azura sect and the governor's mansion. I want to hear everyone's thoughts, said Sala, immortal lady. One suggestion, let's not provoke the governor's mansion first. Take out Azura sect instead. Agreed. The governor's mansion has that army. We should start with an easier target and reconsider the governor's mansion later. Almost unanimously, the senior members agreed to tackle Azura sect first, and then plan the next move against the governor's mansion. The presence of the elite army made attacking the governor's mansion daunting. Hector, what's your take? Asked Sala, immortal lady. Attack the governor's mansion first, replied Hector. This caused immediate uproar among the senior members. Addy interjected immediately. Sir Su, Hector was saying. After all, the Azura sect was indeed much easier to deal with. Tackling the easier task first before moving on to the more difficult one was always the most viable approach. However, this situation involved their young master Adam of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. Florence was still in the hands of the Azura sect. As Hector pointed out, they needed to prevent the Azura sect from making a last-ditch effort if they were defeated. Master Su, I have 2 questions to ask you, a black-robed old woman suddenly said. Please go ahead, Hector replied with a smile. First, how can we be certain that after taking over the magistrate's mansion, we won't be severely weakened? Secondly, will we truly be able to deter the Azura sect after seizing the magistrate's mansion, preventing them from retaliating recklessly? Please answer these questions directly. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Hector. Unconsciously, Hector had become the key figure and mainstay for tomorrow's battle. Even their sect leader sought Hector's advice. After all, it was undeniable that Hector would lead the charge tomorrow. Hector smiled and said, "These are excellent questions. Let me address your first question. First, I am confident that we will not be severely weakened when capturing the magistrate's mansion. Don't ask why, just trust that I have the capability. Secondly, as long as I demonstrate sufficient combat strength and crush the magistrate's mansion, the Azura sect, if they have any sense, should know what is the best course of action. Currently, the Azura sect dares to challenge me and even threatens to destroy me mainly because they don't fully understand my power. So tomorrow, I will show them what true irresistibility means. Once my power becomes so formidable that even mentioning my name fills them with fear, panic, and unrest, can you imagine whether they will dare not release our people?" As Hector spoke, he stood up, exuding a belief as solid as Mount Tai. Everyone in the conference room was infected by his confidence and conviction. Very well, let's proceed as planned. We'll attack the magistrate's mansion tomorrow, said Renee as she got up and made the decision. Seeing Hector's unwavering confidence, and with their sect leader's approval, no one voiced objections anymore. Meanwhile, everyone in Jinchi County, including the senior members of superpowers like the Daxia Commercial Alliance and Halun Club, believed that Hector would target the Azura sect first. Naturally, anyone prefers picking on an easier target. This is a human instinctive choice. Not only did they think this, but even the Azura sect and the magistrate's mansion held this belief. Therefore, the night before the battle, the Azura sect prepared like facing a great calamity, having already gathered all senior members in secret, ready to fight desperately. In contrast, the magistrate's mansion remained leisurely, especially Brandon camping in this hellish place called Jinchi County. Boom. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. The next day, the day Hector challenged the Azura sect and the magistrate's mansion finally arrived under the watchful eyes of all major powers in Jinchi County. Boom. Early in the morning, Hector and Renee led the senior members and disciples of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect on the move. This time, the Azura sect is facing annihilation. That's not necessarily true. The Azura sect's array is no joke. Predicting the outcome now might be premature. The moment Hector and company set off, the entire city's attention immediately focused on them. Meanwhile, the Azura sect grew tense. They felt as if they were transported back 16 years. Back then, it was Hector's father, Jessup, who made them extremely nervous. This time, it was Jessup's son, Hector. Dwight? That's odd. Master Su and his party aren't heading towards the Azura sect. What the heck? They're going to the magistrate's mansion. Heavens, they're attacking the magistrate's mansion first? Is Master Su insane? There's an invincible army comparable to a Grandmaster level force stationed outside the magistrate's mansion. Master Su is really challenging fate. If I were him, I'd attack the Azura sect first since it's much weaker compared to the magistrate's mansion. Weaker Azura sect first. However, Hector did not do so. Instead, he chose to strike the almost unbreakable prefect's manor first, shocking everyone. Even the upper echelons of the Daxia Commercial Alliance and the Black Dragon Society were astonished. This young man acts just like his father Jessup, sighed the head of the Daxia Commercial Alliance. Meanwhile, news had reached the prefect's manor. What did you say? That brat is coming here? Upon hearing the report, Elio, the prefect, jumped up, disbelief plastered on his face. Yes, your excellency. Hector and Fairy Sala are already on their way. You should prepare immediately. What a brat. He dares to come here, really thinking our prefect's manor is easier to conquer than the Azura sect? Elio laughed in rage, not showing the slightest worry. Hector's actions made him feel humiliated. This was an outright mockery of the prefect's manor. Without this army, Hector's arrival would have sent chills down his spine, making him flee. But now, he felt no fear. Instead, his anger pushed him towards a desire to kill. So be it. If that brat wants to die, I'll grant his wish. Take my military orders and command them to ensure Hector is killed outside the manor gates. Bring me his and Fairy Sala's heads. Yes. Fagin took the military orders from Elio and hurried outside. Elio then to live a few more days, General Braden Tua said coldly. And if I don't? Not? Braden Tua frowned, then vanished, reappearing in front of Hector with a powerful aura shaking the air around them, causing sonic booms. Then you shall die. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, the overwhelming pressure of a peak master rank descended, enveloping hundreds of meters. Those nearby were instantly suppressed and intimidated. Sigh, a peak master rank, this Braden Tua is incredibly strong. Everyone was astounded by Braden Tua's demonstrated prowess. Facing Braden Tua's punch, Hector raised his hand and pressed against it. At the moment of impact, pooh! Despite Braden Tuo's peak master rank strength, Hector's palm strike sent him spitting blood, flying backward. Sigh, General Braden Tuo, defeated by a single palm strike from Herb Su? Sigh, a month ago, Herb Su struggled to defeat even the Azura sect's vice-head Remington, a late-stage master. Now, he can send Braden Tuo flying with a mere gesture. No wonder Herb Su dared to attack the prefect's manor first. At this strength, he could likely match a near-great master. Isn't that obvious? To cause a peak master like Braden Tuo to spit blood, only near-great master-level combat power can achieve that. In just one action hung in the air, full of unexpected potential. Chapter 418. The Sovereign's elite under the Grandmaster's domain will not lose. The president of the Black Dragon Society looked at the leader of the Daxia Merchant Alliance with astonishment. This elite force from the Ellis's Manor had been stationed outside Jinchi County town, a sharp blade hanging over their heads. Their combat strength was almost comparable to that of a Grandmaster, even rivaling some weaker Grandmasters. If Hector could win despite this power, wouldn't it mean this young man defied the heavens? Look quickly, it's starting. Suddenly, the tone of the leader of the Daxia Merchant Alliance became grave. Immediately, the president of the Black Dragon Society focused intently. Upon watching, he took a sharp breath straight down to his lungs. He saw the 100-plus members of this elite force from the Ellis's mansion unite their true chi into one, giving birth to an overwhelming and grand presence associated with Grandmasters. 30 meters above them in the sky, a large black saber formed, made from blade aura, splendidly slicing through the void, chopping down from above and directly splitting the air apart. Hiss, they actually used the soul saber right at the start. This is this elite unit's strongest killing move. They intend to take Lord Su's life from the beginning. At this moment, everyone from the major forces across the city changed expressions, rapidly retreating. 50 years ago, there was a superpower in Jinchi County not inferior to the Azura sect. Because it was arrogant and dared to confront the Ellis's mansion, the ace army of this elite unit directly killed its way into the city. In front of various forces, once the soul saber appeared, all high-ranking members of that superpower were instantly turned to ashes. The scar left by that slash still remains on the old side of that superpower today, becoming a tourist attraction for future generations. Also because of that one strike, the entire Jinchi County was shaken. No matter how powerful the strength or bottom cards they possessed, no one dared to make rash moves against this elite force. After 50 years, now, the elite unit of the Ellis's mansion was displaying the soul saber again before the major forces of Jinchi County. Immediately, those who had seen or heard of this strike in the past were all shocked, rapidly distancing themselves from Hector. With this one strike, it was equivalent to a Grandmaster attacking. A Grandmaster's fighting power was more than 10 times stronger than that of a Master Realm. At full force, it could cause immense destruction. Previously, when the soul saber appeared, all high-ranking members of that superpower were immediately obliterated, leaving behind a nightmare-like impression on the people of Jinchi County until today. Even the observer, the leader of the Daxia Merchant Alliance, also slightly inhaled. Even his usually calm eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. All fall back. The mortal Sala's expression changed drastically as she immediately led the higher-ups of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect to retreat. Leader, can he do it? Despite knowing Hector's extreme combat power, upon feeling the terrifying pressure of that dazzling strike, Addie and other higher-ups of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect couldn't suppress their fear within. This was a human's instinctive fear towards immense power. He's the son of that monster Jessup, he will surely succeed, Immortal Sala said firmly. Boom. Under countless astonished gazes, Hector gazed up at the terrifying blade falling from the sky. He immediately spread his legs wide, his clothes fluttering without any wind. At this moment, his internal organs resonated, secreting secret power. With maximum strength and best posture, he continuously unleashed the first, second, third, and fourth true intent interpretations. Instantly, his combat power reached the peak of stage 5, just one small step away from stage 6. It was an extremely terrifying realm. Vaguely, Hector felt himself filled with immense strength. A punch would be enough to contend with a true Grandmaster. In a split second, he lifted off the ground, soaring upwards, his right hand forming a fist seal, and then struck out fiercely. Boom. Black blade aura descended instantly, colliding violently with Hector's true intent interpretation. Instantaneously, a strong shockwave expanded outwards, causing the ground to explode, as if experiencing an earthquake. In moments, everyone's line of sight was blocked by rampant energy and surging dust. Is Hector still alive? At this moment, everyone strained their eyes to search for Hector's figure amidst the rampaging energy. Unfortunately, the entire area was filled with rampaging energy and rising dust, making it impossible to see inside with the naked eye. Meanwhile, this elite General Braden Tuo was also panting slightly, as that one blow had consumed quite a bit of power from his elite unit. This power, once released, would leave no survivors below the Grandmaster level. Historical records had proven this countless times, with no exceptions. Clearly, this time was no different either. Send a few men to check inside. Hope to find at least a small part of this guy's corpse to hand over to the Ellis as a trophy. Braden Tuo waved his hand. Immediately, two masters beside him charged into the chaotic energy. Reaching their level, careful caution ensured that this rampant energy wouldn't harm them significantly. After all, the true destructive force had been completely vented onto Hector when the blade aura fell. Now, this rampant energy was merely residual after effects of that blade aura. Happened to that young man, Hector? Addie asked with evident worry. They had already retreated several hundred meters away, but could still feel the terrifying residual energy from that strike. This leftover energy was sufficient to threaten any martial arts expert who had just stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Looking around, everything within a few hundred meters lay in ruins, dust rising everywhere. It was easy to imagine the kind of horrifying pressure Hector must have faced under that single strike. Do not worry, let's wait and see, said Fairy Sala in a solemn tone. If something did happen to Hector, What will we do? Asked another Alexandria, her eyes filled with gravity. Initially, they had opposed attacking the magistrate's mansion first, but eventually, both Headmaster and Hector made the decision. Their objections proved futile. Headmaster, perhaps we should retreat for now. Based on the current situation, Hector likely. Another senior spoke hesitantly, suggesting withdrawal. Fairy Sala's face darkened as she coldly glared at those who had spoken, saying sternly, before we confirm Hector's condition, none of you are allowed to step back. Whoever dares to retreat, don't blame me for being ruthless. Instantly, those wavering seniors of the Dwight and Dread Flowers sect dared not open their mouths anymore. Fairy Sala wielded absolute power in the sect. Her word was law. After all, finally dissipated, revealing Hector in everyone's line of sight. Hiss, look, isn't that Hector? It's him. My god, he didn't die. Too scary. That soul blade of the elite force is akin to a great grandmaster's attack and yet didn't kill Herb Sue. Could it be his combat power has become on par with a great grandmaster? A late-stage grandmaster realm capable of matching a great grandmaster. Such a prodigy could enter the Qilin House or Spirit Marshal Hall, right? Right then, everyone from the major powers of Jinchi County was dumbstruck. None of them expected Hector to survive the soul blade. You're right. This Fred indeed survived. He has once again created an unprecedented miracle, the Ade said, marveling at the Daxia Trade Alliance. Honestly, you did have insight. How did you predict he would win? The Emmanuel coughed dryly and smiled. Well, shall I say it was a feeling? The Ade paused and then said earnestly, I believe you. There were no precedents for such an event. After all, this elite force of the Ellis's mansion symbolized invincibility in Jinchi County. For Hector to survive their soul blade was truly beyond everyone's expectations. He's still alive? Looks like our bet paid off this time, remarked those previously advocating retreat beside Fairy Sala, now all excited. They had achieved an unprecedented victory following Hector. By enduring the soul blade of this elite force, they knew they stood a good chance of winning, and it was significant. Moreover, they believed this battle would go down in history as the Dwight and Dread Flower sect's most classic victory. To challenge a great Grandmaster-level elite force was unprecedented, and there was great hope of defeating them. How could they not be elated? Hector, you're still alive? General Braden Tua cried out, his face drastically changing. No matter how he tried, he couldn't accept Hector's survival. He was well aware of the soul-shattering power of the soul blade of this elite force. Anyone below the great Grandmaster level would be useless against it. But now, Hector rushed forward like a fierce tiger. From today onwards, there will be no more constraints in Jinchi County. Poof. With these words, General Braden Tuo's head soared into the sky, blood spurting wildly. His eyes bulged wide until death, filled with disbelief at Hector's formidable power. Even in death, he couldn't fathom Hector's incredible prowess, reaching a great Grandmaster level while still in the late-stage Grandmaster realm. Could such a prodigy really exist? Even if so, shouldn't it not appear in the territory of Ing State? General Braden is dead, screamed one black-clad man upon seeing Braden Tua killed. The entire elite force was stunned, fiercely resisting as Hector approached, prepared the hawk side. Hee, this young man indeed has some talent. If he could enter the Imperial Academy of Daxia. The Jerry squinted his eyes, a fiery look passing through them. What? You want to invite him into your Imperial Academy of Daxia? Upon hearing this, the hawk was startled. The Imperial Academy of Daxia is where influential and talented aristocrats from the northern frontier come. Even the least prestigious are wealthy families. Each one selected is a genius in the martial arts field. Moreover, the academy nurtures talent in various fields such as alchemy, array formation, weapon refinement, music, politics, economics, and more. Just taking Ing Daltondom as an example, many nobles would go to great lengths to send their offspring to the Imperial Academy of Daxia. Some even offered their entire fortunes. Yet, it was still unattainable, because the entry requirements were extremely stringent. First, one must possess formidable strength, which encompasses multiple facets, such as background and potential. Of course, potential comes first. Secondly, there's background, for example, princes. Lastly, even with these two conditions met, a recommender is still necessary. In short, only exceptional individuals can enter. And those who enter, after spending time at the Imperial Academy of Daxia, end up forming connections with people of high social standing, influence, and strength, a precious resource. Thus, the Imperial Academy of Daxia is regarded as a martial sanctuary by many in the northern martial realm. Now, the leader of the Daxia business house in Ing Daltondom expressed willingness to be Hector's recommender, something entirely unexpected. But after a brief shock, he quickly realized that Hector's demonstrated abilities absolutely qualified him for entrance to the Imperial Academy of Daxia. Of course, just qualifying doesn't guarantee entry. But Hector had obtained the possibility, a prospect enviable enough. If Brother Xia agrees to be the recommender, this Fred has a high chance of getting in, the hawk said. Let's see if he survives first. In Ing Daltondom, he has numerous enemies, the Ellis's mansion, the Gideon family. His path ahead will be very difficult. The leader of the Daxia Business Alliance shook his head. Suddenly, in the midst of their conversation, the Ellis's elite troops, under the joint assault of Hector and Sala Immortal Maiden, were entirely wiped out. Blood flowed like rivers outside the county magistrate's residence, bodies strewn across the land. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Had the invincible army looming over Jinchichi County been annihilated right before their eyes? Let's go inside and meet Emilio. After the killings, Hector directly strode toward the county magistrate's residence. Previously when Emilio allied with the Azura sect to attack our Dwight and Dread, the bud beside Emilio turned and fled towards the backyard. Though unaware of what had transpired, his instincts told him danger was near. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. However, he barely took 2 steps when a terrifying sword energy pierced his chest. Emilio's face changed drastically as he turned towards the entrance, seeing Hector stepping in with blood-dripping sword in hand. Beside him stood Sala Immortal Maiden, while behind him were vengeful gazes filled with hatred aimed at him. Hiss, Hector, how could you possibly be alive? What about Dalton Tuorin? Emilio's expression twisted. Dalton Tuorin is dead. It's your turn, Hector said coldly. Not possible. With Dalton Tuorin's strength sufficient to counter a grandmaster, you can't be their match. Emilio shook his head repeatedly. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, sending a fearsome light tearing through the air toward Hector. Hector raised his sword and deflected the light away. Then, ghost-like, he instantly appeared before Emilio. Emilio, let's settle our grievances here and now. Pfft. With those words, Hector stabbed through Emilio's abdomen, destroying his dantian in one stroke. Instantly, Emilio became a useless husk. Any grievances you have, act upon them. Hector turned and understand. If someone close to me had died because of Elio, I might have been even more cruel than they are. He then walked outwards. Next, the Azura sect. Fairy Salaxianzi nodded, glancing at the distant crowd of high-level members still venting their anger inside the county governor's mansion. She frowned, saying, "That's enough. He's dead already. We mustn't waste any more time. Let's go to the Azura sect. Not all our enemies are dead yet." Yes, there's still the leader of the Azura sect, that old tyrant. He has killed no fewer people from our Dwight Dreadflowers sect than Elio. He must pay the price. Immediately, Addie and others tightened their swords and walked out of the county governor's mansion. They're coming out. Are they going to the Azura sect? Certainly. Now that the county governor's mansion is gone, next up must be the Azura sect. The county governor's mansion has already fallen to Lord Su. Capturing the Azura sect is almost a foregone conclusion. It seems that today, the Azura sect's glory in Jinchi County will come to an end, becoming just dust in history. Back then, war god Jessup nearly destroyed the Azura sect. Today, Jessup's son appears ready to complete his father's unfinished mission. Meanwhile, news had reached the Azura sect about Hector destroying the elite forces of the Ellis's mansion, leaving Elio a blood-soaked mess without a traceable body. The Azura sect was now thoroughly shaken. Dwitry, leave. That little devil Hector is attacking us. Dwitry, it's too late if we don't leave now. Upon receiving the news, everyone from mid-level members to ordinary disciples rushed out of Jinchi County, forgetting to pack their belongings. Their only thought was survival. When the nest falls, how can the eggs remain intact? The elites of both the county governor's mansion and the Ellis's mansion were all killed. This sounded the death knell for them. At this moment, the higher-ups gathered for their final meeting. Sigh, who would have thought that Hector could lead the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect to destroy the Ellis's mansion elite force, which was comparable to a grandmaster? Lamented the Azura sect leader. Leader, you must flee. As long as you escape, there's still hope for our sect. Yes, leader, hurry and escape. It's too late if you don't leave now. Hector has gone mad with killing. Leader. The higher-ups desperately urged the Azura sect leader to flee, their eyes red with urgency. However, the Azura sect leader smiled bitterly, looking at the anxious crowd inside. Jinchi County is the foundation of our sect. Do you want me to abandon our legacy and become a fugitive? Moreover, where could I possibly run? Forget it. Have Rhonda brought here immediately. I'll take her personally to Hector. Only my death can save the rest of you. Hector wants me. No, leader, we can die, but you cannot claim that Hector had destroyed them? If this information hadn't come from the mouth of a sect leader, she wouldn't have believed it. And the fact that the Azura sect leader, known for his arrogance, had lowered his head and intended to send her back, confirmed that this shocking news was very likely true. Hector must have annihilated the elite forces. Rhonda followed the Azura sect leader out. The Azura sect leader immediately summoned all the high-ranking members to join them outside, welcoming Hector, who was already arriving. Look, the Azura sect leader has come out with all the senior members. Is he preparing for a final showdown with Master Su? Is that young lady beside him not the young sect mistress of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect, Hector's fiancée, Fairy Salaxianzi? Chapter 422. The sect master of Azura sect commits suicide. Indeed, it is the young master of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. The sect master of the Azura sect came out with a group of senior members and brought along the young master of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect. Is he planning to use the young master of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect to threaten Sir Su? To make Mr. Su not act rashly? The situation seems ripe for negotiation. If negotiations fail, there might really be bloodshed. Bloodshed? The Azura sect must have already known that the elite force of the Ellis's residence was killed by Hector. If they dare to fight now, their fate will inevitably be annihilation. But then again, with the young master of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect in their hands, Hector likely won't dare to act too recklessly. Everyone felt that the sect master of the Azura sect bringing out a group of high-level members and taking the young master of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect was clearly preparing to use her against Hector. Amidst their discussions, the sect master of the Azura sect finally arrived before Hector. At this moment, Fairy Sala and others also stood before Hector. Both parties immediately converged together. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone felt that the usually domineering sect master of the Azura sect would surely use the young master of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect, Rhonda, as leverage for negotiation. But no one expected what happened next. This old man, Luo Domenico, sect master of the Azura sect, pays respects to Sir Su. Sir Su, this is Miss Rhonda. I have brought her here for you. The usually domineering sect master of the Azura sect suddenly spoke so humbly, shocking everyone into silence. Even the women of the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect who were ready for battle were stunned. What was the sect master of the Azura sect playing at? Only Hector watching Rhonda, fearing that she would say they mistreated her, which would enrage Hector with unimaginable consequences. They knew the fate of the Ellis's elite force and the governor's residence. It was utter devastation. Except for the lack of freedom, everything else was fine, Rhonda replied, moved from within. That's good. As long as you weren't mistreated. As he said this, Hector suddenly turned to the sect master of the Azura sect, his gaze turning sharp. Sect master of the Azura sect, do you acknowledge your crimes? With a thud, the sect master of the Azura sect knelt on the ground, saying, I know I did wrong. Please consider my effort to personally return Miss Florence and spare our tens of thousands of people at the Azura sect. As long as you let us off, we are willing to give you all our wealth. As for me, I am willing to commit suicide to atone for my sins." The sect master of the Azura sect looked sincerely at Hector. Sect master. Hearing this, the senior members of the Azura sect had tears in their eyes. While the Azura sect had become accustomed to dominance in Jinchi County, their sect master had always been caring towards his own people, never mistreating anyone, not even an ordinary member. Hector looked at the members of the Azura sect, then back at their sect master, and after a moment's contemplation, nodded. "Fine, as you wish. You shouldn't have offended Sir Su. In this world, there are no eternal forces. Today, it is the Azura sect. Who knows if tomorrow it won't be another force? Indeed, the heavens are unpredictable, and humans have uncertain fates. How events unfold in the future is beyond prediction." Seeing the end of the sect master of the Azura sect and the fate of the Azura sect, everyone from the various major forces in Jinchi County could only sigh deeply. Such a powerful Azura sect ultimately met such a fate simply because it offended Hector. Alas, it was all about timing and destiny. Chapter 423. Exiting Seclusion, Peak Late Grandmaster Realm. The governor's mansion of Jinchi County was annihilated. Dominic met his end. The elite force of the Ellis's mansion, renowned for being invincible below the Grandmaster level, which had long loomed over the major powers in Jinchi County, was uprooted by Hector alone today, releasing the constraints on Jinchi County. Ultimately, pressured by Hector's might, the Azura sect, one of the four major forces in Jinchi County, dissolved today, with its leader committing suicide to atone for their sins. Hector's deterrent power instantly spread throughout all of Jinchi County. In everyone's mind, Hector had become the strongest person in Jinchi County. And as Hector's ally, the Dwight Dreadflower sect's fame soared due to this battle, gradually assuming an air of being the top power in Jinchi County. After the battle, many people came to full talent and still putting in so much effort, there's no reason why such a person wouldn't become powerful. Meanwhile, Hector and Rhonda sat together. After this period of cultivation and practice, their dual cultivation technique had reached a state of perfection. No sooner had the battle ended than Hector eagerly began dual cultivation with Rhonda. After a day of cultivation, Rhonda's cultivation broke through to the peak mid-grandmaster realm. Her heavenly silkworm body, one of the most potent ancient physiques, allowed her cultivation to progress rapidly. Additionally, the dual cultivation with Hector greatly boosted her progress. As for Hector, the benefits from this round of dual cultivation and combat were immense. He had now stepped into the peak late Grandmaster realm, the 8th layer peak of the Grandmaster realm. Now, he was only a half step away from the 9th layer of the Grandmaster realm. In about 10 days, I should be able to break through to the 9th layer of the Grandmaster realm, Hector murmured to himself. With his current overall strength, if he encountered that elite force of the Ellis's mansion again, he could easily dominate them. Moreover, he believed that he could now compete with some weaker Grandmasters. He couldn't contain his eagerness to challenge a Grandmaster. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no Grandmasters in Jinchi County. If anyone knew what he was thinking right now, they'd be shocked. A mere late Grandmaster daring to consider battling a Grandmaster realm, Hector was undoubtedly the first person in history to entertain such thoughts, while historically there have been extras as soon as possible, without leaving a single one behind. Only then could he rest easy. Our branch of the Daxia Merchant Alliance in Jinchi County does have a Grandmaster. You can go see the Daxia Merchant Alliance. Rhonda said unexpectedly. Daxia Merchant Alliance? Hector was surprised. He knew of the Daxia Merchant Alliance. It was one of the four major forces in Jinchi County. If his memory served right, when the Azura sect tried to deal with him, they paid a huge price to have the Daxia Merchant Alliance stand aside. Although the Daxia Merchant Alliance didn't do anything wrong. After all, if you don't act for your own benefit, heaven will destroy you and earth will bury you. Yet, it left him with some resentment towards them. So, he harbored no good feelings toward the Daxia Merchant Alliance. Right, while you were cultivating earlier, the high-ranking officials of the Daxia Merchant Alliance came to our Dwight Dreadflower sect, wishing to meet you, but the sect master rejected them. If you wish to meet the Daxia Merchant Alliance now, we can arrange it. Rhonda continued. Hector pondered and said, since they've come seeking me, I'll see them, but I'll only meet their leader, no one else. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. Rhonda stood up and was about to leave when Hector pulled her back. What's wrong? Rhonda asked. Hector chuckled, pulling Rhonda into his arms, his right hand skillfully reaching for her slender waist, causing her face to instantly flush. Seeing this, Hector felt a surge of heat, his black eyes instantly burning with passion. Feeling Hector's change, Rhonda's heart raced wildly. Leroy, we just finished? We just finished, but the end of the old is the beginning of the new. My beauty, let's continue. Aren't you eager to fight a Grandmaster? That can wait. So? I'm very eager now. Note asterisk the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible while ensuring natural and fluent English. It retains character names and pinyin for consistency. The tone and style remain consistent with the source material, conveying the character's emotions and the story's progression coherently. Hashtag chapter 424. Che's invitation. After a while of discussion, Rhonda went to arrange the meeting between Hector and the head of the Daxia Business Alliance. You said that young Hector wants to meet me? Yes, sir. Do you plan to meet him? I was planning to meet him in person this time anyway. Since he has requested to see me, I will personally visit the Dwight Dreadflower sect. Oh, and ask the president of the Black Dragon Society to come with me. Yes, sir. Not long after, the president of the Black Dragon Society also arrived. Together with the head of the Daxia Business Alliance, they came to the Dwight Dreadflower sect. Soon, the new scum, you can be considered one of the top-tier powerhouses. I wonder what plans you have for your future. Oh. Hector glanced at the Daxia Business Alliance, immediately sensing that this old man must have come to discuss something important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for his deputy to meet him just half a day ago. I'm still young and inexperienced, and I haven't focused much on things beyond cultivation. Please give me some advice, Hector replied with a smile. Flattery aside, Herb Su is too kind. Che waved his hand, hesitating. With your potential, if you wish to grow stronger quickly and stand at the pinnacle of the northern frontier cultivation world, it would be best to choose a powerful entity as a stepping stone. Such as... Hector narrowed his eyes, realizing this old man indeed came to invite him to join some major force in the northern frontier, just as he suspected. Che continued, have you heard of the Daxia Royal Academy? Yes, Hector nodded. The Daxia Royal Academy is where the royal family cultivates exceptional talents. I've heard that its dean used to be the previous monarch of the Daxia Daltondom. Indeed. It seems you have some understanding of the Daxia Royal Academy, Che said proudly. In the northern frontier, our Daxia Daltondom is one of the 8 strongest kingdoms. Our academy is also among the top forces here. The academy annually produces a multitude of geniuses. For instance, Yi Jian Wan Gu, who once was an insignificant late bloomer compared to a genius like Herb Su, has become a top king under our cultivation system and is now in seclusion, aiming to break through into the Saint realm, than his own efforts. By the way, Leader Rector Xia, I heard that there is a Grandmaster stationed within the Daxia Business Alliance? Hector suddenly asked. Yes, why do you ask about this, Herb Su? Che was taken aback. It was no longer a secret that the Daxia Business Alliance had a Grandmaster stationed in many of its branches across lower and middle tier counties. However, unless it involved the Alliance's interests or security, the Grandmasters generally did not intervene. For example, the elite forces of the Ellis's mansion hanging over the heads of various factions in Jinchizu did not threaten their interests. Hence, the Daxia Commercial Association hadn't interfered in the internal affairs of the Ying Daltondom and other local forces in Jinchizu for years. In short, the Daxia Business Alliance conducted business peacefully in various countries' territories. Although it was listed alongside the other 3 major forces in Jinchizu, everyone knew that the Daxia Business Alliance was the most formidable, thanks to its support from the distant Daxia Daltondom and the presence of this Grandmaster. Hector smiled. Then suddenly his entire body trembled as he released a peak late-stage Grandmaster cultivation aura. Feeling Hector's aura, Che and the president of the Black Dragon Society changed expressions instantly. Phew, Herb Su. You have reached the peak of late-stage Grandmaster? Hashtag Chapter 425, Grandmaster's Fury. In his later period as a master, Hector had single-handedly eradicated the Ellis's elite forces that were hailed as an invincible army below the Grandmaster level, which loomed over the city of Jinchichen. Now, with Hector's cultivation having advanced even further, how much stronger must he have become? The 2 men exchanged glances, each seeing the shock and surprise in the other's eyes. Who could have imagined that Hector would break through to the peak of the late-stage master realm so quickly, within just 1 day after defeating the Ellis's elite forces? Noticing the fleeting shock in their eyes, Hector smiled and nodded. I managed to break through just now. Upon hearing this, Che replied bitterly, Master Su is joking. With your exceptional talent, if you call this luck, others would likely lack even the qualifications to speak of such luck. The Ade marveled. With Master Su's potential, perhaps within half a year, you could break through to the Grandmaster realm. Once you do, given your talent and combat prowess, you will undoubtedly be unbeatable across the entire Wu Dao world of Ying Daltondom. His words came from the heart. Just imagine, when Hector was at the late-stage Master realm, he single-handedly wiped out what was known as an unbeatable force beneath the Grand Meft. Rhonda entered. Beside her stood Addie, a high-ranking member of Solace sect. Hector nodded and laughed. Pretty much. Addie's expression turned serious. Master Su, are you really going to face a Grandmaster? She had been startled upon hearing Hector's intention to challenge a Grandmaster, and promptly came to see him along with Rhonda. Her purpose here was to dissuade Hector from challenging a Grandmaster. Once one reached the Grandmaster realm, their combat power far exceeded that of a Master-level warrior. If Hector were to encounter an accident during the confrontation or lose his edge, it would be detrimental not only to himself but also to the Solace sect. After careful thought, I urge you, Master Su, not to challenge a Grandmaster. A Grandmaster is not someone a late-stage Master can challenge. If you must, I suggest waiting until you reach the peak Master realm. Addie finally expressed her concerns after some deliberation. Then, realizing her words might seem inappropriate, she added, throughout history, no late-stage Master who has challenged a Grandmaster has succeeded. All have failed. And every one of those challengers was a genius among geniuses, no less talented than you, if not more. Hector glanced at Addie, who spoke carefully, and sighed inwardly. Before he annihilated the Ellis's elite forces, Addie had been polite, but not to this degree of reverence. Now, she spoke cautiously, a clear change in status brought about by his significantly increased strength. Even if he wanted to correct this, it was beyond his control, so he let it be. Let's try. What others cannot achieve, I, Hector, may be able to. Hector smiled. Seeing Hector remain steadfast, Addie turned to Rhonda, hoping she would help persuade him. Among the entire Solace sect, only the precious young sect leader before them could make Hector listen. However, Rhonda laughed. Akil Hongxia, let Hector give it a try. If he doesn't, this naughty kid will keep worrying about it, affecting his mood and progress in cultivation. Now, Solace sect and Hector were on the same boat. If there were anyone in the entire Ying Daltondom hoping Hector would grow quickly, it was Solace sect, aside from Hector's father Jessup, Esther, Rhonda, and the group from Jinyang Martial Academy. Well then, Addie smiled bitterly. She knew that if Rhonda said so, Hector would not change his mind regardless of what they said. Now, they could only hope that the Grandmaster of Daxia Merchant Alliance would refuse Hector's request outright. Or perhaps, Hector would maintain a positive mindset after engaging with the Grandmaster, without affecting his cultivation. There were historical examples of bold geniuses failing miserably against Grandmasters and never recovering from it, ultimately impacting their cultivation. Both she and Solace sect feared Hector might follow the same path. Meanwhile, inside the Daxia Merchant Alliance, Hector disagreed during their discussion. How would he handle the aftermath? AI, my head is really hurting. Che shook his head in exasperation. Regardless of the worries, both parties had now communicated. The upcoming martial arts exchange was set in stone. As for the outcome, they would just have to take it one step at a time. But from Halden's attitude towards Hector, the probability leaned heavily towards an unfavorable result. Meanwhile, someone from the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect must have leaked the news. Word spread that Hector was set to discuss martial arts with Grandmaster Halden of the Daxia Merchant Alliance, immediately causing a stir in Jinqi County. Leroy, you hear? Herb Hector is challenging Grandmaster Halden of the Daxia Merchant Alliance. What? Is that true? Isn't Herb Su only at the late Grandmaster realm? Why would he challenge a great Grandmaster? It's true. The news came from the Dwight and Dreadflowers sect and is absolutely reliable. My god, is Herb Su so confident in his abilities after annihilating that elite force below the great Grandmaster realm? To challenge a great Grandmaster with a late Grandmaster realm cultivation, that's sheer arrogance. Throughout history, who has dared to fight a great Grandmaster at a late Grandmaster realm? Even the boldest ones ended up beaten by the great Grandmasters. This is suicidal. Indeed, Herb Su has been nothing short of extraordinary, beating the most elite forces claimed to be the strongest under the great Grandmaster realm, making him a legend in the martial world. Mock a late Grandmaster realm martial artist for retreating before a great Grandmaster. The gap was evident. Even for geniuses, it was insurmountable. But if Hector continued to challenge Halden, not only would he lose face, but he'd likely endure a brutal beating. Though it wouldn't cost Hector his life, it could leave a psychological impact. Meanwhile, Che found Hector again and conveyed Grandmaster Halden's message. Hector smiled. All right, let's set it for tomorrow. I'll visit Senior Halden tomorrow. Seeing Hector agree readily and appear excited, Che's lips twitched. He wanted to advise Hector to reconsider, but hesitated for several breaths, ultimately remaining silent. After all, this was Hector's decision. Leader Rector Xia, did Grandmaster Halden express anger upon learning of my challenge? Seeing Che's hesitant demeanor, Hector suddenly guessed something and smiled. AI, you little monster, reading my slight expressions and deducing so much. You truly are sharp, Che sighed, indirectly confirming it. Senior Halden's anger is understandable. Historically, few dare to challenge a great Grandmaster at my current realm. Anyone would be furious. But, Ya Commercial Guild's Grandmaster. If Hector won, it would be a considerable blow to their guild's prestige. After all, Xia only managed the branch in Ingdalthendom. Outside of Ing, he had competitors who oversaw different branches. The last thing he needed was to be mocked and derided by them. What? Old Xia, you're telling the truth? Herb Su really said that? The president of Black Dragon Society was astounded, questioning if Hector overestimated his own strength. Yes. I've already informed Senior Halden. He is extremely angry and intends to give Hector a harsh beating at tomorrow's exchange. By the way, he asked me to notify all the leaders of Jinqi County's major forces to watch the match. Phew, Senior Halden is quite the senior member after all. By doing this, he plans not to leave any face for this young guy. The Black Dragon president's expression changed drastically, imagining Hector being beaten in front of everyone tomorrow. At that moment, how awkward would Hector be? After all, this young man was highly arrogant. Since defeating the Prime Minister's elite force, his fame grew so loud that even a 3-year-old knew him. Many saw him as a future cornerstone of martial arts practice. If the idol were thoroughly defeated in front of everyone, it would crush many people's beliefs. Well, I must go and notify the other forces. Why do you need to do it yourself as the main manager? Just assign your subordinates? Questioned the Arturo curiously. Che turned back with an uglier-than-cry smile. Senior Halden personally asked for it. Can I refuse? The Arturo, tomorrow, in front of these force leaders, he would show them that what they called mockery was merely wishful thinking. However, while Hector did not mind, Dwight Florence, Addie, even Immortal Sala and her disciples from Dwight and Dreadflowers sect were furious. Damn it, Halden, a senior, should have rejected outright if he disapproved of Hector's challenge. Why invite all Jinqi County leaders to watch? Isn't this ill-intended? Addie clenched her teeth. The other women expressed their outrage similarly. They believed Halden lacked dignity as a grandmaster. Herb Su, don't attend the exchange tomorrow. Even if you don't, people in Jinqi won't laugh at you. Historically, no one of your realm has challenged a grandmaster, Addie suggested angrily yet calmly. Yes, let's not play into his hands. Let's skip it, the women echoed. Hector remained calm, gazing at the indignant women from Dwight and Dreadflowers sect, then asked, what if I defeat Halden tomorrow? What will his reaction be? They'll look stunned, clearly unprepared for such an incredible statement from you. Late Master Realm defeating a grandmaster? How is that possible? Addie responded quickly, laughing bitterly. Herb Su, if what you say comes true, he'll be utterly humiliated. After gathering so many spectators, the one making a fool of himself would be him. Although saying this, deep inside, the women doubted Hector could defeat Grandmaster Halden. The gap in cultivation and strength was simply too vast. Hector sensed their thoughts and made a shocking statement. Actually, if I beat him, it will be his supreme honor. He'll be the first known grandmaster in history to be defeated by a late Master Realm Peak practitioner. He will also become a significant figure in martial history. Hashtag Chapter 428, Pre-Battle Atmosphere. The women were deeply shaken. If what Hector said were true, and Halden became the first great master to be defeated by a late-stage Master Realm practitioner, it would indeed bring him fame and glory, leaving a significant mark in the history of the martial world. But could this reputation really be as glorious as Hector suggested? Moreover, how could a peak late-stage Master Realm cultivation possibly defeat a great master? Thus, what Hector was saying was simply impossible. Of course, Hector was now a core figure in their Dwight and Dreadflowers sect and one of their most important pillars for future development. They couldn't afford to dampen his confidence at this critical juncture. Then let's see how it goes tomorrow, Fairy Sala remarked. At this point, Hector clearly intended to go all the way with this plan. Given that, they could only offer their full support. As for the outcome tomorrow, they could come. Now, he has single-handedly shaken the proverbial sword hanging over our Jinqi County. Who dares to ignore Hector's strength, potential, and exceptional combat prowess? Yes, Hector is truly a legendary figure among the new generation in our Daltondom, not inferior to his father Jessup. Jessup was indeed impressive, but due to unforeseen circumstances back then, his cultivation has lagged behind many other geniuses of that time. Some of them have ventured beyond our Daltondom into even more expansive territories to cultivate. If we must compare, perhaps we should set Hector against Jalen, the youngest martial legend in our Daltondom's history. Indeed, Jalen reached the holy venerable realm at the age of 20, an incredible feat. Just like Hector, he gradually rose to prominence within our Daltondom, achieving remarkable accomplishments. I see another Jalen in Hector. Hector's potential is indeed terrifying, unmatched in history, comparable to the martial legend Jalen. It remains to be seen if he can create even greater achievements this time. This time, it's definitely not possible. After all, he's facing a great master. If Hector had advanced further to the peak master realm, he might stand a chance against Halden. Indeed, compared to Halden, Hector still falls short. Defeating a great master. President Xia, chairman of the Black Dragon Society. Where's Great Master Halden? A prominent figure from Jinchi County approached, looking around curiously but not seeing Halden anywhere. Everyone on the square fell silent, their eyes filled with curiosity as they watched Che. Seeing everyone's focused gazes, Che smiled bitterly. Great Master Halden has some personal matters to handle and will arrive a bit later. Personal matters? Everyone frowned, exchanged glances, and nodded understandingly. Probably not. It was just an excuse to avoid showing up too early. They understood. After all, great masters often had their own temperaments. Everyone saw through it, but remained tactful. Haha, what an impressive turnout just as I took office. This is truly exhilarating. At this moment, a hearty laugh echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. Immediately, everyone's expressions changed. This person's internal energy was so profound that despite the crowd of over 100,000 people creating a tremendous noise, it was suppressed by his energy. Moreover, they felt their internal energy completely immobilized, as if pressed down by a massive mountain. A great master. Only a great master could use sound alone to immobilize their internal energy. Chapter 429. The Great Master Beaten by Jessup. Everyone turned their gaze toward the newcomer. It was an elderly man in gray robes, seemingly around 80 years old, yet his complexion was remarkably good. As he walked, a powerful aura naturally emanated from him. Following behind him were countless men clad in golden armor. Hiss, isn't this the newly appointed county magistrate, Bellamy? Back then, he served as our Jinchi County's magistrate before being transferred away. He was only a half-step great master back then, but now he's actually a full great master? This old guy has actually reached the great master realm? The court has dispatched a great master to oversee us here. Will we be oppressed again in Jinchi County? Great masters, even one of them, are top-tier figures in Daltondom. To have one willingly serve as a county magistrate, Bellamy is associated with the Empress and the Peter. There must be another intention behind his appointment here. I've heard that Herb Sue is very close to the Driscoll and has had some unpleasant encounters with the Peter. After seeing the arrival, many people, besides being shocked, also began spreading various rumors among themselves. Greetings, Your Excellency. Che and the Black Dragon Society president quickly approached and greeted respectfully with clasped hands. If it were the previous Bellamy, they could still interact on an equal footing. But the current Bellamy was now a great master. A great master, regardless of where they are, always commands respect far beyond those beneath their realm. Hee, Brother Xia, President Black Che and the Black Dragon Society president's expressions to become grave. They felt a thread of killing intent within Bellamy's aura. This old man used to be humble when serving as Jinchi County's magistrate, always presenting a friendly demeanor. Now, as a great master, he became increasingly domineering. Quick look, Herb Hector has arrived. At that moment, the crowd stirred, and someone shouted. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of people in the square turned to look outside. They saw Hector leading the way, wearing black robes and carrying a sword at his waist, walking with an imposing presence. By his side were Rhonda, the sect leader of Sala sect, and her entourage of women. There were over 100 people, each an elite of the Sala sect. Phew, Herb Sue really came. Seeing his bearing, he seems entirely undaunted by the upcoming challenge against a great master. His mental fortitude is remarkable. That's natural. Herb Sue has been invincible throughout his journey. Though every battle has been thrilling, he always turns the tide and emerges victorious. His growth is no less impressive than legends like Jessup or Martial Myth Jalen. Such legendary figures have long cultivated resilience and composure. Hector's appearance instantly heightened the tension in the square. Even the newly appointed county magistrate Bellamy narrowed his eyes, his dim, murky eyes flashing with cold, menacing light, harboring the background to those nearby. Instantly, this spread, causing a huge uproar in the square. It seems this old man has transferred his hatred from 15 years ago, when he was beaten by Jessup, to Hector. That's why he's so agitated. You're right. Leroy, you notice how Hector raised his fist and waved it? It was clearly directed at Bellamy. Phew, Hector just offended Halden, a great master of the Daxia Merchant Alliance. Now he's going to clash with the new county magistrate Bellamy. Hector certainly isn't afraid of trouble. What courage it takes to offend two great masters simultaneously. Chapter 430. Leroy's regarding the law. So what? The atmosphere in the entire Daxia Square was heavy now. Everyone sensed the rising tension between Hector and Magnus, worrying for Hector as he had just offended one grandmaster. And was this another offense to come? Hector, you have great audacity. Do you know what you've done? A thunderous roar erupted from Magnus, shocking the crowd. Daxia Square instantly fell silent. No one dared to utter a single word. Grandmaster Magnus' anger flared, scolding Hector directly. Even Che, who was hosting Magnus, and the Ade appeared uneasy. Originally, today's martial arts exchange should center on Grandmaster Halden and Hector. But now, Before Halden arrived, the new governor Magnus seemed about to clash with Hector. How would they handle it if it escalated? Seeing the situation turning sour, Che hurriedly said, Lord Magnus. Mr. Xia, don't interfere. I must resolve this matter between Hector and the court. Che's words were abruptly cut off by Magnus, causing an intense embarrassment for him. It was like being humiliated in front of everyone. Haha, Magnus, is it? Let's see what the court has against me. Hector sneered. Despite facing a grandmaster's accusation, he remained calm and composed, drawing admiration from many present. A man of such demeanor, no wonder he dared challenge Grandmaster Halden. The court has just pardoned you, yet you dare to kill the former governor Elio. You show complete disregard for the law. Are you aware of your crime? Magnus stood up, his aura spreading, overwhelming those around him, making them pale, retreating, and sweating profusely. Hector chuckled sarcastically. Elio tried to kill me. I merely defended myself. If self-defense means disregarding the law, then what kind of law deserves respect? It should be abolished. Rip. Abolish it? Hector's words were shockingly bold. The entire Daxia Square was stunned by his declaration. Haha, abolish it? You openly defy our Ingdalthendom's laws. Today, I will act on behalf of the court to deal with this insolent sinner who disregards the law. As he spoke, Magnus stepped forward toward Hector, his aura radiating outwards. Everyone around instinctively backed away, feeling like a mountain was pressing down on them. Rip. Master Su may be in danger this time. Magnus seems intent on killing. This old man was beaten almost to death by Jessup years ago. Now seeing Jessup's son here, he's bound to find trouble. This isn't just any minor issue. He's accusing Master Su of disregarding the law, a serious charge indeed. Many people were shocked. Clank. Meanwhile, the women from the Dwight and Flowers sect accompanying Hector drew their swords, prepared for battle despite the intimidating presence of a grandmaster. Hector waved a hand. Put away your weapons. Numbers mean nothing against a grandmaster. What should we do now, Master Su? Addie, drenched in sweat, felt her hands tremble from the oppressive pressure of Magnus approaching. He wants to talk about the law? Today, I'll tell him what the law is. What does that mean? The women were puzzled by Hector's cryptic statement, but suddenly seemed to understand something. Suddenly, Hector took a step forward, instantly leaving his spot, reappearing in front of Magnus. Gripping his right hand, he compressed the air, making it burst under his fingers. In full view, Master, who in history has achieved this? Never before, but now it happens, creating a new legend. Incredible, truly incredible. Master Su's physical strength rivals a grandmaster's. Is Master Su possibly the first ever late-stage peak master in history? This astounding result electrified Daxia Square, leaving everyone in awe and celebration. They witnessed history being made. Chapter 431. My fist is the law. Can young Master Su really engage with a great master? The women of the Dwight and Flowers sect, witnessing this scene, were stunned. Their mouths agape as if their jaws would drop to the ground. After Hector announced his intention to fight with Halden, the great master, they all worried about him and even advised him to give up on the dance exchange because Halden had declared he intended to teach Hector a lesson. Unfortunately, Hector insisted on coming, leaving them no choice but to brace themselves for his potential crushing defeat. However, despite Halden's irritation, his relationship with Jessup was still somewhat amicable. Castor, on the other hand, was almost a sworn enemy of Jessup. If any conflict arose with Hector, Castor would certainly show no mercy. But to everyone's surprise, in what should have been an merciless first move from Castor, it merely ended in a match between equals with young Master Su. This outcome completely caught them off guard. In addition to the shock, the women were instantly filled with excitement. Young Master Su is incredible. Having such a son-in-law for our Dwight and Flowers sect would be a great blessing, Addie exclaimed, her body trembling with excitement. The other women nodded vigorously, equally thrilled. With a monster like Hector as a son-in-law, how could they worry about their sect not thriving? Why is this happening? Castor looked equally astonished. Castor, is that all you've got? Hector withdrew his hand and sneered. If that's your best, don't even mention law in front of me. True law depends on the fist, and your frail fists can't enforce it before my eyes. Too powerful. Young Master Su saying that only the fist rules. It's audacious, but somehow, I feel a surge of passion throughout my body. Young people these days, fearless and bold. Such words would be considered disrespectful if they reached the ears of high officials. So what? Young Master Su is like his father, already disregarding the law long ago. In their world, they only believe in their own fists. That makes sense. For years in Jinchi County, there's no real law. Whoever has the stronger fist enforces the law. Many residents of Jinchi County agreed with Hector's words. Settle your feud. Sigh, it's Halden, the great master. He's here. The moment the voice rang out, everyone noticed a trend approaching. Keen-eyed leaders of major factions immediately recognized him and gasped aloud. In recent years, everyone knew that the Daxia Trade Alliance housed a martial great master, but few had seen him. He's Halden, the great master? Why does his aura seem even stronger than Lord Castor's? Of course, it's rumored that Master Halden has been a great master for 10 years, while Castor just recently entered that realm. The difference is understandable. Upon seeing Halden speak, Castor's gaze sharpened. Feeling the oppressive power from Halden, he could not help but huff and withdraw his aura. Ah, Brother Wu, since you wish to handle Hector first, be it. But please don't kill him. I want to take care of his head myself. Ha, although I find this Fred very annoying, I haven't thought of killing him. I'm here just to see why he dares challenge me. Halden cast a disdainful glance at Castor, who had always annoyed him. Turning to Hector, Halden remarked, "You look much like your father. Back then, when he faced me, we discussed martial arts together. He was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, while you were still in the late stage yet claimed to discuss martial insights with me. Isn't that arrogance? Or do you think you surpass your father?" His current strength could certainly shake a Grandmaster, though the extent remained uncertain. Only a fight would reveal it. As they said, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Enough chatter, come on, Halden sneered, extremely confident in his own power. As someone who had been a grandmaster for nearly 20 years, losing to a mere late-stage master wouldn't leave him any face left to show. Sigh, since Senior Halden is so gracious, this junior will not hesitate. Hector sighed. Then suddenly his eyes sharpened like knives, staring intensely at Halden. In that moment, a powerful sonic boom rang out next to Halden as Hector's fist came crashing down like lightning. Thud. Without thinking, Halden raised his right arm to block. Before teaching Hector a lesson, he wanted to gauge the strength of this insolent youth. However, when Hector's fist struck his arm, his grim face instantly revealed a look of deep pain. Crunch. Hector's fist was like a golden bell, full of terrifying explosive power. The single punch was more than his arm could withstand, forcing him to immediately channel his true chi. Still, he was pushed back several steps by Hector's attack. Whistle, Grandmaster Halden has been sent flying by Herb Su? The crowd gasped in shock. The visual impact of Hector's punch was even more explosive than their earlier exchange. Ah! Even Magnus squinted, a trace of seriousness crossing his face. Meanwhile, Hector quickly closed in on the flying Halden, delivering another even more powerful punch. Senior Halden, still just one hand? Halden's heart grew heavy. Judging from the raw power of that punch, Hector indeed possessed the physical strength of a grandmaster. No wonder he dared challenge him. However, brute force alone wasn't enough to earn the right to exchange martial insights. Boy, I admit I underestimated you before, but you aren't yet capable of making me use both hands. Let me show you what a grandmaster truly is. Rumble. In an instant, Halden halted his retreat, clenching his fists. The power of a grandmaster condensed into his right hand, shimmering with brilliance. The sheer force dwarfed his previous efforts, causing the ground around him to crumble, and a series of sonic booms echoed through the air. This was the power of a grandmaster. Even Hector became serious now, forming seals with his hands and mustering all his secret energies. Instantly, he cast the first and second true intent diagrams of the Imperial technique. Boom. The two true intent diagrams coalesced on Hector's fist, and as the punches met, radiant light radiated outward from Hector and Halden. So, Hector was even more terrifying than they thought. But was this possible? After all, repelling a grandmaster twice as a late-stage master was already unprecedented. If Hector hadn't used his full power, how fearsome could he be? It was truly frightening to contemplate. Hashtag chapter 433. A myth is born, an unimaginable outcome. Leroy, you not use your full strength either, senior? Hector smiled. This simple counter-question instantly made the entire venue erupt in chaos. Phew, my god. Herb Su really didn't use his full strength. This guy is truly an unprecedented monster. You're right. Still only at the late Grandmaster realm, he could force back Halden, the Grandmaster twice without exerting himself fully. If he went all out, he could absolutely battle Halden to his full potential. Who in history has ever been able to match what Herb Su has done? No one, right? As far as I know, there has indeed never been anyone at Herb Su's realm who could manage to force back a Grandmaster twice, and without using their full strength at that. For some reason, I'm getting very excited now. I have this strong feeling that I am about to witness the rebirth of a myth. I feel the same way. I sincerely hope Herb Su can break new records again. The entire venue was in an uproar. Even the many women from the Dwight Flowers sect, who had previously been worried about Hector, were now secretly astounded, and they also wore looks of anticipation on their faces. If Hector could defeat Halden, the Grandmaster in front of all major forces in Golden Pond County, no, even if he couldn't defeat him, just being able to contend with him would be unprecedented. It would bring glory to their Dwight Flowers sect too. Herb Su, Addie, and the other women looked at Hector with eyes sparkling brilliantly. At this moment, it was as if they saw the Jessup of old, sweeping through Golden Pond County. This was another godlike man, not inferior to his father, perhaps even more monstrous. Upon hearing these words, Halden's expression became even graver. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, then next, this old man will use his full strength. Su Fred, watch closely. This is the true power of a grandmaster." Whoosh. The moment he finished speaking, Hector felt the air around him fluctuate like water, rapidly converging towards Halden's palm. In an instant, Hector saw a transparent force condensing in Halden's palm. This force carried an extremely terrifying destructive power, similar to the spirit explosion formed after compressing a domain. It also bore an incredibly fearsome explosive force. It seemed that his palm held a small energy field capable of destroying everything. Hector immediately became solemn, his heart pounding in excitement. This old man Halden was finally going to give it his all. Since Senior Halden has said so, I dare not hold back any longer either. Next, Senior Halden should try taking a punch from me. Hector's body trembled as secret power continuously condensed in his right arm, filling it with explosive force. At this moment, he pushed the 5 Viscera 6 Fu technique to its limit, channeling all his secret power into his right hand. Then, he executed the Jeffries decree. The first true intent diagram, the second true intent diagram, the third true intent diagram. After the first true intent diagram appeared, everyone felt Hector's power increase by more than double instantly. When the second true intent diagram emerged, Hector grew even stronger. With the third true intent diagram, Hector's power reached a new height. His right palm spread open, and visible cracks radiated outwards for dozens of meters, the ground cracking and the air crackling under the 3 true intent diagrams. No wonder you dared to challenge this old man. You are much stronger than I heard. Come, let us fight. This old man wants to see if your peak late Grandmaster realm cultivation can truly contend with me. Though Hector projected a strong aura, just how powerful he was could only be truly gauged upon direct contact. Boom. The next moment, Halden attacked, pressing forward with a single palm. Everyone's hearts raced as they watched. They saw that within 1,000 meters in front of Halden, the air seemed torn apart, forming countless void cracks. And Hector was amidst these countless cracks, about to be torn apart too. This was the power of a grandmaster. Compared to a grandmaster realm martial artist, it was several times stronger, already capable of affecting the movement of air within 1,000 meters, and even compressing it to form a powerful suppression force tens of times greater than that of a grandmaster realm martial artist. Hector felt this formidable suppression force. The surrounding air felt like walls blocking his path, and the air seemed torn. If he couldn't withstand it, his body might be crushed or torn apart by Halden. Grandmasters were indeed very strong. Compared to grandmasters, they had undergone a qualitative change. No wonder, throughout history, no one had ever faced off against a grandmaster at the peak late grandmaster realm. But he, Hector, was about to become that exception. Senior Halden, I must defend. At this moment, Hector bellowed, pushing his body strength to its ultimate limit. His physical power, bursting forth, reached the strongest state in history. In this state, he successively unleashed the 3 true intent diagrams, powerful enough to shatter the heavens. In front of tens of thousands of eyes, it directly faced the grandmaster, the birth of a myth. Chapter 434, the new generation of martial myth. The entire venue was thrown into an uproar. Everyone present was dumbstruck by what they had just witnessed. Although Hector had managed to block Halden's attacks during the previous 2 encounters, even forcing the grandmaster to retreat, there were conditions under which this had happened. The condition was that Grandmaster Halden hadn't used his full strength. But now, the situation was different. Under a full-on assault, Grandmaster Halden still failed to defeat Hector and could only match him evenly. This outcome already exceeded the boundaries of Ingdaltendom's historical records. It completely overturned the highest achievements in Ingdaltendom's history. In other words, Hector had created a myth. Someone sighed, they say Harrell is our Ingdaltendom's martial myth. In my opinion, it won't take long for Herb Su to surpass his myth and become the new generation's martial myth. Indeed, what Harrell did back then was astonishing, but every achievement had precedents set by predecessors. He stood atop the pinnacle of our kingdom's martial arts history, as one of many. But Herb Su is different. He's creating an unprecedented myth, once again setting a new peak. He's a creator. Another person remarked with awe. Herb Su, he actually did it. Only now did the women of the Dwight-and-Dread Flowers sect realize just how terrifying Hector truly was, far more shocking and extraordinary than what they had previously understood. Hector approached. Magnus' expression darkened. Hector, don't think that because you matched Halden, you can show off in front of me. You're still far from it. Are you or not? Just try my punch, and you'll know. As he spoke, Hector's speed increased rapidly. In an instant, he had forced Magnus back. Leaping up, he raised his arm and struck out with a powerful fist toward Magnus. Boom. At this moment, Hector no longer held back, unleashing 4 true intentions in rapid succession. His full combat power, twice as strong as when he fought Halden. Instantly, feeling this power, a sense of unprecedented gravity swept across Halden's face. Leroy, this kid not use his full strength when fighting me? Meanwhile, Magnus felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. At close range, he deeply realized the sheer terror hidden within the body of this 17-year-old youth, still at the peak late-stage master realm. Under this force, even he, a grandmaster, involuntarily felt his heart race and an immense threat. He realized that if he didn't go all out, he wouldn't stand a chance against this punch. Failing to block, it would mean severe injury at the least. Zoltantal brat, today, I will make you taste the consequences of offending me. Rumbling. Instantly, Magnus clenched his fingers, drawing a massive amount of air into his palm, unleashing his grand's achievements pale in comparison to Herb Su. But we can't discount Harrell either. Before Herb Su, every record Harrell left required the highest achievements of predecessors to rival, and they were undoubtedly mythical. It's just that the emergence of a never-before-seen monster like Hector overshadowed them. Back then, Jessup was already a prodigy. If not for an unexpected incident, our kingdom's martial myth might not have belonged to Harrell. Now, our Ingdaltendom will have a new generation of martial myths, even more astonishing than Harrell's. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural and fluent English. The storyline and logic are coherent with the previous content, providing a faithful rendition of the Chinese text. Chapter 435. What does a Diana amount to? The cries of shock and gasps were like thunder reverberating over the great Xia Square, spiraling into the sky. This was an instinctive emotional outburst that couldn't be controlled. Even if they knew they stood before a grandmaster, their immediate reactions spilled forth uncontrollably, and the women of the Dwight-and-Dread Flowers sect were similarly stunned by what they had just witnessed. In their view, families of the Daltondom of Ing, a force even the Ellis's office had to respect. Leroy, you come to Jinchi County to target me on the Diana's orders? Hector paused, furrowing his brows. Hearing this, everyone in Jinchi County held their breath. The Diana was an extremely powerful woman within the kingdom, not only a grandmaster herself but backed by one of the 10 strongest clans, the Braden family. If Herb Su faced her enmity, the pressure he would endure was unimaginable. Already known were Hector's deadly feuds with the Gideon clan and the Ellis's office. Adding the Diana made things even worse. What do you think? Seeing Hector stop, Becker's arrogance resurfaced. He assumed Hector must fear the Diana, emboldening him further. If it is the Diana, tell her she'd better not provoke me. If she does, she'll regret it. Hector's eyes narrowed, a chilling killing intent rising from him. He had already guessed the reason for her actions. It was likely due to the Peter. Hector, you dare to speak to Her Majesty like that? Boom. Before Becker could finish, Hector was already upon him, a punch sending him flying backward mid-sentence. In this world, there's nothing Hector, don't dare to martial journey. Hector also shared his understanding, though limited to pre-master level, offering valuable insights to Fitz. Deep into the night, the discussion concluded, and Hector bid farewell. Once he left, Che entered. Senior Fitz, did Herb Sue agree? Fitz sighed, looking at Che. This youth has clear goals and determination. It's nearly impossible to sway someone like him with mere words. Indeed, Herb Sue is extraordinary, Che echoed. The Great Xiao Royal Academy competes fiercely with other institutions. If Hector goes elsewhere, it would increase our pressure greatly. The Academy's senior leadership has ordered us to do everything possible to get him to join our ranks. You mean? Fitz's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed on Che. You're talking about the Jeffrey? Note asterisk in this translation. Character names like Hector, Fitz, Becker, Che are kept in pinyin as per the original text. Chapter 436, Farewell, heading to the capital again. It's not His Majesty but Joa. But you also know that what Joa says, His Majesty usually adopts. So this time, we need to find a way to get Mr. Sue on our side, Che said in a grave tone. Halden hesitated and said, Hector is about to head to the capital. Once he goes to the capital of Ingdaltendom, he will surely encounter danger. When that happens, we just need to... After returning, Hector stayed at Sala sect for 3 days before bidding farewell to Fairy Sala. Hector, are you going to the capital? Addie asked. Yes, to the capital. My father and Zoltanger agreed that after the affairs in Jinshi County are settled, I would meet them there, Hector replied. Hector, you must be extremely careful once you get there. Your enemies are all top-tier families in the capital. I've received word that they plan to challenge you and your father at the Jeffrey's 40th birthday, Fairy Sala suddenly added. Hector smiled, let water come, and I will build a dam. Let soldiers come, and I will fight them off. Whatever scheme they devise, I'll teach them a good lesson with my fists. As he spoke, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from Hector, much stronger than when he fought Halden 3 days ago. It was evident he was nearing a breakthrough to the peak late-stage Master Realm. Whoa, Mr. Sue, are you about to break through? Feeling the aura emanating from Hector, Addie and others were astonished. They remembered correctly that Hector had only reached peak late-stage Master Realm a week ago. Now, another breakthrough was imminent. Moreover, they thought about one thing. Hector could defeat Grandmaster Bellamy at peak late-stage Master Realm. Wouldn't he be able to crush Bellamy effortlessly once he broke through? Meeting their surprised gazes, Hector smiled and nodded. It's imminent, within the next 2 days. Once I break through, very few in the entire capital will be able to stop me. At this moment, Fairy Sala frowned. There are too many experts in the capital, especially your enemies, who are among the strongest in Ingdaltendom. Even if you break through, you'll still face enormous danger unless you reach the Grandmaster Realm. Hector nodded, knowing she was right. In Ingdaltendom's capital, Master Realm warriors did not count as high-level experts. Among the 10 powerful families, there were numerous Grandmasters. For instance, the Gideon clan had reportedly 10 Grandmasters. Their patriarch had been at the peak of the second heaven of Grandmaster for 20 years and was considered a prodigy among geniuses with formidable combat prowess. The Ellis of the Prime Minister's mansion had reached the peak of the second heaven of Grandmaster 10 years ago, during the same period as Hector's father. His talent exceeded that of the Gideon clan's patriarch. No one knew if he had already advanced to the third heaven or remained in seclusion for a decade. He was a mysterious and formidable figure, whom even Jeffrey Eris treated with respect. Additionally, behind the fourth prince stood the queen, another peak second heaven Grandmaster with combat strength on par with the Ellis. She was backed by one of the 10 powerful clans, the Braden family, which boasted 9 Grandmasters, 3 of whom were at the second heaven level. Their leader, Braden Mingyang, had reached the peak of the second heaven. He hadn't appeared in public for 8 years, his face flushed red like a ripe apple, inviting a bite. But soon, worry reappeared on her face. Florence, relax. Hector is cunning like his father. He won't easily fall into danger. Fairy Sala patted Rhonda's shoulder reassuringly. Chapter 437, Storm in the Royal City. The moment Hector left Jinshi County, news from the county governor's residence was swiftly transmitted to the royal city with lightning speed. It had been 4 days since Hector's battle with Halden. His achievements in Jinshi County had already reached the ears of the 10 powerful clans in the royal city. At the Ellis's mansion, good Fred. He actually managed to defeat a Grandmaster at the peak of the Master Realm. This child surpasses his father Jessup from back then. We absolutely can't let him live any longer, said Ellis Clayton, emitting a murderous aura. Hector's combat strength and potential frightened him. If Hector continued to grow, within less than a year, even he wouldn't be able to suppress him. Has there been any news from the Vernon sect? The Chancellor looked at a gray-clothed Kyler beside him. The gray-clothed Kyler replied, the Vernon sect has sent word. This time, it will be the eldest disciples of the Dayon and Barth, Yates. Yates will arrive in the royal city in 3 days to attend the Emperor's birthday banquet. It's actually Yates? Excellent. As long as he comes, Jessup and Hector are as good as dead. A hint of deep apprehension. Fabio was also slightly taken aback, his face showing deep wariness. He knew that soul devouring could silently kill someone, and even a Grandmaster could only flee. If this was true, it was indeed troublesome. Elwyn, don't worry. Someone from the Ellis's mansion has invited Yates from the Vernon sect to kill Jessup and Hector during the Emperor's birthday, the clan leader added. The Vernon sect? That's a double-edged sword. If not handled properly, our Ingdaltendom could face catastrophic destruction. Fabio frowned. The Vernon sect was a common enemy of the northern frontier martial world. Everyone who encountered them would attempt to eliminate them. These past years, they had been suppressed by righteous forces, forced into hiding. If their connection with the Vernon sect were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Blood would flow. The righteous forces tolerated no evil. Noticing his ancestors' concern, the Gideon clan leader added, don't worry too much. Our kingdom is geographically distant from the northern frontier, where superpowers are busy with internal strife. They won't bother with us. Fabio nodded. True. Without the emergence of Jeffrey Jalen a few years ago, those higher-ups might not have known about our little pond in the northern frontier. Still, caution is best. Yes. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the palace, a woman around 33 sat majestically in high place, wearing a phoenix crown. She was Queen Braden E, second only to the Emperor in Ingdalthendom. Before her stood a Avram slowly reporting on he spread throughout the distant royal city, causing a great stir. Along with the news came reports of his achievements in Jinchi County. Sigh. Is it true that Hector defeated Gideon Katua with only peak late-stage Master Realm? Yes, the entire city is talking about that battle. It's almost confirmed. With enemies like the Ellis's mansion and the Gideon clan, he'll surely be targeted in the capital. I heard that Fabio has emerged from seclusion, specifically to deal with Hector and Jessup. Hector hadn't arrived yet, but news about him was spreading wildly throughout the royal city. Chapter 438, Battle at the City Gates. Although the state of Ing is located in the remote northern frontier, almost ignored by the big shots in the northern cultivation world, its territory is quite vast, covering over 30 million square meters. Jinchi County is on the border of Ing, while the capital is centrally located, making the distance between them more than 10,000 miles. Even for Hector, it would take several days to reach the capital. Therefore, he traveled continuously, stopping only for a few hours at night to rest before continuing his journey. 3 days later, Hector finally arrived at the capital city. The last time he came here, Hector was at the mid-master realm. That was just a month ago. But during this journey, he had advanced to the peak master realm. Moreover, his achievements in Jinchi County have already caught the attention of all major forces. At this moment, Hector is a well-known figure in the capital, drawn by a young man in golden armor. The young man's gaze was sharp like a blade, radiating immense power. Even Hector felt an intimidating aura from him. The Peter, however, wore a gentle smile, appearing as unpretentious as the first time they met. Haha, Brother Su, it's been a while. I heard you defeated Gideon Katua in Jinchi County and engaged Halden of the Daxia Alliance in discourse. Quite impressive, especially considering your mid-master realm when we first met. The Peter smiled as he walked forward. His presence drew considerable attention, leading many to speculate about his intentions at the city gate. Some factions were aware of Hector's close relationship with the Driscoll Carissa. The appearance of Israel alongside the Peter did not bode well. Does your highness, the Peter, need anything? Hector asked. Haha, nothing much, just wanted to visit you, Brother Su. Also, I'd like to invite you to my mansion to discuss the current situation in the capital. What do you think? The Peter squinted and smiled. Brother Su, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At that moment, the Driscoll Carissa arrived, accompanied by a Trent, a Maverick, Gil, and others. Fourth brother is here too, the Driscoll remarked, turning to look at the Peter. However, the Peter ignored him and continued staring at Hector. Although Hector's combat strength could rival a Grandmaster, he still lagged significantly behind Israel. However, Hector's demonstrated strength far exceeded his previous understanding. Clearly, Hector had grown immensely powerful during his journey. This Fred cannot be allowed to live any longer. The Peter's eyes glinted with murderous intent. No wonder you're so arrogant, brat. Israel narrowed his eyes, unsheathing the bronze sword from his waist. His aura grew deeper. Today, I will spill your blood. In an instant, Israel vanished, reappearing with his bronze sword cutting through the air, producing explosive sounds. It stopped right before Hector's forehead. Everyone gasped. Was he going to pierce Hector's skull? The Driscoll and others' faces instantly changed. They knew Israel wasn't just a recent Grandmaster. His combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary First Heaven Grandmasters. Clang. Just as everyone held their breaths, Hector sheathed his sword, blocking Israel's attack in an instant. The heavy sound of metal clashing reverberated through the city gates, shaking the ground and creating deep cracks. Hashtag chapter 439. Hilaroid not give his all. Hiss. He blocked it again. Upon seeing this, everyone outside the capital city couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Israel's reputation in the nearby covered their ears, feeling their heads buzz and their vision blur under the impact of these sounds. They started experiencing illusions as if the sky was filled with bronze swords, densely packed, impossible to evade. An overwhelming sense of suffocation immediately spread among the crowd, causing them to tremble all over. Hector also felt the pressure but remained calm. He instantly opened his firmament and, with a shudder of his body, secret power flowed out, isolating the sounds of the sword outside his body. The noise disappeared abruptly. Simultaneously, under the gaze of his firmament eye, the surrounding sword auras vanished. In his field of vision, only one sword appeared like a meteor from the sky, plunging straight towards his chest. Clang. In an instant, Hector's figure flickered, narrowly avoiding Israel's decisive strike. As soon as he dodged, a sonic boom sounded behind him. At the same time, Hector grabbed Israel's hand. You actually avoided it? Israel was greatly startled. It was the first time he had seen a Master Realm martial artist dodge his deadly blow. A sword from the west. Without any time to think, Hector pulled Israel's left arm, flung him with great force, causing him to lose control of his body. With a powerful thrust, he was sent flying towards the city gates. Quickly get out of the way. Damn, Hector is a real monster. On the third move, he not only deflected Israel's sword from the west, but also threw such a Grandmaster away. What kind of reaction speed and physical strength does he possess? The entire crowd was astonished. From the start of their exchange, Hector had taken absolute control, leaving everyone in awe. Many people in the capital were witnessing Hector's prowess for the first time. His combat strength exceeded even the rumors. Brother Su's strength has improved so much? Evan, Carissa, was stunned. Just a moment ago, he had been extremely worried about Hector. Now, seeing Hector overpower Israel, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he marveled at Hector's incredible progress, truly astonishing. Boom. However, just when everyone thought Israel would suffer a serious injury, golden light surged from within his golden armor, slowing his descent several times over. As he landed, the ground caved in due to the force, while Israel stabilized himself using the shockwave. Hiss. This Israel's armor can instantly stabilize his falling momentum. What kind of armor is this? Many people were surprised. Israel landed on his feet, glaring at Hector through gritted teeth. Boy, I underestimated you. One more round and this time, Israel, will definitely take you down. You're no match. Why don't you and Kian join forces? Hector shook his head and looked at Carissa entered the city together. Once inside the city, Your Highness, why didn't you let me fight? Israel said resentfully. The Emperor's birthday is coming soon. Continuing this would upset Father, Kian replied. Looking at the angry Israel, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him. There's no need to rush. Highness, give me 3 more breaths, and I could have killed him. You know I haven't given my all yet. Israel still felt unsatisfied. If only he had gone all out from the start, he could have eliminated Hector easily. Kian looked at Israel and shook his head. Even if you did, it wouldn't guarantee you could kill him. Highness, with my skills, if I used all my means, killing a mere Master Realm warrior should be effortless, Israel said dismissively, clearly not taking Hector seriously. Even though Hector's earlier performance had surprised him somewhat, it wasn't enough to make him believe he couldn't kill him. Kian stopped in his tracks and said sternly, he hasn't given his all either. Chapter 440, Half-Step Grandmaster Jessup. How is this possible? Israel was incredulous. Though he hadn't exerted his full strength just now, he was a genuine Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Even if he only used 70% of his power, it would still be beyond what an ordinary master could contend with. Your Highness, are you sure about this? No matter how hard he tried, Israel found it difficult to believe. Kian glanced at the stunned Israel and said, from their perspective, you are the one in danger this time. Since you entered the capital, you have been under their surveillance. According to the intelligence I've gathered, they might use the occasion of His Majesty's birthday celebration, which includes martial arts exchanges among the younger generation, to make a move against you. Exchange? Perhaps we should call it exchanging ways on how to die, Hector replied. His aura filled with murderous intent. Evan, Carissa, the Anton, the Maverick, Gil, and others deeply felt Hector's killing intent. They had known Hector for only 3 to 4 months. Back then, Hector was merely at the peak of the spirit martial realm. Meeting him again in the capital city, he had already advanced to the peak of the master realm and even defeated a grandmaster. Such a terrifying growth rate indeed gave him the qualification to look down upon the current generation of martial artists in the Ying Daltondom. Even the older generation of grandmasters regarded him with caution, believing that within another year or two, he might stand at the pinnacle of the Ying Daltondom's martial world. Soon after, Hector arrived at Evan's mansion. He met his father, Jessup, and Esther. Yorker, you've finally come. Your father has been waiting for you for a long time. I've heard about your achievements in Jinshi County. It's impressive. From now on, you can fight alongside me. Jessup looked at his son with satisfaction. Father, I have already fought alongside you before your other forces anymore. Shaoli, what about you? Hector then turned to Esther, his gaze piercing. Sensing the fiery intensity in Hector's eyes, Esther smiled. Since you've reached the peak of the late-stage master realm, I can't lag behind, can I? Her aura burst forth, revealing her to be at the peak of the master realm. Compared to Hector a few days ago, she had advanced 1 minor rank higher. This left Evan, Carissa, and the others astounded. Esther, the same age as Hector, was by no means inferior to him in cultivation. She too was a prodigy indeed. Monsters matched monsters. Ha, Shaoli. I've also reached the peak of the master realm, Hector smiled, releasing his martial aura. They're all freaks, sighed Gil inwardly. He considered himself a genius among geniuses. In the martial arts circle of Jinshi County, he ranked among the top of the young generation. But now, with Jessup and Hector already impressive, Esther added to the list, making this trio of freaks. Or rather, it should be 4, including Dwight Florence of the Dwight and Dread Flower sect in Jinshi County, who was reportedly already at the Heavenly Silkworm Sacred Body stage. Her future accomplishments would at least make her a king, perhaps even a sage. Wonderful. Yorker, well done. Come, let's welcome you back, Jessup laughed, pulling Hector along. Evan, the Trent, the Maverick, Gil, Esther, and others all went together to the most bustling restaurant in the capital. While, Hector replied. Weren't you in Docheng County? Indeed, the newcomer was Ellison, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Saints Pavilion in Docheng County, who had once assisted Hector. Hector had always been grateful for this. Haha, I've recently made some achievements and have been appointed as the deputy pavilion master here, Ellison explained. Brother Sue, Herb Sue Kramer, please come this way. All right. The group entered the 3rd floor of the 10,000 Saints Pavilion. The pavilion had 3 floors in total. They were directly escorted into one of the most luxurious private rooms. After seating down, Ellison reminded them, Brother Sue, Herb Sue, the patriarch of the Gideon family is in the adjacent private room. Please be mindful. But rest assured, no one will dare to trouble you on our territory. However, once you leave, do exercise caution. At that moment, a young waiter entered and whispered something into Ellison's ear. Immediately, Ellison's brows furrowed. Brother Braden, what's wrong? Jessup asked, noticing Ellison's concern. It's nothing, just a minor issue. I'll handle it. Please continue eating, Ellison replied before hurrying off. Jessup and Hector began their meal. Indeed, the food at the 10,000 Saints Pavilion was incredibly delicious. Even Hector, who usually didn't enjoy eating much, found himself indulging. However, as they were enjoying their meal, the door was suddenly forced open. A fat middle-aged man walked in boldly, accompanied by 4 grandmasters dressed in the attire of the 10,000 Saints Pavilion. Jessup, Hector, we have an important matter to attend to today. Please leave immediately. Your meal expenses will be waived. Please, the ace gestured coldly. We didn't hear anything about any important matters before entering, Jessup narrowed his eyes. Ha, there weren't any before, but now there are. Please leave, the ace, Braden he, coldly retorted. The 4 grandmasters also stepped forward, clearly ready to force Jessup and Hector out if necessary. Do you think these 4 are enough? Jessup smirked as he looked at the approaching grandmasters. Boom. As he spoke, Jessup stood up, emitting a powerful aura that pushed the 4 advancing grandmasters back 3 steps. Their faces changed dramatically as they regarded Jessup warily. Braden He's expression also shifted. You've reached the half-step grandmaster realm? Just recently, Jessup replied coldly. I'm having a welcoming feast for my son. Don't disturb us, or I'll kick all 5 of you out together. You, Jessup, this is the 10,000 Saints Pavilion. Do you dare cause trouble here? Don't you want to live anymore? Braden He's face turned furious. So what if it's the 10,000 Saints Pavilion? If you provoke me, I dare even to fight someone from the Kylan Manor. Jessup glared at him. Thud, thud, thud. Just one glance from Jessup sent chills down Braden He's spine, causing him to instinctively step back a few paces, drenched in cold sweat. Just now, he felt an eerie and terrifying killing intent from Jessup's eyes. Jessup was known throughout the entire Ingdaltendam martial arts world as a god of war. Countless strong warriors and prodigies had died by his hands in his younger days. To describe him in one sentence, fearless, believing only in strength. Braden He, Jessup and Hector are my friends. What are you doing? Ellison stormed in, glaring at Braden He. Braden He glanced at Ellison and sternly replied, They insulted the authority of our pavilion. You're colluding with them. Prepare for punishment from the pavilion master. Without another word, he turned and left, followed closely by the 4 grandmasters. Who was that brat? What happened? After Braden He left, Jessup asked Ellison. Ellison smiled bitterly. He's one of the deputy pavilion masters of the capital city's 10,000 Saints Pavilion. Since I was promoted, he has never liked me. Brother Sue, Herb Sue Kramer, sorry for the disruption. Again, looking serious. Brother Sue, please don't leave yet. The patriarch of the Gideon family, Favio, is waiting outside for you. Your Highness, a senior eunuch from the palace arrived. Hector recognized him from Jinchi County. One of the 3 senior eunuchs of the royal palace, Zachary. Your Highness, the Emperor has summoned you to the palace. Translation provided as requested, maintaining the paragraph structure and tone. Chapter 442. You can't handle it, call your parents. Eunuch Wei, do you know why father wants to see me? Evan Carissa asked. Grand Eunuch Zachary shook his head. I don't know, but His Highness, please follow me. Evan Carissa glanced at Hector, his face showing hesitation. Highness, His Majesty hopes that you do not get too close to us. It's better if you leave, Hector said. Our matters, we will resolve them ourselves. At this moment, Hector spoke. He knew that Jeffrey Eris was aware of what had happened here. By taking Carissa away now, he clearly didn't want Carissa dragged into their conflict with the Gideon clan. Evan Carissa looked at Hector with an unyielding gaze and said firmly, Brother Sue, in my heart, you are closer to me than my own siblings. What happens to you, happens to me. Even if it means giving up being a prince, I will stand by your side. Whatever Highness does, we shall do the same. At this moment, Truman and Gil also chimed in. Highness. Zachary's expression turned grave. Then he looked at the gray-clothed Kyler. Zoltanu Ching, quickly persuade His Highness Evan. This is the Jeffrey's order. If His Highness disobeys, though he won't be beheaded, he might lose his title as prince. Eunuch Wei, I support His Highness. The gray-clothed Kyler stood behind Evan. Zachary stared at Evan Carissa for a moment before asking, Has His Highness considered the consequences? Carissa replied to Zachary, I have thought it through. Go back and tell the Jeffrey that Brother Sue and I share the same fate. Whoever harms Hector harms me. Even if it means death, I will fight alongside Brother Sue. Zachary gave one last look at Evan Carissa, then turned and left. Take care, Your Highness. After he vanished, Ellison looked at Evan Carissa and said, This young man has quite the guts. He knows Jessup and Hector's enemies are the Gideon family, the Ellis's mansion, and the Queen. Yet he still stands with Hector, even defying imperial orders. His actions could either plunge him into despair or lead to a glorious future. Hector looked at Evan Carissa without speaking. Feeling uncomfortable under Hector's gaze, Evan Carissa laughed bitterly. Why do you look at me like that, Brother Sue? Hector said, In one sentence, you are my brother. If I live, he'll hold the same power from the past. At that moment, a fierce roar echoed. A powerful aura surged out, startling everyone around. SSS. Such a strong aura. This is the Gideon clan Elwin Favio. This aura must be reaching the peak of the 3rd heaven of Grandmaster level, right? It's indeed at the peak of the 3rd heaven of Grandmaster level. This time, Jessup and Hector might be in trouble. Everyone watching the scene was astonished. Before entering seclusion, Favio was only at the 3rd heaven of Grandmaster level. Now, reappearing, he was already at the peak of the 3rd heaven. Another small step forward, and he would reach the 4th heaven of Grandmaster level. With such cultivation and strength, he undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the entire Ingdaltendam. Boom. The powerful aura soared to the sky as Favio rushed towards Jessup. Jessup shouted fiercely, laughing loudly, Haha, Favio. So what if you broke through? Remember, I'm Jessup. Today, I'll tear your old bones apart. Boom. As his words ended, Jessup's aura suddenly skyrocketed, breaking from half-step Grandmaster level to the realm of Grandmaster level in an instant. SSS, Jessup has broken through to the Grandmaster level. My god, he was suppressing his cultivation all along, just for this moment. This monster is truly as monstrous as ever, deeply calculating. Choosing this moment to break through obviously meant long-term planning. Can this old Favio still kill him? Everyone was shocked. They clearly did not expect Jessup to break through at this moment. Boom. Jessup and Favio instantly engaged in battle. The overwhelming aura destroyed countless buildings nearby. Finally, both fighters retreated to outside the city in perfect sync. For fighting within the city would endanger many lives. Even they couldn't afford reckless combat. Haha, who is the head of the Gideon clan? Come out and fight me. Hector laughed and quickly charged out alone, facing the group of Gideon clan members. Young man, who do you think you are, to be worthy of the Gideon clan head fighting you? I, Daniel Tion, will meet you. Agiri roared and swiftly rushed out, a fearsome sword beam cutting like a blazing sun toward Hector. SSS, this is Daniel Tian, Havelock's younger brother. He broke through to the Grandmaster level 3 years ago and once fought a second Heaven Grandmaster without defeat after dozens of strikes. Someone recognized the newcomer and exclaimed in shock. Who? Just as everyone gasped, Hector raised his hand with a puff, shattering Danielshin's sword energy. Then he approached, punching him hard, sending Daniel Tian spitting blood and flying away. You can't handle it, call your parents. After slapping Daniel Tian away, Hector instantly rushed forward. A powerful spear intent broke through the air, aimed at one of the Grandmasters. Although she was only at the peak of the Master Realm, with her combat strength, she could absolutely challenge a Grandmaster one-on-one. Boy, you're too arrogant. Why don't you come with me? Keenan-Fi, seeing Hector charge, immediately turned red with anger and, after a harsh shout, turned and left. One isn't enough for me. All of you should come together. Hector drew his sword, and sword chi spread wildly, directly drawing in another 7 Grandmasters. He intended to face off against the Gideon clan's clan head and 7 Grandmasters on his own. Boy, you're too arrogant. Fine, if he wants to die, we'll fulfill his wish and tear him to pieces. The masters of the Gideon clan roared in rage. This was the first time they had been so despised by a young whelp. They flew outside the city together, intending to slay Hector outside the city. You 3, stay here. You're mine, Cassius Ling shouted sternly, her spear glowing like gold and instantly blocking the 3 men. The 3 raged with fury. One Hector was manageable, but a young Prudence, a peak Master Realm warrior, dared to challenge 3 of them? Who gave her such audacity? However, the next moment, their fury instantly turned into shock. Cassius Ling's spear was incredibly sharp, matching that of a Grandmaster and forcing them back. Simultaneously, a streak of golden light broke through the air. One of the Gideon clan's Grandmasters slashed with a sword but was thrown back by a long spear, his arm tingling from the impact. In just a moment of contact, a Grandmaster was suppressed by Cassius Ling. You 3, follow me. After stunning this Grandmaster, Cassius Ling grabbed her silver spear, coldly glanced at the 3, and then turned to leave. Darn it, kill her outside. The 3 seethed with anger and instantly rushed out. Soon, only those below the Master Realm and Evan Carissa's group remained. The 2 parties exchanged glances but did not make a move, recognizing Evan Carissa's identity. Despite his closeness to Hector, no one dared to harm a prince in broad daylight. Your Highness, what do we do? At this moment, the masked man looked at Evan Carissa. Can you deal with a Grandmaster right now? Carissa asked the masked man. He was currently the strongest among them. Holding one off is no problem, the masked man replied. Then follow them. If you can, help Brother Su by holding off one of them to ease his pressure. Yes, Your Highness. The masked man nodded and flashed away, but just as he started, suddenly a figure appeared, moving even faster than him, hitting him so hard that blood spurted from his mouth, and he retreated coughing. Eldest brother. Looking closely, it was Abraham, accompanied by 4 Grandmasters. The one who struck was one of them. 15. The grievances between the father and son Jessup and Hector with the Gideon clan today cannot be interfered with by any of our own clan. Even you, this waste of flesh, have no say. Waste of flesh? Evan Carissa's face darkened, gritting his teeth as he stared at Abraham. Big brother, I am not a waste of flesh. You are nothing but a failure. Not having even one decent follower, aren't you a failure? Abraham smiled. How dare you humiliate our highness? Gil shouted angrily, about to act but was immediately held back by Evan Carissa. Big brother is right. You are a waste of flesh, even a cowardly failure who can only endure silently when humiliated. Right then, Philip appeared, also followed by 4 Grandmasters. Big brother, 4th brother, today's humiliation, I will repay you tomorrow. Evan Carissa's eyes reddened, glaring coldly at Abraham and Philip. This was the first time he openly defied his eldest and 8th brothers. Previously, no matter how they mocked him, he dared not speak up. But at this moment, he dared. Even clay idols have a temper. Moreover, ever since meeting Hector, he had seen an unyielding spirit in him. Unconsciously, he had been influenced by Hector. He vowed to stand tall and be a true ####. Chapter 444. The Ellis's mansion strikes. Barrett's complexion completely changed. One Gideon clan already required Jessup and Hector to go all out, and now with the more powerful Ellis's mansion joining in, there was no doubt that Jessup and Hector would face dire consequences this time. Bring this weakling back to the palace. To openly defy father's command, he will have a tough day today. Wilfred suddenly turned cold and glanced at a great master beside him. The great master immediately moved to grab Barrett. You dare. The gray-clothed Kyler, Gil, and the Maverick attacked. The aura of the great master shook fiercely, forcing the gray-clothed Kyler and others to cough blood as they flew backward. The Maverick was blocked by another person. Suddenly, Barrett was left isolated and defenseless, grabbed by a great master who dragged him like a dead dog towards the palace. Your Highness, what should be done with these people? A third great master asked at this moment. Kill them all. These trash are meaningless, Wilfred said coldly. No, 8th brother, you can't do this, stop. Barrett roared. In his heart, the gray-clothed Kyler, Gil, and the Maverick were closer than family. Hee trash, you can't even save yourself, yet you want to save others? Kill them all. Yes. The third great master acted. The gray-clothed Kyler and Gil could not hold him off. Your Highness, take care, I can no longer stay by your side. Thud. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-clothed Kyler was killed by the great master's palm strike. Though Gil was strong, his cultivation level was too low. After 2 moves, he was also killed, his head severed. The Maverick looked at Barrett one last time before charging at Wilfred, unleashing several times his destructive power in an instant self-explosion. This move frightened Wilfred greatly. A great master stepped forward in time to block the explosion force. This great master was instantly heavily injured, but could not change the outcome. Their strength was still too weak, compared to those around Wilfred. Wilfred had a cold look on his face. Just now, He nearly got hurt by a tiny ant. Hee hee, eighth brother, almost lost, didn't you? At this moment, Hatcher smiled mockingly. Thud. He rushed out and slapped Barrett fiercely, continuously striking until leaving him with only a last breath. Take this trash back to my mansion and deal with him properly when I return. Wilfred gritted his teeth. If His Majesty asks, how should we reply? The Great Master asked. His Majesty has many headaches recently. How could he possibly remember this weakling? Follow my orders. Yes. The Great Master grabbed Barrett and swiftly left, or factions for hundreds of years. If they remained, there would never be a chance for them to rise. Boom. The heavy clashing sounds continued, showcasing Jessup's formidable combat power, engaging the Gideon clan's ancestor Favio even after just reaching the Great Master realm. Even after dozens of exchanges, he showed no signs of weakening. Jessup truly lives up to his title as the war god of Ing State. Just entering the Great Master realm, his combat strength is terrifying. Even with almost 3 realms difference from Old Dragon, he is evenly matched, someone marveled. Yeah, given more time, no one in Ing State might be able to counterbalance him. All major factions were awestruck by Jessup's incredible combat power, which evoked reverence. Favio's heart sank deeply. Jessup's combat strength terrified him. Thankfully, he acted today. Otherwise, delaying further might lead to their clan's destruction. He still remembered Jessup's words 16 years ago. I do not need a powerful clan. I, Jessup alone, am as powerful as a strong clan. That prophecy was becoming reality. Jessup, it's time to settle the grudge from 16 years ago. Ellis Clayton struck out, sending a palm strike toward Jessup from a distance. Couldn't have come at a better time. Today, I'll take care of both of you old fools together. Jessup avoided Clayton's strike, then charged at Favio and Clayton, making everyone nervous. Fought Jessup. That battle feels like it happened yesterday. 16 years ago, it was against Jessup. Now, after 16 years, it's against Hector. Can Hector withstand the Gideon family's supreme secret technique, just like his father? I remember that although Jessup managed to block it 16 years ago, he was injured as a result. That's true, but the Gideon family also suffered greatly. Ultimately, it took Favio emerging from seclusion to drive Jessup away. Otherwise, people like Keenan-Fi would have died long ago. As they exclaimed, the story of the battle between Jessup and the Gideon family spread among them. Hector, die. Keenan-Fi roared. At that moment, Hector seemed to remind him of Jessup from those years ago. Roar. The 6-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky, roaring. The air tore apart wherever it passed, visible cracks appearing. The surrounding space imploded due to its speed. Feeling the terror of this golden dragon, Hector inhaled deeply, drawing air around him like water rushing into his chest cavity. Boom. Hector activated the 5 Viscera 6 entrails technique. His muscles and bones emitted star-like light as secret power coursed through his body. Simultaneously, he performed the Jeffries formula. First true intention, second true intention, third true intention, fourth true intention. With each successive formula, his strength escalated significantly until the completion of the 4th formula pushed his combat power to peak 5th rank. His technique, replenishing his energy. Almost immediately, Hector drew his sword. Sword of Immortal Flight. Zoltank lightning, the sword flashed, decapitating Keenan-Fi in an instant. Blood sprayed, shocking everyone. Lord of the family. The 7 grandmasters of the Gideon family howled in unison. Hiss, did Hector just insta-kill Keenan-Fi? A formidable grandmaster 2nd-rank powerhouse kill just like that? A series of gasps and exclamations echoed across the battlefield. Who was Keenan-Fi? A grandmaster 2nd-rank powerhouse, the patriarch of the Gideon family, one of the 10 powerful clans. Over the years, his influence in Ing country had been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Anyone who mentioned his name showed reverence. Yet, such a highly respected powerhouse was now killed before their very eyes by a newly risen young prodigy. This brought a profound psychological and visual impact. Scatter quickly and escape. Seeing their leader killed, the Gideon family grandmasters didn't lose their minds to anger. One shouted harshly, and instantly, the 7 scattered in 4 different directions. Dwight, since you came today, don't think about going back. All of you stay here. Enraged, Hector moved with lightning speed, striking ruthlessly. Within moments, the 7 grandmasters were all slaughtered. Chapter 446, Gathering of the Powerful, battle commences. They're all dead, Hector said in a matter-of-fact tone. What? All dead? He had guessed something might be off when he saw Hector appear, but such a guess was too unbelievable. After all, Hector's cultivation level was only at the peak Grandmaster realm, the same as Jessup 16 years ago. No matter how powerful Hector was, he shouldn't have been a match for Keenan-Fi and company. It must be remembered that Keenan-Fi and the others had made great progress over the past few years. However, the outcome far exceeded his expectations. All dead? Brat, you killed all our Gideon clan's upper echelons. I'll skin you alive today, roared Favio, bloodshot eyes filled with rage. At this moment, his desire to kill Hector surpassed even Jessup. The upper echelons of the Gideon clan were all dead. Even if he could kill Jessup and Hector on this day, the Gideon clan would suffer irreparable damage from this battle. Khalil to kill my son? Old villain Favio, you aren't qualified enough yet. Let me ask if my fists agree first. Jessup rushed forward, directly blocking Favio and Ellis Clayton. Yorker, go to Golden Pool County first. Your father will join you shortly. Hector glanced at Jessup and asked, Father, you? Don't worry. Based on my current strength, while I can't kill them, I can leave anytime they try to stop me. Hector nodded and turned around and left. He knew that with his current strength, staying behind wouldn't help much. Mr. Su is running away. Someone remarked. Bullshit about running away. Do you know how to speak? That's just strategic relocation, someone else countered. No one present considered Hector's actions as cowardly. After all, killing Keenan-Fi and company at his realm was shocking enough. Hector once again created what seemed to be an impossible myth in their eyes. Hector, do you think you can escape? At that moment, the Abraham, Philip, and 7 great grandmasters appeared by their side. The Abraham and the Philip had already stepped into the great grandmaster realm, and they were all monsters comparable to Flint. Their combat strength soared upon entering the great grandmaster realm. Even after witnessing Hector's slaying of Keenan Phi and company, they still felt confident enough to take him on. Hector, don't even think about escaping today. The Ellis's great grandmaster also appeared, led by a peak second heaven grandmaster, Zhao Duidong, the only son of Ellis Clayton. Hector, you shouldn't have rejected me back then, said the Peter who appeared now. He came alone, without any grandmasters, yet his presence sent shivers down everyone's spines, including those of the great princes and the Ellis's great grandmasters. They felt that every step taken by the Peter radiated immense power. It was rumored that the Peter once defeated Flint at the same realm, which most people believe to be hearsay. But from the looks of it now, it might very well be true. I feel like His Royal Highness Peter has become a mountain. The pressure is so overwhelming. He seems much stronger than Zhao Duitong of the Ellis's office, remarked someone. At this point, the various factions were attracted by the aura exuded by the Peter. Even Hector couldn't help but become serious when he saw the Peter. This person gave him a sense of extreme danger. If they fought, he would definitely be one of his formidable opponents, requiring his full effort. With other strong opponents added in, Hector indeed found himself in a dire situation. Daring to injure our little son-in-law. Let's see if our Dwight and Dread Flowers sect agrees to that. A woman's harsh voice interrupted. Addie and company arrived, led by Immortal of Dwight and Dread Flowers. A few days ago, Immortal of Dwight and Dread Flowers also broke through to the great grandmaster realm. Her talent was already quite strong, comparable to that of Gideon Clan's patriarch Fabio. However, due to some heart knots formed 16 years ago because of Jessup, she didn't break through until recently. Branding to her deep foundation, she immediately reached the peak first heaven grandmaster realm, with combat strength comparable to some peak second heaven great grandmasters. Not only did she come, but also the chairman of the Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon chairman also broke through to the great grandmaster realm and brought along about 10 great grandmasters. Haha, Mr. Su, this old man is here too. You won't blame me for meddling, right? Haha, how could I? To receive assistance from the chairman is already something to be grateful for. How could I dare blame you? Congratulations on breaking through to the great grandmaster realm. Hector smiled and nodded. The Black Dragon chairman glanced at Immortal of Dwight and Dread Flowers beside him and sighed. Alas, Immortal of Dwight and Dread Flowers broke through, and if I didn't break through soon, I'd be ashamed to face death. Scoffed Immortal of Dwight and Dread Flowers coldly. You are. Hector then looked at the dozen or so great grandmasters. One of the great grandmasters replied, we are all friends of the Black Dragon chairman. Friends? Hector was taken aback. Before this, the Black Dragon chairman was only a half step away from the grandmaster realm and had always stayed in Golden Pool County. How could he have so many great grandmasters as friends? Seemingly noticing Hector's confusion, the Black Dragon chairman blinked and said, these friends came from the heavens. Seeing Hector being besieged by these shameless fellows, they decided to intervene. Realizing this, Hector instantly understood. Unexpectedly, these great grandmasters should belong to the backing force behind the figure in Golden Pool County. Immortal of Dwight and Dread Flowers, chairman of the Black Dragon Society, you both dare to come here to meddle instead of staying in Golden Pool County. Aren't you afraid of your sex being exterminated? Spat out the Abraham. The Black Dragon chairman shot a sideways glance at the Abraham and mocked. Hasn't Golden Pool County suffered enough under the tyranny of your court? Now you threaten us again? Come and get us if you dare. Clang, clang, clang. As they finished speaking, Immortal of Dwight and Dread Flowers, the Black Dragon chairman, and the 10 great grandmasters all drew their swords and advanced quickly. Kill them, waved the Abraham. Kill, roared the Philip. Kill. Zhao Dwighty growled with murderous intent. With a wave of their hands, the strong ones on both sides engaged in fierce battles. Meanwhile, Hector focused on the Peter, squinting his eyes. I heard that the Peter defeated Flint at the same realm back then? The Peter glanced at the battling figures and nodded, saying, that rumor used to bother me, but since Brother Su asked about it today, I shall admit it. Indeed, Flint lost to me back then. But compared to you, Brother Su, Flint falls short. Today, if we were to fight, Brother Su, who do you think would win? Dragon Society and the other 10 great masters also joined in the fray. Immediately, the scene turned into a bloodbath, with battles raging everywhere among the great masters. Those below the master realm did not have the right to participate in the battle, except for the anomaly that was Hector. Haha, looks like your perfect plans won't come to fruition today. Jessup bellowed in laughter as he punched Clayton away. With the addition of the Zoltan set, the Black Dragon Society president, and the 10 other great masters, the pressure on Jessup's side significantly lessened. Although they were still at a disadvantage, it wasn't severe due to the extremely strong master realm experts on Hector's side, especially those 10 great masters who, despite being newly initiated, could each take on 2 opponents simultaneously. The Zoltan set and the Black Dragon Society president were exceptional talents. Branding to certain reasons in the past, they had been unable to break through their limits, but once they did, their combat prowess far exceeded ordinary great masters. However, the crucial focus of this battle lay with Jessup and Hector. Everyone knew that if either of them could resolve their opponent, it would almost single-handedly alter the course of the battle. Still, Jessup could only hold off Ellis Clayton and the Gideon clan's ancestor. Both Kylers were more proficient than Jessup, having been outstanding among common geniuses in their youth, making the fight exceedingly difficult for him. Therefore, everyone's attention, just as Hector approached, the Peter waved his sleeve. The golden bracer on his arm instantly split into fine threads like coiling serpents, swiftly entangling Hector. Hector immediately felt his strength constrained by these golden threads, creating a powerless sensation. This Anatoly, the Hatcher and Philip observed with deep wariness. Being able to bind such a physically monstrous Hector, this ability was indeed formidable. Is the battle about to end? Seeing Hector ensnared, many observers' eyes widened in shock. Brother Su, I won't kill you. Come with me. Submit to me, and I will offer you a clear path. The Peter smiled, thinking Hector was now an easy prey, no longer threatening. However, Hector vanished within the golden threads. The next moment, an overwhelming wave of killing intent enveloped the Peter, causing him to shiver and quickly dodge. A streak of snow-like force slashed across his shoulder, astonishing everyone. Hiss, the Peter is injured. How did Herb Su escape from the Peter's heaven bind? He disappeared mid-air. Has Herb Su already touched upon the Void Realm? The Void Realm is supposed to be an utmost domain initially accessible by Dolphin-level experts. Herb Su is only at the Master Realm. How did he achieve this? Outside the capital city, murmurs spread widely, creating a visually striking scene that left many onlookers feeling tense and anxious. This Adrian was far stronger than any other Grandmaster Realm expert. Hector quickly dodged but couldn't completely avoid it. Without the Phantom Body technique, Hector immediately felt immense pressure. But his firmament I could help him narrowly evade at crucial moments. However, Hector ultimately failed to dodge completely, grazed by the golden line across his left shoulder, blood spurting out instantly. Hiss, Master Su is injured, someone exclaimed in shock. Even Immortal Sala and the president of the Black Dragon Society watched with apprehension, preparing to rush over to assist, but were blocked by the Hatcher and Philip. Brother Su, surrender. I won't kill you, the Adrian said sternly. Hector glanced at the Adrian, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he instantly sheathed his sword. From all angles, golden primal energy surged, overwhelming Hector. To everyone, it seemed that Hector, having sheathed his sword, had completely given up resistance. The Adrian, with hands crossed behind his back, looked coldly at Hector, believing that Hector was now merely a spent force. However, just as those golden lines were about to fully entangle Hector, he suddenly trembled. His hands began forming the imperial seals. A tremendous force erupted, like a collapsing mountain, sending waves of powerful momentum. Hector's combat power instantly soared to the 5th rank. At this moment, he unleashed the true intention techniques. Boom. Hands clasped. It was as though his palms contained boundless power capable of cleaving through the heavens and mountains. Even the golden lines that could cut through metal were sent flying by Hector's fists. Whoosh. Simultaneously, Hector rapidly closed in on the Adrian, his gaze piercing like lightning. At the moment of contact, his aura became as formidable as a mountain. Even the Adrian felt an immense crisis and had no choice but to cross his arms to defend himself. It's over. Hector roared fiercely, continuously casting seals, delivering 4 sets of true intention techniques in an instant. Instantly, his arms filled with incomparable explosive power. Despite the Adrian's strength, he was sent flying backward, spewing blood under Hector's relentless attack. Hiss, the Adrian has been defeated. Heavens, is Master Su trying to kill the Adrian? Outside the capital, cries of alarm arose. Right before their eyes, Hector, after delivering a powerful blow, lunged towards the Adrian once again. Now heavily injured, the Adrian could barely flee. But just then, the golden lines rushed to shield the Adrian, separating him from Hector. Taking this opportunity, the Adrian hurriedly retreated into the city. Brother Su, today's battle isn't over. Beams into the 3rd layer, finally reaching the 4th layer. After his recent cultivation, his firmament eye had extended its reach to the 4th layer spatial node. At this moment, the Yates was surprised, clearly not expecting Hector to send his spirit-devouring power to the 4th layer. Boy, you have some skill. No wonder you could kill Blood Demon and others. Bang. The next moment, the skull staff's movements increased in frequency and speed. Red beams multiplied and grew stronger, tearing through all 4 layers of space in an instant. Heart palpitations coursed through Hector as he cast a cold glance at the Yates, his heart set on eliminating him. He stomped the ground fiercely, his figure darting towards the city wall. But just then, the red beams were nearly upon him. Boy, indeed you have some means, but you're still not qualified to approach me, the Yates sneered coldly, allowing Hector to close in while a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Daring to approach him head-on against his spirit-devouring power, how would he even die? However, the next moment brought immense shock. As Hector neared, his hands emitted strands of red light almost identical to spirit-devouring but with subtle differences. Instantly, he pressed the red beams with his palms, forcefully pushing them into the 4th layer, causing his own speed to plummet and fall towards the city wall below. Thump! Hector's feet slammed into the ground, ready to continue his assault on the Yates. Just then, a gray-clothed Kyler appeared ahead. The Jeffrey decrees that today's incident ends here. Anyone who acts further will be punished for offending the Jeffrey. The one announcing the imperial decree was another of the 3 chief eunuchs, Eben. Appearing beside him were 2 others. One Hector had seen twice before, called Zachary, and another, named Aaron. The 3 looked almost identical. When they appeared, it seemed as though a massive Buddha character appeared in the sky above the city walls. In that moment, the trio seemed to merge into a giant Buddha, radiating an astounding oppressive presence. Everyone turned their gazes, hearts trembling. Chapter 449. The battle ends, turbulence arises. The 3 head eunuchs in the palace are triplets, said to have been by the side of the royal family's ancient patriarch since they were very young. After being nurtured by the royal family's patriarch, all 3 had reached the peak of the 2nd heaven realm of grandmasters. Their combined power instilled fear even in the ancient patriarchs of the 10 great clans. These 3 individuals rarely appeared together. Whenever they did, it signified the true will of the royal family, and thus, the wishes of the powerful figure behind it. Immediately, Kenneth, Philip, Ellis Clayton, Fabio, the immortal Dwight Dreadflowers, the president of the Black Dragon Society, and other Grandmaster-level experts ceased their actions. Haha, that old man decided to intervene too? Jessup narrowed his eyes. Hector also halted, coldly glancing at the Yates on the city wall. The Yates sneered, "Kid, you've got good luck. I'll let you live a few more days." Hector gave a mocking laugh. "I'm always ready. When the time comes, we'll see who lives and who dies." Dwight, The Yates turned and left. At this moment, Ellis Clayton and the ancient patriarch of the Gideon clan, Zoltang Xiaodian, both stared at Jessup with murderous intent. Through this battle, they saw just how terrifying Jessup was. Clearly having just ascended to the Grandmaster realm, he possessed the combat strength that could rival theirs. It was evident that Jessup had likely already reached the limits of the Grandmaster realm. Otherwise, he couldn't have achieved such formidable combat power so quickly after advancing. Jessup, His Majesty's birthday is coming soon. At the birthday celebration, let us have a decisive battle to honor him. Do you dare? Clayton asked coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? Jessup scoffed, sweeping his gaze over Fabio. You two can come at me together when the time comes, and I'll kill you both. Dwight, since you're so arrogant, I'll accommodate you then, Fabio snorted. Afterwards, they departed. Meanwhile, as the Kenneth and Philip passed through the city gate, they spotted Hector. Hector, during the Jeffrey's birthday celebration, there will be a martial arts exchange among the younger generation. We shall battle then. The Kenneth's eyes gleamed with savagery as he stared at Hector. Sure. I'll round you all up then, Hector said indifferently. Humph. The Kenneth left. Philip looked at Hector and smiled. Brother Sue, my brother's head is yours. Don't be too polite. Hector looked at Philip and replied, this time. You also made a move. I'll settle accounts with you later. Philip's smile froze as he stared coldly at Hector. You've got guts. With that, he brushed past Hector. Soon, the other Grandmasters began leaving one by one. This battle finally came to an end. Many people felt it wasn't enough. This battle was spectacular, involving over 40 Grandmasters. It was the first of its kind in nearly a century. Both sides had significant backgrounds. On Jessup's side, there was the legendary war god Jessup of the Ing Daltondom. If not for the unexpected incidents and sabotage by the Gideon clan, the current martial legend would not be heralded but Jessup, a fact everyone firmly believed. Moreover, there was Hector, Jessup's son, a prodigy who many older generation experts thought had surpassed his father in talent. His achievements now matched or even surpassed those of Jessup in his prime. Truly, like father, like son. Apart from them, there were the immortal Dwight Dreadflowers from Jinshi County and the president of the Black Dragon Society, leaders of powerful forces. Single-handedly killed the current Gideon clan leader, Keenan Phi, and several other Grandmasters. Through this battle, various forces across the Ing Daltondom witnessed Hector's terrifying prowess again. Even at the peak of the Master Realm, before reaching the limits, he was capable of killing Second Heaven Realm Grandmasters. Once he reached the limits, how fearsome would he be? He was a monstrous talent, possibly even surpassing Jessup. As soon as the news spread after the battle, it caused upheaval throughout the Ing Daltondom. Meanwhile, the main participants of the battle, Jessup and Hector, returned to Driscoll's mansion. Upon returning, Hector learned that Prince Carissa had been captured by the Philip and imprisoned in his residence. Enraged, Hector immediately headed out. Jessup, the immortal Dwight Dreadflowers, the president of the Black Dragon Society, and the 10 Grandmasters followed closely behind. They made their way to the Philip's mansion. Simultaneously, inside the palace, Dalton Eris stood respectfully beside the 3 head eunuchs, Eben, Zachary, and Aaron. Before them stood in Kylerly Darien robes, Caesar, the ancient patriarch of the Ing clan. This son of Jessup Hector has such incredible potential, not inferior to Jessup in his prime, remarked Caesar. If this child continues to grow, he will become extremely dangerous in the future. Getting beaten is nothing. If it makes our Ing clan stronger, even if it means I must die, so be it. Good, Enzo remarked. I didn't make a mistake when I chose you as my successor for the throne of Ing Daltondom back then. Grandfather, there's something important I need to report to you. Suddenly, Brody's expression grew serious. Speak, Enzo nodded. Jessup and Hector have become quite close to Evan, Enzo said with a sudden somber face. Evan? Enzo was taken aback for a moment, then he recalled Carissa after some thought. Yes, I know this child. His martial talent is rather average, but for him to associate with Jessup and Hector, he indeed has his unique qualities. Grandfather, Evan already harbors ambitions for the position of Kenneth, Brody suddenly said. Enzo looked at the solemn Brody and asked, what are your thoughts? Just say it. In truth, he had his own ideas, but he wanted to see what Brody would suggest. Brody felt a chill in his heart. He knew that Enzo was testing him again. Although Evan's talent is lacking and he lacks a powerful maternal family support, if in the future Jessup and Hector rise to prominence, making him the king might not be a bad thing. We can use him to thoroughly win over Jessup and Hector. Haha, very well, excellent choice. You are worthy of being chosen by me, Enzo. Do as you say. Go to Evan's residence immediately and send him. You're just an illegitimate child born from one of father's palace maids. You have nothing. Do you really think father will notice you? Don't delude yourself. Even if I killed you, father probably wouldn't know he lost a son, given he has dozens of children. Upon hearing this, Evan's expression changed drastically. Indeed, his father had nearly 50 sons, and he was the most unremarkable among them. He could only see his father once a year during New Year. Every time he saw him, he couldn't even speak a word and could only watch from afar. Throughout his life, he had exchanged no more than 3 sentences with his father, all when he was very young. If the Philip killed him, his father might genuinely not notice the loss of this son. This was his reality. Despite being a prince, beyond the title, he had nothing. Even a minor official in the government wouldn't take him seriously. Seeing Evan's pained expression, the Philip felt deeply gratified. Evan, don't blame me. Blame yourself for associating with Jessup and Hector. Do you really think, relying on them, you can compete for the position of Kenneth? Don't forget, behind us are the 10 great clans, while you have nothing. You're just a bastard child from father's drunken night with a lowly palace maid. Shut up. Don't talk about my mother. Evan roared, somehow finding the strength to stagger to his feet and charge at the Philip. Overwhelming. So much so that even in the back alleys and main streets, tales of his prowess were being told. Tell the Philip to get lost. Hector stepped directly inside, with the guards along the way not daring to stop him. They were joking. Besides Hector, there was also Jessup, immortal Fairy Sala, the Black Dragon Society president, and 10 grandmasters. With such strength, even the Ellis's mansion, the Gideon clan, the Hatcher, and the Philip together couldn't succeed when they brought a group of grandmasters. How could they dare to act rashly? Trouble. His Highness the Philip, Jessup, and Hector have come with a large contingent of grandmasters. Just as the Philip waved for a grandmaster to drag away the Driscoll, a man stumbled in, panic evident on his face. What? Hector has come? And with a lot of grandmasters? Upon hearing this, Jedediah, who held the Driscoll, instantly changed his expression. Your Highness, let's go to our Chu clan immediately. The Philip didn't hesitate, glancing at the Driscoll and saying, take him with us, exit through the back. His residence only had 2 grandmasters besides himself, clearly not enough to hold off Jessup and Hector. Your Highness, I'll stall them. You all go first. Another grandmaster beside the Philip suddenly flashed forward, rushing out quickly. He saw Jessup and Hector leading the charge, their murderous aura unmistakable. Where is the Philip? Tell him to get lost, Hector said coldly. On his way here, he had already been briefed. All his old acquaintances from Jinchi County, like the gray-cloaked Kyler, the Maverick, and Gil, had been killed by the Philip's men. Hector, this is the Philip's residence. If you dare to cause trouble, and what if I do? Become enemies with the Ying clan? Fine, get out of my way. Hector roared, launching a punch at the grandmaster. The black-robed grandmaster was startled, blocking instantly but being sent flying, coughing blood, shock clear on his face. He hadn't witnessed Hector's power firsthand before now, and was astounded by how terrifying Hector was. If offending Hector would lead to this, it looked like settling things with the Driscoll wouldn't be easy. After sending the black-robed grandmaster flying, Hector instantly unleashed the Sky Eye, piercing through layers of space. He saw the Philip and Jedediah carrying the heavily bleeding Driscoll, Arlie, fleeing swiftly. Philip. Seeing the battered Driscoll, Hector's anger flared up. Back in Jinchi County, the Driscoll had shown him kindness several times. Without him, Hector might have died long ago. Knowing this, the Driscoll was more than just an acquaintance. He was Hector's friend. For the Philip to mistreat his friend was akin to mistreating his own family. In the next moment, filled with rage, Hector vanished from the spot. The ground beneath him exploded as he left. Beside him, Jessup, sensing Hector's anger, shook his head, saying, it seems that in Yorker's heart, this Driscoll has indeed become his friend. The Philip will certainly get a severe beating this time. Hector moved incredibly fast, closing in on the back door almost immediately after his roar. Your Highness, Hector is coming. You go first with Arlie. I'll hold him off. Jedediah felt Hector's rapid approach and immediately threw the Driscoll at the Philip before turning around. At that moment, fierce flames ignited on his body. The Driscoll's maternal clan was the Chu clan, one of the 10 strongest clans. Among the Chu clan's 2 most formidable secret martial arts was one called Fury Fire Burn Immortal. It was said to have been created by Jeffrey and once burned a celestial being to death. Of course, the Chu clan's version was only a quarter of the original. Even so, it elevated the Chu clan into the ranks of Ignation's top 10 strongest clans. Hector, this is the Philip's residence. It isn't your playground yet. Jedediah charged over, startled upon seeing Jessup behind Hector. If not for the Philip's presence, he would have turned and run. Compared to Hector, he feared Jessup more. 16 years ago, Jessup was already a legendary figure in the Ying Nation. In this Royal City battle, he single-handedly stood against Ellis and Fabio. Such a powerhouse, even the ancient ancestor of the Chu clan, would struggle to match. Get lost. Hector glanced coldly and, without a word, cast an imperial seal, delivering the true intention diagram. Puff. Even the true fire from Fury Fire Burn Immortal was shattered by Hector's blow, scattering everywhere. Jedediah was thrown back, crashing through a wall and buried under its rubble. So strong, even those following Hector, like Immortal Fairy Sala and the Black Dragon Society president, couldn't help but gasp. A grandmaster, defeated with one punch? His strength had grown countless folds since Jinchi County. Chasing down the Philip at an ever-increasing speed, Hector's eyes turned blood-red the moment he saw the Philip dragging the Driscoll like a dead dog. An overwhelming aura of killing intent emanated from him. Philip, you bastard. How dare you humiliate his highness? Are you asking for death? Chapter 452. Hector arrives. Quickly go and summon the Patriarch. Feeling Hector's approach and the formidable killing intent emanating from him, even the Philip was greatly startled. After the battle outside the royal city, everyone had witnessed Hector's overwhelming combat prowess, how he could knock out grandmasters with just a flick of his hand. Even Keenan Phi, the head of the Gideon clan who had reached the second heaven realm of grandmaster, met his end at Hector's hands. In a one-on-one fight today, it would be incredibly hard for the Philip to win against Hector. Without time to think, he flung the Driscoll toward Hector, hoping to use Carissa to slow Hector down. As expected, when Hector stopped to catch the Driscoll, his speed instantly slowed. After catching the Driscoll, Hector immediately channeled a pulse of true chi into his body. In the next moment, his eyes turned icy cold. He found that over a dozen bones in the Driscoll's body were already cracked, and his martial veins were destroyed. Although this didn't render him completely crippled, there was no way he could advance further on the path of martial arts for the rest of his life. Essentially, the Driscoll's journey in martial arts had been utterly ruined. For a martial artist, martial arts represented their second life force. Losing all hope in martial arts was like having more than half of one's life destroyed. And the culprit was the Philip. Philip, Hector, swear that I will kill you. Hector glared ahead, but by then, the Philip had vanished. Brother Sue, sorry for troubling you again. Your Highness, rest well. I'll be back shortly. I'll avenge your troubles. President, please help take care of the Philip. Hector, what are you planning? At this moment, Fairy Sala and others arrived. To kill someone, Hector replied gravely. The Driscoll trembled, staring intently at Hector. This was the first time anyone had told him he was a brother. Even his own kin treated him as disposable trash. Now, Hector considered him a brother? It touched his heart deeply. All right, I'll go with you. The Driscoll Carissa loosened his grip on Hector. Then let's go. Later, the Philip will be handed over to you. Boom. Hector took the lead, followed by Jessup, Fairy Sala, the Ade, and the other 10 Grandmasters, heading towards the Chu clan. Meanwhile, the Philip rushed straight to the Chu clan after fleeing. Only the Chu clan could protect him now. One reason he stood out among the many princes of Ing was because he was a descendant of the Chu clan, one of the top 10 powerful clans in Ing. He was also the grandson of the current patriarch of the Chu clan, Farron. Your Highness, why have you returned? Inside the Chu clan, several Grandmasters felt the Philip's aura and immediately rushed out. Seeing his anxious expression made them wary. The normally composed Philip appeared visibly panicked, indicating he had encountered something extremely serious. In all of Ing, only a handful of people could make the Philip panic like this. Clearly, this was a matter they couldn't take lightly. Hector wants to kill me. Quickly summon Grandfather. What? Hector has arrived? Hearing this, the Grandmasters of the Chu clan instantly paled. Hector's reputation in the royal city was massive. But also the Braden clan, backed by the Peter. Chapter 453. Are you Chu clan planning to be exterminated? Even the Kenneth and the Dwight clan behind him were driven by a murderous intent towards Hector. It could be said that Hector had now completely torn his face with the 4 great powerful clans. Now, he was about to offend the Chu clan as well. Was this guy really insane? Elwyn Knife, why have you summoned me? At this moment, Farron, the founding ancestor of the Chu clan, opened his eyes and gave a faint glance. He had been in seclusion for 3 years straight without stepping out. Only the battle in the capital city this time had disturbed him. Elwyn, it's bad. 15 offended Hector. Now Jessup and Hector, father and son, are on their way to our Chu clan. What? Jessup is coming? Upon hearing this, Farron was stunned and immediately stood up, emitting a powerful aura of peak Third Realm Great Master. Elwyn, what should we do? Jace stared at the ancestor with a serious expression. Gather all the masters within the family immediately. At the same time, arrange for someone to contact the Dwight clan and tell them that our Chu clan needs them to repay the huge favor they owe us. Elwyn, will the Dwight clan help us? Even if Jessup comes, they can be intimidated. Yes. Jace swiftly departed. At this moment, the news of Hector leading an attack on the Chu clan caught the attention of various factions. Everyone was shocked. Just days after participating in the capital city's battle, Jessup and Hector, without a break, clashed again with the Chu clan, which supported the Philip. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Your Majesty, it's bad. Hector is pursuing the Philip and is about to reach the Chu clan. At this moment, a small eunuch entered Eris's study, speaking in a trembling voice. Oh, what happened? Eris asked calmly. The small eunuch immediately relayed all he knew to Eris. What? You say the Philip injured 15. So Hector became enraged and wants to kill the Philip? Eris's expression tightened. Yes, Your Majesty, the eunuch immediately responded. Eris narrowed his eyes. This old 8th prince has gone too far. To provoke Hector at such a time, let's take this opportunity to suppress the Chu clan somewhat. Eben, Zachary, Aaron. Suddenly, Eris looked toward the door. Creak. The door opened, and the 3 brothers, Eben, Zachary, and Aaron, entered. You will visit the Chu clan. Remember, appear only when they are almost overwhelmed and order Hector to stop. Any disputes, many outside the residence feel their heads buzz. Simultaneously, a gray figure darted forward and pressed a palm toward Hector. Just as Hector was about to counterattack, Jessup appeared and unleashed a punch, forcing the attacker back 3 steps. Old Chu, with me here. You dared to lay hands on my son. Are you tired of living? Jessup said coolly. Seeing Jessup, a flash of surprise crossed Farron's eyes. 16 years ago, you were harmed by the Gideon clan. I thought you would vanish forever. Who knew you'd recover? From your appearance, in a few more months, even I won't be able to block you. Truly remarkable, youth prevails. Since you fear so much, why did you dare to offend my son? Does your Chu clan wish for extermination? Jessup asked gravely. Dwightmf, extermination? Jessup, you brat. You talk too big. Our Chu clan has been rooted in the Ing kingdom for hundreds of years. Do you really think you and your son can exterminate our clan? Let's see then. Jessup was straightforward and prepared to strike again. But at that moment, a chilling voice came over. Ha ha, Master Su. Haven't seen you for 16 years. You're still as domineering as ever. Always threatening to destroy our top 10 powerful clans. Chapter 454. How to exceed reasonable bounds. It's the Dwight clan's ancestor, Raoul. Why is he here? Could he be here to aid the Chu clan? The top 10 powerful clans are constantly at odds with each other. Would indeed dare to act upon his son's orders. This person had dared to challenge the Gideon clan alone 16 years ago. If it hadn't been for the betrayal by the Gideon clan back then, he would have already become a legendary figure in Ingwa. Just like Dalton Braden back in the day. Moreover, on Jessup's side now were Sala sect from Jinchi County, Hey Gideon Society, and 10 Grandmasters. This force was not to be underestimated. Even the Ellis's residents and the Gideon clan suffered significant losses at their hands just half a day ago. Especially the Gideon clan, which had been severely weakened due to these father-son duo. Raoul, did you come here merely to mediate? At that moment, Farron, instead of answering Hector immediately, glanced at Raoul, a sinister glint flashing across his eyes. Feeling the malice in Farron's eyes, Raoul felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that the implication behind Farron's question was very clear. If he didn't comply, things might turn ugly. Hee Brother Chu, don't get angry. It's just an apology, not a great loss. Let's submit now and deal with them together on His Majesty's birthday. What do you think? Also, all strong clans will be present that day. These 2 have already offended the Zhao family, Gideon family, and Braden family. With both our families joining in, it will be too easy to eliminate them. There's no need to rush. I've already apologized. What more do you want? The Philip exploded with anger. I will exceed reasonable bounds. So what can you do? When you crushed Evan's bones and crippled his martial vein, did you ever think about how overboard you were? You piece of shit, kneel and apologize now or die today. Hector growled. F***CK. Having the Philip kneel to apologize, this is impossible. Mr. Su is truly dominant. But talking about it, the Philip crushing Evan's bones and crippling his martial vein, is this true? It must be true. Otherwise, Mr. Su wouldn't be so enraged. Outside the mansion, there was an uproar. Only now did everyone understand the true reason for Hector's anger. It was because the Philip had crippled Evan's martial vein. Hearing this, Farron's expression hardened. Hector, don't be greedy. The Philip has apologized. That's as far as it goes. Hehe, really? Then let's fight, Hector replied coldly, stepping closer, emitting powerful aura. Yorker, just do it. This old fool Farron will be dealt with by me. Also, Raoul, if you dare to move, I won't mind taking you two on together. Raoul's pupils constricted sharply. After some hesitation, he joined Farron swiftly. We'll take care of these Chu clan Kylers. At that moment, the Zoltan Set, the president of Hey Gideon Society, and the 10 Grandmasters stepped forward, locking onto the Chu clan's Grandmasters, causing an intense atmosphere that see. What did the Philip do? Panic spread through the crowd. Even Jessup was taken aback, breaking out in cold sweat. The golden glow from the Philip's armor harmed him slightly, but not significantly. He closed his eyes momentarily and reopened them to find everything normal again. But in that instant, he noticed the Philip's sword already inches from Hector's neck. Filth! You dare to harm my son, and I'll tear you apart today. Jessup roared, veins bulging in his forehead. This outcome was clearly beyond his expectations. His figure flickered as he prepared to rush forward for rescue but was blocked by Farron and Raoul. Jessup, your son is doomed today, Farron sneered. If anything happens to my son, your entire Chu clan will be wiped out, Jessup threatened with murderous intent. Boom. At this critical moment, Hector sensed immense danger, even though he could not see. However, his perception was astonishingly sharp. The sky eye activated to its fullest extent, instantly blocking the dazzling golden light. His figure flickered, avoiding the fatal strike with a poo sound, but his cheek was slashed, leaving a terrifying wound, blood spouting. At that moment, the golden light disappeared. Many people opening their eyes in shock to see Hector narrowly escaping the lethal attack. Yet, a deep cut like a centipede marred his face. Hiss, Master Su almost got killed, someone gasped in horror. What? He dodged? The Philip was alarmed. He had meticulously planned this strike for maximum lethality, yet Hector managed to evade it. Philip, Hector turned around, his eyes already recovering, able to faintly perceive his surroundings. Boom. Killer intent surged within him as he rapidly approached the Philip. Once more, the Philip activated the golden armor, emitting intense golden light that invaded Hector's vision like needles piercing his eyes. Drawing from past experience, Hector closed his eyes immediately. But what terrified him was that even with his eyes shut, the pervasive golden light penetrated his eyelids, entering his eyeballs, as if trying to explode them. Hector found himself in extreme peril once again. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Around him, many observers who had retreated further were now blinded. The 10 Grandmasters on Hector's side were heavily injured by Chu clan's elite fighters. Fairy Sala and the Black Dragon Society president were also forced into retreat by 2 Chu clan Grandmasters. If they hadn't moved away from the golden light's range, they would likely have been blinded too. In an instant, Hector's forces lost half their fighting capability, only Jessup still barely resisting the attacks of Farron and Raoul. Indeed, powerful clans have their own means. The Philip, fully supported by the Chu clan, has already put Hector at a disadvantage just with this mysterious armor, a Grandmaster muttered in awe. Others watched with bated breath. Now, everyone was holding their breath for Hector and his allies. Initially, it seemed that Jessup and Hector, leading many Grandmasters against the Chu clan, would overwhelm them, especially considering how they had severely damaged the Gideon clan and resisted Ellis Clayton, killing numerous Grandmasters. However, this formidable combat power was now on the defensive, Grandmasters teetering on the edge of defeat. Such a scenario was unexpected. But amid the shock, they understood the reason behind this. The golden force emitted by the Philip's armor suppressed their fighting capabilities comprehensively, especially Hector, who was completely enveloped by golden light, seemed to have no chance of turning things around. Death seemed inevitable. Everyone had this thought. And indeed, Hector faced one of the greatest crises in his life. His eyeballs had split open, blood filling his eye sockets. Moreover, pores opened involuntarily, letting the golden light penetrate like insects into his body, evaporating his blood at an alarming rate. This golden armor could evaporate human blood. Hector's hair stood on end. At the brink of life and death, another person might have despaired, but not Hector. He remained calm. Zoltanf and death are the most challenging tests, refining one's spirit. This truth was evident in Hector. Boom. Instantly, his potential was unleashed. The secret realm activated, expelling all the golden light from his body. The needle-like sensation on his eyeballs swiftly dissipated. In an instant, the golden light surrounding him vanished like a receding tide. A purple ripple emanated from Hector, enveloping him in a divine aura, impervious to all. Opening his eyes, Hector stood within the secret realm, akin to a sacred being untouched by the world. He was isolated, transcendent. Chapter 456. You think I dare not kill you? What on earth happened to this kid? Leroyd he not suffer from Yorker's golden power again? At that moment, Farron, who had been laughing heartily and thought Hector was destined to die, was now dumbfounded. He noticed a layer of golden ripples surrounding Hector, enveloping him in such a way that the golden power released by Bogdan couldn't cause any erosion at all. Just as it approached, it was blocked by those golden ripples. These ripples were akin to the sacred domain of saints, directly forming an energy field impervious to all kinds of forces. Haha, old man, you wanted to kill my son, right? His strength far surpasses your imagination. What kind of secret martial skill is this? Bogdan was trembling with shock and disbelief. Inside his golden armor, a piece of ancient jade containing a trace of golden power was embedded. What is golden power? The world has 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Golden power, one of the 5 elemental forces, is also the most potent offensive force among them. It is said that only the sages of ancient times could comprehend the power of the 5 elements. In short, this is a force that only a saint could produce. Such power is virtually invincible at the Grandmaster level. He had once relied on this power in the spirit warrior realm to slay Grandmasters. Now, being a Grandmaster himself, using this golden power, he could surely challenge Kyler-level masters. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least protect himself. But now, his golden power was hindered. That layer of golden ripples around Hector was too terrifying. Wherever it went, the golden power that invaded other Grandmasters was pushed back entirely. Moreover, the Grandmasters of the Chu clan seemed to have been crushed by an extremely powerful force, spitting blood and retreating. At this moment, Hector appeared like an invincible war god, overwhelming everything in his path, leaving even demons and spirits to flee in terror. He had never seen such a formidable Grandmaster before. This wasn't a Grandmaster but an invincible king among Grandmasters. In this moment, he felt fear and panic, even thinking that he could not possibly win. Meanwhile, those who had been watching the battle recovered and stared at Hector, their eyes wide open in shock. Under their gaze, Hector had already approached Bogdan. With a slap, Hector struck Bogdan, who, without any resistance, flew away while spewing blood, weak as a chicken. Hector continued to follow closely behind, moving calmly yet covering great distances rapidly, arriving right before Bogdan each time. Then he slapped again, sending Bogdan flying while spewing blood once more. Hiss, is Lord Su torturing Bogdan to death? Many people's eyes widened. Bogdan was, after all, a prince. Would Hector dare slap him repeatedly in front of so many people? As they sensed Hector's incredible strength, they also felt the ironclad ruthlessness and dominance. Even if he were a prince, Hector wouldn't hesitate to kill if provoked. This decisiveness and strength left many people trembling inside. Hector, you bastard. You dare kill my grandson? Farron roared, trying to rush over, but was blocked by Jessup. Jessup, move out of my way? Farron's eyes nearly burst, but Jessup just smiled. Your grandson is definitely dead today. His words echoed exactly what Farron had said earlier, making Farron's blood a functional tool. Hiss, is Lord Su really going to kill Bogdan? Killing a prince would make him an enemy of the royal family. Yes, the war god Jessup only beat the current Geoffrey severely when he was the Kenneth, but didn't dare to kill him. If Hector really kills a prince, he will be waging an endless battle with the court. Chapter 457, Victory and Enthronement. At this moment, everyone felt the killing intent radiating from Hector, especially from the terrifying power brewing in his right palm, which made even many senior grandmasters wary. Hector was clearly much stronger now than before, seemingly entering a very peculiar state. Beneath his formidable strength lay an unmasked aura of murderousness. Would Hector really dare to kill the Philip? Everyone from various factions watched intently, sensing that the sky over the Ing Daltondom was about to change drastically. This time, Hector had an extremely high chance of stirring up chaos in the capital city. Master Su, please stop. A voice like a chicken's croak sounded nonchalantly at that moment. Instantly, everyone noticed 3 figures appearing before them. The moment these 3 appeared, an immense pressure descended upon everyone, as if an invisible hand was clutching their hearts. Their breathing grew rapid and strained. Hiss, these are the 3 chief eunuchs of the palace. They have actually come. These 3 chief eunuchs are all said to be grandmasters, and among the best of them. Together, even the strongest members of the 10 great clans would be wary. With them here, it looks like the Philip won't die. Many people recognized the identities of the 3 individuals and felt greatly intimidated. Eben, Zachary, Aaron, the 3 chief eunuchs who served Jackson, with strength that placed them among the top figures in the entire Ing Daltondom. Only 2 people could command them. One was the current ruler of the Ing Daltondom, Brody. The other was the ancient ancestor of the Ing clan, Enzo. Clearly, these 3 chief eunuchs were here following instructions from one of these 2 figures, or perhaps both. Whoosh! Seeing the 3 chief eunuchs appear, everyone on the Chu clan side secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Philip was their hope. If he died, their position in the Ing Daltondom would be severely weakened and marginalized in the future. It's you. Hector turned back and immediately recognized Zachary, instantly narrowing his eyes. Zachary looked at Hector and nodded in admiration. It's only been a short while since we last met, yet Master Su's strength has grown so tremendously. Now even I can't be sure of winning against Master Su. Truly a genius of heaven him generously. Evan, come forward and receive the imperial edict. Zachary looked at Evan solemnly. Evan's face tensed, and he promptly knelt down. Your humble servant Carissa receives the imperial edict. By the grace of heaven, the Geoffrey decrees. For his humility and virtue, Evan is hereby ennobled as the Dalton of Cheen. What? Dalton of Cheen? The announcement caused a commotion throughout the crowd. None of the emperor's sons had yet been bestowed the title of king. All were only princes. It was widely rumored that whoever received the first king title would be a step closer to the throne. In history, the emperor himself had been ennobled as king before becoming crown prince. The previous emperors also followed this path. By ennobling Evan as Dalton of Cheen now, did this mean the emperor favored him? This realization changed not only the looks of the major forces, but also the expressions of the Chu and Dwight clans. Thank you, father. Evan trembled with excitement. He knew what this meant. He had earned his father's approval. Master Su, are you satisfied? Zachary looked at Hector again, smiling gently. Many saw through Zachary's attitude towards Hector and understood how highly the emperor regarded Hector. The main reason behind ennobling Evan as Dalton of Cheen was likely due to Jessup and Hector. From this, it was evident that instead, he looked at Hector with a grave expression. If Hector wanted the Driscoll to be the heir apparent, that would be too much. After all, the other princes had powerful clans backing them. His Majesty would, in order to maintain balance, never agree to this condition before all factions have completely determined a winner. Unless Hector and his people could achieve ultimate victory. Seeing Evan's changed expression, Hector immediately understood what he was thinking and smiled, saying, "Senior, rest assured. Although I very much want the Driscoll to be the heir apparent, I also know that now is not the right time. However, I have another request." Phew. Hearing this, Zachary finally heaved a sigh of relief, truly fearing that Hector would make an exorbitant demand, like making the Emperor name the Driscoll as heir apparent. If so, the Emperor would never agree. The other powerful clans would not agree either. Refusal would result in a complete rupture. This benefits no one. "Please go on, young Master Su," Zachary smiled again. "As long as it isn't naming the Driscoll as heir apparent, everything can be negotiated." He disabled the martial veins of the Driscoll, so I also want to disable his martial veins. Hector stared at Bogdan. Bogdan's face changed as he gritted his teeth. "Boy, I am a prince, dare you? Do you see if I dare?" Hector sneered and walked over. "Hold on." Zachary's expression changed, his figure flashing, rapidly placing himself between Bogdan and Hector. "Herb Su, remember he is still a prince. If you disable Bogdan's martial veins in front of everyone, His Majesty. About His Majesty, I will talk to him personally and not cause trouble for Lord Steward. But if I see my brother being crippled without any reaction, then frankly speaking, I can't do it. Today, I'll put it here. Either I cripple him or you cripple me." Hector spoke with murderous intent, staring intently at Zachary, his eyes filled with boundless hostility. Feeling Hector's intense hostility and unshakable willpower, Zachary furrowed his brows instantly. Then, he turned to Jessup. Jessup laughed loudly. "My son's intention is mine. Hector, the Emperor has been quite tolerant towards you." "Don't push your luck," said Evan coldly, who hadn't spoken up until now. "I'm merely doing what I should. If seeking justice for my brother is considered pushing one's luck, then consider it so." Hector gave Evan a cold look. "You're courting death." Evan was enraged and stepped forward. "Brother, leave this matter to me." Seeing his Kyler brother get angry, Zachary's expression changed, and he immediately intervened. Then, he turned to Hector and said sternly, "Herb Su, this matter is significant. I cannot give you a. Bogdan will completely lose his qualification to compete for the position of heir apparent." "What? Lose the qualification to compete for the heir apparent position?" For an ambitious person aspiring to the throne, this was more painful than death itself. "No, father won't treat me like this. Lord Steward, this must not be true. If Hector disables my martial veins, I'd rather become a cripple than lose the chance to be the heir apparent." Bogdan was terrified. Just moments ago, he wasn't afraid of dying, but now he was genuinely panicking. He had two ultimate goals since childhood. One was to be the ruler of Ing State. The other was to be the Supreme Daryl. Being the ruler of Ing State was his primary goal. How could he become a Supreme Daryl if he couldn't achieve this goal? Zachary's face was icy cold. "Bogdan, by harming your own brothers, you've violated the Emperor's greatest taboo. Would your other brothers have a way out if you ascend the throne in the future? The Emperor depriving you of the qualification to compete for the position of heir apparent is the utmost leniency. You need to understand gratitude." Thud. Bogdan collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning, his face losing all color. He knew that once father decided, he would never lay hands on the throne for the rest of his life. "Herb Su, is this acceptable?" Zachary looked back at Hector. Hector glanced at Evan. "Carissa." Carissa nodded. "All right, if His Highness is satisfied with this outcome, then let it be." Hector nodded. "Zoltantal brat, I'll kill you." Suddenly, Bogdan flashed towards Hector, slapping out with his palm. Hector turned and pressed a palm forward, looking for death. "Save him, Herb Su." Zachary tried to rush over to help, but it was too late. Thud. Bogdan spewed blood and flew backward. Zachary flashed to catch him and injected true energy into his body. The next moment, Zachary's expression changed drastically. "You disabled Bogdan?" "He tried to kill me. I just disabled him, which counts as giving considerable face to His Majesty," Hector replied indifferently. "Boy, you've gone too far." Evan approached, emitting the peak energy of a Grandmaster second rank. Compared to the head of the Gideon clan, Keenan Phi, he was much stronger. Both being Grandmaster second rank, there was a huge disparity in power. Even Hector's gaze turned serious upon seeing Evan. ####Chapter 459. Hector declares war on all powerful clans. So what if it's excessive? Was it not excessive when the Philip, that bastard, crippled Evan? Hector sneered without a hint of or reached peak 5th stage. Thud. A heavy sound echoed suddenly. In the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They watched in disbelief as Hector took 3 steps back after engaging with his opponent, while the great eunuch Evan staggered back a single step. Hector retreated 3 steps. Evan retreated 1 step. Although Hector was at a slight disadvantage, the gap wasn't significant. It must be remembered that Hector's cultivation was merely at the peak master realm, and yet, he was able to engage Evan, who ranked just below the ancestral Kylers of the 10 great clans, nearly matching his strength. If he were to reach the half-step great master realm, wouldn't he be able to directly contend with the 10 great clans' ancestral Kylers? Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Hector had completely changed, filled with uncontrollable reverence. He was indeed a superhuman monster, absolutely no weaker than the Dalton Jeffrey of old, perhaps even stronger. It was no wonder that His Majesty treated him with such leniency. Very well, indeed very strong. You rival, or even surpass, your father in the 4 seas. No wonder you speak with such audacity. Evan cast a deep look at Hector, the anger in his eyes turning into amazement. Having lived for 70 years, except for Cato Jessup, this was the first time he had encountered such a prodigy. Among all prodigies, Hector was undeniably the strongest at the master realm, without equal. Even the legendary martial arts figure of the Ing Daltondom, Cato, could not match Hector's prowess at this level. But with just this much strength, you cannot act recklessly without limits. Eben's expression turned grim, and he prepared to attack again. However, at that moment, Zachary flashed forward and blocked Eben, saying in a solemn voice, "Brother, Prince Su is someone favored by His Majesty. Behind him stands Jessup and others. Moreover, he now has the backing of the Adalberto. Let us report this matter to His Majesty and allow him to handle it." Hearing this, Eben hesitated, then glanced at Jessup nearby, whose icy gaze indicated readiness to intervene. Instantly, Eben felt a chill run down his spine, and his aura gradually subsided. If Jessup intervened, even though the three brothers were confident they could take down Hector, it would come at a significant cost. The Jeffrey's 40th birthday was approaching, and more forces from the capital were arriving. If they got injured due to Hector now, the subsequent situation might spiral out of their control. "Fine, we will report this to His Majesty first." Eben nodded and then shot a cold glance at Hector, saying gravely, "Boy, I admit that your talent ranks among the best of all the prodigies I've encountered, but the world is vast, and powerful figures abound. If you continue acting this way, you will eventually offend someone you can't afford to cross, leading to your downfall. In the past, many people have said something similar to me, but none of them witnessed my demise. Instead, those who provoked me all ended up in hell," Hector replied with a cold smile. "Hmph, slick talker." Eben coldly huffed and swept away. Realizing words alone couldn't defeat Hector's sharp tongue. "All of you disperse." Aaron waved his hand, casting a deep glance at Hector before turning and leaving. At this moment, Zachary, carrying the Philip, swiftly headed towards the palace. "Hector, our enmity won't end so easily," the Chu clan patriarch said, staring fiercely at Hector with gnashed teeth. Because of Hector, his grandson, the Philip, lost any chance of becoming the crown prince. This was a blood feud. Hector calmly looked at Farron and said, "If your Chu clan wants to be wiped out, I'll gladly oblige. Prince Su, I was also coerced earlier. Please don't hold it against me," Raoul said with a smile as he approached. "If it's convenient for you, today I'll host a dinner for you at the 10,000 Saints Tower as an apology." Hector glanced at the smiling Raoul and asked, "If I recall correctly, the Hatcher is your Dwight clan's descendant, right?" Full day since then when Hector chased after Bogdan again, leading all the way to the Chus clan, the ancestral clan backing Bogdan. This alarmed the Chus clan's patriarch, Farron. Even with the entire Chus clan mobilized, they couldn't stop Hector from crippling Bogdan. Upon hearing this news, all major forces within Dalton City were greatly shocked. This battle once again confirmed the formidable power of the Su father and son duo, Jessup and Hector. Their strength was now capable of shaking up an entire powerful clan. Some analysts believe that to oppose them, it would require at least two strong clans working together. Back in the day, Jessup could destabilize an entire powerful clan single-handedly, and now his son Hector had achieved the same feat. Truly, father and son were prodigies of the Ying Daltondom. Many people were stunned and sighed deeply. Both father and son were extraordinary, but what shocked everyone the most was that after Bogdan was crippled, the royal family chose silence. Even the three top eunuchs didn't make things too difficult for Hector. Only Eben, the chief eunuch, briefly exchanged blows with him, during which Hector was only slightly disadvantaged. Who was Eben? The head of the three great eunuchs, one of the emperor's most trusted people. His strength was said to be second only to the forefathers of the 10 great clans. Combined, the three eunuchs could rival any of the forefathers of the 10 great clans. We would also be wary of this father and son duo, perhaps even feeling as restless as them, forcing us to unite against them. "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" Aaron asked. Jeffrey Eris smiled and replied, "Wait and see. If Eben truly triumphs with Jessup and Hector's support over the 10 major clans, then why not grant him the position of crown prince? If he fails, then let Jessup and Hector suffer the consequences together. By the way, you three, accompany me to Wyatt's residence." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wyatt's residence was the home of Evan. Now crowned as Wyatt, he became the first and only one among several dozen princes to receive such a title. Currently, the palace was decorated with lanterns, brimming with excitement. After this battle, due to Jessup and Hector's influence, Evan's stature rose dramatically. All significant factions sent their main representatives to offer congratulations at Wyatt's residence. For a time, the threshold of Wyatt's palace was nearly worn out by visitors, a stark contrast from the past, where the place was virtually deserted. This transformation underscored the impact of power. In the past, Evan was powerless and lacked any significant influence, possessing only the title of prince without anyone respecting or valuing him. Knowing his bleak prospects, everyone thought he'd end up less than ordinary once his brothers ascended the throne, either imprisoned or eliminated. Clearly, no one wanted to associate with the doomed prince. But now, it was different. With Jessup and Hector by his side, no one dared underestimate Evan anymore. Many analysts even argued that with the support of Jessup and Hector, Evan's overall strength was on par with the likes of Kenneth and Kian. He now stood a chance of ascending the throne. Thus, immediately after the battle ended, representatives from all major factions started visiting to pay homage to Evan. Meanwhile, Hector, the orchestrator of this move, secluded himself along with the injured Evan for recuperation. Within Hector's secret realm, Evan's martial veins healed visibly. The mysterious substance produced inside Hector's body had the power to repair essence, becoming more potent as Hector entered his secret realm more frequently. Hector's injuries from the battle healed instantly. Furthermore, his perception of Tao increased within the secret realm, bringing him closer to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Once he reached that stage, his combat prowess would skyrocket. At the same time, Wyatt's residence was filled with guests. Representatives from all factions were arranged in the back garden of Wyatt's mansion. After Jeffrey Eris bestowed the title of Wyatt on Prince G, he allocated a vast piece of land around the residence for expansion, making it larger than those of Kenneth and Kian. Evan, does your newfound title as Wyatt significantly increase your chances of succession compared to Kenneth and Kian? Hashtag chapter 461. Eris arrives at Qinhuangfu. It's natural. The father and son, Jessup and Hector, can each take on a powerful clan now. Add to that the grandmasters behind them, and they're absolutely capable of taking on two major clans. In terms of current overall strength, the Driscoll's power has already fallen behind the other princes. True, the most important thing is that the potential of Jessup and Hector is enormous. If they continue to grow, the future ruler of Ying will undoubtedly be the Driscoll Carissa, whom they support. Therefore, the chances of the Driscoll becoming the ruler of our Ying country are the greatest. That's not necessarily true. I heard that after this battle, Ellis immediately invited the other 8 major clans for a secret meeting. The main topic of this secret meeting was to discuss how to eliminate Jessup and Hector. What? How do you know about the discussion? I don't know exactly, just what I've heard, but it's highly likely to be true. After all, the current Jessup and Hector pose a significant threat to the 10 major clans. If I were one of the 10 major clans, I would also unite against Jessup and Hector. If that's true, then the Driscoll would be the least likely to ascend the throne. But that's not how we should put it. It depends on what Jessup and Hector will do next. In the back garden of Qin Mansion, everyone was discussing the father and son. Reply, Your Majesty, the Driscoll's martial veins have been crippled. Herb Hector is currently restoring his martial veins. A small eunuch next to Leighton Carissa crawled over, trembling and stuttering. Oh, martial veins severed? Can they be restored? Eris was surprised, interested, and smiled. Lead the way. I'll wait for him in the hall. Yes. The little eunuch nodded, stood up, and led Eris and the others to the hall. After Eris disappeared from view, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, even His Majesty personally came here. Does this mean His Majesty values the Driscoll? You should change your address to Leighton. Right, Leighton. It's not about the Driscoll but about the father and son duo, Jessup and Hector, who stand behind him. Yes, the only ones in the entire Qin Mansion who can make His Majesty care are the father and son duo who dare challenge the 10 major clans. After Eris left, the back garden of Qin Mansion buzzed again. At this moment, Hector's secret realm vanished. This time, his secret realm had lasted for 3 hours, 6 whole hours, equivalent to a quarter of a day. Under this secret realm, Hector made significant gains. He had already touched the peak of the Grandmaster realm, believing that within days, he would break through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Furthermore, Leighton Carissa's martial veins. Soon, they met Eris and the 3 head eunuchs, Eben, Zachary, and Aaron in the hall. Greetings, father. Gideon lived the Jeffrey. Carissa knelt with one knee, showing respect. Hector merely clasped his hands and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. How dare you disrespect His Majesty? Eben's face darkened, angrily shouting. Eris waved his hand and laughed. It's fine. Etiquette isn't crucial. He sized up Hector and exclaimed, Truly outstanding. Just like your father. Handsome and dignified. You are destined to become one of the great figures of the northern frontier, with a bright future ahead. Your Majesty flatters me, Hector smiled. Jeer, get up. With Brother Sue supporting you, your future achievements will surely not be inferior to those of your brothers. As your father, I am very proud of you. Eris looked at Carissa again, his eyes warm like a loving father. Of course, Jessup and Hector can now single-handedly challenge a powerful clan. Add to that the Grandmasters backing them, and they are absolutely capable of taking on 2 powerful clans. Based on their current overall strength, Evan's power has already fallen behind the other princes. Yes, most importantly, Jessup and Hector have immense potential. If they continue to grow, the future ruler of Ingdalthendom will definitely be Evan Carissa, whom they support. Therefore, Evan Carissa has the highest chance of becoming our kingdom's ruler in the future. Not necessarily. I heard that after this battle, Ellis immediately invited the other 8 powerful clans for a secret meeting. The main topic of discussion was how to eliminate Jessup and Hector. What? How do you know about the discussion? I don't really know, just what I've heard. But it's likely true. After all, Jessup and Hector are causing extreme concern among the 10 powerful clans. If I were one of the 10 clans, I would also unite against them. If that's true, then Evan Carissa might be the least likely to ascend the throne. You can't say that yet. We still need to see what happens next with Jessup and Hector. In the back garden of Qin Wangfu, there was a flurry of excitement as everyone discussed Jessup and Hector, the Hatcher, the Peter, and the 10 powerful clans. After all, they were the key figures determining the future direction of the Ingdalthendom. Note: for consistency and natural fluency, Qin Wangfu should either be fully translated or kept as Qin Wangfu, if it is a proper name. Here, I assumed it needed full translation to Qin Wangfu. If Qin Wangfu is meant to be a proper noun, it should remain unchanged, for better fluency and accuracy. In the back garden of Qin Wangfu, there was a flurry of excitement as everyone discussed Jessup and Hector, the Hatcher, the Peter, and the 10 powerful clans. After all, they were the pivotal figures who would determine the future direction of the Ingdalthendom. Sire has arrived. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed from the entrance of Qin Wangfu. Instantly, the back garden fell silent. 紧接着，一群人起身，往秦王府门口走去。His Majesty is here, let's go quickly. Dwitry, go to pay respects to His Majesty immediately. Various forces streamed out in an orderly manner. Eris was a core figure of the Ying clan and the ruler of Ying State. The Ying clan ranked first among the 10 major strong tribes of Ying State. The strength of the Ying clan alone was enough to crush other powerful tribes. Moreover, the forces behind the Ying clan were even stronger. It was rumored that they had people within the superpowers of the northern border like Qilin Manor, Zoltangwahal, and Wuxing sect. This was also the reason why the Ying clan could always maintain its dominance in Ying State. Regardless of how chaotic Ying State became, the dominant position of the Ying clan remained unshaken. Your Majesty, may you live 10,000 years. The leaders of various forces all knelt down and paid their respects. Rise. Where's the 15th prince? Eris waved his hand, glanced around but did not see Prince Carissa. To be more precise, it should be said that it was Wyatt Carissa. Prince. Evantha's martial vein was destroyed. Hector is currently repairing his martial vein. A small eunuch beside Wyatt Carissa crawled over tremulously and replied with a trembling voice. Oh, martial vein severed? Can it still be repaired? Eris was surprised, suddenly interested, and smiled. Lead the way. This king will wait for him in the main hall. Yes. The little eunuch nodded, got up immediately, and led Eris and the others to the main hall. Not until Eris disappeared from sight did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, as if they had been granted amnesty. Hiss, even His Majesty came in person. Does this mean His Majesty places great emphasis on the 15th prince? You should change your address to Wyatt. Right, Wyatt. It's not about being optimistic about the 15th prince, but about the father-son duo Jessup and Hector behind him. Yeah, in the entire Qin Wangfu, only Jessup and Hector, who dared to challenge the top 10 strong tribes, can make His Majesty care. After Eris left, the back garden of Qin Wangfu burst into noise again. At this moment, Hector's secret realm vanished. It had been open for 3 hours straight, 6 hours in total, equivalent to a quarter of a day. This time in the secret realm, Hector's gains were enormous. He believed he would break through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm soon. Apart from that, Carissa's martial vein was completely restored, and his cultivation advanced further, reaching the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Many thanks to Brother Su, Carissa felt delighted upon sensing his fully recovered martial veins and the endless influx of powerful true qi after breaking through. Hector waved his hand. It's a minor matter. Your Highness needn't be so polite with me. Wyatt Carissa wanted to say something else, but at that moment, a small eunuch's voice came from outside the door. Wyatt, His Majesty has arrived and is waiting for you and Master Su in the main hall. Father has come? Hearing this, Carissa's expression changed drastically. This was the first time in his memory that his father had ever come to his residence. In the past, he had always gone to the palace to meet his father during important family events like New Year's Day or other major holidays, usually once or twice a year, rarely thrice. As for coming to see him proactively, it was unimaginable. But now, it seemed to be real. Suddenly, he became nervous. Leroy, his father, come here to hold him accountable? Don't be nervous, Your Highness. His Majesty may have come to express his importance of you after your enfeoffment as Wyatt, Hector smiled. Hearing this, Carissa secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looking gratefully at Hector. Brother Su is right, I overthought it. Brother Su, let's go pay our respects to His Majesty. Let's go. Hector and Carissa immediately left the room and headed for the main hall. Soon, they met Eris, along with 3 grand eunuchs, Eben, Zachary, and Aaron, paying respect to father. Gideon lived the Jeffrey. Carissa knelt on one knee, showing great reverence. Hector, however, simply bowed and greeted, paying respect to Your Majesty. How dare you show such disrespect to His Majesty? Eben frowned and angrily shouted. Hector gave Eben a cold glance. Eris waved his hand and smiled. It's fine. Etiquette isn't the most important thing. As he sized up Hector, he exclaimed, Indeed, a remarkable person like a dragon among men. Just like your father, you are handsome and dignified. You are destined to become one of the major figures in the northern border region, with boundless prospects. Your Majesty flatters me, Hector smiled. Jeer, rise. With Hector protecting you, your future achievements will not be inferior to those of your brothers. I'm very happy for you. Eris looked at Carissa again, his eyes filled with warmth, like a loving father. Instantly, the garden fell silent. Then, a crowd stood up and made their way toward the entrance of Qin Wangfu. Note: for better fluency in English, Qin Wangfu should be translated as Qin Wangfu to Qin Wangfu's entrance, or use an appropriate name if Qin Wangfu refers to a specific place like Qin Mansion or Qin Wangfu Estate. However, since Wangfu generally means princely mansion, it could be translated as Qin Princely Mansion. Then, a crowd stood up and made their way toward the entrance of Qin Princely Mansion. Sire is here. Hurry up. Quick, go pay your respects to Sire. The leaders of various factions emerged one after another. Eris was the core figure of the Ying clan and the ruler of Ingdaltendam. The Ying clan ranked first among the 10 powerful clans of Ingdaltendam. Its strength alone could crush any other clan. Moreover, the Ying clan had extremely strong backing, rumored to have members in the Qilin Mansion, Zoltangwa Hall, Tracy Sect, and other superpowers in the northern frontier. This was why the Ying clan had maintained its dominant position in Ingdaltendam despite whatever turmoil it faced. Bow to Sire. Gideon lived the Jeffrey. The heads of various factions knelt down, bowing their heads in reverence. Rise. Where's 15? Eris waved his hand, glancing around but not seeing Evan Carissa. Or rather, Wyatt Carissa. To reply, Sire, 15 prince's martial veins were severed, and Mr. Hector is currently repairing them. A trembling little eunuch who served Wyatt Carissa replied nervously. Oh, sever to a place name, so I will use Leightonview. After Eris left, the back garden of Leightonview once again buzzed with chatter. And at this moment, Hector's secret realm had vanished. This time, his secret realm had been active for 3 hours, which was equivalent to a quarter of a day. Entering this secret realm period, Hector had gained significantly. He had already touched upon the limits of the Grandmaster realm and believed that he would break through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm soon. Additionally, Leighton Carissa's martial veins were fully restored, and his cultivation advanced even further, reaching the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Thank you, Brother Su. Upon sensing the complete recovery of his martial veins and the endless surge of powerful true qi after breaking through, Carissa was visibly overjoyed. Hector waved his hand, saying, It's nothing much. Your Highness need not be so courteous. Just as Leighton Carissa wanted to say something else, a little eunuch's voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived and is waiting for you and Master Su in the hall. Father is here? Upon hearing this, Carissa's expression changed dramatically. This was the first time since he could remember that his father had come to his residence. Previously, he had always gone to the palace to meet his father during important family events such as New Year. They met only once or twice a year at most. As for his father coming to see him proactively, that was something he had never dared to imagine. But now, it seemed real. Instantly, he felt anxious. Could father be coming here to protecting you? Your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of your brothers. I'm very proud of you. Eris looked at Carissa again, his eyes full of warmth, like a doting father. At this moment, Hector's secret realm vanished. This time, his secret realm had lasted for 3 hours, 6 full hours, equivalent to a quarter of a day. Brandering this time, Hector made significant progress. He believed he was now close to reaching the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Beyond this, he successfully restored Wyatt Carissa's martial veins, pushing him to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Thank you, Brother Sue. Carissa felt the complete recovery of his martial veins and the surging power within him, smiling broadly. Hector waved his hand. It's a small matter, Your Highness, no need for such formalities. Wyatt Carissa wanted to say more, but at that moment, a little eunuch called from outside the door. Your Highness, Sire has come and is waiting for you and Mr. Sue in the hall. Father is here? Carissa's face changed. This was the first time his father had visited since he could remember. Previously, he had to visit the palace himself during important family events, only seeing his father once or twice a year at most. But now, it seemed like a dream coming true. His heart grew heavy with anxiety. Could his father be here to punish him? Chapter 462. Eris and Hector's conversation. Dalton Carissa of Cheen was stunned by the unexpected favor. This was the first time his father had spoken to him at such length, and the first time he had been treated with such gentleness. In the past, he always felt that his father was far away, high above, like a god in the sky, unreachable. Throughout his life, he had never experienced his father's affection, but at this moment, he finally felt something he had never dared to dream of. Father, Carissa's eyes welled up with tears as he slowly stood up. Everyone, please sit. I have come here today to discuss something important. Eris waved his hand and sat down in the main seat. Carissa and Hector followed suit. Noticing the moisture in Carissa's eyes, Eris pondered for a moment before saying, Gee, these past years, your father rarely communicated with you or showed you any concern. You don't resent me, do you? I dare not, Carissa replied immediately. Dare not? Eris paused, then smiled bitterly. Jeer, our royal family is different from ordinary households. As the ruler of a nation, I cannot show excessive closeness to any of my children. It would undermine the foundations of the state. You should also know that each of your brothers has the backing of powerful clans. They will inevitably fight for the position of Kenneth and even the throne itself. If I were too close to you, a prince with no power or influence, your fate would be dire. To them, you would be no different from an ant. Hearing this, Carissa was deeply moved. His father kept his distance to protect him? At this moment, he felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude. Your Majesty. Thud. Carissa knelt on the spot. I always thought you kept your distance because I was born to a palace maid and you didn't like me. At this moment, Carissa let his true feelings flow freely. You are my flesh and blood. How could I not love you? Eris stood up and gently supported Carissa. The father and son rose together, holding hands. Hector, watching the tender moment between the two, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This emperor truly was a master ruler. With just a few simple words, he had moved their prince to tears. Then, Eris turned to Hector. Zoltan Su, I know what you're thinking. However, if you want to make Youngdi ascend the throne at age 15, I will support you. But my support is limited. You must rely on yourself. How does your Majesty suggest I proceed? Hector smiled. Eris stared at Hector for several moments before asking, to ensure Youngdi's rise, would you dare to oppose the 9 major clans simultaneously? Why not? Hector raised an eyebrow. Good bravery is all you need. At Hector. Yes. You need to be prepared to face the 9 major clans head-on. Thank you for the warning. Brandering the birthday celebration. I'll provide an unforgettable spectacle for your Majesty. If they cooperate. Hector narrowed his eyes. Sensing Hector's unwavering resolve, Eris nodded, stood up, and smiled. I look forward to your good news. If you can withstand the 9 major clans, I will immediately appoint Youngdi as the crown prince of our Ing lineage. Escort father out. Carissa was overjoyed as he escorted them. No need. 15th, Zoltan Su, you may return. Eris waved them off and soon left the Qin Wangfu to improve fluency and accuracy. No need. Prince Youngdi, Su, you may return. Eris waved them off and soon departed from the Qin Wangfu. For better readability and consistency, let's make a few more adjustments. No need. Prince Youngdi, Su, you may return. Eris dismissed them with a wave and soon departed from the Qin Wangfu. Note, Wangfu translates to princely mansion or prince's residence, but it can be left as if the context is clear. Do you really think Jessup and Hector can face the 9 major clans? Eben frowned after they left. Eris laughed. Whether they can succeed or not is one thing, but my purpose was to warn them. Whether they dare or not is none of my concern now. Let's wait and see the outcome, generals. He referred to himself as commander-in-chief. The arrival of 10,000 elite troops immediately made the people in the capital anxious. Leroy, you hear? Governor Lachlan of Dalong County has brought 10,000 elite soldiers and is now outside the capital. Heaven! What does Lachlan want to do? His Majesty will soon celebrate his 40th birthday, and he brought 10,000 elite soldiers. Is this meant to intimidate His Majesty? Lachlan has always been ambitious. Rumor has it that he has been training soldiers and forging weapons in Dalong County with the intention of rebelling. Rebellion? Does he want to become our ruler? Hasn't His Majesty already bestowed him the title of Ajax? Even among other princes, he wields more power, being only second to the emperor. Prime Minister even gives way to him. What more could he want? It's not about him becoming our ruler. It's said that long ago, he repeatedly urged His Majesty to designate Kenneth as successor. You know, the crown prince is his nephew. If the crown prince becomes the heir, he'll become the imperial uncle with more power. Maybe one day, the entire country would be under his control. By comparison, seizing power is riskier, and his brother Jian, along with the influential figures behind the Ying family wouldn't agree. So making his nephew the ruler maximizes his power? Exactly. So he might have brought 10,000 elite soldiers here to force his majesty to designate the crown prince. Following the arrival of Ajax Lachlan from Dalong County, the entire capital buzzed with discussion. Outside the city, Prime Minister Clayton, along with the chieftains of the 8 major clans, went to greet Lachlan. It was evident that Lachlan's status was significant. Haha, Commander-in-Chief, you've come. Leroy, you bring so many to protect the capital? Laughed Prime Minister Clayton boldly, standing in front of the massive army while clan leaders behind him frowned nervously. Despite being among the 10 strongest clans, they still lagged slightly behind Lachlan. His strength rivaled their ancient patriarchs, and with an army of 20,000 elite troops behind him, his power intimidated even the emperor. Most importantly, his brother was Jian, the youngest saint in history. A saint, held unparalleled prowess across northern martial world. Not long ago, Jian single-handedly destroyed a top-tier force, causing ripples of fear. Many believed Jian would soon become the northern realm's most formidable cultivator. With his brother's influence, Lachlan wielded immense authority. Even surrounding lesser counties secretly supported him, ready to assist him if needed. Of course, everyone knew what assistance entailed. This was also why the 10 powerful clans— Now, Prime Minister, may I bring my brothers into the city? Asked Lachlan, smiling. Clayton shook his head. From ancient times, no general may enter the city with troops. Our ancestors decreed this rule. Dwightmf. Dead rules don't bind the living. This tradition makes no sense and must be abolished. But His Majesty hasn't decided. I shall request His Majesty's consent to abolish this rule now. Well, Prime Minister, step aside. My brothers can't wait to enter the city. Go. He spurred his horse towards Prime Minister Clayton, who hesitated then moved away. Following him, the 8 clan leaders also reluctantly cleared the path. This is the capital. Please dismount, Your Highness. Suddenly, a regiment blocked their path. How dare you obstruct me when neither His Majesty nor the Prime Minister said anything, spat Lachlan. Instantly, he executed the guard whose head flew off as other guards recoiled in terror. Subsequently, Lachlan marched into the city with his 10,000 elite soldiers. Hashtag chapter 464, Defiance of Royal Authority. How outrageous, this Lachlan is simply too audacious. This is the imperial city, not his backyard. How dare he violate the rules established by our ancestors? Is he planning a rebellion? If it weren't for Lachlan's brother being Geoffrey Jian, I would demand His Majesty execute him. The patriarchs of the 8 powerful clans glared at Lachlan's arrogant demeanor. 100,000 elite troops? Yes, Your Highness Leighton. They will pass by our mansion shortly. A little eunuch spoke with a troubled expression. Leighton Carissa's face turned ashen. He knew how overbearing Ajax Lachlan was. Even his father's dignity couldn't deter him. But he never expected Lachlan would dare bring troops into the city. This action had crossed the line, challenging both his father's and the Ying clan's authority. It was a direct defiance of royal power. Highness, Ajax Lachlan is coming and will soon pass by here. We close the gates immediately, and no one is allowed to enter or exit. Carissa spoke sternly. What he feared most was this Lachlan. In the Ying state, there was a saying. As long as Lachlan wanted, he could be the ruler anytime. Of course, many factors were involved, like Jian, his elite troops, and the neighboring state's stance. Possibility was one thing. Realization was another. Remember the Azura sect at its peak, which claimed it could overthrow the Ying regime but ultimately failed. No need, Hector and Jessup interjected at this moment. Uncle Sue, Brother Sue, Carissa felt relieved when he saw the two arrive. Jessup and Hector were his pillars of support. As long as they were around, he felt secure. Ajax Lachlan, I know this man. Years ago, his brother Jian and he visited me. Back then, they were mere spirit martial realm Freds. Now, one is the youngest martial legend of Ying state, and the other is a non-imperial king. Truly, people can surprise us within 3 days, Jessup said with a cold smile. Uncle Sue, he once paid respects to you? Carissa asked, feeling something stir inside him. He only knew that Jian had visited Jessup before, but didn't know Lachlan also came along. Yes, I'll go check on this fellow. Jessup smiled and left. Meanwhile, the Abraham learned of Lachlan's arrival and was elated, rushing out of his mansion. Haha, uncle, haven't seen you in a while. My nephew misses you dearly. The Abraham laughed from afar. Hee hee, my dear nephew, haven't seen you in a while. How have you been? Lachlan responded joyfully. They loved this nephew the most. Not good. The Abraham shook his head, his expression suddenly turning gloomy. Why? Who has offended you? Tell your uncle, and I'll take care of them. Lachlan's face darkened instantly, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Uncle, did you know father named the 15th son as Leighton? The Abraham suddenly said. Oh, I've heard about this. That Fred, whom I've met twice, is just a weakling. Your father must be getting senile. Naming him Leighton. Don't worry. Killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant, Lachlan scoffed. Your Majesty, Sheen Mansion is on this street, a grandmaster beside him said. Oh, since I'm in the city, let's visit and see why this Fred deserves to stand equally with me. Lachlan's face hardened. At the same time, the Peters residence. You say Lachlan brought 100,000 elite troops into the city, and even the Ellis couldn't stop them? The Peter narrowed his eyes. Yes, Highness. Not only that, Lachlan and the Abraham have gathered and are heading to Sheen Mansion. Hee, interesting. Given my understanding of Lachlan, the 15th ascension as Leighton will undoubtedly face Lachlan's oppression. Let's head over to watch the show. The Peter rose, and 4 grandmasters followed suit. At the same time, Imperial Palace. Outrageous. That Lachlan is truly hateful. How dare he bring troops into the city, completely disregarding me. Upon receiving the news, Eris flew into a rage. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, bad news. Lachlan has taken his troops to Qin Mansion. Great Supervisor Eben entered, looking at the trembling ministers on the ground and speaking gravely. What? He went to Qin Mansion? This is serious. Leighton might face trouble. Yes, what should we do? The ministers were shocked. Eris's face darkened further. Knowing Lachlan, anything was possible. Eben, Lachlan had already brought his 100,000 elite troops to the Leighton Palace gates. Go ahead and tear down these gates for me, Lachlan commanded. Yes, your highness. Immediately, a grandmaster dismounted from a black horse and punched at the tightly shut gates. Hiss, that's the Leighton Palace. It's the only current residence of the Emperor's sons who have been granted princely titles. This overlord is too arrogant. Without a word, he dares to act against Wyatt, openly defying imperial authority. Is he not afraid of angering his majesty? Hee. It's rumored that he has repeatedly threatened his majesty to install the eldest prince as the crown prince. Does he fear offending the emperor now? Sigh. Indeed, Ajax Lachlan is overly domineering. But then again, the Leighton Palace has Jessup and Hector, father and son. If he acts, it will certainly enrage them. That's right. The father-son duo dares to challenge the 10 great clans, so they naturally won't fear Lachlan. Let's wait and see. There will definitely be a clash. But this time, Ajax Lachlan has brought 100,000 elite troops. Even the powerful Jessup and Hector may suffer heavy losses. Many people were watching Ajax Lachlan's every move from the shadows. When they saw Lachlan directly order a grandmaster to forcibly break down the gates, everyone was startled. However, as various forces in Braidinching were buzzing with disgust, Jessup pointed out issues in his cultivation, which were completely resolved. Branding to Jessup's guidance, his cultivation rapidly progressed afterward. In a way, he owed much of his success today to Jessup's teachings back then. So, it's you. Seeing the stunned Lachlan, Jessup smiled. He still remembered that over a decade ago, Lachlan was just a little kid whose appearance hadn't changed much, but his status, identity, and strength had changed considerably. Bold. Not kneeling before Ajax. At this moment, a grandmaster yelled fiercely. These words changed Lachlan's expression. Whoosh. The next moment, the grandmaster was sent flying with a spray of blood. Lachlan shuddered, realizing how fast Jessup's movements were, reminiscent of those years past. Your subordinate actually wants me to kneel before you? Looks like you've done well over the past dozen years. Jessup looked at Lachlan from 3 steps away, his expression calm. Lachlan's brows twitched multiple times. Akhil, you jest. No matter how well I do, I can never compare to you. You were once Aring Dalthandom's martial war god, Lachlan said. What? Lachlan speaking so reasonably? Everyone was astonished. Who was Lachlan? For years, he had always acted high and mighty. Today, his subordinate got beaten, yet he still spoke so politely to the other side. Was this really the usual overbearing, power-defying Ajax Lachlan? However, they quickly snapped back to reality. Someone mentioned some secrets from the past. In the past, Jalen brought Lachlan to meet Jessup, who gave them both valuable guidance. It can be said that Jessup had benefited Jalen and Lachlan immensely. It's said that Jalen's original goal was to surpass Jessup. As Jalen's Kyler brother, Lachlan couldn't help but have deep-seated respect for Jessup, even though he has now grown to be on par with Jessup. This respect remains deeply ingrained within him. So what if I am Jessup? Haven't I been forced to face enemies at my doorsteps now? Jessup continued smiling. Upon hearing this, Lachlan's expression changed once more. He knew exactly what Jessup meant. Akhil, I came here today because of Wyatt. It has nothing to do with you. Please don't interfere, Lachlan said gravely. And what if I do intervene? Jessup narrowed his eyes, his smile faint. Ajax Lachlan's expression darkened as he stared at Jessup. Akhil, the Ing Dalthandom today is no longer the one from your time. Your era has passed. My younger brother Jalen is the Wu Dao myth of the Ing Dalthandom, and currently one of the holy beasts of the Qilin residence, one of the strongest martialists in the northern border realm. So you're threatening me with the little guy Jalen? Jessup laughed heartily, yet everyone felt a chill run down their spines. His laughter carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. It seemed that behind this laughter lay thunderous rage. Hashtag chapter 466, Jessup, the man who commands fear even from the Ajax. I didn't mean it that way, but if you choose to misunderstand, there's nothing I can do, Lachlan said. Haha, it seems over the years, you've grown quite capable. From a young man, you've become a big shot in the Ing Dalthandom. Quite impressive. But even though I'm not what I was back then, as long as I have the will, no one in the entire northern frontier can stop me in the future. Remember this. I was Jessup before, I am now, and I will always be. You want to threaten me with your brother? Do you think I'm the kind of person who enjoys being threatened? As long as you give me a little more time, forget about your brother. I could even defeat an emperor from back then. Jessup laughed loudly, exuding immense dominance. Many people were stirred by his words. What is a war god? This is what a war god looks like. Even now, though he had just stepped into the Grand Master realm, that indomitable spirit from back then remained intact. His demeanor hadn't diminished at all. Even in Jeffrey, or a great Jeffrey wasn't held in high regard by him. Seeing Jessup now, Lachlan felt like he had returned to those days. Back then, Jessup was an existence he looked up to. At the time, he thought, if only he could become someone like Jessup one day. However, this thought was quickly dismissed by himself. Back then, Jessup had been an unscalable mountain, heavily suppressing the hearts of both him and his brother. Some residual influence remained even now. The surrounding Grandmasters noticed Lachlan's instinctive retreat and became wary. Most had come to join Lachlan, hoping to meet Jalen through him, but none knew the true extent of Jessup's reputation in the Ing Dalthandom. But they did know that in the entire Ing Dalthandom, Ajax Lachlan was an unrivaled presence, supported by Jalen's backing. No one dared challenge him or look down on him. Not even the current king of the Ing Dalthandom dared treat him lightly. Now, he had been startled into retreating 3 steps by a 30-something-year-old man. What did it signify? It signified that Lachlan held deep-seated reverence for this man. Who was he? Immediately, many grandmasters turned their attention to Jessup, whose words had caused Lachlan's instinctive retreat. Their expressions became grave. Not only did they notice, even the onlookers from various factions picked up on these details, deeply shocked. Lachlan, although he has grown to be the Ajax of Aring Daltondom, still harbors respect and fear towards Jessup, one murmured. Of course. Back then, Jessup was a war god in Aring Daltondom's Wu Dao world. His fame rivaled that of Jalen several years ago. If not for being betrayed by the Gideon clan, the current Lachlan wouldn't even qualify to carry. Ajax, why bring so many to the Qin mansion? Eris asked. Father, greetings. The Kenneth beside Lachlan greeted respectfully. Eris glanced at the Kenneth and sternly ordered, return to your residence immediately and don't set foot in here until my birthday. Yes, father, the Kenneth bowed and prepared to leave. But just then, Lachlan grabbed him by the arm. With me here today, you needn't fear anyone. The Kenneth's expression stiffened. He looked at the Ajax and then at his father, Eris, caught between loyalty and filial duty. Chapter 467. The Peter's Ambition. Ajax, how dare you defy his majesty with such audacity? At this moment, Eben, Zachary, and Aaron were furious, radiating the aura of grandmasters. Their combined auras formed a power surge that was no less formidable than Ajax's. Even Ajax squinted as he looked at them. Are you going to lay hands on me? Ajax Lachlan laughed. If it's a fight you want, then come. Where is the Changwei army? Here. A thunderous response rang out, its force shaking the heavens and causing everyone from various factions to tremble. Was this going to be a fight? Where is the Imperial Guard? Here. Another 10,000-strong army roared in unison, their strength not inferior to the Changwei army led by Ajax. The two armies faced off. An invisible aura of sternness instantly filled the air above the capital city. Even the Hatcher, Eris's stronghold. Besides the Ying clan, Eris had the support of 10 powerful families. He dared to defy royal authority because of his formidable strength and his brother Dalton Leroy, who was 20 to 30,000 miles away, serving as his backup. However, distant water couldn't quench immediate thirst. No matter how domineering he was, he knew the situation. Everyone, disperse. Eris waved his hand. Immediately, the spectators scattered. Eris's Imperial Guards also retreated. Ajax Lachlan waved his hand, and his 10,000 elite soldiers headed towards the palace. Outside the palace, the two armies stood off again, creating a delicate balance of power. Eris looked at Jessup and smiled. Brother Sue, would you like to accompany me to the palace? It's been a long time since I've been to the palace, so let's go. Jessup nodded with a smile. Father, I'll come with you, Hector said. Very well, Herb Sue, you may come along. And you too, Leighton, join us. Yes, father, Leighton Carissa was delighted, nodding immediately. Today, seeing Jessup remain so imposing despite facing Ajax's 10,000 troops made him more confident about his future. Now, even his father invited him into the palace, indicating that his father was increasingly valuing him. These were all good things for him. But the Hatcher stared at Leighton Carissa, his eyes fear? Who is Jessup? Our country's war god, who dared to sneak into the palace and thrash the current emperor 15 years ago. There's nothing he wouldn't dare do. At the Peter's residence, they didn't fight? The Peter frowned. No, your highness. Currently, Jessup and Hector have entered the palace with Ajax. Unpredictably, Ajax will demand that Jeffrey name the Hatcher as the heir. Dwight, Ajax is too arrogant. One day, he'll suffer for it. By the way, how is Master Yates? Your highness, arrangements have been made. On the Jeffrey's birthday, he can enter the palace. When that happens, Jessup and Hector, Ajax, and others must die. We can blame their deaths on the Jeffrey, the Trent smiled. Perfect. The Peter narrowed his eyes. Unknown to Jessup and Hector, the Peter had already pronounced their deaths. They entered the palace, the first time for Hector. Inside, he instantly sensed dozens of strong auras, all grandmasters. There are over 50 grandmasters in the palace? Hector's heart skipped a beat. Remembering that the governors of various prefectures were merely at the peak spirit martial realm, he initially thought grandmasters weren't common in the capital. Yet, the palace alone housed over 50. Jessup noticed Hector's thoughts and whispered, the Ying clan is our country's largest clan, so having over 50 grandmasters makes sense. And what you see isn't even all of them. Them all along? Yes, Jessup nodded and continued. In addition to them, the Ying family has an ancestor who was already a peak third heaven grandmaster 16 years ago. Currently, if nothing unexpected happens, there's a high possibility they've advanced to the middle stage of grandmaster. Hearing this, Hector felt a chill again. Middle stage grandmaster, significantly stronger than early stage grandmasters. The Ying family was indeed formidable. In the past 50 years, the Ying family also produced a prodigy. Although he's from a collateral branch of the Ying family, he's extremely concerned about the Ying family. Now he is the 5th floor lord of 10,000 Saints Tower. Dalton-level expert, Jessup revealed many secrets about the Ying family. The more Hector heard, the heavier his expression became. The more he learned, the more the Ying family amazed him. Don't look down on Lachlan being Jalen's older brother. Back then, Jalen once received favors from the Ying family. Even if Lachlan has ambitions, he wouldn't dare to completely sever ties with the Ying family. At most, he would support his nephew to be king, Jessup added. How do you know so much, father? Hector asked curiously. Jessup smiled. In the entire northern border cultivation world, there's almost nothing I don't know. Although I'm not in my prime these years, I still keep a close eye on all movements in the northern border cultivation world. Your father is even stronger than you imagine. Hector nodded in agreement without any doubt. His father was once Ing Daltondom's war god, on par with the current martial legend Jalen. Such a prodigy must have attracted the attention of the huge entities in the northern border long ago. Perhaps his father had already contacted some big shots in the northern border martial world privately. Soon after, the father and son arrived at one of the major palaces deep within the royal palace, the Golden Dragon Hall. After a few people took their seats, Hiram, why did you bring troops here? You can speak now, Eris asked straightforwardly while seated. Beside him stood Eben, Zachary, and Aaron, the three brothers. Hiram Lachlan said coolly, still the same words. I hope your majesty establishes my nephew, Kenneth Dicey, as the heir early. This is also my brother Jalen's intention. Upon hearing this, Hector squinted his eyes. Rumors outside have long claimed that Hiram used Jalen's name multiple times to pressure Eris into making the eldest prince the crown prince. This wasn't groundless. This is internal business of Ingdalthendom. Even someone as powerful as Master Jalen should not intervene, right? Eris narrowed his eyes. Hiram glanced at Eris, whose expression turned grim, and sneered. My brother Jalen is also a citizen of Ingdalthendom. He cares greatly about who will be the ruler of his own country. If it's someone else, my brother Jalen won't be reassured. Without confidence, he might send people directly to establish the ruler. So what if I'm an enemy? Jessup replied indifferently. Fine, Jessup Eris, I understand your intentions. Since you are so stubborn, we'll see how things develop. Finishing, Lachlan stood up and left. The eldest prince followed immediately. Your majesty, should we detain him? Seeing Lachlan leave, Eben immediately transmitted telepathically. Eris waved his hand. Let him go. As long as Jalen doesn't come personally, he won't cause much turmoil. Then, Eris looked at Jessup and said, Brother Sue, my ancestor knows you're here and wants to meet you. All right, it's been a long time since I saw that old man. I wonder how he's doing now, Jessup agreed with a smile. Hearing this, Eris laughed bitterly. In the current Ingdalthendom, only Jessup dared call his grandfather an old man. Shortly after, in a pavilion on the back mountain of the palace, Jessup and Hector met a bud. This Kyler appeared over 100 years old, with a face full of wrinkles. He was the current strongest person in Ingdalthendom and also the patriarch of the Ying family, Jamar. Chapter 469. Another member of the Ying clan. Good Fred, despite suffering a severe blow to your foundation back then, you managed to recover fully and return to your peak state once again. Truly remarkable. Jamar looked at Jessup, nodding repeatedly in admiration. Jessup and Hector sat face to face with Jamar. Back then, Jessup was severely harmed by the Gideon clan, losing his cultivation and sustaining unprecedented damage to his foundation. Everyone thought his life was over. He would never rise again and wouldn't live for many more years. However, year after year passed, and although Jessup did not recover, he managed to survive. Many forces worried that he might make a comeback, and some even wanted to kill him. Eventually, a strong clan leader personally checked and found that Jessup's foundation had been completely damaged. He was living as a robust ordinary person. That clan leader sighed deeply. Once a prodigy, now irreparably broken. Zoltanvingon might be more miserable than death. After a long sigh, he left without taking further action. Word spread among the martial arts community of Ingcountry, evoking much pity for Jessup, allowing many opposing forces to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, this great mountain had been moved. But who knew that about half a year ago, Jessup made a powerful return? It had only been half a year since then, but Jessup had recovered all his lost cultivation and once again faced formidable enemies head-on, turning the tide single-handedly. No, something was different this time. There was a young man by his side. This young man was his son, Hector, who had recently become a legendary figure, creating countless miraculous victories in just over a year. In no way was he inferior to his father. In some aspects, he was even more outstanding. He's here in the capital? The Skull Dalton? Do you know him, senior? Hector asked. Jamar nodded. The Vernon sect, as you probably know, is the top sect of demon paths in our northern region, comparable to Chelan Mansion, Zoltangwa Hall, and the Martial Saint sect. And this Skull Dalton, although just an outer disciple, can wield a demon-controlling technique. He once slaughtered 3 towns, each with a population of 10,000, and is currently being hunted by the 3 superpowers. He actually came to our country? The demon-controlling technique? Father and son exchanged glances. They naturally understood what this supposed demon-controlling technique entailed. It was essentially the ability to communicate with devouring spirits, commanding them to kill for him. If he's here, things could be dangerous. But don't worry too much. Currently, the major powers in the northern region are hunting him. He dares not expose himself, or else he will be found and killed within hours. We aren't worried anyway. After all, this is your territory. Jessup narrowed his eyes and smiled. Hearing this, Jamar was taken aback. Looking deeply at Jessup, he laughed bitterly. You're still as cunning as you were over a decade ago. Indeed, if he's here, our Ing clan should be concerned. From our understanding, he must have a reason for coming, but we don't yet know what it is. Dao Wu, Jamar suddenly turned to Eriso shook his head. Devouring spirits are too bizarre. Despite our research successes, containing them solely relies heavily on special vessels. And I didn't bring those vessels this time, so the best we can do is restrict it. Once we kill the Skull Dalton, it will lose its connection with him and become an unclaimed devouring spirit. An unclaimed devouring spirit, unless encountering specific individuals, remains quiet and won't kill indiscriminately. Chapter 470. Undercurrents among various factions. So, as long as we kill the Yates, everything will be peaceful, Xavian said with a smile. If you can contain it, then it will be manageable. Jamar nodded in agreement after hearing this. Meanwhile, Jessup and Hector, father and son, left the palace. Yorker, do you think they can find the Yates' hiding place? Jessup asked. After pondering for a moment, Hector replied, it's difficult. Since the Yates dared to come to the capital under the threat of being hunted down, he must be confident that he can remain hidden. But he has come with a concealed purpose, and if nothing unexpected happens, he should appear on the Jeffrey's birthday. Jessup smiled. Actually, regardless of his intentions, the one who will have a headache this time is the Ying clan. Father, did you think of something? Hector looked at Jessup's smile. On that day, your soul devourer can feast adequately. Do you not fear that if the higher-ups of Ying Nation die, the country might collapse? The Yates suddenly asked. The Peter sneered. Once I ascend the throne as the ruler of Ying Nation, it won't fall but will become the sole hegemon among the 36 states of the northern borderlands. Perhaps in the future, it could even become a mighty empire. The Peter's ambition impressed even the Yates. However, transforming a nation from an inferior state into an empire would require tremendous effort and would be extremely challenging. But anything is possible with determination. Ambition was never a bad thing. At the same time, news reached the palace. What did you say? Many people have been disappearing over the past 2 days? Yes, your majesty. Have you investigated where these missing people went? Not yet. The person responsible has acted very covertly. Whenever we try to trace clues, they vanish abruptly. There is a powerful individual interfering, killing all our agents. Yates, Eris squinted. Meanwhile, at the Hatcher's residence. Uncle, my father's birthday is approaching. Are you sure you can secure me the position of crown prince on that day? The Hatcher anxiously inquired. His dream had always been to become the crown prince and eventually the ruler of a nation. You are my nephew, and you must be the crown prince. Philip laughed loudly. Naturally, with the support of you 7 families, the likes of Jessup and Hector are doomed. Right now, the entire capital was brimming with tension. A fierce undercurrent was approaching rapidly. Many would spend sleepless nights these coming days. Time slowly ticked away. The 2 days passed swiftly. That day, the capital was bustling with activity. For today marked the Jeffrey Eris's 40th birthday celebration. Key figures from the 10 most powerful clans across the kingdom and nobility from every region entered the palace. Jessup and Hector were also on the invitation list and returned to the capital. Today's capital felt different from usual. Every 3 steps a guard, every 5 steps a post. A grandmaster stood watch in every corner. Father, there seemed to be 30 more grandmasters in the palace? Jessup sensed the increase and immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, Jessup responded. To ensure safety, Eris recalled all grandmasters stationed in our various regions. Now, the Ying clan has nearly 100 grandmasters. Whoa! Hector gasped. 100 grandmasters. With such strength guarding the palace, it would be formidable. Even if the other 9 powerful clans joined forces, they wouldn't dare cause trouble easily. Chapter 471. Birthday Banquet. Elwyn of the Braden family has arrived. Elwyn of the Zoltan family has arrived. Elwyn of the Dwight family has arrived. In a grand plaza within the imperial palace, guests filled every seat. All of whom were nobles and dignitaries from various counties of the Ying Daltondom, gathered to celebrate Jeffrey Eris's birthday. Among these dignitaries, the ancestors of the 9 great families naturally drew the most attention. These individuals stood at the pinnacle of the martial world in the Ying Daltondom. Apart from them, there was also the sole non-Ying royal duke in the kingdom, Xerxes of Ajax, Lachlan. Despite his young age of only 27 or 28, he held one of the highest positions in the kingdom. He controlled the Dalong County, one of the 3 major counties of the Ying Daltondom, with an army of over 200,000 elite soldiers. His younger brother, Jalen, was the youngest sage in the history of the Ying Daltondom's martial world. His arrival was destined to draw intense attention. Besides Xerxes Lachlan and the 9 great families' ancestors, 2 other figures had recently gained immense notoriety after conflicts with the 9 great families and the Xerxes of Ajax. A few days ago during the battle in the capital, father and son Jessup and Hector single-handedly shook the foundations of 2 top-tier powerful clans, leaving the Gideon clan severely weakened with only Favio remaining as a grandmaster. Following that, Hector stormed the Phillips residence, forcing the prince to flee and seek refuge with the Chu clan, one of the 9 great families. Together with Elwyn Raoul of the Dwight clan, they barely managed to withstand the attack from Jessup and Hector. In the end, the Philip was placed under house arrest by the emperor and remained confined until today. Then, the Ajax even brought 10,000 elite troops to threaten the Qin princely palace, but Jessup repelled him single-handedly. The arrival of Jessup and Hector added an unprecedented level of excitement to the celebration. Note, Xerxes of Ajax was changed to Ajax for better clarity and consistency with the original text context. Qin Wangfu, Qin princely palace, was adjusted to Qin princely palace for fluency in English. Indeed, when the Xerxes of Ajax, the ancestors of the 9 great families, and Jessup and Hector finally arrived, all eyes in the hall turned toward them. They were seated in the same area as the Xerxes of Ajax and the 9 great families, an area reserved for Jeffrey Eris and the royal princes. This indicated that Jessup and Hector now held status on par with the Xerxes of Ajax and the 9 great families. No one objected to this arrangement, as recent battles had clearly demonstrated their strength and legitimacy to be recognized among the elite. Ah, Brother Braden. It's been a while, Brother Dwight. Haha, Your Highness, it's been a long time since we last met. You've grown even more impressive compared to 3 years ago. We're eligible to sit in this area. This year, however, Leighton Carissa was added. Conversely, the Philip lost his seating rights. Now, only Leighton Carissa, the Hatcher, and the Peter occupied this seat, signifying that they were the final candidates for Crown Prince. Do you think Leighton, Hatcher, or Peter will become the Crown Prince? Probably the Hatcher, given that Lachlan and even Jalen are supporting him. The chances do lean towards the Hatcher, but the Peter isn't far behind either. His mother is from the Braden clan, second only to the Ying clan among the 10 strongest clans. Although the Peter is just Jalen's maternal cousin, he inherits Jalen's martial talent, and reportedly, Jalen sees great potential in the Peter. Don't you think Leighton also stands a good chance? Kong Braden? Ha! Although he has the support of Jessup and Hector, they still can't compare to the deep roots of the Braden clan. Ultimately, it comes down to influential backing, which Jessup and Hector lack. Yes, Jessup and Hector pale in comparison to the Braden clan. The Crown Prince position will likely go to either the first or Peter. Many officials from various counties watched the interaction between the Hatcher, Peter, and Leighton, whispering speculations about who would become the Crown Prince. Almost no one believed in Leighton's chances, considering his backers, Jessup and Hector, lacked the clout of the 2 princes. Furthermore, Jessup and Hector had nearly alienated all 9 leading clans, making it almost impossible for Leighton to become Crown Prince without strong backing. So, Leighton Carissa was largely overlooked. Haha, 15, you're really lucky to be sitting here with us at Father's birthday banquet. The Hatcher sneered at Leighton Carissa with a cold laugh. Chapter 472. It's the qualification I gave you. Do you have any objections? Leroy the Kenneth start a conflict with Leighton? The Kenneth is actually reprimanding Leighton. Oh my, today is His Majesty's birthday, and he dares to scold Leighton directly. Isn't he afraid of provoking Jessup and Hector's anger? Hee, let's watch for now. I feel like the real show is about to begin. Leaders from various powerful factions were also paying close attention to the prince and the 9 major clans. At this moment, the Kenneth's open rebuke drew the majority's attention, even causing Hector to frown. However, he didn't immediately respond. Let him handle it first. We don't need to step in every time, Jessup remarked, glancing at the frowning Hector. I understand, father, Hector nodded. He was also curious to see how Leighton Carissa would react alone after spending some time with them. Brother, I am sitting here based on my own strength. If you have any objections to my position, you can go directly to our father and ask what exactly happened. Leighton Carissa looked straight at the Kenneth, his gaze clear and unyielding, standing up tall and firm. Even when faced with support for the Kenneth from Lachlan, Carissa showed no fear. His courage had increased exponentially since last year, surprising everyone. Many people were taken aback. Previously, Evan, now Leighton, would salute from afar whenever he saw the Kenneth, barely daring to speak or even breathe loudly. Now, not only did he dare face the Kenneth directly, but he could also stand tall and calmly respond to the reprimand. This left many amazed and looking at him with newfound respect. Leighton has changed both in demeanor and personality by being around Jessup and Hector. Yes, indeed. People tend to be influenced by those they spend time with. His current tone closely mirrors that of Jessup and Hector. Many were truly impressed. Jessup chuckled, and Hector smiled as well. This was what a future crown prince should look like. Leighton did not disappoint. However, the Kenneth frowned deeply. He originally thought that Leighton Carissa would cower like before, reacting like a mouse seeing a cat. But now, he dared to talk back? Do you know what you're saying? The Kenneth narrowed his eyes, emanating murderous intent. Carissa responded calmly, Prince brother, do not talk to me from a high place. Don't forget your identity. You are just a prince. And I am Leighton, the only one among all princes to be granted a royal title. My status is higher than yours now. You. The Kenneth was speechless. If you can't answer, get off that seat immediately, Ajax Lachlan roared. Puff. In the next moment, Leighton Carissa shuddered, coughed blood from the corner of his mouth, and paled instantly. This caught the attention of officials and nobles alike, including members of the 8 great families. Leroy Ajax actually strike a prince in front of so many people? Most importantly, it was a prince backed by Jessup and Hector. Truly overbearing. Clang. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura flashed like lightning through the air, stopping right above Ajax Lachlan's head. Lachlan instinctively punched upward. Crack. In the next instant, the stool beneath Lachlan shattered into pieces. Ajax Lachlan trembled slightly under the force of the sword aura. SSS, Jessup took action, the crowd gasped. Jessup sheathed his sword and glanced at Ajax Lachlan coolly. It's the qualification I gave Leighton. Do you have any objections? The crowd buzzed at these words. Damn, worthy of the once great war god of Ing State. His actions are as domineering as ever, confronting Ajax without hesitation. In all of Ing State, perhaps only Jessup would dare speak to Ajax this way. He still as unchanged as ever, just an effortless disdain and superiority. This was not something one could fake. It came from a deep-seated arrogance and contempt. People instinctively felt that Jessup didn't take Tyrant Lachlan seriously. Many were overwhelmed by his presence. Even Lachlan's gaze became unusually serious when he looked at Jessup. He grew up hearing tales of Jessup's legendary exploits. Even now, despite standing at the same height as Jessup and having far more formidable backing, the fear and reverence inside him remained unaltered. Jessup, dealing with you doesn't require His Highness Tyrant. The 3 of us are enough, said 3 grandmasters who stood beside the tyrant, stepping forward. A peak second heaven martial Dao aura emanated from them. They were brothers, born of the same lineage. Standing together, their bloodlines resonated, forming a tremendous oppressive force like 3 mountains merging into one, overwhelming everything around. Crack. Under this formidable aura, the marble floor couldn't hold and fissures spread out like spider webs. Hiss, such a powerful aura. Despite only being at the second heaven level, the 3 brothers' combined bloodline can unleash an oppressive force nearly on par with the patriarchs of the 9 great clans. Exclaimed a grandmaster in awe. Boom. The trio launched an immediate attack. Jessup glanced at them indifferently, shaking his head, preparing to act. But just then, Hector rose up, dashing forward in a blur, delivering a direct punch. Bang. Instantly, 2 powerful fields clashed, sending a shockwave radiating outward. Swoosh. Dozens of powerful auras surrounding them formed a protective barrier, stabilizing the surroundings and neutralizing the shockwaves. Next, everyone witnessed an astonishing scene. The 3 brothers were forced to step back, while Hector stood firmly in place, unmoved, his expression calm. Just 3 insignificant bugs. My father doesn't need to get involved, Hector remarked coolly. Hiss. Has Hector already reached the combat prowess of the patriarchs of the 9 great clans? Terrifying. Too terrifying. A few days ago, he wasn't this powerful. Now, he can face these 3 together and almost match a patriarch-level battle without falling short. What kind of monster is this person? This Fred indeed lives up to being Jessup's son. His talent and combat strength do not fall short of Jessup himself. The crowd was visibly shocked. Hector's combat ability was evident to all. A few days ago during the capital city battle and the fight against the Chu clan, Hector demonstrated strength, placing him in the second tier of the Ing Daltondom's martial hierarchy. The first tier comprised the patriarchs of the 9 great clans. Those at this level included figures like Tyrant Lachlan and Jessup. Are you worthy of having His Highness Tyrant move? Roared the eldest brother, enraged. Puff. As he spoke, a terrifying sword light erupted from the ground like lightning. By the time he reacted, his waist-level weapon split in 2. Then, With a gush of blood from his chest, he stared in horror at Jessup. My son isn't someone you, a worthless trash, can insult. You? The Kyler brothers' eyes widened in shock. Was there such a huge gap between him and Jessup? Ah, you killed our Kyler brother. I'll kill you. I kill brother. The remaining two rushed towards Jessup, their faces filled with fury. But Hector blocked their path, sneering, your opponent is me. My father isn't even someone you're qualified to confront. Boom. While speaking, Hector activated the 5 Viscera 6 Entrails method, his body glowing with secret power surging through his limbs. At the peak of the Grandmaster realm, his casual actions could unleash 5th rank combat strength. If he fully utilized True Intent Unfolding, he could break through to 6th rank. At this point, in terms of combat strength within the same realm, he surpassed even young Jeffrey. Extremely terrifying. Chapter 474. The Tyrant Immortal arrives. Hector, as he stands now, has reached the pinnacle of the Warrior Laroisable realm, Warrior Master realm, Great Warrior Master realm, Martial Spirit realm, and Grandmaster realm. With 2 additional transformations, his combat strength has evolved from quantitative to qualitative improvement. His fighting prowess has climbed to an entirely new level. Throughout history, while not unparalleled, he is undoubtedly among the elite of emperors. Each emperor was a pinnacle of combat in their respective eras. Hector, however, stands above even these pinnacles. Despite still being only at the Grandmaster realm, his combat strength rivals many peak 3rd Heaven Supreme Grandmasters. Scram. In an instant as the 2 figures charged forward, Hector roared, blending his voice with secret power into a unique attack method. The assailants felt as though thunder exploded in their ears, causing their heads to buzz in momentary disorientation. Immediately after, Hector's secret power descended upon them like a mountain, crushing down. Crack. Their bones shattered instantly. Blood spewed wildly as they fell to the ground under countless shocked gazes. Sighs filled the air. Everyone watched in amazement as Hector effortlessly overcame the 2 brothers on his own. Although the brothers could no longer match ancestral Achilles of powerful clans without their leader, they were still formidable 2nd Heaven Supreme Grandmasters. Few could defeat them, yet Hector did so with his Grandmaster realm cultivation. Hector's combat strength left everyone awestruck. Sigh. Hector can now stand alone without Jessup, Soliferi muttered to herself. Excellent. Jessup cheered loudly. As a father, he couldn't be happier with his son's prowess. However, the ancestral Achilles and supreme grandmasters of other powerful clans frowned. The stronger Hector and Jessup became, the greater the pressure on them. Even if they eventually killed the father and son, they would pay a heavy price. Hiram, it's your turn. Hector turned to Lachlan, his demeanor as commanding as Jessup's. They truly are father and son, many thought. All eyes shifted to Hiram, who looked more grim than ever. Hector, you have guts. Since you want to die for your father, this king will oblige you. Boom. The ground beneath Hiram's feet exploded instantly as he vanished, a thunderous boom echoing in people's ears. Only those with peak combat abilities, like Hector and Jessup, noticed his movement trajectory. Opening the sky eye, Hector caught sight of Hiram's speed. Indeed, Hiram was far stronger than the brothers. Hector drew his sword, striking backward like lightning. Clang. Hector's blade struck Hiram's right arm, which emitted a golden light, far harder than steel. Hector's sword couldn't pierce it, and was instead repelled by a powerful force. Thud. Hector flew backward immediately, leaving the ground. Sigh. Hiram actually deflected Hector's sword beak either. Boom. Under the immense pressure, Hector pushed his internal organs methods to the limit. Blood, bones, and skin glowed and resonated harmoniously, forming a network-like structure visible through exposed joints and veins. His strength peaked, blocking the overwhelming force instantly. Simultaneously, he channeled seals with both hands, unleashing the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd true intention seals. The tear in the air caused by Hiram's finger snap dissipated gradually. HM? You have some skill, managing to block my Ajax swordmark. However, such strength isn't enough to contend with me. Tyrant Immortal arrives, invincible in the world. Hiram's hair rose as if supported by an even more formidable force. Behind him, a vast black figure stepped out of the void, towering several meters tall. Note asterisk, Hiram, Wang Tong, should retain its original form as it is a name, following the instruction provided. Chapter 475, Jamar makes a move. The towering figure that emerged radiated an oppressive aura several times more intense than before. Even the patriarchs of the 9 great clans revealed expressions as grave as mountains, their eyes filled with deep apprehension. This is the Tyrant Immortal Descends, a divine body-refining technique created by the martial legend Cosmo himself. It's said that at a certain level of cultivation, one can begin to borrow symbols, boosting his combat strength to the 5th rank. Kaboom! Simultaneously, the gigantic shadow behind the tyrant opened its eyes, producing thunderous sonic booms that echoed through space as if it could destroy heaven and earth. The massive figure moved in tandem with Lachlan, resembling an ancient giant targeting a negligible ant. Bang! Under the barrage of 4 true intention symbols, Hector fearlessly charged forward. Upon collision, Hector was immediately sent flying, creating a dent in the ground upon landing. Simultaneously, the huge shadow began to disintegrate, and Lachlan was also forced back, looking at Hector with astonishment. Clearly, even after using Tyrant Immortal Descends, he had not expected to fail in taking down this young man of mere Grandmaster caliber. Hiss! Are they evenly matched? Many spectators gasped. Narrowing his eyes, Lachlan coldly said, "It seems I must unleash my full power to kill you." What? Tyrant hasn't exerted his full strength yet? The audience was astonished. Earlier, just a strand of the Tyrant's aura had almost suffocated them. How terrifying would he be when fully exerted? Chilling thoughts ran through everyone's mind suddenly through the air. That's the Ing clans that killed Jamar, Raoul's group identified, their expressions subtly changing. Jamar, the Ing clans Akil, had been their kingdom's top warrior 20 years ago. Even they were outshone by him then. After 2 decades of seclusion, he finally emerged. Dwight, I must kill him today, Lachlan sneered, continuing his attack. Hector paid no mind to Jamar, focusing solely on the charging tyrant. Boom. Both clashed head-on, but just then, a gray figure appeared between them like lightning. Their combined all-out strikes collided with Jamar. Seeing Jamar appear abruptly, everyone gasped, especially the Ing clan's grandmasters who looked concerned. These two represented the pinnacle of Ingdaltondom's martial prowess. Could a kill withstand such a dual onslaught? Not only them, even the 9 great clans' Kylers narrowed their eyes. They hadn't seen Jamar fight for 2 decades. Appearing now, daring to stand between 2 fighters unleashing their fullest might, showed either extreme confidence or sheer recklessness. Knowing this old fellow, he was undoubtedly the former. Boom. Upon appearing, Jamar's entire body trembled, sending out a black ripple that effortlessly deflected the combined strike. Both Hector and Lachlan felt a powerful recoil, forcing them to retreat 3 steps. Gasp. Has this old fellow broken through? The 9 great clans' Kylers were stunned by this display. Chapter 476. Please crown the Abraham as heir. At this moment, everyone in the hall was awed by Jamar's strength. After all, whether it was Hector, the top prodigy of the younger generation, or Ajax Lachlan, both were among the elite fighters in the martial arts realm of Ingdaltondom. Each one of them possessed the power to challenge the patriarchs of the 9 great clans. But at this moment, after they both went all out, they were effortlessly deflected by Jamar and immediately forced back. To what terrifying level had Jamar's skills reached? Their immediate thought was that Jamar had broken through his bottleneck and advanced to a higher realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. At this moment, Ajax squinted his eyes, looking at Jamar with an unpredictable gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. Hector, on the other hand, stared intently at Jamar. 2 days ago, he had accompanied his father, Jessup, to visit Jamar deep within the palace. At that time, the old man seemed very kind and didn't display any of his strength. But this time, after going all out, he was easily blocked by the other party. Moreover, the rebound force let him roughly sense that this was only part of the old man's strength. That is, this old man's power far exceeded his own. The strength of the Ing clan is immeasurable. Hector felt a weight on his heart. He thought that after breaking through to the peak master realm, he could now contend with any of the top experts in Ingdaltondom. But at this moment, he realized he was still far from enough. Seeming to discern his thoughts, Jessup transmitted a soundless message. Yorker, you're still young. Given some more time, a mere Jamar won't confine you. Yes, father. Hector nodded. At this moment, Jamar glanced at Ajax with a somber expression and said, Ajax, today is my grandson's 40th birthday. Will you give an old man some face? Of course, we must respect our seniors, Ajax Lachlan replied insincerely. Then he turned to Hector, kid. Once the birthday celebrations are over, we'll have another go. Whenever you're ready. Hector replied coolly. Jamar looked at Hector again and nodded in admiration, saying, every generation has its outstanding talents who lead for 100 years. Sufred, you are no less than your father when he was young, perhaps even better. In the future, our Ingdaltondom will rely on you young people. Sir, you flatter me. I still fall far short of you. Our Ingdaltondom needs your guidance, Hector responded with a smile. No. Jamar shook his head and looked deeply at Hector, saying, I'm old now, and with your talent, it won't take long for you to surpass me. Moreover, you have plenty of time ahead, while I have only a few more years left. Hector remained silent upon hearing this. Through his father, he knew that Jamar was already 120 years old. Most people of this age would already be dead. For Jamar to live so long was extraordinary. Even if he continued living, it wouldn't be for much longer. His Majesty has arrived. Just then, Eben's voice rang out. Everyone followed the sound to see Eris walking in, flanked by Mariah Mavis and the 3 eunuchs, Eben, Zachary, and Aaron. All hail His Majesty. May His Majesty live 10,000 years. The nobles of various counties knelt down. Even the patriarchs of the 9 great clans, though not kneeling, bowed respectfully. Jessup and Hector also stood up and gave a slight bow. At their level, there was no need to kneel. A simple bow was sufficient. Gentlemen, please be seated. Eris waved his hand. He then looked at Jamar and bowed. Grandfather. Sit, Jamar commanded. Yes. Eris sat down with Jamar and the others. Once seated, everyone's eyes were on Eris. The main character today was the current emperor, Eris. Although he was the focus, everyone knew that today, officials from various counties, patriarchs of the 9 great clans, Ajax Lachlan, Jessup and Hector, and the great masters had come here. They all supported different princes. While today appeared to be Jeffrey Eris's birthday, there was another primary purpose. Supporting their preferred prince to be established. I don't distrust you, but everything must be handled factually and according to rules. After all, choosing the heir of a kingdom is no laughing matter. Eris shook his head. Ah, well put. If that's what you believe, then allow me to provide you a factual opportunity. He should arrive in about an hour, bearing a letter from my brother. If your Majesty sees his letter, I hope you honor your word. Otherwise, my brother may get angry. Dalton Leroy's envoy? Hearing this, the faces of the nobles and patriarchs changed. If Dalton Leroy truly wanted the eldest prince as heir, even they would have to obey. Though they were top figures in Ingdaltondom, compared to Dalton Leroy, they were mere ants before a celestial dragon. Hashtag chapter 477. Coercing the monarch, Jalen's servant. At this moment, the hearts of the thousands of dignitaries present were varied. Some reveled in schadenfreude, relishing the drama unfolding before them, while others felt enraged yet dared not speak out. It was evident that even though this might be the wish of Dalton Jalen, Lachlan's attitude and tone clearly revealed his reliance on his brother's power to act as he pleased, with an implied coercion towards His Majesty. As the ruler of a nation, being threatened by Lachlan in front of thousands of ministers was a blatant disrespect to royal authority. Sure enough, in the next moment, everyone saw Oliver's face turn ashen gray, with prominent veins bulging from his forehead. Beside him, Eben rebuked loudly, Ajax Lachlan, you dare to threaten his majesty? Haha, how can this be considered a threat? I'm merely reminding. Lachlan cast a casual glance at the furious Oliver and laughed. Of course, if his majesty insists it's a threat, then it can be seen that way. Boom. The moment these words were uttered, the entire hall erupted in uproar. Has Lachlan, as a minister, become so audacious? Even daring to openly claim it as a threat without any reservations. Lachlan, your position as Ajax was granted by me. If I can bestow it upon you, I can also strip it away, Oliver said gravely. Haha, then let his majesty try. Even if I lose the title of Ajax, I still command 20,000 elite soldiers. I remain a king. My brother is still Jalen. Your majesty, you can issue the decree now to remove my title as Ajax. Lachlan spoke with unyielding confidence. What the hell? Lachlan really doesn't give a damn about his majesty. This is tantamount to treason. Blasphemy. So what if it's blasphemy? Lachlan is right. He commands 20,000 elite troops and has the legendary martial arts Emperor Jalen backing him. Who can do anything to him? Sigh. It looks like Lachlan will truly act without restraint in our Wind Kingdom. Whispers of debate filled the surroundings. Lachlan's domineering nature, his forcefulness, and his audacity left many sighing deeply. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Zhao Jun Zoltang stood up at this moment. As he rose, many people around him echoed in agreement. The Crown Prince's position is Your Majesty's family matter. Since it's a family affair, outsiders have no right to interfere. Many people exchanged glances. Did the Prime Minister stand up to oppose Lachlan? Zhao Jun Zoltang, are you going against me? Lachlan narrowed his eyes at Zhao Jun Zoltang. Zhao Jun Zoltang smiled faintly and replied, Ajax, I am merely speaking the truth. If you see it differently, then I can only say you're overthinking it. I don't care whether you think too much or not. My stance remains. The Crown Prince of the Wind Kingdom must be the eldest prince. Lachlan's voice was low and cold, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. If the eldest prince does not become the Crown Prince, then from this day forward, there will be no more rulers in the Wind Kingdom. What? These words caused everyone's faces to change drastically. No more rulers? This was clearly a public rebellion. Lachlan, you insolent fool. Is this a public challenge to our Wind Clan? Even Jamar would always dominate over them. This was something they were unwilling to see. Therefore, when Lachlan publicly demanded the eldest prince as the Crown Prince, they supported Oliver. Dare you oppose the Braden clan? Lachlan narrowed his eyes, killing intent brimming. Even faced with the 8 major clans, he showed no fear, instead becoming even more defiant. Lachlan, stop using your brother Jalen as an excuse. At his level, he wouldn't intervene in our Wind Kingdom affairs. If you truly want the eldest prince to be the Crown Prince, you need to prove your strength. Threats would have changed our rulers countless times already, Jamar remarked coolly. Haha, fine. If you insist on seeing, just wait. Soon, you'll pay for your actions today. Lachlan's icy gaze swept over the 8 major clans, the Wind Clan, and Jessup along with his son Hector. Haha, what a splendid banquet. Looks like I've arrived just in time. Suddenly, a loud laughter rang out above the palace. Everyone changed expression, looking up to see an old Darien riding a white crane descending from the sky. Though dressed simply, sensing his aura made everyone's expressions turn even worse. This person's aura was far more terrifying than their clan Kylers. Perhaps only Jamar could match him here. Brother Dao, you are... Even Jamar's expression grew heavy as mountains. The visitor gave off a highly threatening aura. Haha, this old man is Braden Zhang, a humble servant to Lord Jalen. The black-clothed old man dismounted the white crane, smiling. What? A servant of Jalen? Lord Jalen really sent someone? Learning the old man's identity, everyone's expressions darkened significantly. They initially thought Lachlan was exaggerating, but now it seemed he was telling the truth. Immediately, all eyes turned to Oliver, whose face was now beyond grim. If Lord Jalen sent a servant, and if it's true as Lachlan said, then even if his majesty didn't want to grant the crown prince position to the eldest prince, he would have to. After all, the command of a sage could not be disobeyed. Not even by the future crown prince of the kingdom Oliver. Chapter 478. Jalen's Grand Vision. Why has the messenger come here? Eris asked, looking at the Kyler in black robes, Braden Zhang. He felt a great deal of unease in his heart. He was very worried that Harrell was sending his servant to urge him to name the eldest prince as the crown prince. If that were true, the future of the Ying nation would be controlled by the Braden clan. The power of the maternal family of the prince was too strong, which was not good for the royal family. Therefore, imperial power had always sought balance throughout history. Are you the emperor of the Ying Daltondom? The old Darien robes, Braden Zhang, looked at Eris. Eris nodded. Braden Zhang continued, out to snatch it immediately. To a sword-practicing martial artist, the allure of sword pill was unparalleled. Eris was stunned at first, then overjoyed. He quickly put the pill away, looking excitedly at the messenger. With this sword pill, he believed he would be able to break through to higher levels in just a few years, surpassing his grandfather and standing at the top of Ying Daltondom's pyramid. In essence, the sword pill sent by Jalen this time was the best birthday gift he had ever received in his life. One could say that compared to this, even the position of crown prince seemed slightly inferior. Is there anything His Excellency Jalen wants to instruct me? Eris asked immediately. Meanwhile, the ancestors of the other 8 powerful families frowned. For Jalen to send such a treasure like sword pill, he must have some requirements. It could not be without reason. If Jalen used this opportunity to ask the emperor to appoint the eldest prince as the crown prince, would the emperor be able to refuse? Definitely not. Whether because of Jalen's influence or the effect of this pill, the emperor would have no means or qualifications to refuse. Jalen said that he is from Ying Daltondom and is part of it. Even though he is not in Ying Daltondom now, he hopes it gets better and better, and so does your health, Braden Zhang responded. Thank you for Jalen's concern. Eris bowed deeply in gratitude. Then he looked at the old Darien again, waiting for him to continue. Well, my mission is complete. Braden Zhang turned to leave. True power wouldn't be confined to a tiny kingdom like Ying. Even the three superpowers at the pinnacle of the northern border cultivation world, including Qilin House, were merely stepping stones to an even higher stage. How can this be? The eldest prince was utterly disheartened. His biggest support came from his uncle Jalen. But now, Jalen was not backing him. Without Jalen's support, did he still have a chance at the crown prince position? With a swoosh, the Kyler once again stepped onto the white crane, ascending into the sky and disappearing from view shortly thereafter. How envious. Is this the immortal crane from Qilin House? It can carry a person thousands of kilometers in an instant. If only I could enter Qilin House, some people sighed. Haha, don't even think about Qilin House. Only the elites of the world can enter. None of them are weaklings. Who knows what Qilin House is really like? Whatever it is, it must be tens of thousands of times more prosperous than our Daltondom. Indeed, even a mere servant from Qilin House can stand at the top of our Daltondom's martial world. One can imagine how powerful Qilin House truly is. Looking in the direction of the departing Kyler, everyone in Daltondom felt profound sentiments. No one cared about the eldest prince at that moment. After Braden Zheng's declaration, the eldest prince lost his strongest. Through Linden's hands, Hiram would rule in country with absolute authority in the future. Everyone understood this, whether it was the Ing clan, the other 9 major clans, or the officials present. Thus, apart from a few members of the Braden clan and Hiram himself, hardly anyone supported Linden. Even Eris only provided Linden with some special treatment due to Jalen's reasons, but never considered him as the heir. In short, royal power must remain firmly in the hands of the Ing clan and must not fall into the hands of another surname. Otherwise, the supremacy of the Ing clan would be severely threatened someday. Your Majesty, since Lord Jalen has said that the position of Crown Prince should be resolved internally, I have a good candidate in mind and hope you can consider my suggestion, Prime Minister Clayton said joyfully when he learned that Jalen wouldn't interfere in the contest for heir. Without Jalen, a single Lachlan wasn't enough to pose a threat to their 8 major clans. Speak, Eris nodded. Your Majesty, I recommend the Philip, Prime Minister Clayton suggested. Eris wasn't surprised at all. It was common knowledge that Prime Minister Clayton had always supported the Philip. Your Majesty, I also support the Philip. Akil Farron of the Chu clan stood up to speak. We agree. Several strong clans spoke up one after another. Linden and Darius both came from the Braden clan, which was already powerful among the 10 major clans. Allowing a prince from this clan to become heir posed a significant threat to them. Therefore, major clans for the Philip presented a significant challenge. Refusing them would provoke backlash from the 8 major clans, which would be a serious threat to his authority. Suddenly, he looked towards Jessup and Hector, who hadn't spoken yet and seemed detached from the situation. Seeing them, his eyes lit up as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Hiram supported Linden. The 8 major clans supported the Philip, and the Sioux father and son backed Qinhuang. The 3 forces balancing each other provided him with a slim opportunity. Jessup, what do you think? Eris asked, smiling. Everyone, including the 9 major clans, Hiram, and other high-ranking officials, turned their gaze towards Jessup, puzzled by the Emperor's immediate inquiry. Despite the impressive victories of Jessup and Hector in the recent battles, compared to the Braden clan and the 8 major clans, they still fell short. They could withstand 1 or 2 clans, but not the 9 major clans combined. Almost everyone present was on unfriendly terms with the Sioux duo. By asking Jessup for his opinion, wasn't the Emperor clearly trying to balance the power of the 8 major clans through the hands of Jessup and Hector? They all frowned, fully aware of the Emperor's intention. Jessup replied, my stance is simple. I support Qinhuang. I do too, Hector added. So do we, the nobles from Jinchi County echoed. Eris frowned. Hiram supports Linden. You 8 major clans support the Philip, and Jessup and Hector support Qinhuang. How am I supposed to choose? Your Majesty, this is simple. We can let the 3 forces back their respective princes and see who wins. Whoever triumphs will have their prince named heir. What do you think? Clayton laughed. Clayton, are you suggesting that your 8 major clans are going to fight me? Hiram Lachlan's eyes blazed with killing intent. You can interpret it that way. Haven't you always believed in strength? Let's see who is truly the king then, Clayton responded coldly. I command an army of 200,000 elite soldiers. Even if your 8 major clans unite, I can still root you out, Hiram sneered. We'll see if your 200,000 troops can even enter the city. Farron of the Chu clan smirked menacingly. Chapter 480. All Act, Zoltanf, and Death Battle. As soon as those words were spoken, Tyrant Dalton Lachlan's expression changed abruptly. He turned back and saw numerous figures appearing within the palace. These people were all clad in golden armor. They were the Imperial Guards. Eris had mobilized all the Imperial Guards to block his army of 200,000. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Tyrant Dalton Lachlan's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and stared at Eris. Eris replied calmly, this is the capital city. It was already quite generous of me to allow you to enter the city with your army. If you dare step into the palace, it would be treasonous rebellion. Even if it's you, Tyrant Dalton, I will not hesitate. Eris's stance was clear. They could vie for the crown prince position on behalf of their supported princes, but everything had to remain within certain boundaries. These boundaries must exist under royal authority. Absolutely nothing could undermine his power. The 8 powerful families understood this clearly, hence they did not directly challenge the royal authority. No matter how much benefit they would receive from the prince they supported in the future, the maximization of benefits relied on royal authority. The reign of the Ing clan was also the foundation upon which they survived. If anyone dared to shake up the royal authority, they would stand against it too. After all, they needed to rely on royal authority to protect their interests. But Tyrant Dalton was different. Once the crown prince, who he supported, ascended the throne, with Tyrant Dalton's tyrannical nature, he would absolutely control the royal authority for his own use. This would shake up the status and benefits of not only the 8 families, but also the Ing clan within Ing Nation. Larroifrant stands led to full resistance. Even blood flowing in torrents was not a problem. Struggles over power had always been cruel throughout history. There was no room for any retreat. Tyrant Dalton was such a person, and so its position has nothing to do with the first prince. What if you two lose? Tyrant Dalton narrowed his eyes. Haha, then our two clans will withdraw and no longer support the 8th prince, Farron laughed. Then let's fight. Tyrant Dalton stepped forward, extremely confident, still brimming with confidence even when facing the highest combat power of the two major powerful families. Jessup, Hector, you father and son, can you dare to fight like Tyrant Dalton? General Clayton looked at the father-son duo. One Tyrant Dalton was no longer something to worry about. Next, as long as they took care of Jessup and Hector, the father-son duo, they could claim the crown prince position. At that moment, Hector looked at Eris and asked, Your Majesty, will defeating the Kylers of the 8 powerful families secure the crown prince position for Wyatt? Not just the 8 powerful families, but also Tyrant Dalton. As long as you father and son accomplish this, the crown prince position belongs to Wyatt, Eris nodded. Fine. By those words of your majesty, the crown prince position will be determined for Wyatt. Hector smiled and nodded. Then he raised his hand and directly pointed to Ellis Clayton and the 2 Kylers from the 2 other powerful families. You 3, come together. Haha, since my son is challenging 3, I'll naturally challenge 3 too. You 3 old men, come together. Jessup laughed loudly as he stood up, pointing out 3 Kylers from the powerful families just like Hector. The father-son duo intended to fight 6 powerful family Kylers, 2 against 6. What kind of arrogance was this? Each Kyler of the powerful families was top combat power in Ing Nation. Usually, one of them stepping out was enough to make the entire Ing Nation tremble. Now, Jessup and Hector intended to simultaneously challenge the top combat power of the 6 powerful families. It wasn't just confidence, it was outrageous arrogance. Named by the father-son duo, the faces of the 6 powerful families' Kylers immediately turned cold. As top Kylers of powerful families, they had never been treated so lightly. Jessup and Hector were indeed good. Fine, since you two want to die, we'll grant your wish. Your Majesty, I have a better idea. Clayton narrowed his eyes at Eris. Eris responded, Speak. This battle should be a life or death battle. What does your Majesty think? Clayton said, That. Hearing this, Eris frowned, and then looked at Jamar who had been sitting quietly all along without speaking. Jamar nodded. Only then did Eris say, Fine, as you wish. Jessup, Hector, Tyrant Dalton, what do you 3 think of the Chancellor's suggestion? Agreed. The 3 nodded simultaneously. They understood very well that if they didn't eliminate their enemies, they would definitely threaten the sovereignty of the princes they supported in the future. Therefore, by killing them now, into a streak of light and charging toward Ellis Clayton. At this time, Jessup was also engaged in battle with the top ancestors of the other 3 powerful clans. Instantly, the father and son duo of Jessup and Hector were locked in a life and death struggle with the 9 great clans. The dignitaries from various prefectures of Ing State watched on nervously because they knew the outcome of this battle would greatly impact the power structure of Ing State in the future. Whoever emerged victorious would become the ultimate beneficiary and true overlord of Ing State. Do you think the Ajax, the 8 great clans, or the father and son duo of Jessup and Hector will ultimately win? One asked. I think it should be the 8 great clans. In terms of overall strength, the 8 great clans are undoubtedly much stronger. Yes, I initially thought that the Hatcher had a better chance since his maternal uncle is the Ajax and his younger maternal uncle is the Dalton. But without the support of the Dalton now, the Hatcher's hopes of relying solely on the Ajax for a comeback are almost non-existent. As for the Driscoll supported by Jessup and Hector, winning is nearly impossible since they have to face the top combatants of 6 great clans at once. Therefore, the Philip, supported by the 8 great clans, will inevitably emerge victorious, another replied. I think so too. Unless something unexpected happens, our next crown prince of Ing State will definitely be the Philip. The Philip as crown prince aligns with the interests of the 8 families and the many minor families dependent on them, someone else added. But not necessarily. I believe Jessup and Hector might win in the end, making the Driscoll the crown prince. I think it's the Ajax. His strength has only been partially shown in the earlier battles against Hector. He can certainly suppress 2 powerful clan Kylers. The dignitaries were engaged in heated discussions. Most believed that the Philip would win and secure the position of crown prince. Only a small number thought that Jessup and Hector, along with the Ajax, could ultimately prevail. Grandfather, who do you think will win? Oliver asked, turning to look at Wen Wu Dao. Wen Wu Dao glanced at them and said, regardless of who wins in the end, the ultimate victors will always be our Wen family. Oliver nodded upon hearing this. Whether it was the 9 great clans or Jessup and Hector, they could exist, but must never become too powerful. Their strength must remain within controllable limits. Otherwise, it would directly threaten the sovereignty of the Wen family. Therefore, letting them feud and exhaust their top combatants was essential. Wen Wu Dao's words struck the crux of the matter. They had already planned to use this birthday celebration to weaken the 9 great clans. This current situation was part of their carefully orchestrated plan. Meanwhile, the Peter sat leisurely with the Hatcher and Leighton, stabilized, unable to speak, as if frozen by an intense chill that numbed his senses. Thud. In the next moment, his eyes lost their light, and his corpse fell heavily to the ground. Laughing heartily, the Philip suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand on end. He sensed a pair of extremely cold eyes watching him unseen, making him shudder with fear. It felt like death itself was staring at him. Creak. Simultaneously, the door outside opened on its own. A red-robed Kyler, holding a cane adorned with skulls, stepped in, bringing waves of icy air with him, as if winter itself had entered the room. Who are you? The Philip's expression changed drastically as soon as he saw the Kyler, overcome by an indescribable fear. The one who will kill you, Yates said indifferently. As soon as those words were spoken, the Philip tried to flee, but in that split second, he realized his body wouldn't move. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura penetrated his pores and entered his body. Old sir, I am the Crown Prince of Ing State. If you spare me, anything you ask for, I will give you. Please, don't kill me, the Philip screamed. I want only your life, Yates replied calmly. Speak. Since you are a prince, I will allow you to say your final words, Yates said. The Philip's heart sank. He knew he couldn't escape death. Through gritted teeth, he asked, "Tell me, who wants to kill me?" "Peter," Yates answered. The Philip burst out laughing. "Ha ha, I never expected this. My eldest brother, me, and my 15th brother fought each other for the crown prince position. But in the end, we were outmaneuvered by the cunning Peter. How unbearable." Chapter 482, White Hot. Bang. Philip was dead. He died with his eyes wide open. For the position of Kenneth, he had harbored ulterior motives and made meticulous plans. He originally thought that this time, he could secure his position tenfold by leveraging the king's birthday. But who would have known that at the critical moment, Peter would ambush him? A single move too late. How could there not be resentment? "Let's go, Palace." After killing Philip, Yates held his skeleton cane and walked out. The red spirit quickly entered the 5th layer of space and walked alongside Yates. At this moment, if someone were to stand high up and look down, they would see a terrifying scene. The mansion of Philip was filled with lifeless corpses lying everywhere, their eyes wide with fear. Yates never left survivors when he killed. Meanwhile, the battle inside the palace had reached a white-hot stage. Raoul and Farron had fought with Ajax for Jessup. How long did that take? The crowd was in uproar. Jessup had only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm, while the patriarchs of the 8 families had long been at the peak of the 3rd heaven within the Grandmaster realm. Their combined strength was formidable enough to make even peak Grandmasters of the 4th heaven and ordinary 5th heaven Grandmasters tremble. Yet, now, not only did they fail to subdue Jessup, but Jessup had managed to kill one of them. At this moment, even the other family Kylers participating in the battle couldn't help but feel chills running down their spines. Especially the Zoltan family masters, seeing their patriarch fall in battle, revealed expressions of horror. Losing their patriarch meant their combat power and intimidation factor would drop significantly. Regardless of the outcome of today's battle, the Zoltan family would fall out of the top 10 strongest clans. "Ha, let's continue." Jessup, after coughing blood and retreating, quickly steadied his stance and attacked the other 2 family Kylers again. That terrifying combat power and overwhelming battle desire left many people with tingling scalps. Even Ajax narrowed his eyes, filled with deep caution. He was only able to match the Kylers of the 2 powerful families. And Jessup, facing 3, with lower cultivation, managed to kill 1 Kyler in almost the same amount of time. Scales are tilting towards the Jessup and Hector duo. Congratulations to 15th brother on securing the position of Kenneth. Peter smiled at Dayton. At this moment, Hatcher's face was incredibly grim. Without the support of Harold, it was clear that relying solely on Ajax wasn't enough to win him the position of Kenneth. Dayton was inwardly agitated. He could see that as long as Jessup killed those 3 Kylers and came to aid Hector, the scales would indeed tip in his favor. But first, Hector had to withstand the fierce attacks of Clayton and the others before Jessup finished off the Kylers. "4th a kill, brother. You flatter me. With my abilities, even if Jessup and Hector win, I'm not fit to be Kenneth," Dayton Carissa replied humbly. "Dwight, hypocritical," Hatcher retorted coldly. "15th brother, don't think having the support of Jessup and Hector will allow you to easily sit in the position of Kenneth. Stabilizing the position of Kenneth is the real deal. In our country's history, many have been chosen as Kenneth, but few ultimately ascend to the throne. Don't get carried away too early." Hearing this, Carissa's expression instantly darkened. He was well aware that Jessup and Hector had simply relied on their own strength to elevate him. Because of this, they had offended the powerful elites of Ingdaltendom. Without their support, his position as Kenneth was like a rootless weed, susceptible to being overturned at any moment. Chapter 483. The heir's position, settled? Securing the position of heir, that is a matter for later. But at present, it seems that eldest brother has moved farther and farther away from securing the heir's position. Kian smiled. At this remark, Abraham immediately changed color and turned to look. As expected, at this moment, Bob Braden was suffering heavy physical exhaustion under Raoul and Farron's combined attack. The enormous figure behind him had already begun to become thinner and more ethereal. It was all too clear that Bob Braden was finding it hard to hold on much longer. "Bob Braden, withdraw from the competition for the heir's position voluntarily. For Lord Cosmo's sake, we will not kill you," Raoul said heavily. Even though he himself was also very heavily injured, his condition was still considerably better than Bob Braden's. Similarly, Farron's huge body was visibly strained, and there was even a disturbingly vivid mark left on his lower jaw by one of Bob Braden's palm strikes. However, they dared not kill Bob Braden. Killing him might infuriate Cosmo, which was something they didn't dare nor want to do. Dalton Ting glanced at both of them, shivered once, and the massive phantom behind him instantly vanished. "I have lost today. But as for Philip wishing to be our kingdom's lord, I shall never agree, nor shall my Grand Gideon County," said Dalton Tong coldly, glaring at Raoul and Farron before fixing his eyes on Jamar and Eris. Turning around, he walked towards Abraham. Seeing Bob Braden give up on the fight made Abraham's face pale. He clearly understood that when Bob Braden gave up, it meant that he, too, had no more chance with the heir's position. Regardless of what Bob Braden said or did, it wouldn't change the outcome now. "So, looks like this heir's position really will end up in your incompetent hands." Abraham took a deep breath and glared icily at Adalberto Carissa. Of all his brothers, he despised Carissa the most. His mother had been a lowly maid. No noble family supported him. Among all the princes, he also had the worst natural talent. Yet despite all this, Carissa actually held the advantage in the competition among these top princes and ultimately secured the heir's position. It felt just like seeing an insignificant worm put on a crown and soar above the clouds to look down upon dragons. Facing Abraham's rebuke, Adalberto Carissa retorted coldly, "Eldest brother, if I were an incompetent person, what does that make you, who failed to win the position of heir?" Hearing this, Abraham trembled with anger, staring furiously at Driscoll. This was the second time Carissa had openly confronted him. Compared to the old Carissa who always avoided him at any cost, this change was shocking. He could never have imagined a day when someone he once despised would dare speak to him so treated. while one was sent flying back, spewing blood. Although Hector's strength weakened after this blow, the sheer combat power impressed everyone profoundly. Jessup could slay one of the 3 Kylers, which was shocking enough. Yet Hector, at only the Master Realm, severely injured 1 Kyler and forced 2 to retreat. Such formidable fighting strength was truly inconceivable. This Fred has indeed reached the peak of every realm from warrior, martial artist, great martial artist, spirit warrior to Master Realm. Moreover, on the path of martial arts, he has found his unique way. This man is destined to become a saint and even possess the potential to become a supreme Jeffrey. Jamar narrowed his eyes gravely, feeling more shaken than when Jessup killed the Kyler of the Zoltan family. He's a monster. Another Jalen awaits us. With his support, 15's future is boundless, Eris murmured. At this moment, Bob Raiden and Abraham looked extremely sullen. The combat prowess of Jessup and Hector far exceeded their expectations, especially their astonishing potential, inspiring awe. If they continued growing unchecked, they would inevitably dominate the futuring Daltondom, forcing even its lord to treat them cautiously, just like how Eris treated Jalen back then. Thump. After injuring Clan Rashad's Kyler, Hector immediately consumed large amounts of premium chi nurturing pills and prepared to confront the remaining 2 clans' Kylers using the 5 Viscera 6 bowel method. At this moment, Clayton suddenly said, "Hector, stop. The battle ends here. We concede." All the nobility were stunned by Clayton's unexpected words. Even Hector hesitated, clearly surprised by Clayton's admission of defeat. At the same time, Jessup paused as the other 2 powerful clan Kylers again coughed up blood and retreated. Jessup, enough. We concede. Chapter 484, Kenneth Carissa. The battle has now reached a point where, among the 8 great families, the Zoltan family's patriarch has perished in combat, and the remaining 7 grand patriarchs are utterly exhausted. Continuing to fight would not yield a victory against Jessup and Hector. Even if they could win, it would mean losing 1 or 2 more grand patriarchs, an outcome too costly for these powerful clans. To minimize their losses, the other strong clans besides the Zoltan family decided to cut their losses and pull back. At first, the nobles of various counties were stunned by this turn of events, but they quickly recovered. The 8 great clans, working together, couldn't defeat Jessup and Hector? How terrifying is this father-son duo? Yes, Jessup is already our kingdom's war god, his combat prowess unmatched, while his son Hector is even more extraordinary. Despite being only at the Master Realm level, he single-handedly took on 3 grand patriarchs and heavily injured one of them. If he reaches the Grand Master Realm, won't he become invincible in its early stages? This father-son duo is more prodigious than the other. With their rapid development, it won't be long before they become unmatched in the martial world of our kingdom. Invincible? Aren't they already nearly invincible? I say invincible means no one can stand against them. Currently, they still have some limitations. At least 10 strong clans can still contend with them. Jamar hasn't even acted yet. He remains the supreme strongest of our kingdom. But it won't take long before these 2 replace Jamar as the strongest. Jessup and Hector have won against the 8 great clans. From now on, who in the entire kingdom would dare to provoke them? Wyatt truly has good fortune. Now that the father-son duo has defeated the 8 great clans, the position of crown prince seems destined for Wyatt. Wyatt was born into a life destined to never be a crown prince, but recognizing Jessup and Hector led him to the throne. This is simply a miracle of our kingdom. The audience buzzed with astonishment. The outcome of the battle had clearly surpassed everyone's expectations. No one thought Jessup and Hector, fighting 10,000 years. The roaring cheers shook the entire palace. Except for Jessup, Hector, and the Abraham, everyone knelt. Even the grand patriarchs of the other 9 great clans bowed, as respect for the crown prince was non-negotiable. Otherwise, it would be considered a grave disrespect. The Abraham clenched his fists in anger, his body trembling with resentment. He could hardly believe that the once insignificant Driscoll Carissa would become the crown prince. He felt deeply unjust. Why doesn't the Abraham bow to the new crown prince? A grand master accompanying Raoul shouted. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to the Abraham. Some sneered, ready to mock him, while others sighed, regretting his downfall despite his superior lineage and maternal support. He's a commoner born of a lowly concubine. Why should this prince show him respect? Don't forget, my mother is a direct descendant of the Braden clan, and my uncle is Harold. In terms of birth and background, he isn't even fit to tie my shoes. The Abraham spoke defiantly, refusing to bow despite the scrutiny. Spoken well, this is what a true member of the Braden clan looks like, said Dalton by Lachlan. Ridiculous. Eris suddenly rose and roared. Blood spewed from the corner of the Abraham's mouth as he stumbled back, turning pale. All faces showed shock. The Abraham was equally stunned. This was the first time Prince Braxton clenched his teeth, not backing down as Eris approached. A tiger does not eat its cub. I won't kill you, but your disrespect towards the crown prince is unforgivable. Your punishment will be left to the discretion of the crown prince, Eris said calmly. Eris, how dare you? At this point, Ajax Saul stepped forward. Eris glanced at him and said, Ajax Saul, my repeated tolerance of you isn't out of fear, but respect for Heraldi. If you continue to defy my authority, even if I take you down today, Heraldi will have nothing to say about it. Huh, take me down? With you, Eris? Ajax Saul sneered. If you weren't a ruler, this king could easily beat you with one hand. Boom. As these words echoed, everyone was in uproar. This overlord was showing blatant disrespect to his majesty. Speaking of beating up the king in public, this was clearly an act of treason worthy of extermination of all 9 generations. The next moment, they saw Eris remain calm and composed, without a trace of anger. Ajax Saul, do you think I gained the position of crown prince merely because of my lineage? Isn't that so? Ajax Saul scoffed. If you weren't the crown prince of the Ying family, could you become king? Then let me show you why I am fit to be the crown prince. Whoosh. In an instant, Eris vanished from where he stood, reappearing before Dalton Lachlan. Lachlan's heart shuddered. Eris's speed was so fast, even he couldn't see it clearly. Immediately, Lachlan raised his palm to strike, clashing with Eris. However, the moment their palms met, a muffled thud sounded. Lachlan staggered back, spewing blood from the impact. Eris's palm seemed soft and weak, but the force it unleashed far exceeded Lachlan's strength. SSS, did His Majesty really make Ajax Saul spit blood with one strike? It can't be possible. Wasn't it said that His Majesty's martial prowess was average? 5 years ago, he barely reached Great Master level. It said he was beaten by War God Jessup back then. Everyone gasped in astonishment, wide-eyed, hardly believing that Jeffrey Eris possessed such formidable combat power. The patriarchs of the 8 families exchanged uneasy glances. They had always speculated about the Emperor's true strength. From childhood, the Emperor was nurtured within the palace under 3 great eunuchs who were his mentors. Nobody knew the Emperor's actual strength, because almost no one had ever seen him engage in battle. Some said the Emperor had average talent. Others believed he was incredibly gifted. Regardless, due to his noble status, it was always others around him who fought on his behalf. Only now, when they saw the Emperor knock Ajax Lachlan flying with one strike, stood up and spoke indifferently. His words made the whole crowd fall into silence. They realized how right he was. Indeed, those who emerged from the fiercely competitive royal lineage to assume the role of crown prince or ruler were never ordinary individuals. They had always assumed that Eris relied on his noble lineage and high birth to become the ruler. But it was well known that descendants of the Ying family had to pass rigorous evaluations both from the ministers and within the clan. None who became rulers were mediocre. Ajax, do you have anything else to say? You may continue, but remember your place. I am the ruler of the Ying Daltondom, Eris roared suddenly, his voice like thunder, startling the officials. At this moment, Eris truly exuded regal authority, not relying solely on his status to intimidate them. Gideon live His Majesty. The officials bowed again. Ajax Saul's expression was one of utmost frustration. He knew he had utterly failed. Not only had he failed to help his nephew secure the crown prince position, but he himself had also failed. His dream of dominating the Ying Daltondom shattered instantly as Eris revealed his true strength. Chapter 486. A Royalic between the sovereign and the Kenneth. Eris's talent, cultivation, and overall power were all stronger than his own. The 8 great powerful clans would not support him of the Ying kingdom, even if Leighton became the crown prince. So what? The 8th prince was different from the eldest prince. Behind him wasn't a flourishing Braden clan that could intimidate the emperor and the Ying clan. As long as they seized the opportunity, there was still hope to abolish the crown prince and help the 8th prince seize the throne. Leighton, no, Kenneth, come here, said Eris, waving his hand. Yes, father, replied Leighton Carissa with immense joy, immediately stepping forward. At this moment, everyone watched him. The Ajax, the eldest prince, the ancestors and Kylers of the 8 great powerful clans, and the officials from various prefectures. Their gazes were filled with envy, astonishment, and frustration, various emotions. But no matter what their feelings were, one thing was certain. The present Leighton was now the crown prince of the Ying kingdom, second only to the emperor and revered by millions. The future ruler of the Ying kingdom, a noble existence worthy of almost universal admiration. Soon, under everyone's watchful eyes, Leighton quickly approached Eris and was seated beside him by the grand eunuch Eben. Gideon lived the Jeffrey. 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. Gideon lived the Kenneth. 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. At this moment, ministers knelt in reverence, their voices resonating through the entire palace like thunder. Officials from various prefectures bowed down, and even the aunt's solemn expression, Carissa responded, reporting to father, I am ready. Tell me, what are you prepared for? Reporting to father, I am prepared to face all changes and responsibilities. I know that being the crown prince entails greater responsibility, which might put me in difficult situations, but I am not afraid. For the sake of our Ying kingdom, I can bear anything, even if it means losing my life. Good. As long as you are mentally prepared, this solitary man will fully support you. The future of the Ying kingdom will be handed over to you, Eris nodded. Then he glanced at Jessup and Hector father and son in the distance and sent a mental message. What do you think of Jessup and Hector? Kenneth Carissa was taken aback, unsure why his father suddenly asked this question, but he replied without hesitation. They are men of deep affection and loyalty. Once, I merely helped Hector twice, and he confided in me wholeheartedly, even daring to oppose the 9 great powerful clans for my sake. You saw what happened afterward, didn't you? I learned about some things concerning Hector. Tell me, why did you help Hector in Jinchi Prefecture? You should know that at that time, he was a fugitive. Kenneth Carissa's expression changed. Father, I simply didn't want to see a brilliant person of our Ying kingdom fall. Moreover, his father is Jessup. If Hector died, Jessup would definitely hold a grudge against not an opportunity. You seize it to strengthen yourself until one day, you can make a stunning appearance. You have not disappointed me. Father, you? Carissa looked up, stunned. He never expected that the same father who had just given him an overwhelming sense of pressure would suddenly offer such high praise. Enough, rise now, Eris nodded. Yes, father. Carissa got up and sat nervously beside him. Only then did he understand the saying that serving a king is like living with a tiger. Even if it's his own father, it held true. Just moments ago, he felt as if disaster was looming. But in the next moment, his father viewed him differently. He realized that compared to his father, he still had a long way to go. You, although skilled in hiding your true potential and having sharp insight to seize any opportunity to grow stronger, must remember that as the ruler of a nation, relying solely on insight and concealing one's strength is not enough. You need to develop Ying Daltondom comprehensively and make it one of the dominant powers on the northern border. And gee, do you know the history of our Ying clan? Father, I do, Carissa immediately replied. Eris smiled. Tell me about it. Carissa recounted, reporting to father, our clan's ancestor was originally a stable Fred for the imperial family of the Great Zhao Dalthendom, one of the 3 major kingdoms on the northern border. Later, because he saved the emperor of Great Zhao at the time, he was infeft as Dalton Ing and given a small county as our fiefdom. 300 years later, due to internal strife and external threats, the Great Zhao Dalthendom fell into disarray and disintegrated. At that moment, we seized the opportunity to declare independence under the guise of restoring the Great Zhao Dalthendom, continuously expanding our territory until we reached today's achievements. Carissa calmly recounted the history of the Ing Dalthendom, almost flawlessly. After listening, Eris sighed, yes, our clan's ancestor was merely a stable Fred for the Great Zhao Dalthendom, who rose to be infeft as a king because of his valor in saving the emperor. Branding to that opportunity, our Ing Dalthendom grew strong under the diligent efforts of our forefathers. However, that is far from enough. After the collapse of the Great Zhao Dalthendom, it was divided into 36 feudal states, and we are just one of them. These past years, many of these 36 states have been plotting to expand. Among the most powerful 3, Great Geo, Great Song, and Great Han, have been continuously annexing neighboring states. In recent years, they have already swallowed 9 states. Originally, there were 36 states on the land of the Great Zhao Dalthendom, but in just a few years, the number has dropped to 27. Following this trend, our Ing Dalthendom is also in peril. Eris looked grave. Carissa felt a weight in his heart. This was the first time he had seen his father so serious. No, Eris nodded. Years ago, I showed respect to Harrel, and thus he did not take away our power. Jessup and Hector are comparable to him, and they will become significant figures in the martial world of the northern border. You must not offend them. Over these past centuries, countless powerful figures have emerged from our Ing Dalthendom. Although they never returned, their influence on our kingdom remains deeply rooted. People like them can overturn our Ing Dalthendom with just a word, and soon, Jessup and Hector will join their ranks. Father, I understand, Carissa nodded. Eris continued, your Kyler brothers failed because... Bang. Suddenly, eerie footsteps echoed from afar. These footsteps resounded in everyone's ears within the palace. Everyone involuntarily looked toward the source, seeing an old man in a black robe, holding a skull staff, approaching step by step. Thud, thud. As the black-robed old man passed by, the guards beside him lost consciousness and fell to the ground one by one. Hiss, who is that? Such a sinister aura. He must be a practitioner of dark magic. How could someone from the dark path infiltrate our palace? Scatter quickly. That person emits an evil force. Anyone who gets close instantly loses their ability to resist. At that moment, everyone was terrified and retreated. Hector glanced over and narrowed his eyes. Yates, you finally came? Jessup asked, Yorker, is this the old man who attacked you on the city wall? Yes, father, this old guy, Hector replied. Meanwhile, Eris also looked over and sternly said, Yates, you dare to storm into the palace? This is courting death. Chapter 488. The Peter's Ambitious Wolf. What? He is the Yates wanted by the Northern Frontier martial world? I've heard of him. It's said that this person has killed tens of thousands of people at least. He actually came to our royal palace. He kills without batting an eye, a thorough and complete fiend. When they found out the identity of the Yates, all the dignitaries from various counties of Ing Dalthendom were shocked, breaking into a sweat. The notorious reputation of the Yates had already spread throughout the entire Ing Dalthendom. Previously, he committed his crimes in other parts of the northern frontier. No one expected such a ruthless killer to come to their kingdom, let alone enter the royal palace. Based on the Yates' usual behavior, whenever he appeared somewhere, that place would turn into a barren land, with rivers of blood flowing. Whether I die or not, old man, I do not know, but your son is surely dead. The Yates smiled faintly and suddenly threw out a bloody head, which rolled several meters and landed at Eris's feet. Seeing the severed head, Eris's eyes widened, killing intent surging. Yates, how dare you of our ancestors? His ambition, someone exclaimed. Unifying the northern frontier? How many rulers have the audacity for such ambition? It should be known that in the northern frontier, there are more than a dozen kingdoms stronger than Ing Dalthendom, among them, Dian, Desong, and Dahan, each being 10 times more powerful. Colealting to unify the northern frontier is almost impossible, something that could only happen in dreams. And yet, the Peter spoke of it with confidence. This was no longer about ambition. It was sheer delusion. Fourth brother, did you order the death of your 8th brother? At this moment, Eris suddenly realized something and said darkly, Yes, father, I caused his death. Not just him, all your sons will die. But you are my father, and I will not kill you. I will let you see how I will lead our Ing Dalthendom to the peak of power step by step. Do you really think that just with this devil follower, you can become king? A dignitary shouted fiercely. At once, seize Xavian and the Yates. Eris ordered sternly. Clank. Instantly, many master-level experts around released powerful auras and charged toward the Yates and Xavian. Looking at the masters rushing towards him, the Yates sneered, Do it. You can devour these people at will. Boom. Simultaneously, the 8 grandmasters who charged and felt bone-chilling cold invading their bodies as they got peered around the palace. These corpse energies, this old man was indeed prepared. Hector's expression became equally grave upon witnessing this scene. These sudden corpse energies reminded him of the Soul Eaters in the coffins underground in the Jinyang City Martial Academy ruins. At this moment, the faces of Jamar and Eris instantly paled. Father, I give you one chance. Immediately announce to the world that I will ascend the throne, and I won't kill anyone here, the Peter said calmly. Xavian, what have you and the Yates been doing? Eris gritted his teeth. Haha, not much, just preparing within the palace for the past year until recently. Now, the palace has become a nest for Soul Eaters. With my command, the entire capital will turn into a burial ground. Father, you have 2 choices now. Announce me as the king, or watch the entire capital turn into a sea of blood. With his hands behind his back, the Peter, like a regal king, coldly surveyed the pale-faced heiress. Chapter 489. Father and son unite to suppress the soul devourers. Carissa's expression was grim. He was already the crown prince. Yet who would have thought that the fourth prince would make a move, controlling the entire palace? He had heard some rumors about the soul devourers, these beings who could kill unseen. Only those of the king's caliber or higher could effectively suppress or destroy them. Now, the entire palace was overrun with soul devourers, and the outcome was almost. However, there were still a few officials from various counties who did not kneel. You are seeking death. The fourth prince narrowed his eyes. Peter, you defy heaven and commit treason. May you suffer a terrible fate. An old man gritted his teeth. Kill him. The Yates said coldly. Thud. In the next moment, the Kyler fell to the ground, breathless, leaving everyone stunned. The soul devourers were indeed terrifying. There was no defense against them. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the remaining officials who had not knelt also fell. Hiram, will you not submit now? Do you want to die? The fourth prince turned to Hiram. Hiram lifted his head proudly and said, Xavian, you brat, how dare you humiliate this king? If this king dies, let alone you, a mere prince of Ing, your entire kingdom will be destroyed. Even the Vernon sect will face my brother's wrath. In the northern frontier, who dares to harm this king? If you have the courage, come on. Hiram remained incomparably domineering, showing no fear even now. However, he had every reason to be confident. After all, his younger brother Jalen was the youngest sage in Ingdaltondom's history. Throughout the northern frontier, Jalen was one of the supreme prodigies. In the entire northern frontier, Jalen represented invincibility. Upon hearing this, the fourth prince's expression darkened. Yates, kill him. The Yates frowned and said, Peter, let's temporarily spare him. Why? Is our Vernon sect afraid of Jalen? The fourth prince asked the Yates, who looked grave. The Yates replied solemnly, right now, we have too many enemies in the Vernon sect. If we add Jalen, our situation will become even more dire. Furthermore, once Jalen is enraged, the Vernon sect might hand us over to appease him. To the Vernon sect, we are dispensable. Therefore, we cannot kill Lachlan. Ultimately, the fourth prince said nothing. He looked at Jessup and Hector again. Jessup, Hector, will you submit to me now? At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Jessup and Hector. Here, the Kylers of the 8 powerful clans and officials from various counties had already submitted. Faced with death, no one could remain calm. Those who insisted were already dead. Now, only Jessup and Hector, along with their followers from Jinchi County, remained. Submit to you? Peter, are you talking nonsense? Hector scoffed, disappearing in an instant as he attacked the fourth prince and the Yates. What the heck, is Hector mad? Does he think he can fight against the soul devourers? Everyone was astonished. Though Hector's combat power was terrifying, martial arts were ineffective against soul devourers. Combat power was useless against them. He probably doesn't know what the soul devourers are, someone muttered. Peepuch terrifying means, capable of restraining the soul devourer. Boom. Without hesitation, Jessup immediately reached the fourth prince, slapping a palm toward him. The fourth prince's face paled, blocking with crossed hands, but Jessup, known as Ingdaltondom's war god, was at Jalen's level. Despite the fourth prince's outstanding talent, he couldn't withstand the blow and spat blood as he was thrown back. Chapter 490. Hector knocks back the Yates from afar. Hiss, the Peter was flung away? How is this possible? Don't they have a soul devourer by their side? At this moment, chaos erupted in the crowd. No one had anticipated that the once all-powerful Peter, who had subdued the 8 great clans and officials, would suddenly face a reversal of fortune. Within moments, he was struck down by Jessup and Hector, spitting blood as he flew backward. This scene was astonishing beyond belief. The Peter and the Yates had an invisible, untouchable soul devourer beside them, capable of silently ending lives. Yet now, this soul devourer seemed to have lost its formidable power. What could have caused this? Could it be that Jessup and Hector have some way to counter the soul devourer? Suddenly, Farron from the 8 great clans realized this with immense shock. Boom. After flinging the Peter away, Jessup charged towards the Yates again. Once the Yates was neutralized, the soul devourer would lose control, allowing everyone present to remain unharmed unless the rules triggering the soul devourer's killing spree were violated. Larrowing. The Yates immediately waved his skeletal cane, which emitted dazzling red light. As Jessup rushed towards him, the light blinded him. Simultaneously, numerous soul devourers converged from all directions. From Jessup and Hector's perspective, over 100 soul devourers approached. York, let's finish this quickly, Jessup shouted urgently. If these soul devourers got close, even they, father and son combined, would face grave danger. So, they needed to slay the Yates before the soul devourers closed in. Boom. Jessup attacked the Yates, who was dashing toward the soul devourers. Meanwhile, Hector pushed his touching spirit hand technique to its limit and unleashed 2 sinister red beams from the sky eye, forcing one of the soul devourers into the 4th layer of space. Then, with a swift flash, he attacked the Yates from another direction. Father and son launched a 2-sided assault, leaving even the Yates shaken and feeling immense pressure. With gritted teeth, the Yates spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto his skeletal cane, which emitted even more vibrant red light. The soul devourers, as if injected with stimulants, sped up drastically. The red soul devourer that Hector had sent into the 4th layer of space reappeared as a red streak, reaching the Yates instantly. Boom. Instantly. Had Hector not revealed his full strength in previous confrontations? Not only Raoul but also the patriarchs of the 7 great clans, Ajax, Hiram, and the dignitaries were astonished. Hector was still at the Master Realm level, yet he displayed a peak combat strength comparable to the Kylers of the 10 great clans. How fearsome would he be if he reached the Grandmaster Realm? Hector is even more monstrous than his father, Jessup, someone exclaimed in awe. After landing his palm strike, Hector immediately consumed a large amount of high-grade chi-nourishing pills before charging back at the wounded Yates to deliver the finishing blow. However, the red soul devourer appeared again, blocking his path. Hector paid it no heed. Instead, he activated the path of the Soul Devourer beneath his feet, relocating the creature. Approaching the Yates closely, only 7 to 8 meters away, Hector molded the seals and prepared the Jeffries technique for a devastating attack. The Yates, already gravely injured, could barely withstand another fierce assault. But it was too late. 30 Soul Devourers had already surrounded the Yates, and the overwhelming cold had entered Hector's body. Ignoring the invading cold, Hector aimed to kill the Yates. Boom! Hector clenched his fists again, gathering terrifying power. The leading devouring spirits were immediately flung away, howling under the impact of Jessup's spirit transformation technique. But there were far too many devouring spirits for him to handle. While he could fend off a dozen or so, he was quickly overwhelmed by hundreds. Devouring spirits were not ordinary martial artists. Their methods of killing were far stronger and more bizarre than what Jessup's current combat power could counter. No, father. Hector's eyes turned bloodshot as he watched Jessup being swallowed by the devouring spirits. Father was his only remaining blood relative in this world. He had once helplessly witnessed his mother die before his eyes, and now, was he going to see his father die right in front of him? No, he wouldn't stand for it. Boom. In that instant, Hector's potential was ignited by his anger and despair. He activated the secret realm. A surge of secret energy instantly filled his entire body. Simultaneously, a ripple spread outward. This was a domain, not quite a sage's holy domain but similar to it. As soon as the domain appeared, Hector's combat power skyrocketed. Most importantly, his domain exerted absolute suppression on the devouring spirits. Instantly, Hector, bolstered by the domain, rushed into the throng of devouring spirits like a predator entering a flock of sheep. The devouring spirits, upon contacting his domain, recoiled as if electrocuted, being instantly flung backward. Swish! Hector reached Jessup's side. At that moment, Jessup's face was deathly pale. Just then, a large number of devouring spirits had entered his body, nearly tearing apart his soul. York, you've entered the secret realm, Jessup exclaimed in surprise. Father, rest easy. I won't let them go. Hector glared fiercely at the devouring spirits. At this moment, the devouring spirits, under Hector's gaze, retreated into the second layer space. Even the one capable of entering the fifth layer seemed wary of Hector. Is this a holy domain? Impossible. You are not a sage. How can you have a holy domain? The Yates rose, still grievously wounded but alive, looking at Hector in disbelief. Today, all of you die. Hector cast a chilling glance at the terrified Yates and vanished in an instant. Reappearing, he found himself at the center of the devouring spirits, his released domain trapping 30-some devouring spirits at once. As the domain compressed, the living space of the devouring spirits within shrank rapidly. Finally, the domain glanced calmly at the devouring spirit emerging from the fifth layer, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. His eyes glowing, he forcibly restrained it, followed by compressing the domain. Together with the red devouring spirit, the Yates was also compressed. Dwitry escape, don't worry about me. The Yates's face turned ashen with despair, knowing he wouldn't survive. At this moment, the red devouring spirit seemed to understand and penetrated back into the fifth layer space, existing in a different dimension outside Hector's domain. Hector's domain currently could only cover up to the fourth layer. The fifth layer was beyond reach. But this didn't stop Hector. His sky eye radiated like 2 purple suns, extending into the fifth layer space. After recent cultivation, Hector's sky eye could now reach the fifth layer. Instantly, the red glow from Hector's sky eye extended into the fifth layer, re-imprisoning the devouring spirit, compressing it again within the domain. The red devouring spirit struggled, but it was futile. Hector's sky eye restrained it. No! The Yates screamed in despair. Almost simultaneously, the Yates exploded under the pressure of the domain. The red devouring spirit, too, was obliterated after a desperate struggle. Thus ended the battle. The Yates, and the red devouring spirit from the fifth layer, were both defeated. But the fight wasn't over. The remaining devouring spirits scattered instinctively, and Hector wouldn't let them go. He struck continuously, and soon, all the devouring spirits were wiped out. Leroyd Hector win? The representatives of the 10 great clans and the dignitaries from various regions watched Hector, still in shock. They had seen Hector kill the Yates. As for the other devouring spirits, they couldn't see them. Therefore, they remained uncertain about the outcome of Hector's battle against the devouring spirits. ####Chapter 492, Half-Step Grandmaster Realm. Regardless of the outcome, there was one thing they could be certain of. The Yates was dead. At this moment, Hector most likely had the upper hand. The spirit devourers were no longer a significant threat. However, due to the bizarre nature of the spirit devourers, they were almost impossible to kill completely, so they remained somewhat apprehensive. Look, it seems Hector is searching for something. Someone noticed that Hector was moving around as if looking for something. I understand now. He's searching for Prince Xavian. That's right. Where is Xavian? Holy crap, this kid escaped. A wave of shock swept through the crowd. The battle between Hector, the Yates, and the spirit devourers had been incredibly intense, capturing everyone's attention. No one noticed that the culprit, the Peter, had quietly slipped away. Realizing the Peter had after Hector single-handedly turned the tide, annihilating the Yates and defeating the spirit devourers, his status in Jamar's eyes had surpassed that of Jessup. He was an incomprehensible genius of unparalleled talent. His future achievements would undoubtedly rival the youngest sage Dalton Jeffrey in Daltondom's history. This battle was over. The dignitaries from various regions, having narrowly escaped death, began returning one by one. But the impact of this battle spread throughout the entire Daltondom. Hector's display of combat prowess and ability during this battle made everyone realize he was a rising star. Just like Harold several years ago, it wouldn't be long before Hector would stand at the pinnacle of the entire Daltondom. And this day wouldn't be far off. as they had anticipated. 3 days later, suddenly, an extremely powerful aura erupted from within Hector's residence, carrying a hint of Grandmaster realm power. Half-step Grandmaster? That little monster Hector has broken through to the half-step Grandmaster realm in just 3 days. With his current combat strength, even the ancestors of the 8 great clans can no longer match him. At this moment, Jamar said gravely from the palace direction. Beside him, Eris also watched Hector's direction intently and asked heavily, "Grandfather, with your strength, can you still suppress him slightly?" Could easily subdue him. But in just a few short months, Hector had grown to a height they had to look up to. Even the Ying clan's ancestor Jamar praised Hector, saying he had reached the same level as himself. What did this mean? It meant that Hector was now one of the top experts in the martial world of the entire Ingdaltendom. Boom. Right then, another powerful aura erupted from the neighboring courtyard. The 3 eunuchs' faces changed as they simultaneously looked in that direction. Hiss, it's Jessup's aura. Jessup has broken through again. Jessup's combat strength could already contend with 3 strong clan's ancestors at once. Now, after breaking through, his overall strength will certainly not be inferior to Elwyn Ying. This father and son pair are indeed both freaks. At this moment, Jessup also broke through to the second heaven of the Grandmaster realm. With his combat strength, once reaching the second heaven of the Grandmaster realm, his overall strength would certainly surpass Jamar and Jessup. At this moment, Jessup was the true #1 powerhouse of the Ingdaltendom. Sigh. It looks like I've been surpassed as the strongest in the Ingdaltendom again. A sigh came from the palace. Eris, feeling Jessup's aura, which had become many times stronger than a few days ago, felt bitter inside. Chapter 493, Border Crisis. Several days after the battle at the palace, Jessup and Hector broke through again. News spread, causing a sensation in Ingdaltendom. No one expected that Jessup and Hector would break through once more just a few days after the intense battle. Before the battle, the father and son duo had already stood at the pinnacle of Ingdaltendom's power pyramid. Now, having broken through again, what could be expected? There was no doubt about it. These two were now among the top absolute superpower figures in Ingdaltendom. From now on, the words of these two will carry tremendous weight. Every absolute decree they give will make His Majesty cautious, someone muttered to himself. It seemed as if the era when Cato had the final say in Ingdaltendom was returning, but this time, not with Cato but with Jessup and Hector. Afterward, Jessup and Hector entered the palace. This visit was entirely different from the last one. The last time they went, they were besieged on all sides by enemies. 8 powerful clans, the Yates, the first prince, the fourth prince, the 8th prince. But this time, they no longer had any enemies. Even the mighty 8 powerful clans had put away their hostility towards Jessup and Hector after that battle. If there was a decisive battle that solidified Jessup and Hector's invincible reputation, it was definitely the palace battle. And now, after breaking fin with neighboring countries, it's not enough to provoke a united attack from 10 of them. I believe there must be a medium-ranking kingdom orchestrating this from behind. Medium-ranking kingdom? Jessup and Hector exchanged glances, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. Daltondoms were divided into 3 ranks, lower, medium, and upper. The upper rank was the strongest, followed by the medium rank, with the lower rank being the weakest. Ingdaltendom and its 10 neighboring countries all belonged to the lower rank. For a lower rank kingdom, having grandmasters was sufficient to protect it. The Ying clan had several grandmasters and was considered moderately strong among the lower rank kingdoms. However, a medium rank kingdom was different. Their rulers needed at least 3 mid-level grandmaster realm experts. If a medium rank kingdom was indeed orchestrating this, the situation was much more serious. That's why Jamar and Eris were so eager to discuss this matter with Jessup and Hector. What do the other 9 major clans think? Jessup asked. Eris responded gravely. The Braden clan in Dylon County is already near the border. They have Cato backing them up, so even if Ingdaltendom falls, they can still exist. As for the other 8 major clans, they won't dispatch many strong reinforcements unless the enemy reaches our capital. Hector chuckled coldly. They're good at preserving their strength, aren't they? Jamar glanced at Hector, noticing a faint aura of Grandmaster emanating from him. He smiled. Zoltantal friend Sue, with your current cultivation, even I might heaven sent. Capturing him will force Jessup to compromise, Ajax said darkly. If not for Jessup and Hector, his grand plan would likely have succeeded. He was closer than ever to the peak of power. But because of Jessup and Hector, his plans were foiled. Hee, your excellency Ajax, don't worry. This time, he's alone. Killing him will be as easy as squashing an ant. A black-clothed Kyler sneered. Ajax looked at the black-clothed Kyler and nodded. With General Gabexia's help, killing him will indeed be like crushing an ant. The black-clothed Kyler was named Gabexiu, the leading commander of the 10-Nation Alliance. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage Grandmaster realm. He was the Chancellor and Grand Marshal of Chi State, a medium-ranking kingdom. Thanks to him, 10 countries' armies had gathered at Ingdaltendom's border. Once he gave the order, the 10-country alliance would advance through Dylon County unimpeded, targeting various counties of Ingdaltendom until reaching the capital. ##### Chapter 494, Born a Ing Citizen, Leroy Ing Ghost. This time, after wiping out the Ingdaltendom, my nephew, the Kenneth, must become the ruler of Ing. At this moment, Ajax Braden looked at the Kenneth beside him and said in a solemn voice. Hearing this, the Kenneth was elated. After the previous battle, he knew that he had been completely abandoned by Jamie. Now, his only hope lay with his maternal aunt, the youth replied. Hehe, Jinyang City is Jessup and Hector's base. Many of their close friends are there. If anything happens to Jinyang City, given Jessup's character, he will undoubtedly rush there. And Hector, upon hearing the news, will be anxiously concerned. As long as these 2 father and son pairs are occupied, the entire Ingdaltendom will be mine, Xavier nodded. Alright, prepare yourself. Once the armies of the 10 Nations act, the arrangements on the other side will proceed accordingly. Got it. I'll inform the other disciples now. Yovan nodded and swiftly turned away. Peter Xavier stared at the poised armies of the 10 Nations and smirked. Jessup, Hector, the grudge from those few days ago. I will make you pay back in full. He touched his chest where a palm print remained, a mark left by Hector's long-distance strike. It had yet to fade completely. Fortunately, he had worn golden thread armor. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Half a day later, under Ajax Braden's insistence, the 10-nation coalition, led by the great general of Qi, crossed Dalong County and, within a day, captured 5 county seats, continuously attacking fortresses and settlements. News spread quickly, causing panic among the people of the Ying Daltondom. Run! The armies of the 10 nations are coming. Heaven! Is our Ying Daltondom really going to fall? This is the first time in history that so many county states have attacked us together. They say the instigator this time is the intermediate-level county state of Qi. Qi? It's tens of thousands of miles away from us, separated by 3 lower-level county states. Our Ying Daltondom has no old grudges or recent grievances with them. Why attack us? We don't know, but it must be related to Ajax Braden. It's rumored that the 10-nation coalition directly crossed Dalong County without any resistance. Then it must be Ajax Braden. What a scoundrel. Even now, he still has evil intentions, hoping to make his grandnephew, the Kenneth, the heir. Soon, Hector arrived at Brandanching County. Brandanching County was in chaos. Families, merchants, and commoners were fleeing with their belongings toward the capital city. Are you Hector, Brother Sue? Agiri suddenly saw Hector and exclaimed, You are. Hector looked at the youth. The Giri, visibly excited, said, 3 months ago, I participated in Jinyang Martial Academy's evaluation and saw you once from afar. You're my idol. Your return. Is it because of the 10-nation coalition? Hector nodded and said, Tell me what's happening right away. Yes, the Giri nodded hastily. It turned out that the 10-nation coalition had already reached Blackwind County, neighboring Brandanching County. Within 3 hours, they could arrive in Brandanching County. How is Jinyang Martial Academy faring? Hector finally asked. Alas, the academy heads refused to leave, the Giri sighed. But they have disbanded the students. Afterward, Hector flashed away and hurried towards Jinyang Martial Academy. Inside the academy, it was deserted except for the Grandmaster, Lira Rector Jia, Lira Rector Larrowing, and the new Larrower Rectors Yi and Bing. I never thought that Ajax Braden would collude with 10 nations to wipe out our Ying Daltondom. Lira Rector Jia gnashed his teeth. Ajax Braden, still a teenager a dozen years ago, had visited Jinyang Martial Academy to meet Jessup. Decades had passed since then. The young man had grown into a major figure in the Ying Daltondom, one of its top elites. Yet, such a powerful figure harbored ambitions, desiring dominion over the entire Ying Daltondom. His ruthless ambitions demanded punishment. Now, what good does it do to speak of this? My only concern is that once Ajax Braden takes control of the Ying Daltondom, considering his enmity with Jessup and Hector, he won't let them go. Lira Rector Larrowing frowned deeply, filled with worry. Jessup was his disciple, from Lira Rector Larrowing's house, sharing a father-son relationship. Moreover, Hector had also come from Lira Rector Larrowing's household, living closely for half a year. To Lira Rector Larrowing, Hector was no resolve. They had made up their minds to sacrifice themselves if necessary. They were born in Gold Sun City, and even in death, they would haunt its ruins. They would never live to see Gold Sun City fall. Let's go. The Mickey waved his hand and turned around, leading the way, but he froze after taking only a couple of steps. Pablo, how did you come back? What, Pablo? Hearing this, the deans were first stunned, then overjoyed, rushing forward. Mickey, all Landons, can I join you in this battle? Pablo smiled gently. Pablo, no, you must leave quickly. This time, the Ellis of Qi Daltondom, General Gabe Shuai, and 10 Kingdoms armies are here. Your presence won't make a difference. The Mickey's expression changed immediately, shaking his head. That's right, Pablo, you must leave. As long as you survive, our Ying Daltondom still has hope, echoed the other deans. They could die, but Pablo must not. Pablo's potential was simply too great. If he continued to grow, not just Qi Daltondom, even the upper-class domains wouldn't be able to stop him. Just like Capital City Academy. Back then, Capital City Academy overshadowed everything in Brandanching Capital. Pablo was weak at that time. But after some growth, he toppled the Capital City Academy, which now had fallen from being the dominant power in Brandanching Capital to a third-rate minor force. If Pablo could survive, the future of Ying Daltondom was well. Now, Pablo had also touched this realm? Consider this, Pablo was barely 17. At this age, could he have already reached the Grandmaster realm? Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Yes, I've entered this realm, though currently, I am only half-step Grandmaster. Pablo nodded with a smile, looking at the dumbfounded crowd. Boom. Upon hearing this, the top brass of Jinyang Martial Academy felt the world spin, their heads buzzing. They looked at Pablo as if he were a legendary creature. A half-step Grandmaster at 17. What kind of prodigy was this? At your age, your father was only at the peak Grandmaster stage. You surpass your father. Very good, Willie said, visibly relieved. He is indeed worthy of being Jessup's son. Both you and your father are geniuses, someone else added. By the way, where is your father now? The Mickey nodded enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming as if looking at a rare treasure. Another legendary genius from their Jinyang Martial Academy. First Jessup, now Pablo. Indeed, genius runs in the family, sighed Chavi. Pablo replied, My father is now stationed in the royal city. What is his current cultivation level? Chavi asked eagerly. At this, all the deans and senior instructors held their breaths. If Pablo was already a half-step Grandmaster, how high could Jessup's level be? Haha, my father has already advanced to the second level of Grandmaster. Nearing the peak initial stage, Pablo nodded with a smile. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone gasped sharply. Landon Bing commented, As far as I know, even the Kylers of the 10 Great Clans are only at the peak initial stage of Grandmaster. With Jessup's combat prowess, he can crush the Kylers of the 10 Great Clans of Ying Daltondom. With both you and your father, Ying Daltondom is secure. Everyone nodded in agreement. Originally, they had prepared to die defending Gold Sun City. But now, learning about the levels of Jessup and Pablo, they regained confidence. All right, Kylers, follow me to fight the enemy. Pablo swept his gaze over the middle and upper management of Yi Jian Martial Academy. Agreed. Everyone nodded. They marched towards Brandanchi capital in a grand procession. Meanwhile, the governor of Brandanchi capital watched helplessly as black armored troops surrounded the city outside. Leading them was General Gabe Shuai, a mid-stage grandmaster. Beside Gabe Shuai's black horse lay a corpse, that of a grandmaster stationed in Brandanchi capital, who fell in one move under the chancellor of Qi Dalthendom. Isn't Dalthendom truly doomed? The governor sighed. Beside him stood various city lords of Brandanchi capital, including Victor, the mayor of Gold Sun City, and Pablo's soon-to-be father-in-law. A command to open the gates and surrender immediately or face 10 days of massacres. A Darien beside General Gabe Shuai shouted loudly, 10 days of massacre? Hearing this, the city lords on the walls paled. If true, it would lead to rivers of blood and no living creatures left in Brandanchi capital. They could vividly imagine the horror of a city ravaged by a 10-day massacre. Hashtag Chapter 496, Hector's Assassination Plan. Lord Governor, what should we do now? At this moment, the mayors of various cities were at a loss and looked towards the governor of Brandanchin City. The governor of Brandanchin City furrowed his brows as he gazed upon the seemingly endless army of the 10 nations. His heart was filled with despair. He knew very well that Brandanchin City's strength could not withstand the assault of the 10 nations' armies. The outcome of resistance would undoubtedly be total annihilation. However, surrendering would mean completely abandoning the state of Ing, which also had severe consequences. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately clenched his teeth and sighed. For the lives of all citizens in the city, let's open the gates and surrender. Upon hearing this, the various mayors sighed. They too knew that the tide had turned, and even if they wanted to resist, they could not stand against this formidable army. Surrendering would only harm the citizens. Open! Suddenly, on the city wall, a squad leader loudly shouted. However, he only managed to say half of the word, open. Puff. His head suddenly flew off, shocking everyone on the city wall. Today, anyone who dares to surrender will be my enemy, declared Hector as he climbed onto the city wall, followed by the members of Jinyang Martial Academy. It's you, Hector. Everyone on the city wall exclaimed in shock after seeing Hector. Hector's recent achievements in the royal palace had already spread throughout Brandanchin City. Even the 8 major clans, along with Ajax Bob Raiden, could not defeat Hector and his father Jessup. Meanwhile, Prince G. Carissa, who was once not favored by many, ascended to become the Kenneth of Ing under their support. After this battle, Hector and Jessup firmly established themselves as top-tier warriors in Ing, solidifying their reputation and power. Now, seeing Hector arrive, many people felt both surprised and instantly uplifted. Hector was the pride of Brandanchin City, whose formidable combat strength placed him among the elite fighters of Ing. With his presence, there was hope for Brandanchin City. Hector. Joab quickly stepped forward after a momentary pause. You've finally come back. Your humble son-in-law greets you, father-in-law. Hector immediately bowed, as he and Adam were already officially married. Therefore, his respect for Joab as his father-in-law was genuine. It's good that you've arrived. Joab found Hector's formality pleasing. Mr. 50%? Upon hearing this, the governor of Brandanchin City and the mayors fell silent again. With a 50% chance, I think it's worth a try, Joab suddenly spoke up. I agree. If we can eliminate the left general, the others will certainly hesitate to act recklessly. Yes, if the leader is dead, their morale will plummet. This might be our only chance. I think we should give it a try. I concur. Following Joab's words, more mayors voiced their support for Hector's plan. Seeing the growing support, the governor of Brandanchin City sighed. He knew that opposing this would be futile. First, Hector wouldn't agree. Second, the other mayors would oppose him. All right, let's give it a try. Mr. Su, please take care, said the governor, looking at Hector with deep concern. Rest assured, even if I can't kill him, I can ensure that Brandanchin City remains safe for 3 days. By then, reinforcements from Ing will arrive to support us, promised Hector. Then, he shared his assassination plan with the governor and the mayors. Mr. Su, your plan is too risky, someone worriedly remarked. Hector smiled. One cannot gain the tiger's cub without entering its den. I shall proceed. After saying this, Hector turned around, opened the city gates, and walked out, holding the governor's official seal. Surrendering first required presenting the governor's official seal, an ancient tradition. Now, carrying the seal, Hector straight seal, approaching the leader of the allied forces of the 10 countries, General Gabe. On General Gabe's side, no one recognized Hector as the dangerous individual he was. Who is he? Asked the Giles beside Xavian. Xavian gritted his teeth and said, Hector, the one who killed the Yates, defeated the 8 powerful tribes, and deprived me of my position as heir. So it's him. The Giles frowned and asked, should we inform General Gabe? No need. Let him attempt to assassinate General Gabe. Whether he succeeds or not, it does us no harm. Is everything prepared on the other side? Yes, once I release the signal flare, the spirit gathering site beneath Jinyang City's ruins will immediately explode. Then, they will all rush towards the capital in an instant. Good, very good. Jessup, Hector, and Eris, you will all die. Xavian growled deeply. As they spoke, Hector had already approached within 10 steps of General Gabe. Now, Fred, kneel immediately and present the magistrate's seal with both hands, commanded a Yuan standing beside General Gabe. At this moment, Hector looked up and met the Yuan's gaze. Just that glance caused the Yuan to tremble. He noticed the Fred's eyes were suddenly filled with boundless killing intent. That killing intent chilled him to the bone, making his limbs turn cold as if being watched by an unparalleled killer. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, the Giri vanished from sight like a phantom. He has moved. On the city walls of Brandanchin County, the county magistrate and the mayors of various cities grew extremely tense. With a loud boom, Hector took a step forward and instantly appeared before General Gabe. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals, activating the Jeffries art. First true diagram. Second true diagram. Third true diagram. Fourth true diagram. Fifth true diagram. In an instant, the 5 true diagrams boosted Hector's combat power to the 6th rank. The immense palm force blasted away the nearest dozen people, causing them to vomit blood and fly backward. Even General Gabe, a master at the 4th level of Grand Master Realm, felt his body hair stand on end. He sensed the threat of death he hadn't felt for many years. This time, it came from a youth barely 17 years old. Could another prodigy like Jalen have emerged in Ing State? There was no time for further thought. Hector's powerful palm force descended like a mountain, leaving no room for breath. Instantly, General Gabe formed hand seals and punched out while activating his golden armor to defend against Hector's full-strength attack. Both sides had put forth their utmost effort, as this fight determined much more than just the outcome of the battle. If Hector won, the morale of the allied forces would be shattered, and Brandanching County might be saved. If General Gabe won, Brandanching County faced certain annihilation. Neither could afford to lose. Poof! The moment Hector's palm met General Gabe's fist, Hector trembled. General Gabe's punch was indeed formidable, befitting a 4th-level Grandmaster. Even Hector, having recently broken through to half-step Grandmaster, felt internal chi turmoil from the impact. He suppressed a mouthful of blood by inhaling several times and channeling secret energies throughout his body. General Gabe was even more shocked. Hector's strike carried unimaginable force, shattering his bones and nearly destroying his organs, forcing him to spew blood and fly backward. Protect the Marshal. Upon seeing this, someone cried out in alarm. Instantly, dozens of Grandmasters simultaneously attacked Hector to save their Prime Minister. Hector immediately swallowed half a bottle of top-grade chi-restoring pills, then channeled all his energy to restore his true chi while wearing a skull mask on his face. Upon donning the mask, Hector's reaction speed increased dramatically. This mask had been obtained from the Tin Heaven Tower. He rarely used it because it induced a bloodthirsty frenzy. However, to kill General Gabe amidst thousands of soldiers, he could not afford to hesitate now. Boom! Hector again activated the true diagrams, using only the first 2 to block the Grandmaster's attacks, but this slowed him to 2 pieces. Hiss! Lord Su is trapped. It's over. Our Brandanching County is doomed. Watching this unfold, the city mayors atop the walls turned pale with despair. Hashtag Chapter 498. Decisive kill, blocking the armies of 10 nations. The earth-binding severing array could cut even swords that slice through iron like butter. Trapped inside, Herb Su was in a hopeless struggle where the outcome could already be predicted. At this moment, everyone on the city walls had turned pale, despair spreading along the route. Everyone flee. The city of Doching cannot be saved. Alas. The Lionel sighed and was about to turn away. But just then, Victor suddenly shouted loudly, "What is this Fred doing? This isn't right." His shout jolted the dispirited crowd awake, making them all tremble as they watched Hector abruptly discard his broken longsword and crash into the earth-binding severing array. SSSHH. Was he planning to use his own body to confront the earth-binding severing array? Was Herb Su disregarding his own life? Everyone on the city walls changed color. After all, the earth-binding severing array was a terrifying array that could shatter anything it touched, including the finest weapons. No matter how strong the human body might be, it was still flesh and blood. Open, blood gushing out like floodwaters, stunning the fleeing governor and various city lords as well as the armies of 10 nations. None of them expected Hector to sacrifice himself, yet still deliver such a devastating blow after his body split in 2. Whiz. But what came next left them even more terrified. After rushing out, Hector's lower half, which had remained inside the earth-binding severing array, instantly reappeared outside and fused back together with his upper half, completely unharmed. The mysterious silver mask had revived him once more. "This can't be possible," someone exclaimed. "How could a body split in 2 heal instantly? Was this some sort of ghostly apparition?" Not just the people of Doching, but the armies of 10 nations were dumbfounded. "Quick, protect General Gabe," a Grandmaster shouted in alarm. He noticed that upon reviving, Hector immediately resumed his attack, delivering a fatal blow to General Gabe, who was now defenseless. Unfortunately, it was too late. Hector had planned everything meticulously. With a single palm strike, General Gabe's chest was pierced. Then, Hector grabbed his head and twisted violently, blood spurting as he wrenched off the general's head. This shocking scene left the armies of 10 nations and those on the city walls utterly stunned. Hector, the invincible warrior, emerged from the bloody battlefield and claimed the head of a mid-stage Grandmaster within the ranks of 10 nation forcements. Yes. Soon, the news that Hector had killed Chi Daltondom's eldest General Gabe among the enemy ranks spread throughout Doching and other cities in Ing Daltondom, causing a huge stir. Hiss, Gideon Live Lord Su. Lord Su is truly incredible, managing to fend off the armies of 10 nations alone and even kill Chi Daltondom's chancellor among them. Hiss, this time the leader was Chi Daltondom's eldest General Gabe? Oh my god, I've heard of him. He's said to be a military man who reached mid-stage Grandmaster years ago, and Lord Su killed him among thousands of soldiers? As long as we have Lord Su, our kingdom has nothing to fear. Gideon Live Lord Su. Eventually, the news reached the capital. Hector, killing Chi Daltondom's eldest General Gabe alone among thousands. This young man is indeed a remarkable hero, marveled the 8 strongest clans in the capital. They were also relieved that they had pulled back in time. Otherwise, continuing to oppose Hector might have led to their clan's destruction. Hashtag end of chapter 498. Hashtag chapter 499. Rhonda is pregnant. Good, truly remarkable. Dalton Eris exclaimed with delight upon hearing the news. The ministers were also greatly encouraged. Initially, they had been on edge, believing that the imminent threat of their nation's fall was just around the corner. After all, with the combined forces of the 10 nations, it seemed impossible for the Ing Daltondom to withstand the assault with its own strength alone. However, who would have thought that Hector's mission would surpass everyone's expectations? Single-handedly turning the tide in the midst of 1,000 troops, he killed the leader of the 10 Nations coalition, Prime Minister Gabe Shui of Qi State. Such combat prowess was indeed terrifying. Immediately issue orders to gather all the troops from various military camps in the capital city and the protective forces from each county to join Hector at Brandanching County, Eris decreed. Soon, an army of 150,000 soldiers from the capital set off for Brandanching County. Meanwhile, the remaining counties of the Ying Daltondom that hadn't fallen also dispatched their protective forces from all directions towards Brandanching County. Upon learning this, Jessup first entered the royal palace to request the eldest ancestor of the Ying clan to personally oversee their new residence, Su Mansion, in the capital city. Then, he too rushed to Brandanching County. He, Jessup, would never allow his son to be left helpless. Although the leaders of the 10 Nations armies had been slain by his son, the 10 Nations troops had not retreated. They were still encamped outside Brandanching County, ready to launch another general attack at any moment. Therefore, he could not put his mind at ease. At the same time, Esther and Rhonda emerged from seclusion, both having reached the semi-grandmaster realm. But upon their emergence, everyone was surprised to notice a slight bulge in Rhonda's abdomen. She was clearly pregnant. "You can't go. Brandanching County is too dangerous. You're pregnant now, and if anything happens, Hector will feel extremely guilty," Esther said solemnly. "Zoltanger, I just want to take a look. I won't really go to the front lines," Rhonda replied. Ultimately, unable to persuade her otherwise, Esther let her go but insisted that Rhonda only observe from a distance and not participate in the battle. Rhonda nodded in agreement. "What? Florence is pregnant?" The news quickly spread to the Kenneth's mansion. Prince Carissa's expression changed drastically. "Arrange for our mansion's few grandmasters to closely guard Rhonda." "Yes." Almost immediately, for grandmasters from the Kenneth's mansion swiftly headed to Su Mansion but found no one there. "Report back to the Kenneth. Miss Florence has already gone to Brandanching County. AI, you should go as well. Remember, no matter what, protect Rhonda." "Yes." Meanwhile, the three major powers of Jinchi County also dispatched their forces to Brandanching County. Instantly, Brandanching County became the focus of everyone's attention in the Ying Daltondom. This time, armies from Hector, and you'll arrange a meeting with Lord Jalen. How does that sound? As long as you kill Hector first, arranging a meeting shouldn't be a problem. Fine, deal. The Yuan laughed heartily and then turned to leave. "In 2 days, I will personally deliver Hector's head to your mansion." "Brother-in-law, we don't even know this person's identity. Introducing him to my brother seems inappropriate." The Crown Prince frowned. "Dwight, as long as he can kill Hector, introducing him isn't a big deal. Many people want to meet your brother. Even if I introduce him, it's up to your brother's people whether to grant the meeting. It's uncertain whether he will meet or not," Ajax Lachlan sneered. Meanwhile, inside the old premises of Jinyang Martial Academy, two people descended underground. One was Prince Savian, and the other was a young man in red robes. The latter held a lantern in his hand, which he suddenly lit. Instantly, the lantern emitted a faint red light, growing brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the corpse-like chi exploded. All the soul eaters lying in the coffins awakened from their hidden layers and gathered in the first layer, staring blankly at the lantern. "Amazing, it actually works," Prince Savian marveled. "Naturally, this is the soul-attracting lantern of Vernon sect. Any soul-based entities, even soul eaters, can be attracted." "All right, junior brother, let's stood up." His growing unease became stronger. "Be careful then," the Ellis said. At this moment, Hector quietly descended from the county wall and swiftly moved through the county city. He activated the Eye of the Sky, allowing everything within several kilometers around him to come under his gaze, including the movement of an ant on the ground. The county city was already emptied of most people, leaving only the city guard force behind. There were about 20,000 guards, the strongest of whom were in the late peak martial spirit realm. Most soldiers were merely at the martial master realm, with those at the great martial master realm able to serve as squad leaders. Such combat strength could hardly withstand an assault by armies from 10 countries, but as they say, it's better to have something than nothing. After examining the county city and finding no immediate dangers, Hector thought of Jinyang City. Located 80 miles from the county city, it was considered a medium-sized town within Brandanching County. Buried beneath the old site of Jinyang City lay a potential bomb, numerous spirit devourers. Over the past year or so, this problem remained unsolved, leaving Hector constantly worried. Jinyang City was the base of Jinyang Martial Academy. If this threat erupted, Jinyang Martial Academy would bear the brunt, followed by Brandanching County. He had wanted to solve this issue long ago, but lacked the strength to do so. Now, he suddenly recalled this ticking time bomb, feeling his heart thud harder. "Underground spirit devourers are becoming restless. The increasing corpse aura is proof," said a third general. "Isn't Master Su in Brandanching County? Shouldn't we invite him here to inspect the situation?" suggested a fourth general. "Yes, let's invite Master Su," everyone agreed. In Jinyang City, Hector once combated the spirit devourers and knew how to handle them, having ventured into the depths multiple times unscathed. "I will handle this." The commander stood, looked at everyone, and solemnly declared, "Take care on the way." All the generals nodded, realizing they had no choice but to seek Hector's help for the ongoing crisis beneath Jinyang City. Spirit devourers have emerged. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, screamed, and fell dead immediately. With no visible wounds, his eyes filled with terror, the tent grew bone-chilling cold instantly. The commander and generals froze in terror. They knew something significant had happened. Unseen and untouchable, a spirit devourer had entered their tent and killed the soldier. "Don't move rashly," the commander urgently commanded, causing all 7 generals to stand motionless. Under normal circumstances, spirit devourers targeted specific individuals, drawing their attention. Only when influenced by human actions did they attack indiscriminately. Therefore, staying calm greatly increased their chances of survival. Sure enough, after roughly 10 seconds of intense tension, the cold vanished, indicating the spirit devourer had left. Phew! Everyone panted heavily, drenched in cold sweat, relieved they had escaped death. "Quick, Head to Brandanchin County and ask Master Su for help, the commander ordered. Swoosh. 8 people rushed out of the tent simultaneously. Outside, they saw people falling everywhere, eyes filled with despair and horror, realizing the underground spirit devourers had broken free. Meanwhile, Kian and the Nate stood side by side, observing the chaos erupting from the camp, unmoved. After feeding these spirit devourers, we'll head to Brandanchin County and take Hector's life, the Nate sneered. At this moment, Hector arrived at the boundary of Jinyang City. Through his eye of the sky, he saw a sky-high corpse aura over the old Jinyang Martial Academy site. Oh no, indeed something big has happened. Alarmed, Hector sped up like a flash of lightning toward the old academy site. Not far along, he encountered 8 familiar figures rushing toward him. Master Su, hurry. Something terrible happened at the old academy site. The spirit devourers have escaped. They shouted in trembling voices upon recognizing him. I know. Head to Brandanchin County first and wait for me there. Hector raised from within a soldier and slapped it down. Clang. In an instant, he pressed this soul devourer into the second layer realm. If not controlled, most soul devourers would instinctively feel terrified when restrained, choosing to enter a dormant state. This one was no exception, quickly retreating into self-seclusion once confined. Hector continued to attack. Most of the soul devourers were at the second layer realm, while a few were at the third layer realm, but none could resist Hector. Within moments, he had subdued all of them. It's Hector, he's here. Upon seeing Hector, Kian's eyes darkened instantly. Meeting an enemy face-to-face always brought heightened animosity. If not for Hector, his plan with Yates would have succeeded long ago, and he would already be the ruler of Ingdalthendom. He is Hector? He indeed has some skill, managing to easily restrain soul devourers of the second and third layer realms, said the young man in red, smiling faintly as he watched Hector. I wonder how much time it will take you to handle 10 fourth layer realm soul devourers? With a wave of his hand, 10 fourth layer realm soul devourers immediately pounced toward Hector. Hector frowned and swiftly dodged, causing one of the soul devourers to miss its target entirely. Turning around, he saw the 10 fourth layer realm soul devourers surrounding him. At the same time, he spotted Kian and the young man in red nearby. Rico, it's you. Haha, Brother Su, remarkable. My Zoltank devouring arm can absorb any force. An ordinary Grandmaster's full attack would be completely absorbed by my arm guard at the first moment. Yet, you managed to push me back. Among all the geniuses I've seen, you would undoubtedly rank in the top 5. The young man in red nodded in admiration. But alas, a genius like you cannot escape death today. Hector narrowed his eyes, stepping forward. Who dies is yet to be determined. Try receiving my next palm strike. At this moment, Hector formed the seal again, his power far more terrifying than before. He planned to use the first 4 true intent diagrams. He didn't believe this arm guard could absorb the power of 3 diagrams and still absorb the 4th. In his belief, as long as one's strength was sufficiently powerful, even the heavens could be pierced. If the heavens couldn't be broken, it simply meant your strength wasn't enough. Come, spirits. Suddenly, the young man in red raised his right arm, and his arm guard emitted a brilliant red glow, absorbing the nearby soul devourers into itself. Even the 10 fourth layer realm soul devourers were rapidly absorbed. The arm guard, now containing soul devourers, shone with an increasingly alluring red light. Hector was inwardly shaken. He sensed that the young man in red seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped soul devourer after absorbing the soul devourers. Enter the second layer of space. However, the Jacob's version was clearly more advanced. He could directly remain within the second layer, making it nearly impossible for ordinary warriors to kill him. In effect, he stood inherently invincible. But for Hector, the Jacob did not possess this inherent advantage. Boom. Upon entering the second layer of space, in the Jacob's eyes, Hector was now like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Killing him seemed effortlessly easy. He rapidly approached Hector, appearing right behind him before striking a powerful palm toward Hector's head, intending to blast it to pieces. However, at the very moment his hand touched Hector, Hector instantly vanished. Phantom body technique. At that instant, Hector had also entered the second layer of space. Powerful sword chi surged like a dazzling sun, closing in on the Jacob. Shocked and startled, the Jacob immediately dodged but failed to completely evade it. The sword chi pierced through his left shoulder, staining the second layer of space with blood. How is this possible? You can enter the second layer of space too? Have you also undergone the spirit transformation technique? No, there's no aura of a spirit devourer around you. What secret martial technique is this? Exclaimed the Jacob, a mixture of shock and anger. Swish. In the next moment, Hector retreated from the second layer of space and sighed, pity. I can only enter temporarily. Anticipated that Hector possessed such immense power. Logically, after transforming into a spirit devourer, he should have been invincible except to others who mastered their demonic arts. Who else could harm him? But Hector was special. Not only could he remain in the second layer, but his eyes could also force him out of it. Such strength explained why Hector could handle spirit devourers, far exceeding what he initially knew. However, standing in the 5th layer, he didn't believe Hector could follow. It seems I must use the Barth way. In the 5th layer, the Jacob stared intently at Hector, gritting his teeth as he made a difficult decision. He planned to activate the Barth way. What was the Barth way? It involved allowing oneself to fully transform into a true spirit devourer, knowing nothing but carnage. This would boost his strength tenfold, turning him into a genuine spirit devourer. However, the consequences were severe. There was a 1 in 3 chance that using the Barth way would transform him into a spirit devourer permanently. Once a true spirit devourer, he would essentially be dead. This transformation, once triggered, could not be reversed. From then on, he would be a spirit devourer, no longer human. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, no one chose this path. But Hector was simply too powerful. Even 4th layer spirit devourers couldn't touch him. Even after Barth way, my body devours demons. The demon venerable is invincible. Boom. Suddenly, he activated the demon transformation, his body radiating corpse energy as if transforming into a cadaver. He lost temperature, chilling waves spreading out, turning the fifth layer into an abyssal hell devoid of warmth and light. Even Hector felt the overwhelming cold piercing through the fifth layer, instantly freezing his hand, robbing him of sensation. His hand became unresponsive, as if no longer his own. He lost control over his arm. Wasn't this the effect of being invaded by a spirit devourer? Chapter 503. Hector's Transformation. If the Giles merely possessed some abilities of a soul devourer after performing the spirit transformation earlier, then now, practicing the devil transformation path, he had truly transformed into a full-fledged soul devourer, a fifth-layer space soul devourer at that. This level of soul devourer was one Hector encountered for the first time. The ones he faced previously were all from the fourth-layer space. The strongest one merely approached the strength of the fifth-layer space. He and Jessup had barely suppressed that one together. But this time, it was a genuine fifth-layer space soul devourer, far more powerful than any he had encountered before. Do not underestimate the difference between the fourth and fifth layers. It is akin to the disparity between an expert martial artist. This person was willing to do anything to kill him. Still, Hector remained calm because there was a terrifying existence within him. If his life was endangered, that terrifying entity would intervene. However, each time it acted, he would lose something precious. So unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want this presence to appear. Besides that presence, there was also the mysterious Wilson, suspected to be a powerful figure from the near immortality era, perhaps even an emperor-level character. This man hadn't acted for a long time, seemingly hiding after the last encounter with the terrifying entity within Hector. Boom. Suddenly, Hector felt his heart beat intensely. Next, he discovered strange forces emerging within his heart, rapidly absorbing much of the invading cold aura. This is... Hector immediately inspected inwardly, only to be shocked by what he saw. The three soul devourers attached to his heart were actively devouring the cold energy entering his body. These three soul devourers were the ones initially swallowed by the terrifying entity, entering his heart afterward. Now, like famished ghosts, they greedily devoured the invading cold energy. So it's them. Hector was taken aback. He had always feared these three soul devourers lurking inside him as a huge threat. Despite various attempts, he couldn't forcibly... Hector's eyes widened. Under the watch of the Eye of the Sky, his heart radiated an irresistible force. The soul devourer struggled briefly but was sucked onto his heart, falling silent as if asleep. Am I safe? Hector was stunned. The coldness in his body dissipated along with the soul devourer. He hasn't moved. His soul must have been devoured. The Peter approached, observing the motionless Hector. Cruelty crept across his face as he sighed. A generation's genius falls, truly regrettable. There's nothing regrettable. Instead, your time has come, Peter. Hector suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at the Peter with boundless killing intent. Chapter 504. City breached. Hector's heavenly wrath. Kian's complexion changed drastically, and every hair on his body stood on end at this moment. This is impossible. Leroy, my senior brother, invade you? How can you still move? Kian Amerigo rapidly retreated. Hector stepped forward, swiftly closing in. He slowly raised his hand, casting the Jeffrey Decree True Intent solution. A powerful force instantly coalesced upon his right palm. Your senior brother has already met his end. Kian, it's time to settle our enmity here. No, Brother Sue, please listen to me. I know a secret. If you show mercy, I will. Boom. Dwight, huff, huff. Hector exhaled heavily, looking around, preparing to leave. This battle, although brief, had been heart-stopping. There were times when he almost died at the hands of the Giles and Kian Amerigo. Thankfully, the three spirit devourers inside him aided him. Otherwise, he would have been dead. In future, my survival should not rely on those two. The forbidden existence within him did not act when his soul was nearly devoured. And the suspected Emperor-level Yuan also did not intervene, seeming to have completely vanished since the last encounter. That's... Just as he walked out of Jean Jiag Martial Academy ruins, Hector's eyes widened, his pupils turning bloodshot. Bodies littered the ground everywhere. Blood stained the entire street red. His figure flashed as he rushed out. Corpses were visible everywhere along the way. A terrible thought crossed his mind. Had Brandanching County City fallen during his absence? It's impossible. Few knew about my departure. Leroy, we have traitors within? Daring not to imagine further, Hector headed towards the county city. When he arrived, he saw the corpses of familiar faces. The Ellis, Lyra Rector Jia, Lyra Rector Larrowing. They were all dead. Aha! Hector screamed. The Ellis, Lyra Rector Jia, Lyra Rector Larrowing, had all shown him great kindness. Before he had grown strong, Daltondom will soon change hands, and my nephew Kenneth will be the ruler of the entire Daltondom. Oh, and by the way, this time, the Qilu army brought over 10 grandmasters, leading hundreds of master realm martial artists, and an army of 300,000 soldiers, laying siege to the capital city. Now, Jessup and the others are making their final stand. But they won't hold out for long, ha ha ha. Ajax laughed. You're asking for death. Hector narrowed his eyes, flashing towards Ajax, placing a palm on him. Boom. Suddenly, the black-clothed figure beside him attacked, striking Hector's chest with a palm. Hector retracted his hand, trading a palm strike with the black-clothed figure. Thud, thud, thud. Hector was forced back several steps. The black-clothed figure remained motionless. Middle-stage Grandmaster. Hector narrowed his eyes. Though this Yuan was only a middle-stage Grandmaster, much like the Ing Clan ancestor, his combat prowess far exceeded that of the Ing Clan ancestor. Just now, if it wasn't for his incomparably strong physical strength, a half-step Grandmaster unparalleled throughout history, his arm would have been crippled. A half-step Grandmaster managed to withstand my blow unscathed? The Yuan was surprised, eyeing Hector with astonishment. He had seen many geniuses, but none at the half-step Grandmaster level had ever withstood his blow. Qualities of a king, and have the potential to become one. In the northern frontier's cultivation world, only kings were considered strong. As for the outer court, as long as one met the basic requirements for selecting disciples, they could enter. The Qilin residents had the most outer court disciples, reportedly over 100,000. Although this number seemed large, the selection range covered the entire northern frontier's cultivation world. How vast was the northern frontier? It was said to cover an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers, with a population reaching several billion. Among such a massive population, only 100,000 could enter the outer court. One could imagine how exceptional even the least of the Qilin residents' disciples must be. No wonder someone like Ajax didn't want to join the Qilin residents. As he had said, though he was considered a top genius in the Daltondom of Ying, he would merely be a lower-ranking individual there. For example, the old man who ran errands for Jalen in the Ying Daltondom, though powerful enough to dominate the Daltondom of Ying, was merely an unremarkable servant in the Qilin residence. This was the disparity in strength. After Daphne mentioned he was from the outer court of the Qilin residence, Hector was not surprised at all. This person was at the same realm as the patriarch of the Ying clan, Jamar, but the pressure he exerted was dozens of times stronger than that of Jamar. Saying all this naturally means I want you to know who wants to kill you. Daphne smiled indifferently. I always like giving people choices. Considering you are also considered a remarkable individual, I will give you two options. First, commit suicide. Second, be killed by me. Choose one. But let me remind you, being killed by me might be very painful. I choose the third option, to kill you. Boom. The moment Daphne finished speaking, Hector instantly vanished from his spot, reappearing right in front of Daphne with a punch aimed directly at him. Boom. However, his punch missed, exploding the air instead. At the instant his punch touched Daphne, it was as if Daphne had disappeared into thin air. You're too slow. Daphne appeared behind Hector, pressing his palm toward him. Hector was startled. Was this how one fought against such a significant difference in strength? Without time to think, the skull mask appeared on his face. Instantly, his realm temporarily increased by one level, equivalent to breaking through to the first stage of the Grandmaster realm. With a swift movement, he dodged Daphne's palm. Then, he turned and slashed with his sword, the blade glowing as he aimed to sever Daphne's arm. But Daphne lightly slapped the incoming sword energy, shattering it and continuing to advance with a puzzled look on his face. Your mask is indeed quite peculiar, forcibly boosting your cultivation by one level? Daphne's eyes showed greed. He hadn't expected such a unique treasure to exist within the small confines of the Ying Daltondom. If he could seize this skull mask from Hector, his combat power would increase significantly. If you want it, come and take it. Hector sneered and kept attacking. Immortal sword. Instantly, dozens of sword energies shot up, quickly engulfing Daphne. Yet Hector remained cautious. He knew that even with the skull mask boosting his cultivation by one level, he still wasn't a match for Daphne. Daphne could stand out among billions and enter the Qilin residence. He was undoubtedly one of the top geniuses. Facing such a vast disparity in realms, trying to fight him as he had the 8 Kylers of the great clans in the Ying Daltondom would be wishful thinking. Boom. In that moment, Hector continuously attempted to activate the secret realm. Only by activating it and relying on both the secret realm and the skull mask could he gain the ability to contend with the cloaked figure, Daphne. Snap. Sure enough, his dozens of sword energies disappeared, and Daphne walked out unscathed, swiftly approaching Hector. Don't resist. The gap between us is too wide. How about this? Surrender your skull mask, and I'll give you a quick death. I'll return your body to your family so they can bury you properly. What do you think? Hector's face darkened. Daphne was too self-assured. Leroyd, he really think he had him cornered? Hemph, if you want to kill me, you probably don't have the capability. Then let's see. Daphne wasn't hurried. Zoltank, a cat playing with a mouse, he pressed his palm forward. Hector narrowed his eyes, secretly invoking the true meaning diagrams of the Imperial technique. Instantly, he produced 5 true meaning diagrams. His combat power instantly soared to the 6th rank. Boom. The air burst open with shockwaves spreading out. Even the formidable Daphne was caught off guard by Hector's sudden palm strike, slightly stepping back with a hint of surprise. How powerful is this secret martial technique? This Fred clearly only managed to reach the Grandmaster realm by relying on the strange skull mask, still falling short of a true Grandmaster, yet he could withstand my attack head-on with this technique. To cultivate a secret martial technique to such a profound level, this Fred's talent is truly exceptional. He can surely enter the inner court, and might even enter the holy court given time. I offended him today, and such a monstrous genius must be eliminated early. Instantly, Daphne's expression grew solemn. Initially, he didn't fully understand Hector, only knowing that he was considered a top genius in the small territory of the Ying Daltondom. But top geniuses from such a minor kingdom didn't impress him much. Even he was considered a top genius in the moderate-sized Geo Daltondom toward Hector. I enjoy torturing geniuses like you the most. There was once an overconfident genius from the Ying Daltondom who dared to oppose me even when he was only at the Master Realm. Khalil, to guess how he ended up? Daphne's palm landed on Hector's left shoulder. Crack. Hector's left shoulder exploded, revealing horrific white bone fragments. Despite this, Hector did not make a sound, still trying to activate the secret realm in secret. Just then, he had tried over 70 times, all failed. But he believed that if he could hold on, there would eventually be an opportunity. What he lacked now was time, and it seemed Daphne intended to give him this time. He naturally had to make good use of it. How did he end up? Hector asked. Thud. As soon as he spoke, he hit the ground directly, and Daphne stepped on his right shoulder with a foot. Instantly, Hector's right shoulder also emitted a bone-cracking sound. In the end, I broke all his limbs, cut off his head, dismembered him, and sent his broken corpse to his Kylerly grandfather. His grandfather died of shock immediately. Ha ha ha. Right, this person lost his parents at a young age and was brought up by his grandfather. They depended on each other for survival, and the entire clan did their best to cultivate this genius, hoping to achieve greatness through him. But before he succeeded, I killed him, and then slaughtered his to activate the secret realm. What incredible willpower, being in such a state yet not uttering a word. A formidable person. Next is your head. If your mask really cannot be removed, it might as well disappear with your life. Puff. In the next moment, he decapitated Hector. As he reached out to grab the mask on Hector's face, the skull mask vanished as Hector had said. Really? Daphne's expression tightened, but immediately, he shook his head. Whatever, it doesn't belong to me anyway. Having it is better, but not having it is fine too. My main purpose this time is your head. With your head, I can enter the inner chamber. Daphne smiled, reaching out to grab Hector's head. But suddenly, Hector's severed limbs and head rapidly came together. Daphne was shocked, hair standing on end, instinctively retreating several steps while grabbing the hilt of his sword in terror. Was he seeing ghosts? Could the disembodied Hector actually heal perfectly? How could something so unbelievable happen? Whoosh! Under his horrified gaze, Hector resurrected on the spot, fully recovered. This was the terrifying power of the skull mask. Unfortunately, it could only be used once a day. Otherwise, he would truly possess an immortal body. However, this thing couldn't be used recklessly. This time, Hector felt an even stronger evil aura inside him, seeming ready to tear him apart and surge out. Are you man or ghost? At this moment, Daphne's voice trembled in shock. I am a god, Chapter 507. A minute is too Gideon. What is this? Daphne was greatly shocked. After being sent flying, he saw Hector suddenly release a ripple from his body, a ripple powerful enough to fling him away. Is this the domain of a sage? Whoosh! While he was astonished, Hector's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from where he stood. Once he activated the secret realm, every area within his field's reach became his territory, allowing him to instantly arrive at any point within its range. In an instant, Hector appeared behind Daphne. Such incredible speed. Can this kid really control the sage domain? How could this be possible? Daphne, alarmed, immediately countered with a palm, blocking Hector's punch. Not right. Although this Fred's combat power has surged instantly, he still can't threaten me. Steadying himself quickly, Daphne pressed his palm against Hector's field. Crack. With both hands exerting force, Hector's field was instantly torn apart. This isn't the sage domain, but something similar. Boy, what kind of secret martial art is this? Daphne grew increasingly surprised as he fought. Hector had too many secrets. Zoltank, that skull mask which could forcibly enhance one's combat power by a realm. Then there was the supreme secret weapon that allowed him to withstand a blow from Daphne. And then, his immensely terrifying force explode from his palm, more than 3 times as threatening as Hector's previously shown strongest secret martial art. Boom. Instantly, Hector's compressed field detonated. The destructive force shredded Daphne's arm into pieces, and a powerful shockwave ripped up the ground where Daphne stood. Puff. Daphne spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Daphne, your end has come. Hector lunged forward, his internal organs resonating as he pushed the 5 organs and 6 Fu Viscera technique to its utmost limit. Secret power erupted, once again manifesting the Imperial Edict True Intention Resolution. 5 images of the True Intention Resolution instantly took shape between Hector's hands. The terrifying force they emitted was enough to make Daphne's face drain of color even before it was fully unleashed. Hector, I am a disciple of the Kylan Manor. If you dare kill me, save your words for Lord Yama in the underworld. Leroy. With that, Hector thrust his palm out from afar. Already gravely injured, Daphne was struck through the chest by this long-range attack. A palm print appeared on his chest, then fragmented, causing Daphne's body to explode mid-air, leaving no trace behind. Dwight Puff. Hector landed, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. This time, killing Daphne had pushed him several times to the brink of death. Fortunately, he managed to slay Daphne despite the dangers. He couldn't help but think that Daphne talked too much. If Daphne had attacked immediately without giving Hector the time to activate his secret realm, Hector would likely be dead now. Next, it's your turn, Hector muttered after catching his breath for a few moments. His eyes narrowed as he stared in the direction where Ajax Lachlan and the Kenneth had left, filled with murderous intent. Had it not been for Ajax Lachlan's collusion with the state of Qi and the 9 states, the state of Ing wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Dozens of counties had fallen, countless civilians were massacred, and even the Jin Jiag Martial Academy, which he considered home, was utterly destroyed. The principal, the head of House Jia, and the head of House Laroing, all were dead. And the masterminds behind all this were the traitors. Ajax Lachlan, the Kenneth, the state of Qi, and the 9 states. Hector vowed that he would not let any of these individuals or states go unpunished. After resting for about 10 minutes and recovering 60% of his strength, Hector quickly pursued the direction in which Ajax Lachlan and the Kenneth had fled. Meanwhile, the Ajax and the Kenneth were walking side by side. Uncle, Daphne has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have happened? The Kenneth frowned, sensing an impending disaster. Don't worry, Ajax Lachlan reassured him calmly. Daphne is from the Kylan Manor, where every individual is a prodigy among prodigies. Moreover, Daphne's cultivation level is far higher than Hector's. Killing Hector should be as easy as squashing an ant. Your concerns are unfounded. The Kenneth nodded, recalling that Kylan Manor disciples were chosen geniuses from the northern borderlands. Even at the same cultivation level, none would be inferior to Hector. With Daphne's superior cultivation, the difference between them was indeed too vast. Relax. By my estimation, it shouldn't take more than a minute for Daphne to bring Hector's head to us, Ajax Lachlan continued with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his smile froze, replaced by a look of shock and horror. A minute is too long. Would 1 second be better? Hector, I'm a disciple of the Qilin Mansion. If you dare kill me, you can talk to Yama in the underworld. Leroy. Puff. Hector's palm struck through the air, and the already critically injured Daphne was instantly punched through the chest. A handprint appeared on his chest and shattered into pieces, and Daphne's corpse exploded midair, leaving no trace. Dwight huff huff. Hector landed, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. To kill Daphne, he faced life-threatening situations multiple times. Fortunately, he succeeded without severe harm. It was partly due to Daphne's overcome. It wouldn't be much worse than Hector, especially since Daphne was far superior. Thinking this, he exhaled in relief. Don't worry. By my estimation, in just 1 minute, Hector's head will be delivered by Daphne. Shtong Ba continued smiling. However, his smile froze as he turned incredulous and horrified. A minute is too long. Would a second suffice? Chapter 508. Capital City Besieged. Nation on the brink of destruction. Hector, how can it be you? Dalton Ba Lachlan and the Kenneth turned around. Upon seeing Hector, their expressions immediately changed drastically. Uncle, didn't you say Hector was bound to die? The Kenneth's jaw trembled with fear. Dalton Ba's expression could not have been any worse at this moment. Dalton Ba, were you wondering how I survived? Hector smiled as he looked at the drastically altered expressions of Dalton Ba Lachlan and the Kenneth. Hector, where is Daphne? What benefit did you offer him to make him let you go? Dalton Ba Lachlan asked in a heavy voice. This was the only possibility that would explain Hector being alive in front of him. Hearing Daphne's name, Hector chuckled. I've already sent him to meet Yama in the underworld. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up with him on the Yellow Spring Road. Not possible. With a spray of blood. Thus, both Dalton Ba and the Kenneth were dead. Whoosh. After accomplishing this, Hector continued northward. On his journey, Hector passed through more than a dozen county towns. Everywhere he went, desolation greeted his eyes. Previously prosperous towns now lay in ruins, strewn with bodies, soaked in blood, and collapsed city walls. Hector's expression darkened. He could easily imagine the horrors inflicted upon the citizens after these towns fell. 2 county towns had been entirely massacred. The streets lined with corpses for over a dozen stretches. Adalbertadom, G. Daltondom. Hector roared, continuing his march northward. A day later. Whoa, is that Herb Hector? It's him. He's actually still alive? Herb Sue. Approaching the capital, several people hidden in the shadows suddenly noticed Hector. They rushed out, staring at Hector as if he were a god. Everyone knew Hector had gone to Brandanchan County to resist the armies of the 10 Daltondoms. Though Hector had killed the leaders of the 10 Daltondoms, the Prime Minister of Qi, Gabe Shuai, it was ultimately outnumbered. Brandanchan County had fallen, and Hector's whereabouts were unknown. Most believed he met an untimely end. Even news of avenging Hector had spread in the capital. Yet here he was. Is that you? What's happening in the capital? Hector immediately recognized the nation is lost anyway. Whatever happens, it's his choice. Let's leave this place. We must escape while we can. They quickly dispersed, once proud nobles now reduced to mere remnants awaiting their uncertain fates. Hector rapidly approached the capital city. Outside the capital, an endless stretch of armies from the 10 Daltondoms encircled the city, making it watertight. For days, these elite forces had relentlessly attacked the capital and various counties. The battles were brutal, countless soldiers perishing. Corpses and blood covered the grounds outside the city walls. Even standing at the edge of the city, Hector could smell the stench of decay and metallic tang of blood. How do I get inside? Hector furrowed his brows, pondering ways to infiltrate the city. Currently, there were several 100,000 troops from the 10 Daltondoms, all elite warriors. Dwight and dreads of Grandmasters alone, led by 10 powerful figures, surpassed even the previous Prime Minister Gabe Shuai. Qi and G Daltondom spared no effort in eradicating the Ing Daltondom. Truly it is you, Herb Sue. Finally, we meet again. Just as Hector was deep in thought, a familiar voice whispered beside him. Turning back, Hector saw none other than Zach. I hope you can participate. If you can stand out in this competition, no matter the final result, you'll attract attention from some major forces. If one of those influential figures takes an interest in you, there will still be hope for our Ing Daltondom. A matchmaking contest? Hector frowned. Afterwards, he nodded and turned to leave. I understand. Wait, Sir Sue. Zachary immediately stepped in front of Hector, taking out a box. Sir Sue, this is our Emperor's letter of recommendation. Take it. Once you arrive in Wudu, you can use it to meet the Minister of War of the Dawu dynasty. Inside, there's also a key to the Emperor's property in Wudu, which you can give to the Minister as well. I believe the Minister will help ensure you can participate in the matchmaking contest. Alright, I understand. Wait for my news, Hector replied. Having said that, Hector quickly left at top speed. Sir Sue, whether our capital can be saved depends entirely on you. Zachary sighed anxiously as he watched Hector's departing figure. This time, all the contestants in the contest would be elites from various kingdoms. Hector was a top prodigy in Ing Daltondom, but if he ventured outside Ing Daltondom, even though he would still be very outstanding, he would encounter extremely formidable opponents. Could he really stand out in this competition? Honestly, Zachary wasn't overly confident. The Dawu dynasty was located in the eastern part of the northern border region. It was 60,000 miles away from Ing Daltondom. For ordinary people, even traveling 1,000 miles a day, it would take 2 years to get there. But traveling 1,000 miles a day was immensely difficult. Therefore, for Hector to reach the Dawu dynasty within 5 days by relying solely on his own travel capabilities was impossible. Thus, to reach the Dawu dynasty as soon as possible, Hector went directly to the Qi Daltondom, which was the main conspirator behind the attack on Ing Daltondom. In the Qi Daltondom, there was a teleportation array, known as the King of Formations. Anyone who entered this formation could traverse tens of thousands of miles in mere seconds. Traversing 300,000 miles took only a minute, and there happened to be such a teleportation array between Qi Daltondom and Dawu dynasty. It was said this teleportation array had existed since ancient times. Though it was on Qi Daltondom's land, its true controller was the imperial family of the Dawu dynasty. Despite its location, the real mastermind was the royal family of the Dawu dynasty. Hector disguised himself and arrived at the formation's location 2 days later. When he got there, there was a long queue. stretching like a dragon with 3 rows, totaling several thousand people. Each person had to pay 10,000 gold to enter the formation. Of this amount, Shi Daltondom only took 100 gold coins per the sword manual at them. Isn't it obvious once you take a look? Fagin caught it effortlessly, waving his hand to stop the others and said sternly, "Boy, if it's not worth it, don't blame me for flaying you alive and feeding you to the dogs." He then opened the manual. Many people also looked over curiously, wanting to see what kind of sword manual this Fred dared to claim could be worth 500,000 gold. As he read, the man's expression changed immediately. "Boy, wait a moment. I'll be right back." He turned and walked away. "Tisk, seriously? This sword manual is actually worth 50,000 gold? Even if not, judging by Bradenji's expression, it can't be far off, can it? What's this Fred's background? Just a random sword manual is worth hundreds of thousands of gold?" People were genuinely surprised, sizing up Hector. Some eyes sparkled greedily, while others grew cautious. Anyone who could casually produce a manual worth tens of thousands of gold must be someone extraordinary. Soon, Jace's clothes appeared. The old man was dressed in coarse linen, looking amiable with a faint smile on his face. Anyone meeting him for the first time would feel an immediate sense of warmth, believing him to be a kind Kyler. However, when he appeared, everyone present involved Hector's courage. But while courage was admirable, if Thomas lost his temper, Hector wouldn't even get 1 gold coin. His life would be at risk. At this point, everyone held their breath for Hector. Hector remained calm, looking at Thomas with composed eyes. Thomas frowned, staring silently at Hector, causing an oppressive atmosphere. Just when everyone thought Thomas might lose his temper, he laughed suddenly. "Haha, good lad. You've got some guts. Do you know how people outside describe me?" "I do not." Hector shook his head. Thomas said, "They call me a butcher among humans, ruthless in killing and plundering. Daphnek of our Great Wu dynasty's territory was taken by me. So, senior, are you planning to snatch this sword manual from me?" Hector squinted. "If I wanted to snatch it, what would you do?" Thomas's face turned cold. "If senior likes to snatch things from juniors, I'll accept that. But I believe senior isn't that kind of person." "How do you know I'm not?" Thomas asked. Hector looked straight into Thomas's eyes. "Intuition." "Haha, intuition, huh? Your intuition is correct. Here's a promissory note for 400,000 gold coins. Take it. You can exchange it anytime within the jurisdiction of our Great Wu dynasty." Thomas handed over a note marked 400,000. "Thank you, senior." Hector nodded, took the note, and passed the sword manual to Thomas. Hector then walked past Thomas toward the teleportation array. "Boy, what's your name?" Thomas suddenly asked. "Hector," Hector replied. Thomas nodded, glancing around at everyone whose gaze quickly averted and whose hearts raced. "Carrying 400,000 gold coins, Fred? You're a walking treasure." Thomas smiled. Hector looked at Thomas and nodded. "Senior Doshi has warned me. Whoever wants these 400,000 gold coins, let them try to take it." As Hector stepped into the teleportation array, several dozen others followed, most being grandmasters with only a few masters among them. When Hector entered the array, the 30 people cast greedy looks at him. "Beware, when the array activates, close your eyes. Remember, never open them. If something happens, it's on you," a bud sternly instructed. Everyone immediately closed their eyes, including Hector. The moment Hector shut his eyes, the array activated with a resounding boom. A mild sonic boom rang in his ears. Hector felt like he was still standing still, yet everything around him seemed to change rapidly. He tried to open his eyes to see what was happening. Suddenly, a scream pierced his ears. "No, my eyes are blind," Hector admitted. "That kid wants to go blind?" some exclaimed. "Heh, let him. Once we exit, his 400,000 will be ours," others sneered, waiting to rob Hector once they emerged from the array. Now, it suited them fine if he blinded himself. Hashtag Chapter 511, Crisis and Opportunity. The black-cloaked Kyler looked at Hector and said, "I admire your thoughts, but if you're not afraid of going blind, you can give it a try." With that, the black-cloaked Kyler closed his eyes and remained silent. He was responsible for the teleportation process. Over the years, he had seen countless overconfident prodigies. Many dared to open their eyes within the teleportation array, but without exception, all ended up blind. In his view, this young man in front of him was just as arrogant and unruly as those he had met before. For instance, before entering the teleportation array, this youth had the audacity to demand 50,000 gold coins from the Akil Golden Bear with nothing more than a sword manual. This kind of boldness made it somewhat understandable why he would want to open his eyes during the teleportation. Hector was well aware of the risks, but decided to give it a try. He felt this could be an opportunity for him. If he failed, he believed the Eye of the Firmament would allow him to avoid danger beforehand and minimize injuries. If he succeeded, the rewards would be immense. He sensed another breakthrough was about to happen. Serves him right. Now he'll be blind. Even if he tries to run after we get out, he won't stand a chance. Around him, some cursed while others laughed coldly. This outcome was expected. The black-cloaked Kyler remained expressionless. This was just another among hundreds or thousands of geniuses he had encountered. When the youth decided to do this, the outcome was already set. However, no one noticed that although Hector's eye socket couldn't withstand the spatial light's intensity and ruptured, at that moment, he directly triggered the secret realm. A ripple emanated from his body. This was his field domain. The ripple expanded, passing through the teleportation array and reaching the spatial light outside. This spatial light was a phenomenon born from the teleportation array's rapid traversal of space. But upon contact, Hector's field domain instantly exploded. In the moments of explosion, Hector's field domain reformed and continued expanding, exploding again upon each contact. Puff. With each explosion, Hector spewed blood profusely. "Hell, what did this kid do? I feel like his whole body is bleeding," someone exclaimed. "His eyeballs definitely exploded. I can feel his blood covering the floor." Everyone was stunned. Initially, only a few drops of blood had splashed onto their faces, but now they were drenched in blood. Both their faces faces and clothes stained red. The dentist lost his composure, recalling a similar incident where a prodigy exploded mid-teleportation. Unexpectedly, this youth was similarly too reckless, leading to destruction. A sigh. Another death, the black-cloaked Kyler sighed. Over the years, he had seen many overambitious geniuses, but none were as fearless as Hector. Most knew when to stop once their eyes couldn't take it. Only someone like him would persist recklessly, risking total annihilation. Just like the previous genius who relied on his talent to act recklessly, ending up with no place to bury his remains. Clearly, this black-cloaked youth faced the same fate. Puff. Indeed, Hector was now in great peril. His eyeballs had exploded, spewing blood, and each explosion of his field domain sent a thread of spatial light into his body, causing spatial resonance as if he were caught in a void storm. After several rounds, Hector became a bloody mess. Yet, his gains were enormous. With each field domain explosion, he absorbed threads of spatial light, which rapidly reformed his field domain. Gradually, he felt his field domain becoming more robust, spreading faster and covering a wider area. He now felt confident that if he wished, he could step out of the teleportation array and enter unknown space. But he didn't dare because stepping into unknown space without the array's protection would tear him apart instantly. Just a little more, Hector gritted his teeth, persisting even though his eyeballs had exploded and his entire body was battered. He held on because he sensed that persistence would lead to a quicker and better triggering of a secret realm, potentially achieving a breakthrough in just a day. If he succeeded, his overall strength would leap to a higher level. Of course, it was risky. Failure might mean death here, but he couldn't think about that now. His father, Zoltanger, and Florence were waiting for him to save them. If his strength wasn't sufficient, he wouldn't just be unable to return but also risk dying at the hands of those around him. He had no choice but to push forward. He must advance. Chapter 512. Hector's might and dozens of grandmasters vanish into thin air. Just a little more. Hector gritted his teeth. But at this moment, he couldn't hold on any longer. The spatial light relentlessly tore through his body. Finally, just as it seemed he was about to succeed, his body exploded, losing most of its integrity. Hector's consciousness began to fade into oblivion. Damn it, did that Fred just explode? Nearby, dozens of people roared in anger. They felt that they were not just covered in blood, but also splattered with bits of flesh. The stench directly assaulted their senses. This explosion was absolute. The black-clad individuals sighed in resignation, not daring to open their eyes. The Giri was the best example. Opening his eyes would have resulted in blindness at best, or total disintegration at worst. With a thunderous boom, the last sliver of spatial light entered Hector's body. His body finally could not withstand it, and instantly shattered into pieces. Another explosion brought forth another wave of furious shouts from the crowd. Not only had the Fred died, but he had involved them as well, leaving them in a state of mess. At the exact moment Hector exploded, no one noticed the mysterious skull mask that appeared on his face. According to logic, he should have been unrecognizable, not even a single bone remaining intact. Yet, an incredibly miraculous scene unfolded. If anyone dared to open their eyes, they would witness Hector's blood and flesh reassembling in an instant. In mere moments, a perfectly intact Hector reappeared, completely unscathed. A halo-like ripple surrounded him, a manifestation of his field. Previously white, it was now golden. Clearly, during this crisis, Hector had encountered a significant opportunity, and his field had evolved. Though it still fell far short compared to a sage's holy domain. If those sages lowered their cultivation to match his, Hector's field could compete evenly. In terms of quality within the same realm, Hector's field was in no way inferior, but he had increased by a significant margin. He had a strong sense that in the half-step Grandmaster realm, even ancient Jeffries, if they fought him at the same level, would find themselves hard-pressed against him. Even if he couldn't defeat the most outstanding few, he certainly wouldn't lose to them. Absolute strength gave Hector confidence. This aura. Leroy, this Fred survive? Hiss, impossible. I clearly sensed him die. How is he still alive? As Hector silently appreciated his new field, the surrounding Grandmasters all detected Hector's life force and were greatly startled. Disbelief etched across their faces. An exploding human should have left nothing behind, not even a complete bone. Yet, he had reappeared beside them moments after the explosion. What had happened? Even the Kylerly black-cloaked figure was astonished. Such bizarre occurrences were unprecedented, even after decades of working with transmission arrays. You survived. Much to our surprise, Hector. Hector's gaze swept over the crowd. How did you manage to live? One of the red-robed Kylers exclaimed in shock. Why don't you open your eyes and see for yourselves? Hector smiled. Open our eyes? Has the array neared its destination? It must have. Otherwise, how could this Fred survive? It must be near. Boy, hand over 40,000 gold coins, and we'll spare your life. Realizing this, the Grandmasters revealed their greed, opening their eyes and viewing Hector as easy prey. Thud, thud, thud. However, the moment they opened their eyes, intense spatial light struck instantly. Their eyeballs burst, blood spouting, and half their vision was permanently damaged. Ah, Fred, you dared to deceive us. Old man here will tear you limb from limb. You'll die today, young whelp. Tens of thousands of Grandmasters harbored murderous intent, attacking Hector en masse. The black-cloaked individuals tried to stop them, but it was too late. Hector, however, showed a cruel smile. His golden field expanded and enveloped everyone. With a mental command, swish, tens of thousands of Grandmasters vanished from the array instantly. Silence followed. The Kylerly black-cloaked figure's heart pounded like a drum, despite not opening his eyes. He sensed that the surrounding killing intent had vanished along with the Grandmasters. Only Hector, and he remained in the array. Where had they gone? The Kyler shivered. This was the strangest and most inexplicable phenomenon he had ever encountered. Chapter 513. The Sage's Method. Just imagine. One moment, dozens of Grandmasters were still in sight. The next moment, they vanished without a trace. Their presence was gone. Even their murderous intent had aged. Their Great Wu dynasty's strongest being was only a king. I am not any senior. Please do not address me so, Hector shook his head. Yes, 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 the bud nodded repeatedly. The more Hector behaved this way, the more the Kyler felt he was unfathomable. And he believed that Hector wanted to keep a low profile, not wanting anyone to know his true identity and strength, which was why he presented himself with such a youthful appearance. Now, he finally understood why Hector dared to ask for 50,000 gold coins when facing Golden Bear earlier. If Hector were indeed a sage, asking for 1,000,000 wouldn't be a problem either. May I ask where those people went? After some hesitation, Gil asked again. Hector replied coolly, I sent them out of the teleportation array. As for where they died now, I don't know. Hiss, indeed. Gil took a deep breath, inwardly shaken. Only a sage could possess such ability, silently transporting dozens of grandmasters away through the teleportation array in an instant. He could now be 100% certain that the Giri before him was a sage. A sage coming to their Great Wu dynasty. What could this mean? No matter what it meant. Once this situation was resolved, he must inform the highest echelons of the Great Wu dynasty immediately. They needed to prepare mentally and avoid offending this sage due to ignorance. Otherwise, those vanished grandmasters would serve as a warning. Boom. Finally, the teleportation array stopped its operation. Hector and the others arrived at their destination. When the teleportation array opened, Hector saw long queues lined up in 3 rows, just like before. As soon as he appeared, everyone turned to look. Hey, how come there are only 2 people? Heaven, did no one else come over? 2 people can't be right. When did the teleportation array ever consume large amounts of precious resources just to send 2 people? That would be a huge loss. Yeah, 1 person is responsible for operating the teleportation. So, does that mean only 1 person came this time? Could this youth be the heir of some top-notch big shot? It must be so. Unless he's the direct descendant and heir of some great figure, it's impossible to enjoy solo treatment. Immediately, numerous exclamations arose from the crowd. At this moment, Hector stepped out of the teleportation array. After Hector emerged, Gil also walked behind him respectfully. Seeing Gil's cautious demeanor, everyone became more convinced that this seemingly 17-year-old youth was definitely the direct descendant of some top-tier figure. Gil might not be a powerful person, but behind him stood the Great Wu dynasty. For such a person to show such respect, there could be no one else but the descendant of a top-tier figure. Gil, who was informed him that princes from enemy states, including Qi and 9 other countries, would participate in the martial arts contest. He wasn't afraid of them but didn't want unnecessary complications that could delay rescuing his father. Every minute wasted increased the danger to his father. After learning the exact location of the Ministry of Rights Ellis's residence from Gil, Hector quickly departed. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing in the Great Wu Palace. According to intelligence, a sage had come to their capital, a tremendous event that required utmost seriousness. The last time a sage visited was many years ago when the capital had a confrontation with followers of the Dark Path. Herald descended and with one strike, obliterated those Dark Path followers. This time, what brought the sage to their capital? Whatever it was, they couldn't take it lightly. Chapter 514. Ministry of Rights Ellis's mansion. Hector did not know that by merely displaying some saint-like abilities in the teleportation array, news had already reached the Great Wu capital even before he arrived, causing a great commotion. It had to be said, the Great Wu dynasty was indeed vast. After exiting the teleportation array, Hector traveled at full speed for another day before finally reaching the Great Wu capital. The capital was majestic, with city walls towering over 30 meters high and manned by a semi-step king-level powerhouse. Such strong individuals were rare sights in the Ing Daltondom's territory, perhaps only seen once every few decades or even a century. But here, Reshin's turning grave. For a second-rank official like the Minister of Rights to receive princes indicated that they were at least from lower-ranking counties, or possibly medium-ranking ones. These princes were part of the imperial princess's marriage contest this time. Excuse me, Steward Zoltan, which princes are visiting this time? Someone asked impatiently. The steward glanced at them. From Qi, Jiao, and Zhao. What? The 3 major powers of the northern frontier are sending their princes to participate in the imperial contest. Yes, these princes are undoubtedly here for the princess. If they marry her, it would significantly boost their country's strength. The crowd buzzed with surprise, though they weren't overly shocked. After all, marrying into an upper-ranked county's royal family was like gaining a significant ally. The Great Wu dynasty in eastern Northlands was one of the most powerful forces among its peers. So, everyone, please return. Come back tomorrow, the Trent waved. Seeing the gap between themselves and the princes from the 3 major counties, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Just as they were about to leave, Hector appeared before the Kyler. Akil, this is a letter of introduction. Please deliver it to the Chancellor. Dwight? Hector's sudden appearance surprised everyone who was about to leave. This reckless kid. Didn't he see Steward Zoltan had dismissed us? Heh, the Chancellor soon. Really? Maybe he's here seeking aid? Yeah, probably. Leroy, you hear him say it's from his clan's ancestor? 8 out of 10 chances he's here for help. Haha, asking for aid when near extinction? Does he think the Chancellor would risk offending Qi for them? Qi's prince is in the mansion now. Would he let Hector live if they met? Intriguing. Seeking aid in front of Qi's prince. Intriguing. Will Steward Zoltan let him in? I hope so. Meeting a hostile prince inside could make quite a story. Chapter 515. The Princes of 3 Daltondoms. Amidst the laughter from the crowd, Hector watched the Trent with an extraordinarily calm expression. Before he left, Eris had told him that as long as he held this letter, the Minister of Rights of the Great Wu dynasty would surely meet him. Since it was written by the Ing clan's ancestor, naturally you will be received. However, young man, I must warn you. Prince Qi and his entourage are inside the mansion. If you encounter them, try not to reveal your identity to avoid unnecessary trouble, the Trent cautioned sternly. I understand. Please lead the way, Akil, Hector nodded. Follow me. The Trent turned and walked, with Hector closely following. F asterisk asterisk asterisk, he really got in. It seems the ancestor of the Ying clan definitely knows the minister personally. They must know each other. Otherwise, the ancestor of a nearly fallen royal family wouldn't have the qualifications to make the minister see his envoy personally. Under the guidance of the Trent, Hector entered the mansion of the Minister of Rites. Indeed, the Ministry of Rites in the Great Wu dynasty was extremely grand. In terms of construction area and luxury, it could rival the palace of Ying state, perhaps even surpass it. No wonder the Minister of Great Wu could receive princes from medium-sized vassal states. This showed that the overall strength of higher-tier vassal states far exceeded that of medium-tier ones. Additionally, Hector sensed dozens of powerful auras within the mansion, all at the level of grandmasters. He had only felt such a concentration of grandmasters in the Ying state's royal palace before. Thus, the comprehensive strength of just the Minister of Rites residence was enough to match the royal palace of Ying state. Seeming to read Hector's thoughts, the Trent smiled and said, "Our ministry is much stronger than the royal family of Ying state. This isn't just about the number of grandmasters. Our peak combatants far surpass those of Ying state's ancestor." Hector felt a stir in his heart and asked, "May I ask, what is the cultivation level of the Minister of Rites?" The Trent glanced at Hector, curious, and nodded, "Peak grandmaster." Wow. Hector took a breath. A peak grandmaster combatant. Such a level of cultivation was indeed formidable. And the rulers of medium-sized vassal states are also at this level, the Trent continued. Hector nodded, finally understanding. "Haha, thank you, minister. Once I become your son-in-law, I will certainly show my gratitude." Prince Janus smiled. Kyle sneered, "Janus, dreaming of becoming the son-in-law of the Great Wu dynasty? Don't overestimate yourself." "So, are you challenging me, Kyle?" Janus glared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Prince Rudy laughed. "Lords, I, Rudy, will definitely become the son-in-law of Great Wu. Both of you can stop the verbal spat." "You." Both men looked angrily at Prince Rudy. Just then, the Trent rushed in. "Minister, Jamar of Ying state has brought you a letter." "Dwight?" At this moment, the three princes from Qi, Jiao, and Zhao instantly turned their gaze to Bohan. Prince Qi frowned deeply. Jiao and Zhao hesitated, then saw Janus's face turn grim. They knew that recently Qi was leading 9 lower-tier vassal states to besiege Ying state. Even their prime minister had been killed. The war had dragged on for 10 days without success. This battle had cost Qi its prestige among the 3 medium-sized vassal states and many lower-tier ones. Although Ying state would eventually fall, the prolonged siege of a mere lower-tier vassal state severely damaged Qi's reputation. That's why when they heard the letter from the Ying ancestor, Janus's face turned cold immediately. Such arrogance from Ying state. On the brink of destruction, they still dare to seek help. Janus gritted his teeth. Seeing Janus's gloomy face, Minister Bohan knew well that the recent attack on Ying state by Qi had been dragging on without success, which was a great humiliation for a medium-sized vassal state. After all, the national power of a medium-sized state far surpassed that of a lower-tier one. In the presence of the 3 princes, Bohan opened the letter without hesitation and scanned it briefly. "To see me, he needs to show his sincerity." "Yes, minister. I will inform him." Bohan's steward nodded and quickly left. "Sincerity, I have plenty," thought Hector, smiling after learning what the minister meant by sincerity. He took out a gold voucher worth 400,000 gold coins. The steward glanced at it and remarked, "A bit too small." Indeed, 400,000 gold coins might be astronomical to others, but it wasn't enough for the current Minister of Rites. After all, the 3 princes from Qi, Jiao, and Zhao had given more when they met him. Of course, they came mainly to ask the minister to secure their participation in the princess's martial arts competition, a sort of entry ticket. Now, Hector's request was also for an entry ticket. Therefore, fairness should apply equally. Whatever amount it required, nothing less. Jiao and Zhao instantly turned their attention over. The Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Jiao both wore looks of curiosity as they sized up Hector, having already guessed why Ying had sent him. Was this 17-year-old really capable of saving Ying state? Since Ying chose this person, he must have something extraordinary about him. Meanwhile, Janus stared coldly at Hector, his gaze filled with intense hostility. Minister Bohan waved a hand and asked, "What do you want?" Hector calmly looked at Bohan and replied slowly, "Please recommend me so I can participate in the princess's martial competition." "That's not a problem," Bohan nodded. "Dwight, the competition of the Wu dynasty. Do you think your insignificant people from a small country are qualified to participate? Are you coming here just to humiliate Ying?" Janus retorted coldly. Hector glanced at Janus and replied coolly, "Looking at how agitated you are you afraid I might overshadow you?" "You? Ha ha ha. Your Ying state is on the verge of collapse. You should be back defending it. Coming here to seek humiliation. Is this Ying's last stand?" Hector remained unperturbed, replying calmly, "If your Qi state truly had the strength, wouldn't you have conquered us by now? Don't just talk. Prove yourself by taking Ying first." "You?" Janus's face changed. Indeed, despite leading 9 states to attack Ying, Qi hadn't succeeded due to a formidable figure named Jessup who led the resistance. Many lives had been lost without success, turning Qi into a laughingstock among the neighboring states. Now, mentioning this openly in front of the Prince of Hector laughed in response. Subsequently, the princes of Zhao and Jiao departed, and Hector left the residence. "Look, that Fred just came out with the princes from 3 states. Leroyd, he really meet Minister Zoltan? He must have. Who is he? What kind of background does he have to warrant a meeting with these princes? Probably a gold member player," someone speculated. "Should we eliminate him, your highness?" And Kyler next to Janus gestured as if cutting a throat. Janus shook his head. "Not yet. Keep him around. He may be useful." "What do you mean, your highness?" the Kyler asked hesitantly. Janus narrowed his eyes at Hector, smirking coldly. "Since this kid dared represent Tiny Ying to create trouble here, I'll give him a chance to despair." "Despair?" "Yes. Brand entering the contest, he'll get what's coming to him. A small state, daring to cause trouble in Dawu capital. It's a reckless act. Soon, Hector found a guest house and stayed there, awaiting the contest. 2 days passed quietly. More and more nobility from various states gathered in Dawu capital, all with one goal: participating in the royal wedding competition and marrying Princess of Dawu. These were elite descendants of powerful families, champions of martial arts. Chapter 517. Jessup's name shakes the eastern nations of the northern border. On the morning of the second day, Hector left the inn early and waited outside the Ministry of Rights residence. Today was the day of the marriage contest. The venue for the marriage contest was at the royal plaza. Only members of the Great Wu royal family and the elite were allowed access to this plaza. Thus, to enter, one had to be escorted by someone from the nobility. Not long after Hector arrived, the Zhao Prince Kyle, the Geo Prince Rudy, and the Qi Prince Janice also came. Brother Su, you've arrived quite early. Brother Su, we'll be watching your impressive performance today. The Geo Prince Rudy and the Zhao Prince Kyle greeted him with smiles. However, Janice only gave a stiff nod, glanced at Hector indifferently, and then looked away. In his eyes, Hector was already a dead man. No further attention was necessary. Haha, your highnesses, I expect leniency from you during the contest. Hector laughed heartily. He was not averse to making allies among these two princes who had shown goodwill. After all, Geo, Zhao, and Qi were three mutually hostile nations that often clashed and fought. If there was an opportunity, they would not hesitate to deal mortal blows to each other, especially Zhao, which had a slight edge over Geo in overall national strength. Therefore, in recent years, Geo and Zhao had maintained close ties to counter Qi. Here to entertain? It seems they plan to brush off their last bits of existence before their country's demise. Ha ha ha. Kyle and Rudy shook their heads and stopped talking to Hector, now seeing him as just another face trying to boost his presence. Hector felt the change in attitude from Rudy and Kyle but did not mind. No matter what others thought, nothing would change his goal. The Minister of Rights has arrived. Just then, Zoltan Butler's voice echoed from within the residence. Hector, Janice, Rudy, and Kyle immediately looked up, seeing Minister Bohan striding out in his official robes. Greetings, Minister Zoltan, they greeted respectfully. Minister Bohan waved a hand, glancing at the three princes before his gaze settled on Hector. Your father is Jessup? Yes, Minister. Excellent, excellent. Your father helped fend off Qi and the 9 allied armies, playing a crucial role. A tiger does not sire a puppy. Good luck this time. I will do my best, Hector nodded. What? He's Jessup's son? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Kyle, Rudy, and even Janice changed dramatically. Jessup was perhaps unremarkable before, especially to them from mid-tier states, as they never paid much attention to a small nation like Ying's talents. However, this time was different. Qi led the 9 allied armies against Ying and swept through effortlessly until they reached Ying's capital, where they faced significant resistance, preventing them from conquering the kingdom. One person played a critical role, Jessup. His name spread far and wide, reaching even the upper-class states like Great Wu, earning him fame. Now, standing before them, Hector was Jessup's son. How could they not view him differently? As the minister said, a tiger does not sire a puppy, Janice muttered. Haha, so you were Jessup's son. No wonder Brother Su dared come alone to Great Wu's capital. Impressive, Rudy exclaimed, reverting to his initial friendly tone. Regardless of Hector's cultivation or his prospects in the contest, Jessup's reputation was enough to pique the interest of many influential figures in Great Wu's capital. Many aristocrats in various principalities had heard of Jessup and might seek to form alliances through marriages. Brother Su, your father has become a celebrity in our eastern northern region, Kyle added. Haha, that's only my father's fame, not mine. For this contest, I can only rely on myself. Unfortunately, my cultivation is weak. I may only make a brief appearance to bolster my presence, Hector humbly replied. Talents from various regions of the northeastern frontier have gathered in Great Wu, eager to make their mark and achieve fame and fortune through this royal event. Thus, early in the morning, apart from Hector, Rudy, Kyle, Janice, and others, officials from many aristocratic residences also brought people to the royal plaza. Meanwhile, inside the 5 pavilions adjacent to the royal plaza, children of the Great Wu dignitaries had arrived. These 5 pavilions are known as viewing pavilions, or martial viewing pavilions. In the past, these martial viewing pavilions were where the higher-ups of the royal family observed the cultivation of young royals and aristocrats. Today, however, they have become the places where the children of dignitaries select their ideal husbands. There are really a lot of talented young men from various countries today. I've seen several exceptionally handsome geniuses. I wonder which one would be the best choice. Little Prudence, you're already thinking about romance. The ones you notice do indeed have good looks, but their martial talent isn't that outstanding among these young geniuses. I think Stuart, the Prince of Chu State, is more remarkable despite not being very handsome. Stuart? He's passable but too ugly. Among the princes, I'd definitely choose Janice from Qi State, Rudy from Geo State, and Kyle from Zhao State. They are quite good but not the best. I heard there's a student from Qilin Manor here this time. What? Qilin Manor? Who is it? Inside the viewing pavilion, women watched the increasing number of geniuses from various countries on the royal plaza, discussing the most prominent ones. But when one woman mentioned Qilin Manor, it caused a commotion in 4 of the viewing pavilions. Qilin Manor, across the entire northern frontier martial world, is a behemoth, rivaling Zoltangwa Hall and Sacred Dalton Palace. Lyro-disciples of Qilin Manor, even those from the outer court, are top-notch geniuses carefully selected. Such disciples, once appearing, would inevitably become the focus of contention among various countries. What's so surprising? Our Great Wu dynasty is also a powerful quasi-kingdom in the northern frontier. Even if Qilin Manor disciples are outstanding, some come from ordinary backgrounds. It's an honor for them to connect with our Great Wu royal family. The woman who mentioned the Qilin Manor disciple smiled. Hearing this, the other women nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Qilin Manor disciples have prestigious reputations, some are from humble origins. For instance, in Great Wu, many geniuses entered Qilin Manor. Those individuals were exceptional in Great Wu but came from rather esteemed status. They seemed inferior compared to Princess. Therefore, those who originally harbored affection for Chevy sighed in resignation. Though we cannot compete with Princess for Chevy, we can consider other geniuses from different countries, another woman suggested. Sigh, that's true. But even a glance shows that these regional geniuses are no better than our own brothers. Let's forget it. This session doesn't have many particularly famous ones. Today, let's just watch Chevy. Some lost interest in watching the event altogether. If not for Chevy, they wouldn't have bothered watching. At this moment, Hector followed Minister of Rights Bohan to the Royal Plaza. Upon arriving, the Royal Plaza was already crowded, with tens of thousands of people, each a grandmaster. Seeing such a sight, even Hector couldn't help but marvel. In Ingdaltondom, grandmasters are rare and are among the top-ranking experts, but here in Great Wu's Royal Plaza, they are nothing out of the ordinary. It became evident, Ingdaltondom is indeed too small in comparison. Hashtag chapter 519, Birdie. Hehe, isn't this Prince Janus from the state of Qi, Prince Gio from the state of Gio, and Prince Kyle from the state of Zhao? I never expected to meet you all here. As soon as Hector and his companions arrived, a well-dressed young man stepped forward, laughing heartily. After exchanging some pleasantries, the well-dressed man looked at Hector with curiosity in his eyes and asked, "Who is this young brother, and from which state?" Just as Hector was about to speak, Janus sneered from the side. "The state of Ing, nobody." Ing. His words caused many around to look surprised. Someone remarked, "Isn't the state of Ing on the brink of collapse? What's he doing here?" Janus chuckled coldly. Perhaps he wants to connect with powerful figures from Dao, hoping to save the state of Ing with their help. Oh, that's indeed a way. But it's a pity for the nobles of Dao to take an interest in the state of Ing. Haha, unless another Lord Cato appears. But such a genius only comes once every 500 years in eastern Beijiang. Sigh, the state of Ing is doomed. Soon, no one paid any attention to Hector. To them, someone from a fallen state like the state of Ing was dispensable. What could interest them would be at least a nobleman of equal rank, or a renowned prodigy. Hector was insignificant both in birth and fame, so he didn't catch anyone's notice. Hector, do you see this? This is the result of status and strength, Janus said sarcastically. Hehe, status? I can't change that. As for strength, at today's martial contest for marriage, my name Hector will surely become known far and wide, Hector replied calmly. Hehe, this Fred isn't old, but his words are grand. I'm curious, what kind of strength does he actually possess? The tiny state of Ing can produce what geniuses? To produce a Lord Cato once every 10,000 years is already exceptional. He probably has some renown in the small land of Ing, so he feels somewhat self-important, thinking that being outstanding in the state of Ing means he's a top-notch talent outside of it. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that the state of Ing is merely a negligible minor country in eastern Beijiang. He hasn't seen much outside the state of Ing, so it's normal for him to be ignorant. Once he encounters more talented people, he'll know how big the world really is. Hector's statement caused more discussions among the surrounding geniuses, but they just sighed and didn't pay much attention to him. Even the Ouyang princes who came with Hector glanced at him disapprovingly, frowning. They felt Hector was overly confident. This confidence likely stemmed from limited exposure, as before they left their own countries, they also felt quite extraordinary, but after meeting talents from various territories, they realized how vast the world was and how terrifying true monsters were. Hiss, look quickly. Isn't that white-clad youth from Qilin Manor, Birdie? Hiss, yes, that's him. I once participated in the mid-year assessment at Qilin Manor with him. He was directly invited into Qilin Manor, while I was eliminated in the selection process. His presence is unforgettable. So, he did come to our capital city. Damn, such a monster is here. It looks like the princess will belong to him. We have no chance at all. Yes, competing on the same stage with such a monster would be enough to make anyone find you worthy. Yes, someone like him almost dedicates his entire heart to martial arts. Marrying one person in his lifetime is already remarkable. Dreaming of him taking concubines? Too hard, too difficult. But speaking of which, Prince Vlad may be here for Princess. Mentioning Birdie, the noblewomen immediately thought of the target of this martial contest for marriage. Lorraine. Opal. Instantly, the noblewomen in the observation pavilions looked towards the fifth pavilion. Only high-ranking officials of Dao and members of the imperial family could enter this pavilion, including the Emperor of Dao, the paramount ruler of Dao, Wu Wang, rumored to have already reached the level of half-step king. Meanwhile, inside this pavilion, Ishan sat at the highest position, with a square face exuding authority. To his left and right sat Dao's outstanding princes and princesses, along with second-rank and higher officials, like Minister Bohan of the Ministry of Rights. Your Majesty, Princess Opal, that white-clad youth is Birdie, Humbert commented, shifting his focus to Birdie. Chapter 520, She is mine. Is he Guillermo? At this moment, with Ellis Zhou's personal introduction, all the royal ministers, princes, and even Geoffrey Giltion of Great Wu focused their attention on the white-clothed youth. Somewhat surprising. After all, at Guillermo's level, most of them dedicated themselves entirely to cultivation. Even if they were to find a partner, their requirements would never stop at a princess from an upper-tier duchy. It wasn't that the princesses of upper-tier duchies weren't good enough for him, but at his level, there were quite a few individuals in the higher echelons who surpassed even these princesses. Certainly, those people might have even higher standards and would interact with geniuses of Guillermo's level or even higher. Regardless, Guillermo's presence here indeed came as a surprise to everyone. However, one thing was certain. Guillermo's arrival must have been due to someone's recommendation. In the Great Wu Empire, there was a rule that no matter how exceptional a genius was, without the recommendation of the imperial ministers, there was no chance to participate in the princess's contest for marriage. So, Guillermo being here must have been invited by one of the ministers. And since Ellis Zhou could reveal Guillermo's identity, he must know who recommended Guillermo to come here. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhou smiled and said, I've met Guillermo's father on several occasions. With his father's recommendation, I gave Guillermo a spot to participate in the princess contest. Pausing here, he continued. The surrounding ministers were taken aback, their expressions changing as they looked at Joe. Joe knew Guillermo's father? Turning to Ashan, Joe smiled and said, Your Majesty, Guillermo has come for the Yesenia. Turning back to the Yesenia, Nikki, he smiled again and asked, Yes, he should secure the first place if he wants to marry me. Haha, Yesenia, Guillermo is certainly the top among the thousands of geniuses here. There is no doubt he will win first place. Ellis Joe laughed heartily. Other ministers also nodded in agreement. Leaving aside other factors, simply based on reputation alone, there was no one among the thousands of geniuses in the royal plaza who could rival Guillermo. This fact alone had already determined the final outcome of the contest for marriage. None of the ministers present objected to this. Haha, it seems my Alana isn't very enthusiastic about Guillermo, Ishan Giltion chuckled. Just then, Princess Nikki stood up and, under the watchful eyes of all the ministers, walked to the edge of the viewing pavilion, entering the sightlines of all the participants in the contest for marriage within the 4 major viewing pavilions and the entire royal plaza. Look, how beautiful that woman is. Could she be the Yesenia of the Great Wu dynasty for this contest for marriage? It's her. Oh, the world has always praised the beauty of the Yesenia. Now, it's clear that she surpasses all the flowers in the world. Does this lady descend from heaven? She is too beautiful. If I could marry her, I would happily live 50 years less. 50 years? That's nothing. I'd sacrifice 100 years of us. They'll have to take a step back. But they can still aim for the daughters of other nobles. Yes, the princess may be out of reach, but there are still other options available. As they spoke, many nobles turned their gazes towards the 4 viewing pavilions where the daughters of other nobles sat. Inside those pavilions, when the women heard Chevy's assertive declaration, those who had hoped to attract his attention grew dispirited. Ah, with the princess around, we won't have any chance with Lord Vlad. Yes, compared to the princess, whether in beauty or background, we fall short by far. Forget it. Let me look at other geniuses. Many women in the pavilion sighed as they shifted their focus to other geniuses, like princes from various countries, such as Janice, Rudy, Kyle, Stuart, and others. The multitude of geniuses in the royal square fell silent, with no one daring to challenge Chevy openly. Hector watched Chevy closely, frowning slightly. He had come for the Yesenia too, meaning he needed to defeat Chevy to catch her attention. Brother Sue, don't stare. Compared to Chevy, we're far inferior. Perhaps you should consider other prudences in those pavilions. I think the Prime Minister's daughter Shangyork is quite nice. You might want to give her some thought, Rudy said, drawing closer with a smile. He had been observing Hector closely and noticed the resolute gaze Hector directed at the Yesenia after her arrival. When Chevy boldly declared that the princess would be his wife, Hector frowned but maintained his determination. Clearly, Hector was not swayed by Chevy's words. Though it was unclear what gave him the confidence to compete with Chevy for the princess, it was evident that Hector had no qualms despite lacking the qualifications to rival Chevy. My goal is the Yesenia. No matter who shows up, it won't change, Hector shook his head. Nearby, Janice overheard this and laughed derisively. Kid, boast again after you pass the first round of the competition? Hector glanced at him without replying. Rudy's eyes flickered as he smiled. Brother Chi, you mean Brother Sue won't make it past the first round? If he were a grandmaster, he might have a slight chance. Unfortunately, he's only a half step away from that. Not that I underestimate him, but he stands no chance, Janice replied firmly. Haha, I bet Brother Sue will make it through. How about we make a bet, Brother Chi? Rudy suggested. How? Janice furrowed his brow. Rudy grinned mischievously. I saw your newly wedded 9th concubine last time. If Brother Sue passes the first round, why don't you give her to me? What if he doesn't make it? Janice narrowed his eyes. Then I'll do 2 favors for you, as long as they don't violate my principles. Alright, deal. Haha, Rudy, you're going to lose. Not necessarily. Rudy shook his head, then turned to Hector with a grin. Brother Sue, my happiness depends on you this time. Hee. Rest assured, I'll secure your happiness. Hector nodded with a smile. Rudy leaned closer, glanced around, and quickly pulled out a yellowed book from his robe, handing it to Hector. Brother Sue, this is my treasure. I usually don't show it to anyone. Today, I'll give it to you. Hector glanced at it, immediately realizing it was likely an advanced secret martial technique, and declined. No reward, no thanks. Please take it back, Your Highness Geo. Hee, don't rush to refuse. Take a look first, Rudy winked, forcing the book into Hector's hands. Surprised, Hector opened the book. Upon glancing inside, he found images of unclothed figures engaged in inappropriate acts. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly closed the book, looking at Rudy with surprise. Your Highness Geo, what is this? Sure. Rudy motioned for silence with a smile. How do you feel? Still want to refuse? Hector chuckled bitterly. Your Highness, please take it back. I don't need this. He couldn't believe that a prince of a mid-tier kingdom would carry such reading material. Chuckles. Brother Sue, the techniques here are unique, unmatched by any high-ranking martial secrets. Study them, and various countries participating in the martial contest were rubbing their hands, eager to show their skills. Heh, I heard long ago that the Great Wu's Yesenia doesn't like arrogant people. Now it seems it's true, Rudy, beside Hector, said with a smile. Kyle nodded and said, this Chevy prides himself on his superior talent, but he doesn't realize that his behavior will only disgust some people. Heh, I guarantee that even if he wins first place, he won't gain the Yesenia's admiration. Princess belongs to me, so both of you, don't compete with me. Janice glanced at Rudy and Kyle, ignoring Hector entirely. To him, Hector was nothing more than an insignificant ant. We'll see your abilities, Brother Chi, Rudy replied with a laugh. Kyle coldly said, may the best man win. Inside the central pavilion, the nobles and ministers were also surprised by the reaction of the Yesenia, Nikki. It appears that Chevy's behavior has upset the Yesenia. This is indeed troublesome, Humbert frowned. Let's announce the start of the event. At the same time, Dalton Wu Jinshuanshan glanced at the Trent beside him and calmly commanded, "Yes, your majesty." The old man swiftly stepped outside the pavilion and waved his hand. Instantly, a formation appeared on the royal square. The moment it emerged, everyone felt as though they had been weighed down by thousands of pounds, and the weight continued to increase. Their hearts felt constricted, causing many geniuses from different countries to breathe rapidly and turn pale. "Hold on. The top 100 who can endure will proceed to the next round." Thunderous words echoed in the ears of the tens of thousands of geniuses. The impact was immense. There were tens of thousands of geniuses, each one an elite from various nations. Selecting just 100 meant nearly 99% would be eliminated. Boom. Immediately, they sat cross-legged and circulated their true chi to resist the ever-increasing pressure. Hector sat down right away. While he felt the sudden heaviness, it barely affected him. Having reached the pinnacle in the martial Laroisipal, martial scholar, great martial scholar, martial spirit, and grandmaster realms, combined with 3 other transformations, his physical strength was arguably among the strongest throughout history. Merely circulating his true chi, the 1,000-pound weight disappeared instantly. He looked around and saw that many geniuses were frowning, using their full strength to resist. Even Rudy, Kyle, and Janice couldn't help but take it seriously. After observing, Hector finally focused on Chevy. Zoltankim. Chevy showed no sign of struggle, merely circulating true chi calmly. Clearly, the pressure from the formation meant nothing to him. The disparity in strength was evident. As time passed, continuously, blood dripped from the mouths of many geniuses whose faces turned paper white. I can't hold master level seemed steady, except for Hector, who was merely half-step grandmaster, standing out remarkably. Hector glanced indifferently at Janice and said, "Back to your state of chi. Don't show off in front of me. You'd only humiliate yourself. You're still far from ready. Dare you look down on me?" Janice flew into a rage. His words were intended for Hector, yet this Fred, whom he previously dismissed, returned them verbatim. Chapter 523. Hector emerges into Wu. "When have I ever looked down on you?" Hector retorted. "Brat, you're courting death." Janice roared as he stood up. A powerful aura instantly spread from his body and surged toward Hector. His cultivation had reached the 3rd heaven of Grandmaster Realm. In the state of Chi, he was considered one of the most outstanding geniuses. Hiss, that's Prince Janus of the state of Chi. He's one of the frontrunners in this martial arts contest for a marriage alliance. Who is he having a conflict with? Who is that young Darien? He looks so young. How could he have offended Janus? It seems the first round won't go smoothly. Look, they're about to start fighting. Around them, many who had been eliminated noticed Janus's actions. Even the nobles and their ladies in the 5 viewing pavilions paid attention to Hector and Janus. That's His Highness Prince Janus. He has the potential to be the crown prince of the state of Chi. Who is that youth? What audacity to provoke His Highness. Does he want to become an enemy of the entire state of Chi? Not sure. It seems like we're seeing him for the first time. He's not famous and likely comes from some lower-ranking county state. He probably does. But surviving against hundreds shows he has some ability. If he can hold off a few moves from Janus, perhaps some daughters of officials below the 3rd rank will take notice of him. But it doesn't look good for him now. The noble women in 4 of the viewing pavilions cast more glances at Hector and began discussing. In the central pavilion, Dalton Giltion, Princess Nikki, and various ministers also took note of Hector and Janus. "It's him," Minister Bohan of the Ministry of Rights muttered in surprise upon seeing Hector. He remembered Hector. He was from the state of Ing and personally recommended by the old ancestor Jamar of the state of Ing. "Do you know him, Minister Zoltan?" Giltion asked. Minister Bohan bowed immediately. "Your Majesty, both this young man and Janus were recommended by this minister." Minister Zoltan, if I recall correctly, Janus was also recommended by you," smiled the Minister of Works at that moment. With these words, all the ministers turned their gazes toward Minister Bohan of the Ministry of Rights. Minister Bohan shot a hard glare at the Minister of Works and said, "I'm Minister's daughter." Here, besides Princess Nikki, there were also daughters of dukes, who were nephews of Dalton Giltion. Additionally, there was the Prime Minister's daughter. These were Janus's targets. He recommended Janus to build relationships with these important figures. Janus paused, looking back at the central pavilion, and transmitted sound. "Rest assured, Minister. This fellow is easily dealt with." Boom. As he spoke, he took a step forward and quickly arrived beside Hector, raising a palm and pressing it towards him. "Boy, prostrate before the prince." Hector didn't stand up, but instead gave him a cold glance and sneered, "It's you who should be kneeling." Boom. In the blink of an eye, under the gaze of tens of thousands, Janus's palm aimed at Hector. They thought Hector would be sent flying by Janus's palm, but as his palm approached, Hector suddenly countered, intercepting and fiercely colliding palms. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. One of the leading contenders, Prince Janus of Chi, was actually forced back by the unknown youth in black. After retreating 7 or 8 steps, Janus finally stabilized himself with a deathly pale face. Looking at his feet, every step left deep footprints. It was obvious who was stronger even to a fool. "Hiss, who is this youth in black?" "Leroy, you see, he didn't move obvious." "Janus, you dare to show off your skills before me with such strength? Get back to your Chi state and wait for news of my victory over your land." Hector's voice boomed like thunder across the royal square, stirring an already heated crowd even more. Ing state? What was that? Perhaps most people were unaware, but some knew. It was a low-tier county state on the northern frontier, barely noticeable. Currently, it was under siege by the Chi state, yet had resisted for long, and once news leaked out, it caused quite a stir in the royal square. Wow, this young man's county state is actually the lowly Ing state, and it's besieged by Chi? So, he's come here to save his country single-handedly? Now I understand why Janus targeted him so aggressively. It turns out he's from an enemy state. However, for a tiny low-tier county state to produce such a remarkable prodigy means there might be hope for Ing state. In our eastern region of the northern frontier, hundreds of low-tier county states are commonplace. Many are annihilated or newly established each year, which isn't unusual. But for a low-tier county state to produce such a genius is indeed rare. For Janice, a prince of a mid-tier county state, to be defeated publicly by a civilian from a low-tier county state, this is quite a disgrace for Grace. Even if it were a prodigy or prince from a mid-tier or higher county state who'd done this to him, it would have been tolerable. But coming from a low-tier county state, especially an enemy of Qi, this was a profound disgrace. Yet, he hadn't realized that from the start, his disdain for Hector had led to this confrontation. We'll see when your Qi state captures our Ying state. Until then, talking is just asking for embarrassment. Hector said coolly. You. Janice fumed, wanting to strike back but recalling he wasn't Hector's match, he steadied his breath, swallowing his anger. Hector, we'll meet in Ying's capital someday. Clenching his jaw, Janice turned to leave. Suddenly, Rudy appeared, blocking Janice's path. Ha Janice, don't forget our bet. At this moment, a woman stood outside the royal square, watching Janice and saying, Your Highness. She looked to be about 16, exuding charm. Janice's expression changed, glancing at the smug Rudy, then the distant woman. From now on, you belong to Rudy. No, Your Highness, you can't do this to me. The woman pleaded. But no matter how she cried out, Janice did not respond. Thank you, brother Janice. I'll take good care of her, haha. Rudy laughed, gesturing for marriage proposals was coming to an end. Originally, there were over 50,000 geniuses from various countries participating. But now, only more than 100 remained. Among these 100, several dozen had already reached their limits but chose not to give up. Even lying on the ground, they insisted on enduring this round until the others could no longer hold on. Because they knew very well that once these few couldn't persist, they would smoothly advance to the second round. Upon reaching this round, they would have the chance to receive the favoring gestures from the noble children within the 4 pavilions. To obtain 1 mint soaring to glory overnight. This was also their purpose for being here. At this moment, the women inside the 5 pavilions also looked over. Seeing those who were lying on the ground yet still tenaciously holding on, although some admired their perseverance, almost none would choose them. Those who barely made it through the first round simply did not have the qualifications to attract their favor. Their attention was primarily on a few individuals like Chevy and Hector. Chevy was renowned in the eastern region of the northern frontier, almost a household name and a prodigy. The others, like Stuart, Kyle, Rudy, etc., were all princes from medium-ranking counties, with relatively good personal talents, thus falling within their scope of observation. The last person, naturally, was Hector. In this first-round assessment, he was the only one who, as a commoner from a lower-ranking county, defeated Janice, the Prince of Qi from a medium-ranking county. Such a person couldn't help but draw, muttered an elderly woman around 70 beside Princess Nikki coldly. Interesting. What do you think of him? Nikki noticed Hector's gaze and couldn't help but smile, maintaining eye contact without averting her eyes. The old woman Zoltanu Gio replied coldly, he doesn't know the difference between sky and earth. With his country under siege by Qi, facing imminent destruction, he should be lowering his profile and avoiding provoking Prince Janice of Qi. Yet, he openly humiliated Janice in front of tens of thousands of geniuses from various countries. This is sheer stupidity, inviting disaster for his homeland. Nikki shook her head and laughed. Utter stupidity? I feel his courage and boldness are commendable. Commendable courage and boldness? The old woman Zoltana Gio paused, then said in surprise, Your Highness, don't you think he's courting death? Courting death? If he truly wanted to court death, why would he come to our great Wu? Nikki suddenly laughed. I have a strong feeling he came here for me. Himph, a toad lusting after a swan? Has he forgotten his origins? Let alone him. Even the crown prince of Qi has no right to match your highness. What is he compared to them? Zoltanu Gio retorted coldly. A man from a doomed country is less valuable than a chicken. Hearing this, Nikki glanced at the disgruntled Zoltanu Gio enough to stand against Chevy. Chapter 526. I prefer to speak with fists. Quick look. Her Highness the Yesenia is looking at us and even smiling at us? She's not smiling at us. I feel like Her Highness is looking at Hector. She is looking at Hector. Damn. Has Her Highness fallen for him? Can't be. This Fred did display strong power earlier, but in terms of overall strength and background, he's far inferior to many people here. So what? When someone likes another person, sometimes it's not about background or strength, but rather the feeling. That's true. I heard that Ishan adores the Yesenia so much that even if she liked a commoner, His Majesty would surely agree readily. Sigh. Isn't this guy just too lucky? Luck? Ha! I feel like Her Highness doing this is setting Hector up for trouble. Immediately, some envied him while others sneered. Her Highness the Yesenia showed interest in Hector, which most people could clearly see. However, this action was bound to cause unnecessary trouble for Hector. Zoltank Chevy. Just now, he had publicly declared in front of thousands of people and geniuses from various countries that anyone daring to compete with him for the Yesenia would be courting death. Now that the Yesenia's attention had turned to Hector, would Chevy let him off? Sure enough. In the next moment, everyone noticed Chevy standing up, turning to glance at Hector before saying indifferently, If you leave, haha, good for speaking with fists, young man, got guts? I hope your fists match your mouth later on. Chevy closed his eyes as he spoke. At this point, the first round finally concluded. Some participants couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Someone immediately checked to ensure the top 100 contestants had successfully passed the first stage of the marriage contest. Next, anyone receiving an olive branch can proceed to the second round. You can choose to accept it or advance further. Please line up outside the viewing pavilions. First, Chevy. The Jace continued to announce loudly. Immediately, Chevy stood up, his figure upright as he walked towards the viewing pavilions. There were 5 pavilions. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Number 5 was the center where the nobles resided. Ishan, princes, princesses, and ministers were all present. On the left were number 1 and 2 pavilions, and on the right, numbers 3 and 4. Inside Pavilion 4 were direct descendants of first-rank officials. Pavilion 3 had daughters of second-rank officials. Pavilion 2 housed daughters of third-rank officials. Pavilion 1 contained daughters of officials below the third rank. As Chevy approached the 4 pavilions, almost every woman became excited, clustering at the edges of their pavilions with olive branches ready to offer him. Seeing this, the remaining contestants who passed the first round couldn't. By then, Chevy had arrived at Pavilion 1. Immediately, more than 100 official family prudences offered him olive branches. Chevy didn't even look at them, shaking his body to push the falling branches aside. Prince Vlad rejected us? The women looked crestfallen. Of course, they didn't have high hopes, just a shot at luck. After all, being chosen by a peerless genius from Qilin Manor like Chevy was considered great fortune. Evidently, the goddess of luck had not blessed them today. Chapter 527. Arrogance. Leroy, this Guillermo actually reject my goddess? Someone clenched their teeth, jealousy raging in their heart. The woman he dreamed of getting was offering an olive branch to Guillermo. If Guillermo had accepted it, he could barely get over it. However, Guillermo didn't even give her a glance, treating her as if she were nothing. This was practically trampling on his goddess. Similar scenes played out continuously among the other unsuccessful candidates. No matter how disappointed these women were, no matter how angry these men were, they had no way of changing it. They could only watch helplessly. A heaven's pride like Guillermo, who hailed from the Qilin mansion, was simply beyond their reach. Sure enough, the first viewing pavilion isn't up to Guillermo's standards. In the fifth viewing pavilion, a minister smiled. The others nodded silently. It was within their expectations. After all, for someone like abandoning their dignity to catch Guillermo's attention, mentioning things like being a concubine or a maid. Among these women were some that the participants had long dreamed of, and they came here especially hoping to marry them. But now, seeing this scene, their hearts shattered. Despite their fervent calls, Guillermo, standing beneath the second pavilion, didn't even lift his head, stepping past them just as before, brushing away all the olive branches thrown down. Sir Vlad didn't even glance at me once. And I'm one of the 4 beauties of the capital. A stunningly beautiful woman sighed. She paid a high price to come here, just to see Sir Guillermo. She believed that with her fame and beauty, she could attract his attention. Now, her hopes seemed utterly unrealistic. Beside her, another woman sighed lightly. Fortunately, I didn't throw my olive branch. Otherwise, I would end up like her. She then looked back at the royal square, where the 99 princes and geniuses who passed the first round were watching. Their faces were all grim. Guillermo's popularity had directly affected them. That young man isn't the one who defeated Prince Janus of Qi earlier? He looks so calm. This little master is not simple. Should I test him later? The woman thought. Anyone who could defeat Janus must be exceptionally talented. Even if their background wasn't strong, their potential was huge. Once grown, they wouldn't fall far behind those from powerful backgrounds, and might even become a supreme powerhouse, like Jeffrey Jalen. Though the probability was slim, it was still possible. Other women who hadn't thrown their olive branches had similar thoughts. They shifted their focus to the princes of middle-tier kingdoms. Becoming a princess or queen consort for these princes would greatly benefit them and their families. With a roar, Guillermo arrived at the third viewing pavilion. Having learned from the previous 2 pavilions, most women in the third pavilion hesitated. They stood at the edge of the third pavilion, watching Guillermo approach. Some threw their olive branches immediately, while others hesitated, fearing they might suffer the same fate as the previous 2 groups. Indeed, the results for those who threw olive branches were the same as in the first 2 pavilions. Fortunately, I didn't throw mine. Some women inwardly rejoiced. Those who did throw the branches weren't too disappointed, because they came here specifically for Guillermo. Apart from him, they wouldn't choose anyone else. Even if there were princes from medium-sized kingdoms, they wouldn't consider them. Even if settling for less, they could still choose children of Xerxes Wu of Dawu, possibly even a prince. Next, Guillermo came to the 4th viewing pavilion, and again walked straight through without looking. Powerful enough to match Don. Setting aside talent, he's merely from a lower county, soon to be a stateless slave. How can he possibly have the right to stand before us? What gives him this privilege? That's right, how disgusting. Look at him standing up as if he really has the courage to go next. At this moment, everyone on the plaza who passed the first round, princes and talents alike, became furious, their gazes piercingly fixed on Hector. But Hector ignored them entirely and strode towards the first viewing pavilion. Brother Sue, good luck? Rudy smiled and encouraged. Hal also wished Hector well. Hector nodded and continued his steady march forward. In the first viewing pavilion, several women hesitated before swiftly moving to the railing. Earlier, they chose not to toss their tokens because they knew that even if they did, Don wouldn't acknowledge them. They figured it would be better to give it to other princes or talents from different countries. And now, with Hector having stood out in the first round, passing him the token wasn't a bad choice either. Hector looked up, causing the ladies' hearts to leap with delight. This young man is different from Don. Look, he's making eye contact with us, one woman whispered joyfully. But at this moment, Hector spoke up. Ladies, my apologies, but I'm here for the Yesenia. Please retract your token. Going to pass her token to Hector? Many ministers held their breath. Prime Minister Zhou's expression changed. He recommended Don specifically for the Emperor's beloved Yesenia. If she gave her token to Hector, all his plans would crumble. Your Highness, wait. An elderly lady named Zoltanu Gio hurriedly interjected, fearing the princess might hand over her token to Hector, a soon-to-be stateless slave. I know what I'm doing. Lady Zoltanu, please do not intervene. Nikki glanced sternly at the shocked Zoltanu Gio. As you wish, Your Highness. Zoltanu Gio felt a chill. She had protected the princess for 8 years and watched her grow, treating her like her own granddaughter. This stern gaze made her feel the weight of royal authority for the first time. SSS. Look, the Yesenia is at the railing. Is she about to give her token to Hector? Look at the princess's actions. She might indeed intend to give it to Hector. Oh heavens, the Yesenia barely glanced at Don yet is willing to pass her token to Hector. What is she thinking? Not just what she's thinking, But what virtue or ability does Hector possess to win the princess's heart? Could it be that the princess has some peculiar taste, favoring stateless slaves? Be it in the plaza or the 4 other viewing pavilions, all officials and noblewomen voiced their astonishment. They couldn't fathom what drew the Yesenia to Hector. While his talent was commendable, there were plenty who outranked him in overall capability. Don, watching this, felt humiliated. The Yesenia hadn't treated him with such attention, yet Hector dared? Boy, if you dare accept it, I'll break your dog legs. Their eyes met as Hector lifted his gaze. Master Su, if I give you this token, will you agree to help me teach Don a lesson? He really irritates me. Nikki's voice echoed loudly for all to hear. What? Teach Don a lesson? Everyone was astonished. It seemed Don had offended the princess somehow. Everyone now looked at Don with odd expressions. From their perspective, Don and the Yesenia were meeting for the first time. Don laughed out loud. Ha ha, princess. While I don't know what I've done to offend you, you want this Fred to teach me a lesson? You're taking him too seriously. Chapter 529. Stunned? Leo, do you know a woman named Zoltan Wenqian? Princess Nikki suddenly asked loudly. I do. What is your relationship with her, your highness? Leo frowned. Of course he knew. This woman had once been in a relationship with him, but was one of the many women he had discarded. She is my friend, Nikki replied somberly. At that time, she loved you so much, yet you kept hurting her again and again. Do you know how she is now? How she is has nothing to do with me, Leo retorted, lifting an eyebrow. He finally understood why Nikki harbored such deep hostility towards him. She committed suicide, Nikki gritted her teeth. Himph. I hate when others boss me around as if they have the right to command me. Leo, tell me, who gave you the courage to defy me so? In an instant, Hector vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Leo, and an aura of Grandmaster broke forth from him. At that moment, Hector had ascended to the Grandmaster realm. Furthermore, he activated a secret technique, expanding his field of influence, trapping Leo within it. Bang! Hector raised his hand and struck Leo's chest. Leo sneered. Boy, with your strength, you dare to boast in front of me? Get lost. Clang. Leo pushed back, clashing palms with Hector. The force shattered the ground of the Imperial Plaza, creating countless cracks. Meanwhile, numerous stone slabs erupted and exploded instantly. Hiss, incredibly strong. This Fred just reached Grandmaster level and can already match Leo? So powerful. Could Wind Country have produced another prodigy comparable to Lord Jalen? The entire crowd was astounded. Even the nobles inside the 5th viewing pavilion showed immense shock. Who could have imagined that a small country like Wind Country could produce someone like Hector, capable of matching Leo after their first clash? Such combat power was truly shocking. That Fred isn't even at a level where he can brag in front of me, Leo shouted fiercely, slightly surprised at Hector's strength. Boom. In an instant, the sleeve over Leo's arm tore open, revealing a flash of golden light aiming to send Hector flying. But at that moment, he felt the air around him become as heavy as a mountain. An inexplicable force surrounded him, confining the bit of Kirin power in his arm. He had sensed something similar from a sage before. It was the realm of the sage. Yet, Hector was clearly just at the Grandmaster stage. How could he possess power akin to a sage? Thud. At the same time, Hector resonated his internal organs, pushing the 5 viscera and 6 fu organs technique to its peak. He unleashed a punch that sent Leo stumbling backward. Hiss, Leo was sent flying by this young man. Good heavens, where did this monster come from? I've never heard of him before. He must have stayed in Wind Country all along. Otherwise, with such terrifying combat power, he would already be renowned in the eastern-northern border. The crowd was once again astounded. This Fred? At this moment, Ellis Joe narrowed his eyes, a gleam of recognition flashing through them. In the other 4 viewing pavilions, noblewomen gasped in admiration, some even showing regret. Why hadn't they noticed this Geary, Hector, before? This prodigy was undoubtedly not inferior to Leo, perhaps even surpassing him. After all, the young man's current cultivation was merely at the beginning of the Grandmaster stage, lower than Leo's. Yet, his combat power clearly rivaled Leo. Brother Su is truly a world-class genius, Rudy exclaimed. Kyle nodded heavily. Why is he so strong? Beside Princess Nikki, old lady Zoltana Gio stared wide-eyed, bewildered and perplexed. Previously, she had doubted Hector, thinking he came from the insignificant Wind Country and lacked any background. Even with some talent, he couldn't compare to a heaven's pride like Leo. Now, however, this young man's prowess far surpassed what she expected from princes of medium-sized kingdoms and had placed Leo in a clear disadvantage. Yesenia Nikki gazed at Hector, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Initially, she had just taken a chance, not expecting Hector to really stand up to Leo. She only wanted to use this fearless youth to curb Leo's arrogance. But now, it seemed her gamble paid off. Chapter 530. Qilin Lirai Vine Form. Whoosh. After sending Ishmael flying, the field instantly spread out and once again extended to Ishmael's feet. As long as one was within this field, it was Hector's domain. Wherever the field reached, Hector could instantly arrive. Before Ishmael had a chance to stabilize himself, Hector vanished from everyone's sight only to reappear behind him. Hiss, such incredible speed. How does this monster So does this mean that this Fred can match Lord Kato? Another high-ranking official suddenly asked. Match? Ha, this Fred has barely entered the Grandmaster realm. He still has a long way to go before matching Lord Kato. From my perspective, it's uncertain whether he can even survive today, Connor sneered. As these words echoed, Hector appeared right behind Ishmael and pressed a palm towards him, but it missed. Looking again, Ishmael was now on the other side of the field, a purple Qilin, Chinese unicorn, appearing above his head. The Qilin emitted ripples that spread out, blocking Hector's golden field. Both forces instantly locked in place. Hiss, that's the Qilin Manor's Qilin Leroy Vine form. Ishmael actually mastered the Qilin Leroy Vine form, a minister exclaimed. The The Qilin Leroy Vine form was one of the highest secrets of the Qilin Manor, extremely difficult to master. Few had succeeded since ancient times. For Ishmael to have mastered it was indeed astonishing. Whoever achieved it became a peerless genius in martial arts. Boy, you will die today, Ishmael said coldly, advancing. His Qilin Leroy Vine form clashed with Hector's field instantly, generating continuous sounds of collision. Hector frowned and reached out, causing the field to disappear. When he formed a fist imprint again, true intent manifestations appeared. Boom. 2 consecutive true intent manifestations struck the Qilin Leroy Vine form, yet it remained as steady as a mountain. Meanwhile, Hector was forced back by a counterforce. Enveloped in the Qilin Leroy Vine form, Ishmael resembled a divine being, impervious to all attacks. Despite relentless strikes, Hector couldn't penetrate Ishmael's defense. Looks like this Fred named Hector is going to lose, someone muttered. Another commented, being able to enter Qilin Manor and become one of its most talented new disciples within 3 months, Ishmael indeed isn't someone ordinary geniuses can match. To them, Ishmael, now using the Qilin Leroy Vine form, seemed invincible. Hector, submit to me, acknowledge me as your master, and I'll spare your life. Ishmael advanced arrogantly, making many feel insignificant compared to him. Hee, I just tested your Qilin Leroy Vine form. Its defense is indeed formidable, but I have 3 methods to shatter it. Which one would you like to try first? Hector flashed forward rapidly, while true intent manifestations began forming on his palms. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. The martial true intents fused together, almost merging into a single power. Although not fully merged, a destructive force pulsed in his palm. At this moment, Hector's combat strength surged to level 6. Simultaneously, the field on his left palm compressed into a point, containing even more destructive power than the true intent manifestations. Both hands now held far more destruction power than Hector's actual cultivation level, drawing attention from the great cliff and nobles in the viewing pavilion. Hiss, this Fred hasn't shown his full strength. The power in his hands doesn't seem inferior to Ishmael's Qilin Leroy Vine form, a minister gasped. Ishmael's face changed as he realized Hector's power was a threat. Clenching his teeth, he prepared to strike first. Boom. Purple light from the Qilin outside Ishmael's body ripped through the air, striking Hector's forehead. Blood spurted out explosively. Almost simultaneously, the compressed field from Hector's left palm condensed into a point at his forehead, neutralizing the purple light. It's impossible. How did you block my Qilin Leroy Vine form? Ishmael shouted in shock, for this was the first time someone at the initial stage of the Grand Master realm had blocked his strongest technique since he mastered the Qilin Leroy Vine form. Chapter 531. Master Su wins. Not only had he defeated those who had just entered the Grand Master realm, but even some of the disciples from the Qilin Manor who were 1 level higher in cultivation had been bested by him. His success hinged on his mastery of the Qilin Divine form. In the Qilin Manor, any disciple who could grasp the essence of the Qilin Divine form would be promoted to Silver Laroisipal. He was among the few who had comprehended this divine form within the past 3 months. Even in the outer manor, he was considered a rather prominent genius. But now, an unknown low-ranking fiefdom had produced such a monstrous talent. For the first time, he felt immense pressure and could no longer maintain his composure. With a flicker, he rapidly retreated. However, at that moment, Hector pressed forward with a palm strike. The destructive force emanating from the palm of his right hand tore through the area. Alright Xerxes Chevy, let's end it here. Chevy was greatly startled and immediately began weaving hand seals, mustering all his strength to counter Hector's true intention techniques. Without the Qilin Divine form, although Chevy still possessed astonishing combat prowess, he couldn't defend against it. Pooh! Chevy spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown backward like a kite whose string had snapped, landing heavily on the outskirts of the royal plaza under the stunned gazes of countless people. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's eyes brimmed with disbelief and shock. Chevy had lost, and badly. At this instant, Chevy was still spitting blood, convulsing. Even in youth. Quickly investigate who this young man is and what his background is. Report back to me swiftly. Dwightry up. This youth, just entering the Grandmaster realm, can defeat Chevy. This person is absolutely a monstrous talent like Cosmo. Even if he isn't as strong as Cosmo, he is second only to Cosmo. We must court him. Quickly, find out his background. At this moment, within the 5th viewing pavilion, the nobles and officials of Great Wu discreetly arranged for their subordinates to investigate Hector. They understood that the emergence of a prodigy like Hector was a significant event for Great Wu, necessitating immediate investigation and establishing good relations. Even Ellis Angelo, who initially did not support Hector, now grimaced inwardly. The person he recommended, Chevy, had been defeated by an unknown talent right before his eyes. Now, ministers were privately arranging investigations. As Chevy's recommender, if he approached Hector now, where would he save face? Brother Zoltan, this young man you recommended is truly remarkable. Brother Zoltan, please introduce him to us. Yes, Brother Zoltan, how did you meet this young master? At this moment, the ministers praised Bohan, the Minister of Rights. They knew Hector was recommended by Bohan and must be familiar with him. Seeing the officials seek information about Hector and show favor, observing this fate. In another viewing pavilion, noblewomen criticized the defeated Chevy, releasing their accumulated resentment after being rejected by him. Chapter 532. You are now the son-in-law of the Great Wu dynasty. At this moment, Hector became the center of everyone's attention, with exclamations and praises echoing incessantly. Meanwhile, the defeated Brandango Ao Domenico, who was previously in the spotlight, was now despised by the entire audience. Brother Su, you're truly remarkable. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. With your strength and potential, you will surely enter one of the top 3 superpowers in our northern borderlands, Rudy said with a smile as he approached alongside Kyle. Kyle also nodded, saying, Brother Su, after today's battle, I believe many people will come forward to seek your friendship. Hector wasn't surprised at all. He had come to the Great Wu to participate in the martial arts competition arranged by the royal family for Lorraine, precisely to draw the attention of influential people. This would set the stage for his upcoming efforts to rescue the Ying Daltondom from its crisis. Clearly, his objective had been achieved. At the very least, Prince Rudy of the Geo Daltondom and Prince Kyle of the Zhao Daltondom were now more friendly towards him. Such was the benefit of possessing great strength and potential. It's a pity that Master Su is about to become the son-in-law of our Great Wu dynasty. Becoming the son-in-law should make us happy for Master Su. Why say it's a pity? Are you stupid? Once Master Su becomes the son-in-law, will he still look at someone like us? Oh, as if Master Su would look at you even if he didn't become the son-in-law. Ah, you vile woman, I'll tear your foul mouth apart. Meanwhile, under the gaze of countless people, Hector and the Kylerly woman climbed up to the 5th viewing pavilion and quickly arrived before Geoffrey Giltion and his ministers. Greetings, your majesty, greetings, your highness, greetings, your excellencies, Hector greeted respectfully. Geoffrey Giltion, Princess Nikki, and the officials were now all examining Hector closely. Even in their presence, Hector remained composed, earning admiration. Master Su, please don't be so formal. Please sit, Geoffrey Giltion said, gesturing for a chair to be placed beside him, next to a stunning young lady, Princess Nikki. Princess Nikki looked at Hector and smiled. Master Su, I am Nikki, the Yesenia of Great Wu. Your Highness, Hector bowed upon sitting down. Master Su, you mentioned needing my help earlier. Please tell me what you need. If I can assist, I won't refuse, Nikki nodded. The ministers also turned their attention to him, having understood Hector's purpose for participating in the contest. Hector gazed intently at Nikki. Your Highness, I request that you stay in our Ying Daltondom's capital for 3 months. What? Just that? The officials were stunned. They had anticipated Hector would ask for military assistance or an imperial decree to pressure the Qi Daltondom to withdraw its troops. They never expected such a simple request. You could ask for something else, like asking me to help force the Qi Daltondom to retreat, which is not impossible, Geoffrey Giltion interjected with a laugh. Hector smiled back. If your majesty truly helped me like that, there would definitely be other conditions, wouldn't there? Giltion laughed heartily, nodding. You are indeed wise. Yes, there would be other conditions. But would you agree? Hector shook his head. I will resolve the crisis in Ying myself. I only need your majesty to giving a 3-month grace period. After 3 months, what do you plan to do? Geoffrey Giltion suddenly asked. Hector met the emperor's gaze and said resolutely, to destroy the Qi Daltondom. Hiss. The ministers gasped collectively. They couldn't believe that Hector had such grand ambitions, intending to eliminate a mid-tier state within 3 months using only his own strength. If they hadn't witnessed Hector defeat Brandango Ao Domenico with their own eyes, they might have thought Hector was overly arrogant. Giltion paused, looking deeply at Hector, and chuckled. Do you know what kind of strength a mid-tier state possesses? Hector nodded. Yes, a mid-tier state must at least have a peak Grandmaster realm powerhouse within its royal family. That's just the peak combat strength. Besides that, it must have a top-notch army capable of matching a peak Grandmaster. And these are only the overt forces. There are hidden strengths as well. Knowing all this, you still dare to say you'll destroy Qi within 3 months relying on your own power? Giltion narrowed his eyes. Hector replied firmly, 3 months will be enough. Giltion looked deeply at Hector and said, very well, then I will give you 3 months. Since you've won this contest, according to the rules, you are now the son-in-law of the Great Wu dynasty. Chapter 533. Rejecting the marriage proposal, angering Giltion. As soon as these words were spoken, all the nobles of Great Wu looked at Hector with incredible envy. They all wished to ally with the royal family. Unfortunately, the royal family wasn't someone they could marry into just because they wanted to. But Hector was now the prospective prince consort of Great Wu, a sudden rise to glory. Of course, Hector's meteoric rise was due to his immense potential in martial arts. Marrying the princess of Great Wu would be mutually beneficial. Now, Great Wu was aiding Hector, and when Hector grew stronger, he would naturally reciprocate by contributing to the Great Wu dynasty. Essentially, the Great Wu dynasty was investing in this promising stock, Hector. But right at this moment, Hector suddenly stood up and solemnly said, Your Majesty, I apologize, but I cannot marry Princess Dwight. As soon as these words came out, the smiles on the ministers' faces vanished instantly. They stared at Hector as if he were already a dead man. Refusing the Geoffrey? That was an act of disrespect toward the emperor, an offense punishable by death. Giltion's smile froze immediately. Mr. Su, do you know what you're saying? Asked Nikki immediately beside him, noticing the change in her father's expression and giving Hector warning glances. Hector, seemingly oblivious, replied to Giltion, whose face had darkened, Your Majesty, I am already married. Coming here today for the princess's contest was not well thought out. However, Ying Daltondom is in imminent danger, leaving me with no other choice. If your majesty is willing to help Ying Daltondom resolve its crisis, I will certainly repay you tenfold in the future, repaying the Great Wu. Hector spoke earnestly. Giltion sneered coldly. Repaid tenfold in the future? Do you think you'll even have a future after rejecting the marriage proposal? You can divorce them and marry my daughter, Giltion retorted coldly. Hector shook his head. They are the most important women in my life. Even if it means death, I won't abandon them. If your majesty truly wants to kill me, I will resist to the end. With that, Hector channeled his true chi. Giltion glanced at Hector, scoffing. With your strength, forget about facing me. Any minister in this pavilion could take you down. Father, let him go, Nikki interjected at that moment. Shower, this has nothing to do with you. Step aside. Today, I must kill him. The term Jun is specifically used by the emperor to refer to himself and should be translated as AI for a more natural English flow while maintaining the meaning. Anyone who dares to mock my daughter will not live. Immediately, Giltion raised his hand, and Hector felt an immense pressure bearing down from all sides. Hector's internal true chi was instantly suppressed by an invisible force. He was stunned by the vast disparity in power between himself and Yi Jian. Is this the might of an upper-tier county king? Facing this power, he felt like he was back when he first started martial arts, overwhelmed by the gap between a novice and a master. Father, he just avenged my friend. You killing him without letting me repay him would place me in an unjust position. Nikki quickly stepped in front of Hector, blocking Yi Jian. Then what do you suggest? Letting him go and making a mockery of our great Wu? Yi Jian frowned deeply. Princess, please step aside. This is between me and His Majesty, Hector said. Nikki turned to look at Hector and declared, even if I die today, I will protect you. Father, if you want to kill him, kill me first. Nikki stared unwaveringly at Yi Jian. Looking at his daughter, Yi Jian narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then said, for my daughter's sake, I will give you one last chance. In my palace, there is a 7-star killing array. If you can survive 3 days inside, not only will I guarantee your Ingdaltondom safety for 3 months, but I will also spare you. If you don't survive 3 days, not only will you die a miserable death, but your Ingdaltondom will fall within 3 days. Are you willing to take this challenge? Do you dare try? Upon hearing this, Nikki's face changed dramatically, and she hastily warned, Mr. Su, do not agree. Even my Kyler brother, who has reached peak Grandmaster, barely survived 2 days inside. There's no way you can survive 3 days. Princess, I appreciate your concern. Rest assured, I will be fine, Hector reassured her. Then, Hector turned to Yi Jian and accepted. Your Majesty, I accept? Huh. Excellent. A man's word is a speeding horse. Boy, I admire your courage. Note, Jun is a term used by Chinese emperors to refer to themselves and should be translated as I, or replaced with the emperor's name/title in English for better readability. Take him to the 7-star killing array. Yes, Your Majesty. At that moment, the gray-clothed Kyler swiftly approached and led Hector away. Father, isn't this a sure way to kill him? Nikki glared angrily at her father. Yi Jian coldly stated, this Fred doesn't know his place, daring to fool my daughter. Not immediately executing him is lenient enough. Enough talk, all dismissed. Without giving Nikki a chance to speak further, Yi Jian left. Farewell, Your Majesty. The nobles stood and bid farewell to Yi Jian as he departed. Shortly after, news spread throughout the capital of Great Wu. The entire city is abuzz. Leroy, you hear? A young man from a lower-ranking county, named Hector, defeated Brandan Guang Ao Domenico and won first place in the martial contest. Phew. Brandan Guang Ao Domenico? That same Brandan Guang Ao Domenico, who mastered the Qilin divine form and became a silver Laroisipal in the past 3 months. Yes, him. Heaven. What kind of monster is this Hector? Defeating Brandan Guang Ao Domenico. How powerful. Moreover, I heard that Hector rejected Lorraine's proposal, winning the contest. How could anyone believe this story? The unbelievable events did not stop here. After Hector won, it was assumed that he would definitely marry Princess Nikki of the Great Wu Daltondom. Nikki, not only the beloved daughter of the cliff, possessed extraordinary talent. It was rumored that she had been noticed by the Qilin Manor and had received invitations to their selection trials. Additionally, Lori's beauty was considered one of the 4 beauties of the Great Wu Daltondom. With such excellent qualifications, who among the young geniuses across the hundreds of vassal states ruled by the Great Wu Daltondom could resist her? Yet, in reality, Hector, the champion of the martial arts contest, publicly rejected the marriage proposal before the cliff and all the civil and military officials, infuriating the Jeffrey, who then incarcerated him in the 7-star killing array. Furthermore, he was to stay there for 3 days. For 3 days? It was simply a death sentence for Hector. One should know that many top geniuses couldn't last a single day within. Countless bodies piled up inside. To describe it with one word, a mountain of corpses. Being able to stay 2 days was extremely rare, each one of them being a rare prodigy. For example, even among the more outstanding disciples of the Qilin Manor, only a few had managed it. Even the eldest prince of the Great Wu Daltondom barely. They would immediately lose their senses, turning completely irrational and bloodthirsty. Where does this evil chi come from? Asked Hector. The Emil glanced at Hector in surprise and replied, Mr. Su, you have an extraordinary sense of perception. Standing outside the 7-star killing array and feeling the evil chi inside, that's quite remarkable. Over these years, I've received many disciples from the Qilin Manor, Spirit Martial Hall, and Holy Dalton Sect, but few can perceive the evil chi just by looking at it like you. The evil chi comes from the capital collected over several centuries. So, it has accumulated for several hundred years? Hector frowned. Seeing Hector frown, the Emil thought Hector was afraid and smiled, saying, yes, it should be about 500 years. Most of the geniuses who entered over these years have died inside. Those who survived mostly suffered mental damage. Only a few lasted 2 days and came out, gaining significant benefits but almost losing their lives. This time, the Emperor orders you to stay for 3 days. Please don't think me presumptuous, Mr. Su. Once you enter, you might never return. Were I you, I would reconsider. No need. My mind is made up. I kill, open the array. Hector waved off the suggestion. Alas, you stubborn Fred. As you wish. The Emil shook his head, glanced at the 7 stars killing array, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth, saying, Herb Su, I will never let you die in the 7 stars killing array. I will plead with father to release you. With that, she left and found Dalton Yi Jian. Show her, since he seeks his own doom, let him go. If you want me to release him, he must survive for 3 days. Otherwise, it's out of the question. Dalton Wu Yi Jian said coldly. Father. Nikki wanted to speak again. Dalton Yi Jian waved his hand, and Nikki involuntarily appeared outside the palace gate. Click. The palace door closed automatically. Nikki opened her mouth but swallowed her words. She then went to find the Mariah. The Mariah also shook her head in sigh. Now, the entire capital knew that Dalton Wu had confined Hector within the 7 stars killing array for 3 days. Once Dalton Wu made up his mind, no one could change it. Wonderful, just wonderful. So what if Hector won first place? A fool like him who doesn't appreciate the favor deserves to die. Upon hearing the news, Prince Janus of the state of Qi was initially shocked by Hector's victory over Esmond. But learning that Hector refused the marriage and infuriated Dalton Wu guilty on, leading to his confinement for 3 days, Janus was suddenly overjoyed. What kind of place is the 7 stars killing array? Once inside, no one returns alive. Extremely high level. Relying on this set, he can enhance his combat power by a whole tier. Furthermore, he has cultivated a domain similar to the Holy Realm. Currently, in our Qilin mansion, only a few geniuses like Lord Cato who have forged their own martial paths can achieve this. The black-clothed Kyler's eyes flickered with thought before exclaiming, so it seems this youth truly has extraordinary potential. In that case, after we return, I will immediately report him to the Qilin Institute and arrange for someone to assist Hector. The Qilin Institute is a special department of the Qilin Mansion responsible for gathering information on martial artists in the northern border and beyond to select talents for the mansion. However, anyone chosen by the Qilin Institute is an outstanding talent like the stars themselves. For instance, Esmond was discovered by the Qilin Institute back then. It might take 10 days for me to return. Do you think he can survive? Esmond frowned. The black-clothed Kyler smiled. If he has truly charted his own path, the 7 stars killing array may not kill him. In fact, it might become a tremendous opportunity for him. Meanwhile, Hector entered the 7 stars killing array. Upon entering, a thunderous roar echoed as surging torrents of killing intent erupted from the first star of death like cascading river water, instantly submerging Hector. Boom. Hector immediately activated the 5 viscera and 6 bowel technique, radiating light that formed a faint barrier. The genius who could defeat Esmond wouldn't be influenced by mere killing intent in the first star. However, the killing intent in each subsequent star would exponentially increase both in quantity and quality. While Hector might safely pass the first day, by the second day, 99.9% of geniuses would perish here, and Hector would be no exception. Boom. The first day passed quietly without affecting Hector. By the second day, rumble. The second and third stars of death awakened successively. The 3 stars merged into a single entity, producing 10 times the killing intent compared to the first day. 1 plus 1 plus 1 didn't equal 3 but multiplied several times over. Hector felt immense pressure immediately. His eyes turned blood red as endless killing intent spewed from his pores like fountains. He's finished, the gray-cloaked Kyler sighed upon seeing this scene. Hashtag chapter 536. Hector awakens to the Tao, a new world's path. Ishan Wang Roy nodded in agreement and turned to leave, saying casually, prepare for his funeral. Remember, give him a grand burial. Yes, your majesty. The Kylerly man in gray robes nodded, feeling another wave of emotion as he sat cross-legged, preparing to activate the 7-star killing array and retrieve Hector's body once Hector was completely dead. As he spoke, he glanced sideways, noticing that Geoffrey Roy had moved closer, his gaze fixed intently on Hector's back, eyes flashing uncertainly. Indeed, this young man has blazed his own path in martial arts. His field is an independent realm, equivalent to a self-contained space. If he continues to develop, his future achievements will be extraordinary. Your Majesty, I think we should let him out. Such a prodigy would be a tremendous loss if he dies here, the Kyler said immediately. Throughout history, few people could carve out their own path while still in the Great Master realm. Whenever such an individual emerged, they invariably became saints or competed for the title of emperor among the continent's top geniuses. A human emperor. And at this moment, Geoffrey Roy hesitated. Hector's performance far exceeded his expectations. After all, even his son Killian, who had reached the peak of the Great Master realm, had barely survived the triple kill stars by using all his trump cards. Despite this, he was hailed as one of the most talented individuals in the Wu dynasty and successfully entered the Holy Dalton sect. Hector, compared to his eldest son Killian, was even more exceptional. He endured the 3 kill stars at the initial Great Master level, surpassing his son's abilities and walking his own unique path in martial arts. Such prodigies were rare even in the northern martial realm. The Kyler shook his head with a sigh. Geoffrey Roy, however, narrowed his eyes and after some hesitation, said, prepare to bring him out. If anyone asks, tell them he managed to break through on his own. The Kyler froze in surprise, then burst into joy. Your Majesty is merciful. Gideon live, your Majesty. He understood that the Emperor had softened, not wanting to see a generation's genius fall. His love for talent had moved him. Immediately, the Kyler rose, took out the iron block, and prepared to drip blood on it to activate the 7-star killing array and retrieve Hector. But just as he was about to act, his eyes widened in disbelief. Even Geoffrey Roy's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes revealing unimaginable shock. Although Hector's field had shattered, in that very moment, his hands formed seals, inspired to create an entirely new technique. He struck out with light, which solidified into bricks, forming a path leading towards the 3 killer stars. The malevolent energy from the stars poured into this newly created path. This sudden inspiration came from his father's spirit-devouring path, evolving it into something new. If his father could create a path to devour spirits, Hector believed he could also create a different kind of path, inspired by his father's innovation. He hadn't yet named this path, but he hoped it would eventually lead to a new world, just as his father's path aimed to send spirits to the legendary spirit realm and elevate himself into that incomprehensible world. Hector wished for his creation to also reach a new, unprecedented world. Hashtag chapter 537, 30-fold evil chi. Does Hector still have hope? The new path Hector had created was still in its embryonic form, but it possessed some extraordinary characteristics. All the 20-fold evil chi from within the 3-star killing formation flowed into Hector's new world path as if water were flowing down a river. As it neared Hector, he directly shattered it with one palm. The evil chi that entered the New World Path continued to compress inward, and almost instantly, the New World Path was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the evil chi. Damn, this kid is comprehending the Tao? Is he even human? At this moment, the Jace clothes was so shocked that he burst out cursing, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Who could have thought that Hector would comprehend the Tao at the moment when he was almost about to die? Even if comprehending the Tao were ignored, the Tao he comprehended not only pulled him back from the brink of death, but also allowed him to suppress the 20-fold evil chi within the 3 killing stars once again. His terrifying talent was simply too unfathomable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed. Remember, don't let anything happen to him. Gilteon hastily added. Hector's terrifying potential made him both astonished and excited. Once such a genius grew up, they would be no less than Lord Jalen. Absolutely cannot let Hector die here. Otherwise, it would be an incalculable loss to the northern frontier cultivation world. Geniuses, he had seen plenty of. Peerless geniuses, he had seen plenty of. Some prodigies from the Azure Mansion, Spirit Marshal Hall, and Holy Dalton Sect, he had also seen many. But those so-called geniuses, peerless geniuses, and prodigies were incomparable to Hector in terms of talent alone. He saw the shadow of the former Jalen in Hector. This was an absolute monster that could match the Jalen, perhaps even surpassing him. Saying he possessed the talent of a Grand Jeffrey would not be an exaggeration. Boom. At this moment, the New World Path was filled with evil chi and seemed ready to collapse, making Gilteon and the Jace extremely tense, preparing to take action. However, Hector formed hand seals, causing the about-to-collapse New World Path to suddenly shrink, like a compressed field. Then, with a wave of his hand, the New World Path dissolved into nothingness, taking the 20-fold evil chi with it. This kid, too monstrous, simply not human. At this moment, the Jace, who had held his breath for Hector several times, couldn't help but sigh deeply. Each time Hector seemed to be on the verge of life and death, simultaneously, the 3 preceding killing stars emitted red light and merged with the 4th. Instantly, like the yellow river breaking its banks, 30-fold evil chi surged down, shattering Hector's New World Path and creating numerous cracks. Hector did not dare to slack off. With hand seals, he continuously cast beams of light to repair the New World Path. However, due to the increased flow rate of evil chi, doubling compared to before, even Hector had to put in his utmost effort just to barely keep up with the crumbling speed. Thus, Hector persisted for a full half-day, collapsing on one side, repairing on the other. There are still 2 hours. If he can endure, he will become the sole monster in our Great Wu to survive the 7-star killing formation for 3 days since its establishment, the Jace said, becoming even more nervous as he constantly checked the time. One day has 12 hours. Hector had endured 10 hours on the 3rd day, leaving 2 more hours. Though only 2 hours, these 2 hours would be an agonizing period for Hector, who was currently tense and drenched in sweat. If he couldn't hold on, he would face 30-fold evil chi. He might lose his mind in an instant and become a demon of evil chi, instantly descending into madness, finding no place to bury his bones. Therefore, the Jace was more nervous, channeling his true energy to resist the 30-fold malevolent aura. However, there was just too much of it. Even with his peak Grandmaster cultivation, he could barely withstand it. Staying here for too long would risk driving him mad, or causing him to go into spiritual madness. Your Majesty. Gilteon arrived at this moment. The Trent's heart raced and he asked urgently, could Master Su have been destroyed by the sudden influx of malevolent aura? But while he was speaking, Hector suddenly appeared, startling the Trent. How did this little monster appear out of nowhere? The Trent was baffled, looking at Hector as if he were a ghost. His eyes started turning blood red, and an uncontrollable killing intent began to emanate from him. You need to leave quickly. This Fred is left to me, Gilteon said, eyeing the Trent who was visibly distressed and emitting waves of killing intent. Yes, Your Majesty. The Trent nodded and swiftly exited the 7 stars death formation. Once he came out, the blood-red tint in his eyes gradually faded. When he looked at Hector again, he saw Hector making a seal but not emitting light or forming a new world path. Instead, a new method emerged. A series of patterns floated up. These were the same patterns he'd seen during Hector's battle with Chevy. Hector had used these patterns to directly knock Chevy flying. A single move to defeat the enemy. But now, Hector clearly wasn't using them to subdue. Hector had now joined their ranks. Hector, the 3rd day has passed. You can come out now, Gilteon smiled. Seeing Hector survive the 3rd day, Hector opened his eyes and, looking at Gilteon, frowned and said, Your Majesty, do you still remember your promise? The word of a king is as good as gold. Gilteon nodded with a smile. Facing Hector again, all of his previous anger had disappeared. Instead, he found Hector increasingly likable. The only thing that made him regretful was that such a remarkable genius was not his son-in-law. Sigh. He really wanted to know what kind of women those 2 women of Hector's were, that they could make such a prodigy forsake them over the princess of Great Wu. Your Majesty, may I stay here for a few more days? Hector asked suddenly. Gilshan's expression changed. He knew what Hector intended to do and hurriedly warned, Hector, I understand what you plan to do, but I must remind you. On the 4th day, the 5th star will activate, forming a 5-star conjunction. The malevolent aura will reach 50 times its normal amount, and its flow rate will be twice as fast as on the 3rd day. Please think carefully before answering. Gilshan's expression was solemn, hoping Hector would reconsider. In fact, surviving 3 days makes you the only one in history to do so as a Grandmaster. Your achievement is unprecedented in our Great Wu. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, but my mind is made up. I ask for your support, Hector replied solemnly. Gilteon looked at Hector for a moment, seeing his determined gaze. He knew Hector wouldn't be persuaded otherwise. Refusing might make this young man resentful. Fine, if you can't hold on, I will forcibly bring you out. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Thank you, Your Majesty, Hector bowed. Then Gilteon stepped back. As soon as he exited, he lost control, his face turning deathly pale, with a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, are you all right? The Trent asked immediately. Gilteon waved his hand and laughed bitterly, even at half-step sage level. I can't stand the 4-star killing formation for too long. Sigh. This young man can remain unharmed for so long inside. It's terrifying potential. Your Majesty, on the 4th day, let this old servant enter instead. Please don't enter yourself, the Trent suggested worriedly. Gilteon shook his head. No. Once the 5-star conjunction forms, entering will immediately lead to spiritual madness. Translation completed while maintaining the paragraph structure, tone, and coherence with the previous content. ##### Chapter 539. 5 stars aligned, 6 stars in place. The Trent's expression was especially grim. He naturally knew the terrifying nature of the 5 stars alignment. For His Majesty to build in that path? The Trent was greatly startled. Having observed Hector for 3 days, the Kyler knew that Hector previously activated them one at a time. Seeing him do so simultaneously now, it left him in awe once again. One mind, 2 tasks. This child has exceeded my expectations again, Gilteon remarked with amazement. In the martial arts domain, there is a mental state known as one mind, 2 tasks. Throughout history, very few have achieved this state. It was said only some of the top geniuses in the sovereign realm could accomplish it. In the Grandmaster realm, it was even rarer. And yet, Hector, who was currently in the Grandmaster realm, belonged to this rare category. Not only was he outstanding in martial arts and secret martial techniques, but also in mental states. No. This kid can handle one mind, 3 tasks? Suddenly, Gilshan's body jolted violently, his eyes widening as if he had seen a ghost. Hector's left palm formed a seal, transforming the Imperial Decree True Intent formation. A series of True Intent formations emerged, absorbing the surrounding True Intent formations. Gilteon and the Trent were already stunned beyond words. Field, New World Path, True Intent formation. All 3 appeared simultaneously. This was handling one mind, 3 tasks. Even many top sages found this difficult to achieve. Want to try the 5th day? Have you gone mad? Gilteon was shocked. The 5 stars alignment on the 4th day already pushed you to your limits, didn't it? On the 5th day, it's the 6 stars configuration, with the malevolent chi increasing to 80-fold, and the flow rate reaching 10-fold. You won't be able to withstand it. I must try. I have a strong feeling that if I can endure this, the benefits will be immense, Hector insisted. And if you can't withstand it, have you considered the consequences? Gilteon asked sternly. Haha, even if I can't withstand it, I can ensure my safety without falling into madness. Your Majesty, please let me try. Perhaps this time, I'll surprise you again, Hector laughed. Gilteon coldly remarked, I hope it's not a shock. Surprise? Honestly, the first 4 times didn't shock him, but later, the shocks turned into pleasant surprises. Go ahead then. If things look bad, remember to exit immediately. I'll do everything I can to help you, Gilteon said. Unconsciously, his attitude towards Hector had changed fundamentally. From initial anger, it had gradually shifted to admiration, and today, he felt a deep appreciation for Hector's talent. Such an extraordinary talent, he would never let anything happen to Hector. Boom. The 6th day finally arrived. The entire 7 stars killing array suddenly transformed as if the sky had turned to dusk. The 6th killing star activated, and all 6 stars, originally blue, turned blood red, emitting 80-fold malevolent chi. The flow rate increased to 10-fold. Hector had been prepared. New World Path, 5 True Intent formations, in the field were fully activated. However, they only sustained for half an hour before collapsing completely. Oh no, this kid is in danger, the Trent exclaimed. Gilteon could no longer wait and prepared to throw the blood-stained iron block to open the 7 stars killing array and bring Hector out. But at that moment, Hector, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. Rumble. As he stood, a massive wave of malevolent chi submerged him. Yet, a stunning scene unfolded. That malevolent chi, once entering his body, seemed to vanish into a bottomless pit, having no effect on Hector. Gilteon and the Trent were momentarily stunned and bewildered. What was happening? Only Hector was filled with joy. In that split second, he had attempted to communicate with the Soul Devourer within him. The merged and awakened Soul Devourer immediately influenced the surrounding space. The second layer of space opened. As soon as the massive malevolent chi touched Hector's body, it devours with souls, meaning they had to kill continuously. This was why the demonic path was shunned by the world. Now, Hector wanted to control a Soul Devourer without following the methods of the demonic path. Indeed, it seemed incomprehensible. Many righteous cultivators had attempted this in ancient times, but failed without exception. They concluded that righteous methods could restrict Soul Devourers, but not make them serve. In the end, these ancients gave up. But now, Hector intended to try. If successful, it would be a hidden powerful weapon. Bang! Brand entering a phase when the Soul Devourer absorbed the malevolent energy. It enlarged its body and momentarily detached itself from Hector's heart. Hector's heaven's eye emitted a red light, pinpointing the location of his heart, pulling it out. This was a peak 5th layer Soul Devourer. If it wasn't suppressed and allowed to escape, it would cause significant problems. But Hector was confident he could limit it again. Opportunities often come with risks. Thus, he decided to give it a shot. Roar. Upon emerging, the Soul Devourer let out a roar, instantly distorting the surrounding space. Hector's heaven's eye started to crack. A peak 5th layer Soul Devourer. Hector trying to suppress it with the heaven's eye was indeed a stretch. Bang. Zoltank emitted from Hector's palms as he utilized the touch spear option. Instantly, he sent the temporarily restrained Soul Devourer under 6 red Death Stars, preparing to use the Death Stars to incapacitate it, making it mindless and easier to control. Bang. As expected, Hector's plan worked. When the Soul Devourer neared the 6 Death Stars, it seemed suppressed, absorbing a large amount of malevolent energy and growing stronger. Simultaneously, due to the Soul Devourer, the 6 Death Stars activated further, leading to a fierce backlash. Bang! The Death Stars emitted vibrant red light, prematurely activating the seventh star. Now, the 7 stars aligned, and they continued moving closer, seemingly aiming for unification. Hiss, what has this Fred done? How could he activate the 7 stars early? Gilteon exclaimed, startled. Even as a half-step Dalton, he was stunned by what he saw. He held the bloodied iron block in his palm, wanting to enter, but ultimately giving up. He knew that once the 7 stars aligned, even entering would mean certain death for him. This time, the little monster Hector would truly die within the 7 stars death formation. Prepare to tidy up his remains, Gilteon sighed, looking exhausted. He had waited here for 5 whole days only to receive such an outcome. The Trent also shook his head with a sigh. At this point, the 7 stars death formation was full. He had utilized the 5th stage spatial peak spirit devourer within his body. This combination created a balance with the fully activated 7 stars killing array. At this moment, Hector was not only securing himself within a temporary safe zone, but also placing the spirit devourer in an increasingly dire situation. The spirit devourer struggled as more and more malevolent chi surged in, and its struggles grew weaker. Its once fierce gaze gradually became dazed, suggesting that it would eventually become a mindless killing machine like the others controlled by the dark cultists. Boom. Just then, absolute safety was shattered. After the alignment of the 7 stars, the array further activated, merging the 7 red killing stars into one. 7 stars united. The amount of Sa Chi doubled once more, reaching 150 times its original volume, with a flow rate 20 times faster. Hector's field exploded instantly. His new world path fractured, and his true intention dissolved into nothingness. Note: I've maintained the usage of Sha Chi, as it seems to be a specific term in context, but ensured the rest of the text reads fluently in English. Hector swiftly retreated, preparing to break out of the 7 stars killing array. Under the massive impact of the Sa Chi, the spirit devourer finally shut down, its eyes vacant as if it had lost its soul. Note: Sa factors. Note: Sa Chi is a term from the original context which doesn't have a direct English equivalent. It refers to a kind of ominous or malevolent energy. For better readability in English, you may translate it as malevolent energy, or similar depending on the context. For smoother reading, we could also adjust this sentence slightly. Although Hector appeared excited, it didn't guarantee he was completely unharmed. The malevolent energy could have influenced his brain, causing an abnormal increase in excitatory responses. Hector quickly regained his composure and replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I gained a lot this time." Gilteon felt a chill run through him as he scrutinized Hector. He found no difference between the Hector who had entered and the one who had come out unscathed. This young man was the first Grandmaster-level martial artist to come out alive since the establishment of the 7 stars killing array, and the only one to emerge unscathed after the array fully revived. When I sent you in, it was meant as punishment. Never did I expect not only to fail but also to benefit you. So, you don't need to thank me. Thank your own bravery and decisiveness. Gilteon sighed and shook his head. Your Majesty, Lorenith wishes to enter. At that moment, a bud interrupted. Gilteon said, "Let her in." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Kyler turned and left. A moment later, potentially sparking unnecessary fear and suspicion. "Hector, you truly are an unparalleled genius," Princess Nikki exclaimed after learning the truth. "Lonely, arrogant Sky cannot compare to you." Hector smiled and looked at Nikki. "Thank you, Princess, for your concern. If you ever need help in the future, I, Hector, will do everything in my power." Although Nikki hadn't directly assisted him this time, her efforts on his behalf were appreciated. "Your Majesty, regarding our previous arrangement," Hector addressed Gilteon again. "Ing Daltondom was under siege and in dire straits. Every day wasted cost countless lives. I have prepared the Imperial Edict. Take it with you to Ing Daltondom along with Hector." Gilteon handed a yellow scroll to Nikki. She nodded, taking it eagerly. "Hector, let's go. With this edict, Chi Daltondom will not dare to refuse." "Thank you, Your Majesty and Princess." Hector expressed his deep gratitude. Without wasting time, he and Nikki left the Great Wu Imperial City, hurrying towards Ing Daltondom without delay. Chapter 542. The city falls, the Ing Daltondom in danger. Now, with the princess of the Great Wu dynasty and the Holy Edict of Dalton Wu, even a medium-level kingdom like Qi must withdraw its troops. Hector and his group arrived at a teleportation array within the Great Wu dynasty. This time, with the company of Princess Nikki, no fees were charged. They were directly sent through the portal. As before, Hector kept his firmament eye open throughout the journey. With experience from the previous trip, Hector encountered no dangers this time. However, there was no further change in his realm's development. It seemed that to unlock new secrets again, he would need another opportunity. Boom. 3 days later, Hector stepped back into the territory of the Ing Daltondom. This time, it was different. The entire Ing Daltondom was in ruins, filled with decaying corpses everywhere. This Chi Daltondom is merciless. Even Princess Nikki couldn't help but frown deeply upon seeing this. Daphne-Drous intent surged in Hector's eyes. The situation was even more brutal than when he had left. It was clear that after failing to capture the Ing Daltondom, she had taken out their anger by slaughtering the people once again. The various counties of Ing looked as if they were in an apocalypse. Chi Daltondom, Hector gritted his teeth. Jinyang Martial College was gone because of Qi. The various counties of Ing were repeatedly massacred because of Qi, turning them into living hells. This immediately aroused Hector's murderous rage. If the Chi Daltondom does not fall, I Hector swear never to be human. Clenching his teeth, Hector continued his journey, encountering some Qi soldiers along the way who were plundering and killing. Whenever Hector saw them, he killed all of them. Even Nikki and the few peak Grandmaster experts with him dealt fatal blows, killing these soldiers. Completely exhausted, then they will surrender. Do I have to repeat myself? Attack now, immediately. Janice's expression darkened as he tossed a golden token to the general. Seeing the 4 characters, as if I were here, engraved on the token, the general instantly showed respect. This was the imperial token of the Qi Jeffrey. Anyone holding it could command all Qi troops. If anyone dared to disobey, they could be executed on the spot. Yes, your highness. The general led the officers out of the tent. Janice, however, smirked coldly. Hector, all the humiliation you inflicted upon me will be repaid today by making everyone in the Ying Daltondom's capital suffer. He planned to massacre everyone in the Ying capital after capturing it, leaving no one alive. Rumbling sounds arose as the armies of Qi and the other 8 kingdoms launched another total assault. The remaining soldiers of Ying, already weakened by hunger and fatigue, were barely able to defend against these relentless attacks. The 9 powerful clans of Ying also suffered severe losses, with even Jessup sustaining multiple injuries. Your Majesty, Qi has launched another major attack. A general rushed in, trembling. What? Again? Hearing this, the officials in the hall all turned pale. Only the surviving Kylers of the 8 great families were present. Your Majesty, what do we do now? The Kylers looked towards Eris. In recent battles, the Kyler Jamar of the Ying clan had fallen. 5 of the 8 Kylers had also died, leaving the remaining 3 nearly incapacitated. It was only a matter of time before the city fell. Eris sighed, looking at the officials and nobles, who were all exhausted. My lords, perhaps our kingdom truly faces its end. Humph, its end? At this moment, the doors opened, and Jessup walked in bare-chested, covered in sword and knife wounds from his recent battles. Seeing him, everyone became serious. The Ying Daltondom had been able to hold out primarily due to Jessup's leadership. Without him, they would have fallen days ago. Our kingdom isn't finished yet. Even if it falls, we will fight to the last man. Jessup's gaze swept over the room fiercely. An official said, even if we endure until the city is razed and everyone is slaughtered? Jessup glanced at the official, replying, do you think they'll spare us if we surrender? Silence fell over the hall. Everyone knew that even if they surrendered, she wouldn't show mercy. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. Our city is besieged. Please flee while you can. Another general burst in, panicking. Who? The general dropped dead, cut down instantly. Jessup flashed past, saying, those who want to escape, do so quickly. She couldn't unleash much power. Fortunately, she was a heavenly silkworm sacred body, and the protective cocoon enveloped her, preventing the soldiers from breaking through her defenses anytime soon. Prince Janus has decreed that whoever captures Hector's 2 women will be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 10,000 gold. What? Promoted 3 ranks and 10,000 gold? This is literally a shortcut to success. Kill. The experts roared and attacked fiercely. Within moments, cracks appeared on the cocoon surrounding Rhonda. Florence. Esther was alarmed and wanted to help, but was blocked by the other grandmasters. Boom. At this moment, Jessup approached swiftly. Seeing the carnage caused by Hector's men, he erupted in rage. To dare kill the people of my Sioux residence, you are all dead, Jessup bellowed. Haha, Jessup, you have quite a mouth on you. For you to declare us all dead, you must first possess the ability, a sudden, Kylerly voice said. Jessup's heart raced. With a flash, the ground where he stood exploded and instantly sank several meters deep. A bud now stood there, accompanied by a dozen mid-stage grandmasters. It's you, Jessup narrowed his eyes. Are you Hector's father, Jessup? Asked Prince Janus, who had appeared next to the bud, sizing up Jessup. Are you the Prince of Qi? Jessup looked at Janus. Haha, indeed. I am the Prince of Qi. I've had a few encounters with your son. A gang, acting like bandits, killed all the men in Kylers, leaving only young Prudences to be violated. Don't, please, spare us mother and daughter? A woman in her 30s hugged a 15-year-old Prudence, pleading desperately. Her actions incited the soldiers. Hee, begging for mercy? Brothers, this woman is actually begging for mercy. I love it when women beg. One soldier kicked the woman away, grabbed the Prudence, and ripped off her upper clothes. You can watch me perform over here. Beasts, you are all beasts. The woman screamed, attempting to intervene multiple times, but was kicked back each time. Eventually, she couldn't get up anymore, lying on the ground in despair. One day, I will kill all of you, she vowed in her heart. Suddenly, with several pops, the heads of a dozen soldiers flew off, catching everyone's attention. The woman also looked over. Who are you? Dare to ruin our fun? Do you want to die? Who dared to kill our comrades? Brothers, tear him into pieces. Soldiers surrounded him. Hector casually glanced at them, triggering the secret realm. A golden field spread out. Asterisk puff, 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 asterisk. His field acted like a bulldozer, crushing the soldiers into minced meat before they could even scream. Hector took off his outer robe and wrapped the trembling Prudence in it, then turned to leave. Just then, the woman suddenly stood up, trembling, and came to Hector. May I ask, sir, what is your name? Hector. Hector glanced at her and quickly left. Hector. The woman watched him leave, bowed gratefully, and whispered, Sue, sir, today's kindness will be repaid someday. She then left with the Prudence, unaware that this act of mercy would eventually lead to 2 of the most feared female demons in the entire Leroy Vine Marshall continent. As Hector continued deeper into the city towards the Sioux residence, he saw more and more corpses. Clearly, a group had specifically targeted the Sioux residence. Qi Nation, if my father, Zoltanger, or Florence gets hurt, none of Qi's nobles will live. Hashtag chapter 544. Bully my woman, and you shall Leroy. Beside him, Nikki also felt Hector's raging killing intent, causing a chill to run down her spine. It was clear that Hector placed an extraordinary importance on his family, even more so than his own life. Back in Dawu, Hector had never been this concerned about his own life and death. This only strengthened her resolve to help Hector save his family. Boom. As Hector advanced, he encountered more and more elite warriors from Qi State, but he did not make a move himself. The few great Wu experts beside him took care of them all. When Hector reached the entrance of the Sioux residence, what he saw made his heart constrict there. I, Esther, will obliterate you all, even if it costs me my life, Esther roared, her eyes bloodshot as she struggled to break through the formidable grandmasters blocking her path. Meanwhile, Jessup was already under attack by a large number of elite warriors, fighting fiercely near the palace, single-handedly holding back nearly 90% of the enemy forces. If Jessup survived today, his future achievements would be awe-inspiring. Rhonda watched as the grandmasters, filled with lustful gazes, charged toward her. Despair flooded her eyes. Su Lang, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect our child. In the next life, I will still be your woman. She touched her pregnant belly tenderly, her eyes soft with affection for Hector and their unborn child. But this tenderness quickly turned into despair and fury. Come then, let's die together. Rhonda steeled herself, ready to self-destruct and take the grandmasters down with her. Even if she couldn't kill them, she intended to gravely wound them before her death. Be careful, she's going to explode. Fall back. One of the approaching grandmasters suddenly sensed her resolve and shouted in alarm, swiftly retreating. But at that moment, a voice sliced through the air like lightning. A thunderous sound exploded within the Su residence, echoing loudly in everyone's ears as if someone were shouting directly into their heads, shaking them to their core. In the next life, you will still be my woman. This life, we shall grow old together. Puff. At the instant the words echoed, Hector instantly appeared beside Rhonda. Asterisk puff, 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 asterisk. Simultaneously, the 8 grandmasters spat out blood as a golden force field slammed into them like a bulldozer, shattering their bones and sending them flying, exploding midair. Blood rained down. Hector's gaze locked onto Rhonda, his bloodshot eyes softening. Florence, I'm sorry. I arrived too late. His gentle words jolted Rhonda out of her despair. But, Su Lang, is it really you? Am I dreaming? Her touch confirmed the reality, yet disbelief lingered. Because she knew Hector had gone to Daewoo, millions of kilometers away, and according to Janice, Hector was dead. Learning of Hector's death had plunged her into despair. Only the thought of their child kept her from following him. You're not dreaming. I'm back. No one will bully you or our child today. Hector smiled gently, then turned to stare at Janice, his eyes turning cold and menacing. Janice, you dared to commit such atrocities after escaping my last attempt. Today, you will die. Janice froze, clearly surprised that Hector had emerged alive from the 7-star array in Daewoo. It's better you're not dead. Today, I will slaughter your entire family in front of you, letting you experience true despair. Janice sneered, glancing at a Trent standing beside him. The Kyler was already at the mid-grandmaster stage, 4 to 5 realms higher than Hector. Su Lang, be careful. That old man is a mid-grandmaster level expert, Rhonda warned, her face paling slightly. Doesn't matter if he's a mid-grandmaster. Whoever dares to harm you, must die, Hector replied coolly. Boom. Instantly, Hector's combat aura condensed, and a silver skull mask appeared over his face. Mr. Su, need any help? Princess Nikki asked, arriving just then. She glanced at Rhonda and then fixed her gaze on the mid-grandmaster level expert. Princess, why are you here? Janice's face changed upon seeing Nikki. No need. I can handle this myself. Hector shook his head. He stepped forward. Crack. The ground beneath his feet shattered as Hector vanished from sight. Chapter 545. Eris's desperate cry. Your Highness, be careful. The heart of the middle stage Grandmaster Grey-Robed Kyler was filled with apprehension. Hector was still 30 meters away from him. Logically speaking, such a distance could be closed in an instant for him. Within 30 meters, no initial stage Grandmaster could escape his sight. But at this moment, Hector had seemingly vanished. Although he could see Hector, the latter's speed far boom. However, Hector seemed not to care about his shock. His only thought now was to end the fight quickly, kill the Grey-Robed Kyler, and then go to assist his father. Boom. As the Trent was astonished, Hector's silver mask merged completely with his face. At this moment, Hector's cultivation temporarily entered the second stage of the Grandmaster realm. Another breakthrough. How is this possible? The Trent was greatly alarmed, filled with both awe and the desire to retreat. Unfortunately, it was already too late because Hector was already beside him. After the true intent diagrams, Hector clenched his fingers, instantly compressing the field into a streak of gold light that condensed on his right fist. Spirit explosion. This punch was even more ferocious than the true intent diagram's explosion. The Trent, sensing this, became extremely fearful. After only 3 exchanges, Hector's strikes grew progressively stronger. By now, the power Hector displayed made even him tremble with fear and dread. Your Highness, flee quickly. Immediately, he crossed his hands, concentrating all his true chi in his arms, hoping to block Hector's incomparable strike. Unfortunately, Hector's spirit explosion, enhanced by the skull mask, unleashed full combat power, reaching the peak since his advancement to the Grandmaster realm. Poof. And due to this brief opportunity, Janice managed to escape the Su family manor. Su Lang. Esther hurried to Hector's side, her face cold, staring at the direction Janice fled. I'll go with you. Fine. Hector nodded and paused, looking at Nikki. Your Highness, I entrust you with a task. Please protect Florence for me. Nikki glanced at the visibly pregnant Rhonda and nodded. Rest assured, with me here, no one will hurt her. Thank you, Your Highness. With that, he swiftly departed. After he left, Nikki remained with 3 Kylers. With their protection, Rhonda's safety was ensured. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Jessup was covered in blood. Chi Daltondom's numerous experts surrounded him. Despite his immense strength, having reached the 3rd stage of the Grandmaster realm, he was nearing exhaustion. Poof. A sword chi struck Jessup's chest, spewing blood as he staggered back. At this moment, over 30 peak mid-stage Grandmasters were closing in around Jessup. Jessup, surrender to Chi Daltondom, and you may be spared death, a mid-stage Grandmaster said sternly. Jessup glanced at them coldly. Why waste words? If you can, make me fall first. Boom. Speaking, he rushed forward, countless sword chi surging like waves. Poof. An arm of a mid-stage Grandmaster flew off, screaming, "Kill him! Jessup, you seek death!" Over a dozen others roared furiously, filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Eris, Carissa, and the rest of the Ying clan faced enormous peril. The 8 major clans were mostly dead or wounded. Poof! Eris's arm flew off, his crown fell, hair disheveled, kneeling on the ground in complete disarray. At this moment, his strength was drained, while 3 grandmasters were swiftly approaching. Looking around, he saw nothing but Qi Daltondoms and allied nations experts and armies. Jessup was also trapped, his downfall only a matter of time. Could my kingdom truly be doomed? Heaven above, I've ruled justly these years. The lives of my people have improved day by day. Why do you treat me so unjustly, making me the ruler of a fallen nation? Eris let out a desperate cry. Chapter 546, Deep Father-Son Bond. Your Majesty. At this moment, the entire clan of Brody's family let out a sorrowful and furious cry. The Ying clan had ruled over Ying Nation for 600 years. Brandering these 6 centuries, under their rule, Ying Nation thrived and reached its peak during their generation. But who would have thought that the peak would also be the end of their Ying Nation? Haha, the Ying clan should have been wiped out long ago. Today, none of you will escape. Surrounding grandmasters shouted with murderous intent. We may die, but we won't let you off easily. Protect His Majesty and the Kenneth. The dozen Kylers of the Ying clan roared in anger. They were all early-stage grandmaster powerhouses. Now they rushed forward, igniting their own lives to self-destruct, hoping to buy time for Brody's escape. Hmph, you dare to self-destruct before us? Several mid-stage grandmasters appeared, sneering as they countered with full force. Though the self-destruction was powerful enough to threaten some peak early-stage grandmasters, it posed no threat to these mid-stage ones. Instantly, they blocked the explosive energy. At this moment, Carissa embraced Brody and swiftly moved towards another direction. Simultaneously, the clan members surged forward like moths dashing into a flame, rushing toward the Qi Nation and the 8 nations' powerhouses. No! Brody howled, his eyes wide with pain. These people were the pillars of their clan and future hopes. Yet now, to protect his escape, they charged at those mid-stage grandmasters just to buy him more time. Hmph! Mere ants dare to obstruct us, how utterly hopeless. The mid-stage grandmasters laughed coldly, waving hands that caused the charging clan members to explode into nothingness. Watching this, Brody howled in rage. Carissa sighed internally. He knew that escaping today might not matter much. One thing was certain. The Ying clan was finished, and Ying Nation would fall into history's dust. Instantly, he thought of Hector, the prodigy of their nation, who had gone millions of kilometers away to Dawu half a month ago. Who knew what had happened to him? Brody, your turn, said a mid-stage grandmaster, arriving behind Carissa and Brody with an icy gaze enveloping them both. Indeed, all efforts seemed futile against such powerhouses. Carissa bitterly smiled, abandoning resistance. Gee, I have wronged you. In your next life, don't be born into royalty. Brody looked at Carissa beside him and said bitterly. Facing death, he suddenly showed regret towards Carissa, who had received little attention since birth, but proved to be the most filial son. Father, I am your son in life and death. Today, let me serve you one last time. Carissa stood up and faced the mid-stage grandmaster with hatred, saying, Khalil to kill my father? Kill me first. Chuckle, you're quite a principled prince. Well, considering your loyalty, I'll grant you that. The old man raised his hand, pressing towards Carissa. Brody closed his eyes without sorrow or despair. Ever since their capital fell, he had foreseen this outcome. Gee, father will join you soon, he muttered. Flaying him alive wouldn't quell the emperor's fury. On the way, Hector had taken Janice's head. Killing him was nothing. Today, none of you will escape. As for your Qi Nation, I'll make it fall soon. Hector's cold voice filled with killing intent swept over the dozen mid-stage grandmasters. Despite his seemingly low cultivation, his intense gaze and unwavering tone pierced their hearts. Hemph, you yellow-haired child dares speak so boldly about destroying our Qi Nation. Do you know how strong our nation truly is? The Kyler scoffed, finding Hector's words absurd, akin to a toddler boasting before a giant. How laughable indeed. Chapter 547. Our Ying Daltondom will not fall. Hector looked at Jeffrey Eris and nodded, saying, Your Majesty, our Ying Daltondom will not fall. Our family grievances and national hatred will be avenged bit by bit. Good, I believe in you, Eris nodded. At this moment, he felt immense gratitude toward Hector. He had already despaired, but seeing Hector appear brought renewed hope to his heart. Now, let me see just how strong your Qi state is. Boom. Several sword auras rose instantly from the ground, slashing towards over 10 mid-rank Great Master Realm experts from the Qi state. At this moment, Hector was attacking over 10 mid-rank Great Master Realm experts all at once, causing Eris and the others to tremble in shock. Puff. 3 mid-rank Great Master Realm experts were directly struck by Hector's sword aura, spitting blood as they flew backward, leaving a massive blade scar descending from the sky. This was their Qi state's aerial blade slash. Its ultimate technique, Void Slash, was said to cleave through space when mastered. Aerial blade slash was a branch of Void Slash. Even so, it was absolutely a high-tier saber technique in the Great Master Realm, incredibly powerful. Even a warrior of the same realm would need to avoid its might. Hiss, this is the strongest saber technique of the Qi clan, the aerial blade slash. It is notoriously difficult to master, but once successful, it can almost instantly kill an opponent of equal level and qualifications. This old man knows this move? Brother Sue, get out of the way quickly. At this moment, Carissa recognized the origin of the saber technique and shouted a warning to Hector. However, Hector paid no attention. Focusing on the blade, his figure moved, his body trembled, and a golden field spread out. Clang. Under the watchful eyes of numerous experts from the Qi state and the 8 nations, Hector's field collided fiercely with the descending blade mark of the bud. In the next moment, thunderous exclamations erupted. Hiss, impossible. This Fred blocked Lord Qi Tianxiong's aerial blade slash. How can this be? Aerial Blade Slash is a branch of the Supreme Void Slash, always a new change. Now, the once spirit martial youth had grown strong enough to resist several mid-rank Great Master Realm experts from the 9 nations, even blocking Arlen's Aerial Blade Slash. Do you Chi State have only this much ability? After blocking Arlen's Aerial Blade Slash, Hector clenched his hand, and the field instantly compressed into a glowing point, pushing forward. Arlen's expression changed. His Aerial Blade Slash didn't kill Hector. It was indeed too strange. However, he quickly regained his composure and coldly said, "1 cut won't do it, then try 3. Let's see how many you can block." No matter how strong the defense, there was a limit. To him, the thin layer of golden ripples around Hector, though able to withstand 1 cut, would certainly fail at 2, maybe 3 at most. Clang. Instantly, he slashed 3 times. 3 cuts poured down, each more powerful than before, nearly tearing the void apart. Above Hector's head, a 15-meter-long crack appeared, shocking and horrifying to look at. Many spectators tensed, even those hundreds of meters away, instinctively stepping back. They lacked the courage to face such a strike. Yet, Hector looked up without dodging, pressing his palm forward. The compressed field in his palm formed a golden dot, released, and exploded upon contact with the cut. Boom. The area violently shook. Then, the awe-inspiring boom. After a short while, when the energy had finally dispersed, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Arlen was nowhere to be seen. The ground where he had stood had completely caved in, creating a horrifying depression at least 30 meters long and 8 meters deep. This destruction occurred after Arlen's full resistance. If the energy had directly struck the ground without any resistance, the damage would have been unimaginable. In addition, the dozen or so great profound masters from the Chi state appeared deathly pale, their aura greatly diminished, clearly suffering heavy injuries. In other words, Hector single-handedly killed Arlen, one of the peak-level 5th heaven great profound masters of the Chi family, and severely injured over a dozen great profound masters in one blow. Sigh, Sir Hector is truly an unparalleled hero. With only 1st heaven great profound cultivation, he killed Arlen and crippled over a dozen great profound masters along the way. How many such geniuses like Sir Su exist in those 3 major forces, Qianlin Manor, Zoltangwa Hall, and Holy Dalton Sect? Gideon live Sir Su. On the Ying side, people who had originally despaired started screaming excitedly upon witnessing Hector's formidable combat prowess. They saw hope for survival. Even Eris trembled with excitement, remarking, "For our Ying state to have father and son Pabloan, and suching is truly a blessing." Beside him, Carissa couldn't help but nod repeatedly. He was glad that he had helped Hector when he faced dire straits back then. If not for his actions, Nikki glanced at Hector and shook her head. "No need. We'll act if Sir Su needs us. What does this Fred want? Both he and his father are already wounded, and yet they still want to continue fighting. If we were to step in, this battle would end immediately." Another Trent frowned. Nikki looked at the Kyler and pondered. Sir Su almost lost his home and kingdom. Anger and frustration build within him. If he doesn't vent it now, it could affect his future cultivation. "Your Highness is wise." The Kylers admired her insight. Despite being only 16 years old, she surpassed them in perception. Indeed, none of them had thought of it that way. If Hector had arrived a moment later, both his wives and his father might have died here. Not only that, the Ying state would have fallen too. In Hector's place, they wouldn't have been any less enraged. Splat. Upon arriving, Hector unleashed a powerful fist strike that sent a great profound master flying before charging in alongside Leonardo. 8 more general-level masters remained, each equally formidable, if not stronger than Arlen. Apart from these, there were still 2 dozen great profound masters. This time, Qi and the allied states were determined to obliterate Ying, with an overwhelmingly strong lineup. Seeing Hector suddenly charge in, the remaining 8 generals' brows furrowed, their expressions becoming grim. Dealing with one Leonardo was already tough, costing them 1 general and 8 great profound masters. Now Hector joined in, multiplying the pressure on them. "Leonardo, Hector, we have hundreds of thousands of troops behind us. You cannot stop us. Be reasonable and move aside, and we will spare your lives." One general hesitated before speaking. Their main goal was to destroy the Ying state. Killing Leonardo and Hector would be a bonus if achievable, but their primary objective remained the destruction of Ying. This translation maintains the structure, tone, and style of the original text, ensuring fluidity and accuracy in English. Chapter 549. Father and son united. Capture the Dalton to catch the bandits. These 2 father and son had already caught the attention of a powerful figure. Their deaths were only a matter of time. "You can all come at us. We will have a good fight today." Jessup waved his hand, wielding a blood-stained bronze sword. Hector did not speak, but the intense killing aura he exuded made everything clear. These people had destroyed Jinjiang Martial Academy and massacred the citizens of Ying country. They were long on his kill list. "Very well, since you both are determined to seek death, we'll grant you your wish," a general said sternly, waving his hand. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of troops at that moment. His field could withstand the strength of 1 general, but not all 8 simultaneously. Although their attacks were blocked, his field shattered immediately after. Seizing this instant, Hector withdrew from the battlefield, giving Jessup an opportunity. The bronze sword in Jessup's hand emitted a bluish light, beautiful like a river of stars surging forth. Clang. Brevin, the leading general, paled as he fully understood how terrifying Jessup's fighting power was. Even with the combined effort of the 8 generals earlier, they couldn't bring Jessup down quickly. Splat. Despite trying to block it, Brevin still failed to stop Jessup's sword, losing his left arm as blood gushed out. Meanwhile, Hector donned a silver skull mask, his cultivation temporarily soaring to the 2nd realm of Great Master. Whoosh. In an instant, his speed increased. As Brevin was flying backward, Hector, who had been prepared, appeared before him. Simultaneously, Hector formed seals and enacted the true intention diagrams of imperial art. However, these diagrams were not the original ones. They were further developed from what he had discovered within the 7-star killing formation of Great Marshal. 1 diagram, 2 diagrams, 3 diagrams, 4 diagrams, 5 diagrams. At this moment, Hector unleashed his full combat power. 5 true intention diagrams emerged already remarkable. If these people attacked again, he would have no strength left to resist. Even so, the Kylerly men near Kylie marveled. These father and son are truly formidable. One is in the first realm of Great Master, the other in the third realm. Yet they have resisted thousands of troops and killed many mid-stage Great Masters. Now they've taken down the leading figure among the Great Masters. Incredible. It seems they can resolve this without our intervention. Several old men nodded in agreement. Kylie looked at Hector's back, her beautiful eyes flickering. She had seen many geniuses. But someone like Hector, who took responsibility and fought for his family and country, was rare. A woman should marry a hero like Herb Sue. Jessup, what do you want before you let go of General Rashad? The general gritted out. Retreat your troops, Jessup replied. Impossible. Kill me, Jessup. Today, you and your son, along with everyone in the Ing Daltondom capital, will die. Ha ha ha. Then go to hell. Jessup narrowed his eyes, ready to strike. But suddenly, a shadow-like figure rapidly moved past all the mid-stage Great Masters and struck Jessup with a powerful palm. Whoosh. In an instant, Jessup flung Brevin away. Brevin's body split into pieces with a splat. The shadow then closed in on Hector, emitting overwhelming killing intent and immense energy. Not good, through the distant city wall. After landing another palm strike, the newcomer charged toward Jessup once more. Though Jessup had taken one palm strike, he was not killed. He remained alive. He intended to deliver a second strike. But at that moment, the newcomer looked up towards the distant city wall, eyes widening in disbelief. The wall he had smashed moments ago suddenly exploded outward. Hector emerged once again, completely unharmed, as if the previous palm strike had merely brushed off dust. Yet, he clearly remembered that his palm strike had already killed this first-tier Grandmaster Realm Fred. This kid is peculiar. However, this old man can give you another palm strike. I shall see how many lives you have, the old man said, preparing to strike Hector again. At this moment, Jessup rushed forward. Old villain, if you dare to kill my son, I'll take half your life with me even if I die. Boom. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from Jessup. Jessup was about to self-detonate. Even the newcomer changed expression slightly. Jessup was no ordinary mid-stage Grandmaster Realm Waste. He was an extraordinary genius. If he self-detonated, the destructive power could threaten the newcomer's life. Father! Hector shouted, his eyes turning red. Suddenly, he bellowed at Nikki and the others. Haven't you moved yet? Boom. Almost immediately, the black-clothed Kyler beside Nikki had already struck near the new Ninjar losses. A sigh rose from Hector. He and his father felt the same way. Others taking action was completely different from doing it themselves. You're no match for this old man. Retreat quickly, and your lives will be spared. The newcomer sneered coldly, and Kyler in a dark red robe displayed blatant disdain, knocking all 5 opponents into bleeding heavily in just a few breaths. Stop. Nikki stepped forward. Everyone turned their gaze toward Nikki, frowning. Being able to bring 5 late-stage grandmasters meant she had a significant background. At the very least, she was comparable to a princess of a powerful medium-level duchy. I am the Yesenia of the Wu dynasty, Nikki. Now, I order you, Chi State and the 8 states, to retreat. Boom. Upon hearing her words, every grandmaster present changed color. Princess of the Dawu dynasty. This title was more prestigious than a monarch of a medium duchy. Just because you say you're a princess of Dawu doesn't make it true, the red-robed Kyler sneered. This is my identity token. Nikki took out a token from her chest, ready to reveal it publicly. But at this moment, the red-robed Kyler grabbed the token from a distance with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! Nikki's token flew out of her hand, captured by the Kyler. The red-robed Kyler examined it and put it away, daring to invade again within 3 months. Those who dare to defy this order shall face destruction. The mere mention of destruction made even the Bud, who had attained late-stage Grandmaster realm, pale visibly. Yi Jian was the ruler of the Great Wu dynasty. In the eastern region of the northern frontier, he was also considered one of the overlords. At the very least, their Chi state and other lower-tier vassal states present were all under his jurisdiction. If they dared to defy Great Wu, it could obliterate the Chi state and its allies in just a day or two. This was the disparity in power. Once before, there was a medium-sized vassal state whose strength grew until it believed it could challenge Great Wu. In a mere 3 days, it was completely uprooted. Its royal family and thousands of ministers were all annihilated. That event still intimidated surrounding states to this day. These neighboring states revered Great Wu like gods. No one dared to defy Great Wu in recent years. Now, with the Great Cliff Yi Jian personally issuing this edict, who would dare to openly defy? No one dared. At the very least, the Bud did not have that kind of courage. His eyes flashed, looking at Jessup and Hector with deep reluctance. Clenching his teeth, he turned and left. Go. With that single command, the hundreds of thousand-strong forces from 9 countries instantly withdrew from the capital, retreating rapidly outparted. His eyes filled with an endless torrent of killing intent. He lacked sufficient power. If he were strong enough, he would have immediately gone to annihilate Chi State and the other 8 nations. Power. Ultimately, he still wasn't strong enough. Sensing Hector's murderous intent, Jessup said, Yorker, focus on cultivating. Let's aim to invade Chi State together in 3 months and wipe it out. All right, Hector nodded. Following that, Jessup and Hector entered seclusion. They were seriously injured after this battle. Simultaneously, Hector was at a crucial moment. After several major battles, his cultivation had reached the peak of the first stage Grandmaster realm, and it wouldn't be long before he advanced further. Meanwhile, the Ing Daltondom lay in ruins, rebuilding everywhere. Some of the remaining 30% of the population left the capital, knowing that even if the kingdom hadn't fallen yet, it would in 3 months. Ultimately, only 1/10 of the peak population remained. This amount was equivalent to the combined population of 3 counties. Princess Mackenzie and her 5 late-stage Grandmaster Realm Protectors also stayed in the Ing Dolthendom, residing in Hector's residence. Within half a day, Mackenzie became close friends with Esther and Rhonda, developing a very intimate relationship. Siarer, do you have feelings for our Sue? Rhonda suddenly asked while the 3 women sat together. Hearing this, Mackenzie's eyes flickered, her face flushing slightly as she whispered, Mr. Sue doesn't like me. Haha, so if he doesn't like you, you'll just give up? Rhonda laughed. Beside her, Esther said, he has a tough mouth but a soft heart. If you spend more time with him, he'll eventually soften. Don't worry, we all support you. Right, we all support you, Rhonda added. Zoltangjejia, Dwightajejia. Seeing both of them supporting her, she felt deeply moved. Ah. Suddenly, Rhonda clutched her stomach in pain. Esther and Mackenzie looked at her belly, noticing how swollen it was, even revealing the vague outline of a tiny foot pressing against the skin. Is this little one about to be born? Mackenzie covered her mouth in surprise. It was her first time witnessing a baby doing such things inside the mother's womb. However, Esther noticed something peculiar. A faint, spiritual energy emanating from Rhonda's belly. How could an unborn infant possess spiritual energy? Shush, shush, shush. At that moment, the old men from the Great Wu dynasty burst into the hall, staring intently at Rhonda's bulging belly, their eyes filled with disbelief. Old man, I heard some prodigies can generate spiritual energy in the womb before birth. It seems true based on what we see here? Another bud nodded gravely. Indeed. It looks like this child will have potential no less remarkable than the divine martial continent. Therefore, upon hearing the Kyler's discussion, Adam couldn't help but feel excited. If it were true, her son's future would be incredibly extraordinary. The red-robed Kyler bitterly smiled. There's just that hope, but it's not very significant, no more than 10%. 10%? Upon hearing this, Adam's eyes dimmed slightly. This probability was indeed not large. Esther asked, Senior, what exactly is the great fortune you mentioned earlier? Regardless, this was Hector's son. Though not biologically his, he would still call her aunt. She would treat him as her own son. The red-robed Kyler looked at Esther and Adam, then pondered. Ancient texts have recorded that this great fortune is what we often call luck. But this luck can also be achieved through one's own efforts. For instance, once there was an emperor who, to secure this great fortune for his unborn son, tore through the void and went to a mysterious place to accomplish something earth-shaking. When this emperor returned, he brought a golden yellow fruit for his wife to consume. After eating it, his wife instantly broke through her limits and reached the near Jeffrey rank. His son was born a born sage. 50 years later, that emperor's son became a near Jeffrey and ultimately ascended to the throne as an emperor. But the emperor suffered a heavy blow to his imperial source due to his defiance of heaven's will, and he died in the year his son became a sage in the future was almost a certainty. Just like Hector, though only a grandmaster, he already exhibited characteristics akin to a sage's aura field. With such prodigious parents, their child generating spiritual energy in the womb was not difficult to comprehend. Boom. Under Jessup's golden pupil's sacred eye, he saw the formed life within Adam's belly, emitting far stronger spiritual energy than what they had detected externally. It seemed like a spiritual entity. The whole body was radiating spiritual energy. Haha, my grandson has a 50% chance of being a born sage. At this moment, Jessup withdrew his gaze, incredibly excited. 50%? Hearing this, the Kyler's expressions changed dramatically. Adam, Esther, and Nikki were filled with joy and surprise. Adam immediately said, Father, what do you mean? Jessup nodded with a smile. His whole body emits spiritual energy, just like the born sages described in ancient texts. So, I say he has a 50% chance. The Kyler's expressions shifted again. He emits spiritual energy from his entire body. Even if not a born sage, he wouldn't be far off. This child's future is boundless, the red-robed Kyler exclaimed. But at this moment, Gil loudly said, My grandson being merely a born sage isn't enough. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed. What did Jessup mean? Looking down on born sages? Or planning to do something for his unborn grandson? The red-robed Kyler seemed to realize something and said excitedly, Jessup, are you trying to secure great fortune for your grandson? The red-robed Kyler's words made everyone present change their expressions. Great fortune was hard to come by. Forcibly pursuing it could lead to unimaginable consequences. Why not? Jessup glanced at the red-robed Kyler and smiled. Father, no. Pursuing great fortune defies the heavens. You absolutely mustn't take the risk. Adam immediately refused. Jessup said, My grandson must be the strongest. My mind is set on this. No one can stop me. Father, if anything happens to you, Hector will never forgive me, Adam worried. Why do you think something will happen? Jessup frowned. When the time comes, Hector will assist me for his son. This? Esther's face changed. She wanted to say something but saw Jessup's determined look and stayed silent. Based on her understanding of Jessup, once he told Hector about the method to secure great fortune, Hector would spare no effort to give his son great fortune. These two, father and son, would do anything for their family. Rumbling sounds suddenly erupted from a distant room. Almost immediately, several great martial Kylers, including Jessup, Adam, Esther, and feeling the powerful surge within him. This power was significantly greater than 3 days ago, but it was still far from enough. To destroy Qi, he needed to become much stronger, at least reaching the peak of the middle stage of Great Elwyn Realm. To his knowledge, Aloysius of Qi was a peak Great Elwyn Realm powerhouse, almost a step away from the realm of Half-Step Dalton. Moreover, he was an unparalleled genius. Afterward, Hector walked into the hall and saw Rhonda, focusing on her belly. After sensing carefully, he nodded. It seems my son is about to be born. York, before this little fellow is born, I plan to find him a great fortune, Jessup said. Hector nodded. That's what I thought too, father. Do you have any ideas? Jessup looked at Hector. York, can you find a way to enter the Leon prison again? Hearing this, Hector's heart stirred. Father, Do you mean to release one of the ancient beings inside the Leon prison? Jessup nodded. Hector's heart immediately surged with tremendous waves. His father's idea was indeed audacious. What was the Leon prison? It was where some of the mightiest figures throughout history were imprisoned. The weakest ones were at least sages, while Jeffrey's were not uncommon. In the depths of the prison, he even sensed presences stronger than Jeffrey's. Those who transcended Jeffrey's and were immortals from before the martial era. His father intended to release these figures? Clearly, there was a deeper intention behind this. Hector also began to understand some of his father's intentions. How do you plan to proceed? Let me hear the specifics, Hector asked. Although the idea was bold, if it worked, it would undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits to his son. As a father, he was willing to fight tooth and nail for his child. Jessup replied, York, we will first go to the Leon prison, release one of the Jeffreys, and then transfer this Jeffrey soul into our child. By merging with the Jeffrey soul force, our child will transcend innate sagehood and be born as the strongest imperial body, known as Born Jeffrey. Thunder, Born Jeffrey? When these words were spoken, not only did Rhonda, the mother, feel stunned, but even several late-stage Great Elwyn realm powerhouses of Dawu were astonished by Jessup's idea. Throughout history, who dared to scheme against Jeffrey? Almost no one dared to, unless they were of equal standing. But now, Jessup wanted to steal the power of Jeffrey. This idea was terrifying beyond belief. What is the Leon prison? The red-robed Kyler asked. Hector glanced at the Kyler and said gravely, it's a special space imprisoning the most powerful figures of history, including countless Jeffreys. Hiss. Hearing this, the Kylers could not help but gasp. Imprisoning Jeffreys? What kind of place could possibly imprison such beings? Is it risky? Rhonda couldn't help but ask. Hector smiled. I've been there twice. Then, looking at Jessup, he frowned. Father, Nick and Domenico, who ranked first on the Zoltanst of 24 Jeffreys, tried once and was repelled by the forces within the Leon prison. We might not be able to break the prison either. Jessup responded. Do you know why Nick and Domenico failed? Why? Hector was taken aback. Indeed, he did not know. Jessup laughed. Because what Nick and Domenico aimed to do exceeded his abilities. His ambition was too grand. He sought to destroy all the Leon prisons. Hiss. Hearing this, Hector took a deep breath. Attempting to destroy all Leon prisons was akin to going against heaven itself. The mysterious force behind the Leon prisons would never agree. Father, how do you know this? Hector asked, surprised. He had gone in twice without knowing. So how did his father learn? Jessup said, I discovered some secrets during a chance encounter when I visited the Leon prison. As he spoke, Jessup's eyes suddenly emitted two beams of golden light. Golden sacred eyes. Hiss, father, your eyes? Hector was startled, sensing a hint of saintly energy from them. In a chance visit they couldn't see it. A black vortex appeared above Hector's head and instantly sucked out his soul from within his body. But then Hector's faint will stirred up. Instantly, a silver skull mask appeared on Hector's face. The moment the mask showed up, Hector's chest that had been pierced became intact again. Nicky and the other old men were dumbfounded by this. Whoosh. At the same time, Hector's soul instantly escaped his body and entered the vortex. Meanwhile, Jessup's eyes shone magnificently like two tunnels made of condensed golden lights forming a great path. Then, a golden little man similar to Jessup sped along the golden pathway towards the black vortex. This was Jessup's soul. His golden pupil's sacred eye allowed his soul to briefly leave his body. Boom. In the next moment, both Jessup and Hector disappeared into the black vortex together. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an endless darkness filled with cages holding powerful creatures. Some of these beings were immensely powerful, glowing brilliantly like the sun, casting bright light even in the boundless dark space. Others emitted only a faint glimmer, but as there were so many of them, they gathered like countless stars, lighting up the dark space. This was Hector's third visit here, while it was Jessup's second. Boom. As soon as they appeared, two black cages emerged around them intending to lock away their souls. Jessup formed a mudra with both hands and mumbled silently, reciting what seemed to be an extremely ancient spell. Instantly, a trace of life force radiated from Jessup's soul. Suddenly, the dark cages rushing towards Jessup vanished. Meanwhile, Jessup came to Hector's side, releasing life energy that caused the dark cage near Hector to disappear as well. Father, what secret martial technique is this? Hector exclaimed in surprise. Jessup explained, it was passed down by the great Jeffrey because our bodies still exist. As long as we practice this ancient secret martial technique, we can absorb some life essence from our physical bodies and blend it with our soul, making the dark cages mistakenly believe we are living beings. Hector instantly understood. So, the dark cages target only souls and not living beings? Jessup nodded. The old fellows have been locked here for too long. Entering this period, they've continuously studied the dark cages and have made some gains. Let's pay homage to the great Jeffrey first, and see if we can help him break free, Jessup suggested. Saying this, father and son headed toward the distant brilliant cage where several great Jeffreys were imprisoned, each one blazing like a sun. Hiss, who are these two little fellows? How did they escape being locked away? They emit life force, suggesting their physical bodies are still alive. Daring to sneak past, aren't they worried about being discovered by the mysterious force behind the dark cages and destroyed? As long as they don't cause a commotion, the mysterious force won't bother them. Let's watch and see what they plan to do. Jessup and Hector's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many powerful souls inside the dark cages. In the far-off huge cages, more than 10 great Jeffreys were imprisoned side by side, shining like suns. When Hector approached them, they noticed him right away. It's you two little ones. Upon seeing Jessup and Hector, the emperors were greatly surprised. Even Hector stared wide-eyed because he recognized them. They were the emperors he had spoken to during his first visit. Among them was Shenwu Continent's former ruler, Leroy Zun, the great Jeffrey of Leroy Vine Martial, one of the strongest figures in the era of martial arts. He once even met the founder of the era of martial arts, Nibian Domenico. Indeed, he was a legendary figure in Shinwu continent. Outstanding talents bowed to him. Even among the emperors, he commanded respect. Historically significant, the present Shinwu continent was named after him, highlighting his age-old strength. Senior, we meet again, Hector smiled. The great Geoffrey of Leroyvine Marshall looked at Hector approvingly, saying, indeed, the last time we met, you were merely a martial artist at master level. Now, in less than 2 years, you've grown to grandmaster. A remarkable achievement close to mine back then. He turned to Jessup, you're also quite impressive. I taught you only once, yet you mastered it and dared come here directly. You have potential and courage, your future is boundless. What's your relationship? Another emperor asked. Senior, he is my father, Hector replied. No wonder both are outstanding. In the future, our Shenwu continent will welcome another pair of dual emperors. The great Geoffrey of Leroyvine Marshall nodded. Other emperors also nodded in agreement after evaluating Hector and Jessup. Another emperor spoke. Why did you both come here this time? Jessup and Hector exchanged glances. Then Jessup looked solemnly at the assembled emperors. My grandson is about to be born. I wish for the senior's assistance in helping us rescue them. Hearing this, the great Geoffrey of Leroyvine Marshall's pupils constricted tightly as he gazed intently at Jessup, asking, You wish to save us and fuse our souls with your grandson, turning him into a born emperor? Yes, Jessup met his gaze unwaveringly, neither humble nor arrogant, even before the legendary imperial dignity. Hashtag chapter 555. He appears again. When those words were spoken, all the great Geoffreys fell silent. Geoffrey Leroyvine Marshall looked at Jessup and Hector, father and son, and said, Do you know had 9 floors in total? According to legend, there was a 10th floor above the 9th, but with Hector's current strength, only 9 floors could manifest. Furthermore, outside this place, Hector could not summon the divine tower. But oddly enough, in this boundless expanse of darkness, he could summon it. Boom. After the divine tower appeared, the dark land cracked open. A mysterious force descended again. Hiss, that mysterious force has reappeared. Who exactly is that young man? Again, it's the divine tower. It was once Gavriel's battle equipment and is now in this youth's hands. Could he be the successor appointed by Gavriel? Regardless of whether he is the appointed successor or not, he clearly has an indescribable connection to Gavriel. All the soul entities imprisoned within countless cells in the Darkland turned their eyes towards the scene, trembling in shock. Boom. The divine tower engaged in another confrontation with the force behind the dark prison. Senior, act now. Jessup looked at Geoffrey Leroyvine Marshall. Geoffrey Leroyvine Marshall nodded. Suddenly, his soul entity emitted dazzling light, illuminating the entire area. All other lights dimmed in comparison to his radiance. At this moment, Geoffrey Leroyvine Marshall was using all his power to break free. He was far brighter than the sun. He continuously ran behind the dark prison. Boom. Upon Hector's summons, the divine tower flew over again, but was instantly suppressed upon contacting the mysterious force. Bad news, kid. Flee quickly. After you used the divine tower to resist the mysterious force last time, it realized the threat. This time, the descending force is much stronger, comparable to the one faced by Gavriel. The Emperor's expressions changed as they sensed the mysterious force was now significantly more powerful compared to the last encounter. Even the divine tower couldn't withstand this force. If things continued, it wouldn't matter much if Geoffrey Leroyvine Marshall was imprisoned again. Even Jessup and Hector might suffer from the backlash of the mysterious force. Back then, Gavriel came in his prime as a living person, yet he was driven back by the mysterious force behind the dark prison. For Jessup and Hector, in the face of this mysterious force, they were less than ants. As expected, the mysterious force surged fiercely. The divine tower was flung away and vanished, appearing in Hector's consciousness. No matter how he summoned it, it refused to appear. Meanwhile, Geoffrey Leroyvine Marshall was once again confined by the dark prison. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Their actions seemed to have further provoked the mysterious force behind the dark prison. A streak of black light descended and disappeared with him, seemingly pushed away by one of his palms. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically as they watched. Who is he? At this moment, Geoffrey Leroyvine Marshall looked at Hector with shock on his face. The other emperors were also greatly alarmed. An outstanding figure like Reverse Heaven, when he came, had power that completely surpassed the emperor realm, absolutely making him an immortal. But even so, he was repelled by the mysterious force behind the dark prison. Yet, this man who looked very much like Hector simply raised his hand and took away the mysterious force. Such strength had already surpassed their comprehension. I don't know who he is, but I only know that he has always been within me. Hector shook his head. You don't know? The emperors were taken aback. Brevin, who lived in the near-immortal era, now looked at Hector with flickering eyes and pondered. You may have a very significant background. I can feel that he and your origin are almost identical. Even your soul power is extremely similar. Perhaps before you were born, you were the reincarnation of some ultra-taboo existence. Hiss, reincarnation? Hector, hearing this, sucked in a breath and asked urgently, Senior, is there really such a thing as reincarnation in this world? Geoffrey Leroyvine Marshall looked at Hector and said, Leroy, you asked me to fuse souls with your unborn child, which would essentially be my reincarnation? Brevin, the supreme ruler of the near-immortal era, glanced at Geoffrey Leroyvine Marshall and shook his head. That's not called reincarnation. True reincarnation should retain the abilities from before the rebirth. For instance, the power of that ultra-taboo existence just now has almost fully revived. Geoffrey Leroyvine Marshall asked, Then what is this considered? This can only be regarded as an unconventional rebirth. When you awaken your memories in the future, you will merge the memories of 2 lifetimes. At that time, you will be both Geoffrey Leroyvine Marshall and Hector's son. And this kind of unconventional rebirth is an ancient secret technique passed down since the immortal ancient epoch. As for how far you can grow after an unconventional rebirth depends entirely on your own efforts and opportunities. And reincarnation can definitely reach the peak of its former self and even surpass it. One difference is that it will completely lose the memory of the previous life. In the future, you will gradually awaken your memories, so you don't count as reincarnation. At most a soul fusion-induced unconventional rebirth. Hector's eyes flashed as he asked, according to your meaning, my past life was some ultra-taboo existence? Yes. Brevin looked at the deep-faced Hector and solemnly said, if my guess is correct, your past life was probably some ultra-taboo big shot from the mythical epoch that has vanished. Unfortunately, the mythical epoch has long since disappeared, and endence in an unconventional rebirth, which is an honor for me. Thank you, Senior, Jessup bowed awkwardly. A great emperor was about to become his grandson in an unconventional rebirth. No matter how he looked at it, it felt a bit awkward. Boom. Meanwhile, Leon Hector appeared. Now, he seemed slightly weary, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. Leroy, you discover anything? Hector looked over, surprise evident on his face. It was the first time he saw Leon Hector looking so exhausted, appearing much more weathered. Leon Hector looked at Hector, remained silent, and finally turned to the emperors, saying, stay here quietly. It's for your own good. Who is it? Brevin pursued. However, Leon Hector didn't answer him but waved his hand. With a loud boom, the dark prison holding Jeffrey Leroy Vine Marshall instantly split open. The emperors were once again shocked. The dark prison, in this person's hands, was like paper, easily torn apart. Let's go! Leon Hector waved his hand again, and Hector and the others felt a black light envelop them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in the main hall of the Su residence. Su Lang, are you okay? Winifred, Rhonda, Nikki, and the others surrounded him, full of concern. Hector shook his head. I'm fine. Then he looked at Rhonda's belly and saw that Jeffrey Leroy Vine Marshall transformed into a beam of golden light and instantly entered Ron Sage. Not yet born and already generating such dense spiritual energy, directly breaking through the bottleneck I've been stuck at for decades. This unborn child is undoubtedly a world-shaking prodigy, at least a born sage. Who would have thought that another born sage would appear in our northeastern region of Beijing? The old men were astonished. Roland also felt his strength rapidly increasing. His eyes sparkled as he muttered to himself. It seems that the soul of the godly Daryl has completely fused with this child. My grandson, once born, will be a born emperor. Born Jeffrey. What kind of constitution was that? Reputedly, in the martial arts realm, it was one of the most powerful constitutions in history. In the future, once fully grown, they would be at least a quasi-Jeffrey, if not a full-fledged Jeffrey. Boom. At this moment, Egon's cultivation also rapidly increased. He had just broken through to the second heaven of Grandmaster yesterday, but now, under the stimulation of the spiritual energy, he swiftly ascended to the peak of the second heaven, only a step away from the third heaven. And this last step could be broken soon. I'm here, you all quickly go out, an Kylerly woman said as she arrived. She was the midwife. Instantly, Egon, Roland, Leah, Aloysia, and everyone else left the hall. Even after leaving, they still felt the continuous flow of spiritual energy spreading from the hall. Finally, a terrifying beam of... This was only the initial stage of the eruption. As time passed, the spiritual energy would increase exponentially. Father, did a spirit vein appear at the Su family estate? Ingji asked in astonishment, trembling slightly. If it were indeed a spirit vein, their nation, Ing, would truly rise rapidly. Even the smallest spirit vein would benefit the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Montague glanced at him and pondered, Wei Xian, go check it out. Yes, your majesty. Wei Xian nodded and left immediately. In the capital defense battle, his Kyler brother Wei Zhuang and third brother Wei Jian both perished. Now, only he remained. Outside the capital city, several men stared intently at the distant Su family estate, their eyes filled with murderous intent. So, the state of Ing discovered a spirit vein? From the direction, it seems to be in the vicinity where Roland and Egon reside, said a man in a red robe somberly. If Egon saw them, he would immediately recognize them as among the 10 generals who led the assault on the capital city. All of them had cultivations at the middle stage of Grandmaster. Humph, for the insignificant state of Ing, discovering a spirit vein will bring disaster. Another general in black robes sneered coldly. If we spread the news now, even if our state of Qi spares the state of Ing, Zhao and Gio would take action because of the spirit vein, the third general added chillingly. They hid outside the capital city waiting for someone. Once that person arrived, it would be the end for Roland and Egon. They dared not disobey the edict of Jin Zhantian, which ordered the capture of the state of Ing. But if that person from the superpower wished to kill Egon, then it was none of their business. This isn't a spirit vein. It's the emergence of a heaven-defying prodigy. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out behind them, causing their hair to stand on end. They quickly turned around and saw a Darien robes enveloped in dark mist, obscuring his features. However, they immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Vernon Sect. This man could appear silently behind them without being noticed, indicating he must be from the enormous powerhouse known as the Vernon Sect. The Vernon Sect, an enemy of all righteous forces in the Beijing cultivation world. The Darien waved his hand, and the group straightened their postures. The red-robed general asked, Lord, you mentioned this isn't a spirit vein but the emergence of a heaven-defying prodigy. What do you mean by that? The Darien looked at the red-robed general indifferently and replied, Egon's son is about to be born. Hiss, I remember now. One of Egon's sage does not need special opportunities or extraordinary efforts. Just by following a normal cultivation path, they can reach the peak Saint realm, a feat envied by any martial artist on the Leroy Vine martial continent. With sufficient opportunities, achieving the near Jeffrey realm and even Jeffrey enlightenment becomes a possibility. This is the essence of a natural-born sage, reputedly one of the top 100 constitutions on the Leroy Vine martial continent, incredibly prodigious. Dwight, this is only the beginning. Soon, The spirit energy here will trigger a heavenly phenomenon, and then the entire capital will witness strange occurrences, Ellison said with flashing eyes, gazing at the sky above the imperial city. The other Qi state generals followed his gaze. Indeed, at this moment, above the Su Manor, the spiritual energy had formed a gigantic vortex. Within the vortex, it seemed as if resplendent palaces were emerging, faintly visible. Hiss, palaces formed by spiritual energy? What exactly are these palaces? Exclaimed the black-robed general in awe. He vaguely sensed footsteps coming from within one of the palaces, as if someone were about to step out. At this point, Vernon Sex Ellison's expression became grave. The palace was becoming clearer, and above it, the word sage appeared prominently. It's indeed a natural-born sage. I've heard that when a natural-born sage is about to be born, certain phenomena appear. They vary. Some feature dragons, some semi-Kirans, some divine weapons, and some palaces. In history, a similar palace appeared when a natural-born sage was born. The first character on the palace was Sage. It seems Hector's son is a natural-born sage. He, once you're born, I'll take you to our Vernon sect and nurture you into our next holy devil. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Ellison trembled with excitement. His primary purpose for coming was to kill Jessup and Hector to avenge his junior brothers. But now, he had a more crucial mission, to take Hector's son away. Natural-born sages of such caliber were extremely rare in the Vernon sect. Only 3 existed. 2 of them were the contemporary sacred prince and princess, and the third was the current patriarch, a dominant ruler who made the entire northern border martial world quiver in fear. If he could bring back Jessup's son and cultivate him, his status in the Vernon sect would rise dramatically, even commanding respect from those at the Dalton Realm Kyler level. Phenomena. It's indeed phenomena. This isn't just a spirit vein. It's a sign of a world-shattering prodigy. Within Su Manor, everyone was equally astonished by the phenomenon. Indeed, a natural-born sage. The Kylers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. They looked at Jessup and Hector with envy, knowing their descendants were natural-born sages, destined to join a superpower in the northern border martial world and be nurtured as successors. Their status would rise accordingly due to their exceptional lineage. Sage. Jessup frowned. His grandson had assimilated the soul strength of the Leroy Vine Daryl. Could a mere natural-born sage explain everything? Father, this commotion is too great. We can't let it continue, Hector said gravely. The disturbance was growing larger. He believed his unborn child would cause an even greater upheaval. It wouldn't be merely explained by a natural-born sage. Keep in mind, a natural-born sage already attracts intense competition from the northern border superpowers. Imagine the implications if it were a natural-born emperor. You're right. Let's act, Jessup agreed. Bang. Instantly, the father and son soared into the air, quickly approaching the anomaly. The phenomenon wasn't high, just 30 meters above the ground, easily reachable given Jessup and Hector's current strength. As they neared, they both felt an immense surge of energy, their eyes emitting dazzling light. Behind the word, sage, another word appeared, its radiance far surpassing the former. Jeffrey. Hashtag chapter 559. Unparalleled talent. After the character for, holy, came the character for, Jeffrey. It was holy Jeffrey. Indeed, my grandson is born to be an emperor, Jessup exclaimed in delight. His figure flashed, and he stepped into the strange phenomenon as if walking on solid ground. At this moment, Hector also entered the phenomenon simultaneously. This can't be possible. This phenomenon is actually real, Hector exclaimed in shock as soon as he felt the firmness beneath his feet. Both father and son were momentarily stunned. Then, they began examining the phenomenon. Father, where does this palace within the phenomenon come from? Why does it feel so real? Hector approached the palace gate. On either side of the entrance were 2 golden pillars. When Hector touched them, they felt very real, solidly there. Moreover, a coiled golden dragon was carved onto them. As he touched it, the golden dragon shivered slightly, and its 2 eyes glanced at him once. After that glance, the golden dragon returned to its dormant state. Jessup noticed this too and said in amazement, I once read in an ancient book that some extraordinary geniuses are accompanied by various phenomena at birth, but stepping into these phenomena physically, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. Hector asked, Father, do you know where this palace in the phenomenon comes from? Jessup gazed at the tightly shut golden doors and said, let's open it and see if we can find the truth. All right. Hector nodded, and together with Jessup, they approached the door. After exchanging glances, both placed their hands on the golden door. Suddenly, with a creak, the golden door slowly opened. Upon opening, both Jessup and Hector froze in place. Within their sight was a golden hall. At the forefront of the hall stood a magnificent throne. Seated on the throne was a man. Behind the man hung a plaque with 4 characters inscribed on it. Jeffrey reigns over the world. Jessup suddenly trembled all over. He stared intently at the man, who looked exactly like him. Meanwhile, Hector was also stunned, because the man he saw did not look like Jessup but was identical to him. Who are you? Jessup asked aloud. His heart raced. He could sense the man's breathing and realized it synchronized perfectly with his own. Even their cultivation levels were the same. Swoosh. Suddenly, the man vanished. Father, be careful, Jessup warned loudly. He swiftly turned to see Landon beside him. Fagin, who looked just like him, suddenly struck Jessup with a palm, which Jessup blocked, but he was sent flying backward by the impact. The same realm as father, yet he can send father flying with one palm? Hector was astonished. This was the first time true intent diagrams. Surprisingly, his skill was stronger than Hector's, manifesting 2 sets of diagrams at once. Poof. Hector's diagrams were instantly shattered. Fagin's palm now aimed directly at Hector. Meanwhile, Hector's body gradually became translucent. Phantom body technique. Fagin's palm hit empty air. Then, Hector appeared behind the man and struck him with the palm. Swoosh. Almost instantly, the man disappeared again. Hector was greatly alarmed. Can use the Viscera Law and the True Intent Leroyograms. Now even my phantom body technique? Boom. Fagin reappeared, his hand seal speed increasing rapidly. 3 true intent diagrams appeared almost instantly. Hector couldn't afford to be careless. His expression grew more solemn. He also began summoning the Imperial Decree's true intent diagrams. In no time, both had produced 5 sets of diagrams. Boom. Needle against needle. They unleashed their full fury. 5 true intent diagrams out, their combat power surged to their peak. Poof. The area around them exploded. Blood dripped from the corner of Hector's mouth as he retreated rapidly. Fagin opposite wasn't faring much better. Though blood didn't drip from his lips, his breath became disordered, clearly indicating he wasn't comfortable. I don't believe it. What I can do, you can do. Hector roared. Boom. Instantly, he activated his secret realm. This was something he had created himself. Surely, no one could replicate this? Sure enough, Fagin's expression changed for the first time, revealing a hint of surprise. But that surprise quickly transformed into excitement. He also formed hand seals, preparing to activate a secret realm. However, his secret realm was far inferior to Hector's. Hector's mind churned. Is he mimicking me? No, he's learning and fast. Who is this person? Hector was genuinely shocked. His secret realm was something he had created himself, yet this person could learn it in an instant. Although not as proficient as him, it was undoubtedly astonishing talent. Learning to trigger a secret realm after just a glance. What kind of incredible aptitude was this? Boom. As Hector was startled, the man grew increasingly adept at using the secret realm. Instantly, he launched another assault. Hector was surprised and planned to test the opponent further. Instantly, he spread his right hand fingers wide, unleashing a golden field that extended outward. Around the man also emerged a field. Though smaller in scale compared to Hector's, it appeared almost immediately, crushed under tens of thousands of pounds. Boom. Fagin struggled vigorously, and beneath his feet, a golden road emerged, continuously clashing with Hector's new world road. Crack. Under the continuous collisions, Hector's new world road gradually crumbled. Fagin's speed suddenly increased, and his new world road quickly formed and grew stronger. Indeed, his learning ability is simply heaven-defying. Could it be that this person possesses the qualifications of an emperor? Hector's heart trembled. This anomaly originated from his unborn son. Based on his previous speculation, this anomaly signified a naturally born emperor. Since a person had appeared within this anomaly, he should indeed possess the qualifications of an emperor. York, end the battle, said Jessup, appearing beside him. Hector glanced over. The battle involving his father was over. Fagin had been reduced to gold specks, rapidly disappearing under one palm from Jessup. Father, let me test him again, Hector said solemnly. Boom. In the next moment, the field compressed to its limit. Spirit burst. An immensely terrifying force rapidly formed in Hector's palm. Across from him, the man mimicked Hector, forming hand seals, compressing the field. However, the speed and power were not as fearsome as Hector's. Hector pressed forward. The compressed field exploded instantly, sending the man into oblivion. Dwight huff. After the attack, Hector panted slightly, cold to cover the Imperial character. Cover it for as long as possible, at least not letting the world know. If people found out his son was a natural emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Natural emperors are reputed to be among the 4 most powerful constitutions within the top 100, stronger by multiples compared to natural sages. Certainly, this strength referred to innate qualities. Ultimately, a person's achievement depends not only on their congenital traits, but also on postnatal effort and opportunities. Natural emperors and sages have advantages at the starting line compared to other geniuses. How high they reach at the finish line depends on the individual. For instance, ordinary mortals have steadily progressed step by step to become emperors, while extremely brilliant natural sages have remained at the peak sage level. In short, the highest start doesn't necessarily mean the highest finish. Covering the Imperial character with his field, Hector noticed it became blurry again. An energy around it condensed, covering the Imperial character and only revealing the sacred character. What's happening? Hector withdrew his field, and the Imperial character no longer appeared. Meanwhile, Jessup exclaimed excitedly. Those two entered Florence's body. Hearing this, Hector looked over and indeed saw the second person, whom he fought, enter Dwight Florence's body. He released the eye of the firmament and saw someone harm his mother. Sure enough, Hector saw that the instant the fetus had created the first true diagram, it quickly dissipated it. Hector let out a breath of relief, but then his eyes flashed again. A golden ripple emerged around the fetus's body. Wasn't this the manifestation of his secret realm? He is triggering my secret realm. Indeed, he has learned it. Hector's eyes flickered, filled with amazement. If this child could master all his secret martial techniques, including his secret realm while still in the womb, how powerful would he be when born? Look closely. He's starting to form his dantian. At this moment, Jessup added. Boom. Sure enough. After the fetus triggered the secret realm, a dantian appeared in its abdomen. In other words, this unborn child had already become a martial artist inside its mother's womb, entering the first level of martial heroisable. This was absolutely astonishing. If news of this spread, it would shake the entire Lyrivine martial continent. This is truly a born emperor, indeed terrifying. Jessup nodded in admiration, adding, York, from now on, both you and I must work even harder or we'll eventually be surpassed by this little one. Hector nodded heavily. His unborn child was indeed extraordinary, creating immense pressure for him. Being surpassed by his own child could be explained as the student surpassing the teacher. But for someone with lofty ambitions like him, this was unacceptable. His future must remain the strongest, even above his child. At this moment, Hector's fighting spirit ignited once more. He needed to become stronger, not letting his son catch up. As both father and grandfather, Jessup naturally felt Hector's rekindled determination and smiled slightly. As this little one's grandfather, I too cannot be surpassed. In the future, we 3 generations will fight together, transcending the limits of martial arts and even immortality. We will see if there are truly undying gods in this world. Even if not, we will forge our own path. Boom. Just then, the palace where Jessup and Hector stood began to shake violently, showing signs of collapse. Not good, it's cracking. Quickly, let's go. Jessup shouted. Both Jessup and Hector immediately rushed out of the palace. Boom. At this moment, the palace suddenly shattered into pieces. A massive golden light column shot into the courtyard of the Sioux residence at lightning speed. Finally, it turned into a beam of golden light and entered Rhonda's womb. Wah. Just then, a baby enveloped in spiritual energy was born. Upon its appearance, the entire Sioux residence was filled with spiritual chi. My child, finally born, Hector instantly rushed in. Looking at the newborn lying beside Rhonda, his eyes brimming with excitement. He, Hector, finally had a strong premonition. The name given by Jessup would inevitably become renowned across the entire Leroyvine martial continent, becoming a legendary figure in everyone's eyes. My grandson, destined to be an emperor of martial arts, let's call him Bernie. Boom. As if heaven itself acknowledged this will, a golden lightning bolt tore through the sky. Giggle giggle. Zoltantal Bernie seemed to love this name as well, waving his tiny hands joyfully. Naming him Leroy. Does this mean you wish for him to become an emperor? The Kylers of Dawu exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Those who dared use the word Leroy were always among the most exceptional prodigies. Ordinary people wouldn't dare, unable to bear the weight of such a name without risking heavenly retribution. But some exceptional prodigies, known as world-defining geniuses, dared to do so. Zoltank Jalen, and Hector's son, born as a sage, indeed dared to use this name. Because someone like him, even cultivating naturally, could reach the pinnacle of sagehood and stand a chance at becoming an emperor. Sir Sue, your child's birth has surely caught the attention of various superpowers due to the anomaly's cost. High-ranking figures will soon arrive in Ingdaltendom. Do you have any plans? I will soon host a banquet for my grandson's birth. Anyone from the royal city can come and enjoy a drink. Jessup waved his hand decisively. Boom. Immediately, the news spread. The entire royal city instantly buzzed with excitement. Phew, Jessup's grandson has been born and is actually a born sage. As long as one is from our royal city, everyone can attend for a drink. A born sage. Such supreme talent. It's said that if he trains normally, he can become a peak sage realm powerhouse and even have the potential to become a near Jeffrey or even a Jeffrey. This prodigy appeared in our Ing kingdom, truly blessed by the gods. Our country has hope now. Wasn't Chi State planning to destroy our Ing kingdom? Now we have this supreme prodigy in our country. Once they know, they'll probably wet their pants from fear. That's natural. With Jessup and Hector already making them anxious, adding another born sage means they won't sleep soundly anytime soon. Do born sages really live up to the legends? In reality, they're likely even more terrifying. Within half a day, almost everyone in the royal city headed toward the Sioux residence. The Sioux residence couldn't possibly accommodate them all. Therefore, the 8 major clans of the Ing Daltendom lent their grounds for the Sioux residence to hold the feast. Instantly, the royal city bustled with excitement. Jessup personally welcomed the senior members of the 8 major. Bernie looked at Hector, paused thoughtfully for a moment, then his clear eyes sparkled as he immediately formed seals with both hands. 5 Viscera 6 Fu technique. With a boom, his internal organs lit up, and the spirit energy around him surged. The room was now bathed in light. The technique, amplified by his born sage constitution, far surpassed what Hector could achieve when practicing it. Eris watched in shock, exclaiming, "Warrior! Your son Bernie is already a warrior and can practice secret martial techniques. This born sage indeed is formidable," Carissa echoed, trembling with awe. Born a warrior who could train secret martial arts. Was this still human? If not for witnessing it firsthand, who would believe it? Reality exceeds the legends, Eris finally sighed and immediately pulled out a black book from his sleeve, handing it to Hector. Mr. Sue, I have little else to offer this child. Consider this as a gift upon our first meeting. Glancing at the book, Hector immediately refused. Your Majesty, this is your clan's highest secret martial technique. I cannot accept it. Eris laughed bitterly. Without you, our Ing Daltendom would have fallen. Our clan would be extinct. This is something I must give. Please do not decline. After some consideration, Hector accepted the book. Immediately upon receiving it, he placed it in front of Bernie. Bernie picked up the book with his chubby little hands and flipped to the first page. The book contained the highest secret martial technique of the Ing clan, named Dominicoi Water Decree, allowing one to control water vapor in the air once mastered. It was extremely powerful. Upon opening it, Bernie saw intricate human diagrams depicting acupoints, circulation routes, and cultivation techniques. He pored over it intently, reading quickly and finishing within 10 breaths. Then he did something astonishing. Bernie began performing the cultivation method of Dominicoi Water Decree, forming seals with his tiny hands. Suddenly, everyone felt the surrounding air become exceptionally dry. All visible water vapor swiftly converged towards Bernie, turning him into a vortex drawing in the moisture around him. Finally, between his chubby hands, a water sphere the size of 2 grown men formed. The water sphere compressed further until it was the size of Bernie's half fist. Yet, everyone's pupils widened in shock. They sensed immense power emanating from the sphere, far surpassing the strength of a peak first-stage martial initiate. When unleashed, it would match a 4th-stage martial initiate. Phew, learning and applying instantly. This is a born sage? Even Eris, accustomed to grand scenes, was unable to contain his shock. It felt like he was witnessing a myth come true, seeing what it meant to be a born emperor. Moreover, that day wouldn't be too far away. Just then, the entire Sioux Manor was bustling with activity as representatives from the 8 major clans also arrived. Jessup greeted them personally. However, an uninvited Yuan entered the Sioux family manor unnoticed. When he arrived, no one around noticed him. Even Jessup didn't notice and continued entertaining guests from the 8 major clans. After this joint defense of the capital with the 8 major clans, past grievances between Hector, Jessup, and the 8 major clans were laid to rest. The Yuan wove through the crowd, eventually reaching Hector's room and barging in directly. At that moment, everyone involuntarily looked at the Yuan. Ellison, who are you? Immediately, Eris and the 4 late great master realm experts from the Daming Empire turned their attention towards him. Upon seeing Ellison, the 4 old men immediately went on high alert, clustering around Hector. Master Su, take your child and leave quickly. This person is very dangerous. Without needing to be told, Hector had already scooped up Bernie and held Dwight Florence by the hand. Ellison scanned them all, his gaze finally resting on Bernie, exclaiming, "A born saint. Indeed remarkable. Such a prodigy belongs to our Vernon sect." What? The Vernon sect? Everyone in the room paled upon hearing this. The Vernon sect was the common enemy of all righteous martial artists in the northern borderlands. It was the supreme evil power, one that even the Qilin Mansion, Spirit Martial Hall, inside drew attention outside. Jessup whipped around, instantly rushing toward Hector. "Father, someone from the Vernon sect has come," Hector said as he met Jessup while rushing out. Boom. Simultaneously, Ellison appeared outside, coldly laughing. "You can't escape. Today, both of you will die, and your son will become the future Saint Devil of our Vernon sect." "Together," Jessup shouted, hands forming seals, and a red path appeared beneath his feet. The Spirit Devourer path extended, and immediately reached the red Spirit Devourer's feet. This man from the Vernon sect relied most heavily on his Spirit Devourer. Zoltan met the Spirit Devourer, and everything would be easier. However, Jessup's pupils abruptly contracted as he watched his Spirit Devourer path fracture under the weight of the Spirit Devourer's footstep. "Protect Leroy, I'll help father." Hector handed Bernie to Dwight Florence and rushed forward, hands forming seals as streams of red light emerged. Touch Spirit Hand. He intended to use his Touch Spirit Hands to restrain the Spirit Devourer. Boom. Instantly, his hands pressed down on the red Spirit Devourer's shoulders. In the past, this combination of Touch Spirit Hand and Spirit Devourer path had restricted 5th level space Spirit Devourers. The moment Hector touched the Spirit Devourer, it glanced at him. Its form, space. However, this Soul Devourer came from the 6th layer and was particularly powerful. His incantation could harm it to some extent, but not significantly. Roar. The red Soul Devourer locked onto Jessup, charging forward with waves of cold air that instantly engulfed him. Now, Jessup's body trembled, his speed dropping dramatically. Many saw him stand still, moving at an incredibly slow pace. "Attack together, kill this old man," Hector suddenly shouted at the hooded Kyler and others, while his eyes glowed in dazzling red. He pushed his sky eye to its limit, allowing blood to stream out, but ignoring it completely. His father was one of the most important people in his life. Anyone who dared to hurt his father would face his wrath. Boom. Realizing that Hector and his group were encountering a Soul Devourer, the hooded Kyler and others immediately rushed toward Ellison. They knew that by killing Ellison, they could solve the crisis caused by the Soul Devourer. "Dwight, you can't handle me," Ellison sneered, engaging the hooded Kyler and others in battle. Thud, thud, thud. Just upon contact, several people were forced back, coughing blood. His strength has also reached late Grandmaster realm, they all thought in shock. At this moment, Hector had arrived before the red Soul Devourer, using both touching Spirit Hand and Sky Eye. Winifred shook her head. "You want to die with Sir Su, but how can I escape alone? Take your child." "Sister Zoltang." Rhonda was frantic, but Winifred walked straight to Hector. "You?" Hector was shocked, noticing Winifred advancing and Rhonda remaining firm, panicking, as these were the people closest to his heart. "Do you wish me to die without closure?" Hector coughed up blood, roaring loudly. Winifred paused. Rhonda shuddered slightly. "Take our child and go. Tell him to avenge me when he grows up." Hector had compressed his field to its utmost limit and suddenly rushed toward Ellison, preparing to self-destruct, dragging Ellison down with him. By eliminating Ellison, the control over the Red Soul Devourer would be lost, giving his father hope of survival. But self-destruction would cause immense destruction, turning everything to ashes. "No, Sir Su, don't." Rhonda and Winifred's faces paled with fear, sensing the impending doom from Hector's decision to sacrifice himself to drag Ellison down. The hooded Kylers felt Hector's determination and retreated in horror. Ellison noticed Hector's intentions, but realized it was too late, having focused on the Kylers. "Intrude him." Boom. Instantly, the Red Soul Devourer traversed multiple dimensions, appearing before Hector. It became a shadow about to enter his body and tear apart his soul. But Hector's eyes, prepared for self-destruction, shone like two blazing suns, blocking the imminent intrusion. Simultaneously, the compressed field in his hands, about to be unleashed, would release an explosion far more terrifying than any previous one, even causing Ellison's face to pale in fear. Is Herb Su going to die here? Many watched in dread, remembering they had come to celebrate Bernie's birth, only to encounter a Vernon sect member, potentially turning the birthday celebration into their own funeral. When Bernie grows up, discovering his father died on his birthday, how sorrowful and guilty would he feel? Boom. Just as everyone thought Hector would die, Bernie, held in Rhonda's arms, emitted a white light, flying rapidly above Hector's head. Tiny fists clenched, emitting a faint golden field enveloping Hector's compressed field. Simultaneously, a gentle force entered Hector's body, neutralizing the explosive energy within. It was Bernie's spirit energy, flowing continuously like a spring into Hector's body, cleansing the chaotic forces inside. Hector trembled, turning back to look at his son in surprise. "Leroyer?" Bernie's little face was stern, eyes narrowed. Though unable to speak, Hector felt an intense murderous intent from those small eyes. This little guy was furious? Chapter 565. The three generations unite to vanquish the enemy. This sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. A newborn child could actually fly out and come to aid his father, Hector? It completely overturned their understanding. In that moment, Hector was initially taken aback, but immediately sensed that his field was rapidly growing stronger. With his son Bernie's help, the power of his golden field swiftly escalated, reaching within a breath an intensity comparable to his self-destructive field. The power from Leroy can multiply when combined with mine, Hector exclaimed in surprise and delight. He then turned his gaze toward Ellison, who recoiled in alarm and screamed, "Attack!" Boom. At this moment, Jessup attacked again. Using the soul-transforming spell in tandem with Hector, they temporarily restrained the Red Soul Devourer. Hector raised his right hand high, unleashing the destructive field he held, which instantly soared through the air. Boom. Ellison was greatly startled and put up his best defense. With a thunderous boom, it felt like a magnitude 12 earthquake had struck. Instantly, a terrifying mushroom cloud rose skyward. Under everyone's stunned gazes, what was once Sioux Manor vanished, reduced to rubble. All around were craters, and Ellison had disappeared entirely. Is the Vernon sect member dead? Many people gazed at the devastated Sioux Manor, searching for any sign of Ellison but finding none. With Ellison gone, the Red Soul Devourer froze, disappearing from the first layer of space. Hector sighed in relief, gently holding his son Bernie in his arms, and said, "Leroy, thank you. If not for you, Father might have died." Bernie looked up at Hector, clearly confused, seemingly unaware of his actions. "You little rascal." Hector affectionately ruffled Bernie's tiny head. "Su Lang, are you all right?" Winifred and Dwight Corey Fong rushed over, their faces etched with concern. "I'm fine." Hector shook his head, but immediately, he changed expression and urged, "Quick, get away." As soon as he spoke, Hector unleashed his field, whisking Winifred and Dwight Corey Fong away. But it was too late. The Red Soul Devourer had already traversed the 6 layers of space, approaching them in an instant. With its ability, it could kill Dwight Corey Fong and Winifred almost instantaneously. Plop. Almost simultaneously, a bloodied figure emerged from the ruins, emitting an alluring scent. None other than Ellison, clearly grievously wounded. Born sage, indeed formidable. But alas, Hector, you will die today, and so will your family. Hee hee hee. Ellison let out a chilling laugh. However, Hector was preoccupied. He darted forward, driven by one thought. He must save Zoltanger and Corey Fong at any cost. No. Despair filled Hector's eyes as he saw the Red Soul Devourer entering Dwight Corey Fong and Winifred's bodies. Given its power, it could tear their souls apart in an instant. Meanwhile, Bernie pouted and slightly lifted his hand. Swish. Above Winifred and Dwight Corey Fong, a massive hand suddenly appeared. A hand Hector recognized as belonging to the Leroy Vine Darrell, radiating Imperial Soul Force. It pressed down, extracting the Red Soul Devourer from within the 2 women and crushing it into nothingness in an instant. Instant kill. Hector stood dumbfounded. This is the Leroy Vine Darrell Soul Force, isn't it? He merged with Leroy. How can it still appear? Jessup witnessed the scene, filled with astonishment and doubt. Swoosh. After completing the task, the giant hand vanished. Bernie continued staring blankly ahead, puzzled by the mysterious hand. "No, my soul devourer!" Ellison shrieked in rage, evidently unnerved by the sudden appearance of a palm emitting soul vibrations far more terrifying than even the holy demons of the Vernon sect. "It's your turn, old man of the Vernon sect." Hector turned, eyes blazing with murderous intent. Had it not been for his son Bernie's repeated interventions, he, Corey Fong, and Zoltanger might have perished. Even if the old man from the Vernon sect died 10,000 times, it wouldn't quench Hector's fury. Together, Jessup rushed to Hector's side, and together, they launched an attack. Poof. Without the Soul Devourer and severely injured, Ellison was no match for them. One strike, and he exploded into a bloody mist, leaving no trace behind. "We won't forget this, Jessup." "Hector," he gasped before disintegrating into nothingness. The area returned to calm. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. No one expected such tumultuous events to unfold during what was supposed to be a peaceful banquet. The Sioux family endured multiple life-or-death ordeals, but thankfully, the newborn Bernie ultimately saved the day. Everyone marveled. Truly, a born sage is heaven-chosen, incredibly powerful. The red-robed Kyler glanced at Bernie in Hector's arms, frowning deeply. Is this little one really a born sage? He had studied much about born sages. According to legends, none were as extraordinary as Bernie. "Let's end this. Everyone return to your respective places," Brody waved, preparing to arrange new accommodations for Hector and his family. However, just then, Jessup, Hector, and the other grandmasters present looked up towards the horizon, their eyes filled with unspeakable shock. A vast, crimson expanse appeared, clouds blotting out the sky, approaching from afar. Despite the distance, it exerted immense pressure, as if an immortal deity were descending. He had once traveled around the periphery of the Ying Daltondom, reaching as far as the eastern region of the northern frontier. He had once been fortunate enough to witness a sage. Once one attained the sage realm, a sacred domain could be generated within their body. The sage could instantly reach wherever the sacred domain extended. If the sacred domain could spread to 100 meters high, the sage could instantly appear there, effectively making the sacred domain their path. Without any doubt, this sage's domain was the Crimson Cloud. Some sages could condense their sacred domain into shapes related to their secret martial techniques. This sage must have cultivated a technique similar to a cloud layer, which had merged with his sacred domain, creating this effect. True walking through the air could only be achieved by Jeffrey realm experts, who no longer needed anything to assist them. At this moment, Hector also noticed the faint cloud layers forming under the sage's feet, appearing like steps. As the sage descended step by step, it still brought about a strong visual impact for Hector. "So, this is a sage," Hector murmured, his eyes gleaming with determination as he clenched his fists slightly. One day, he would also become a sage, walking through the air. Pay respects to the sage. At that moment, the red-robed Kyler and his companions knelt down immediately. Others from the Ying Daltondom soon followed suit. However, Hector, Jessup, Esther, Adam, and others bowed respectfully. Ted waved his hand, his gaze fixed on Bernie and Hector's arms. His eyes emitted streaks of purple light. In an instant, Bernie seemed to turn into a shocking mass of spiritual energy, all secrets seemingly laid bare. Indeed, a born sage. Ted nodded. At this moment, Bernie, staring at Ted's feet, performed hand seals and triggered his own field domain, producing ripples. When the domain reached 3 meters high, he suddenly wriggled out of Hector's embrace, attempting to float like Ted. Whoosh! Instantly, he was floating 3 meters up, standing on his field domain, swaying unsteadily. Hiss! This little guy is actually floating? The red-robed Kyler and everyone around were speechless. A bud noticed something and exclaimed in shock. He's mimicking the Shen Fu Nungli of this sage lord's sacred domain. Edit. A bud noticed the trick and exclaimed in shock. He's mimicking the Shen Fu ability of this sage lord's sacred domain. Further improvement for fluency and natural reading. A bud noticed the trick and exclaimed in shock. He's mimicking the Shen Fu ability of this sage lord's sacred domain. For clarity and better understanding. A bud noticed the trick and exclaimed in shock. He's mimicking the levitation ability of this sage lord's sacred domain. Note. The term Shen Fu directly translates to suspended, or Shen, spirit martial hall, and Holy Jeffrey sect were known as the 3 pillars of righteousness, true rulers of the northern martial world. Grand Achilles like Ted held significant power in the spirit martial hall. No one expected such a prestigious visitor. Zoltantal one, are you willing to entrust your son to me? Ted smiled at Hector, who furrowed his brow. Honestly, if his son could be nurtured by the colossal spirit martial hall, he would agree without hesitation. But having his newborn leave him, his mother and grandfather felt unbearable. Children need parents' upbringing. I understand your thoughts. If you agree, I can give you a direct entry into our hall, no examination required, and you'll enjoy privileges higher than ordinary disciples. This is the best I can offer you. What? Lear erect entry into the Spirit Martial Hall? Everyone present envied Hector. Entering superpowers like the Spirit Martial Hall was the ultimate goal for martial cultivators. It was an honor few could achieve, despite their efforts. Now, Hector could easily join with better treatment than ordinary disciples. Wasn't this rising due to one's child's merits? Chapter 567. Each showing their tricks, trying to woo Bernie. Everyone looked at Hector with envy. This included the several late-stage Grandmaster realm powerhouses from Dawu, who also gazed at Hector with admiration, sighing inwardly. If only they had a descendant as extraordinary as Bernie. Hector glanced at Dax, who wore a gentle smile and said, Senior, I don't need anyone's help. As long as I wish, I can enter the Spirit Martial Hall on my own. What? Is this refusal? Many were dumbfounded by his response. Dax was slightly taken aback, carefully examining Hector. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Hector's expression and feeling the immense confidence radiating from him, he nodded approvingly. It seems you're confident in your own abilities. Very well. You can take your son Bernie to our Spirit Martial Hall now, and this old man will give you an evaluation opportunity. If you can enter the Spirit Martial Hall, I will personally take you as my disciple. Boom. Upon hearing these words, the entire crowd erupted in shock once more. A disciple of a sage? This opportunity far surpassed the allure of entering the Spirit Martial Hall. After all, many disciples within the Spirit Martial Hall strive tirelessly just to become a sage's disciple. Sadly, sages of such caliber would not easily take others as disciples. Now, Hector had this chance. As for Hector's talent, none present dared doubt it. Should Hector participate in the Spirit Martial Hall's evaluation, his chances of success were considerable. After all, someone like Hector, while not quite matching up to Dao mythical Jalen, wouldn't be much inferior either. And if Jalen could enter the Qilin Mansion with outstanding results, why couldn't Hector enter the equally prestigious Spirit Martial Hall with average performance? Haha, Dax, to get a born sage, you're willing to offer discipleship to the father of a born sage. As one of the highest Kylers of the Spirit Martial Hall, aren't you throwing your pride away? At that moment, a loud laughter rang out. Immediately after, everyone felt a slight sonic boom ringing in their ears. In an instant, they stared in disbelief. Then Kylerly Darien Brocade appeared before them, his eyes gleaming brightly as he observed Bernie, whom Hector was holding. If there weren't so many people around, he might have already made a move to snatch Bernie. Dwightenfold man, you arrived pretty quickly. Dax gave a cold snort, his gaze turning serious. You came here first. If I had arrived later, wouldn't such excellent martial arts material have been snatched by your Spirit Martial Hall? The Kyler in black brocade smiled and nodded. He then looked at Bernie and said, I am Frisco, Supreme Kyler of the Qilin Mansion. Young lad, come with your father to my Qilin Mansion, and I assure you, your treatment will be twice as good as what the Spirit Martial Hall offers. I will personally request that our Mansion Lord takes you as a disciple, and for your father, I'll find a sage teacher for him. What? A disciple of the Mansion Lord? Hearing this, the red-robed Kylers from Dawu changed expressions drastically. Mansion Lord, that was the strongest individual in Qilin Mansion. Rumor had it that his cultivation had long reached the peak sage realm, and was suspected to have stepped into the Imperial realm. He was an unfathomable world-class powerhouse. Ha ha ha, Frisco, Dax, you shameless old men, are you senile? Do you think you can woo a born sage with just those terms? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman appeared. She wore a low-cut red robe and had a fox-like charm, her eyes sparkling. Zoltantal guy, I'm Christina. You can call me Sister Sue. As long as you and your father join my holy Dalton sect, our 2 female saints in training can both marry you in the future. One is the sect leader's daughter, and the other is a peerless beauty of the northern frontier. Both possess exceptional appearances and talents unmatched in our northern martial arts realm. In the future, both of our holy Dalton sect's saint maidens, along with the holy Dalton sect itself, will belong to you. What the hell? Everyone was stunned by Christina's statement. Even the saint maidens were willing to marry Bernie. But weren't the saint maidens older than Bernie by quite a bit? How could he still be a child? Wasn't this treating him as if he were to be groomed into the sect leader? These 3 were truly daring in their promises. Hector frowned. noticing that all three were focusing on his son with looks of certainty, almost completely ignoring him as the father. Had he not been holding Bernie, he was sure they wouldn't even glance at him. This was the level of respect given to sages. Perhaps only Dalton-level powerhouses could earn a fleeting look from them. Since all of you want my son to join your respective forces, how can I believe any of what you've said? Hector asked the three sages calmly. That's simple. Born sages are exceptionally wise and innately endowed with intelligence. Let him make his own choice. Once he decides, we will honor it. Christina smiled faintly. But I can guarantee he will ultimately choose our holy Dalton sect. Beware of being proven wrong, you enchantress. Dax cast a glance at the foxishly charming Christina, commenting mildly. Let's see. Frisco of Chelan Mansion was straightforward. He took out a small black sword and offered it to Bernie, saying with a smile, Zoltantal guy, do you like it? If you do, take it and follow me to the Chelan Mansion. Many people watched in amazement as this sage acted almost like he was trying to please Bernie. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought they were dreaming. Bernie's eyes lit up, and he extended his tender little hand but didn't immediately take the sword. Instead, he turned to look at Christina and Dax. So smart, this is indeed a born sage, many people remarked with admiration. Christina smiled gently, taking out a painting from her chest pocket, before lightly tapping a certain part of the 1000 mechanism ball with his thumb. Instantly, the 1000 mechanism ball creaked and transformed into a sword. This sword emitted an extremely sharp and lethal aura, clearly having killed many people before. Then, Bernie tapped it several more times, changing its shape continuously, into a knife, an umbrella, shoes, and various weapons. Do you like it? If you do, keep it. This is my treasure. I wouldn't even give it to my granddaughter, but today I'll give it to you. Dax couldn't help but nod and laugh when he saw Bernie skillfully playing with it. Comparing the three, he felt confident that he had won, sure that Hector would follow him. Meanwhile, Christina and Frisco's expressions became particularly grim. They too believed that Dax had almost secured victory, considering Bernie played with the 1000 mechanism ball for the longest time. But they were soon taken aback. They watched as Bernie seemed to lose interest after playing with it for a bit and casually tossed it away, landing back in the grinning hands of Dax. Dax froze on the spot. Everyone else present also stared in disbelief. Was he not interested? Seeing this, Frisco and Christina's hearts leaped with joy. They noticed that Bernie's gaze turned toward them, sweeping over their black sword and Christina's painting. There's hope, they thought excitedly. Born a sage, joining either of their factions would undoubtedly add immense strength. Though the three major forces were all righteous, they still competed against each other, each wanting to have the upper hand. Over the years, the balance between the three powers remained equal. However, adding a born sage would give them a huge advantage, significantly increasing the chances of becoming the top superpower in the northern frontier martial world. Therefore, they must use every possible means to recruit someone like Bernie. Everyone else in the room grew tense, wondering which faction this born sage would ultimately choose. Whoosh! Finally, under their watchful eyes, Bernie waved his hand and caught the black sword. Phew! It's the Chelan Manor, everyone murmured. Frisco was overjoyed. Zoltantal guy, rest assured. I will fulfill my promise. Our Chelan Manor will definitely cultivate you into the paramount powerhouse of our northern Taoist realm and even the entire Leroy Vine martial continent. Bernie glanced at the black sword and infused it with true chi, causing it to shrink rapidly until it became a needle, entering his ear directly, stunning many spectators. Frisco, however, was pleasantly surprised. What a formidable technique. And he's just a baby. If he grows up, how terrifying would his potential and accomplishments be? Hector, take your child and come with me. Frisco smiled at Hector. At this moment, Hector seemed exceptionally pleasant to look at. Hector nodded, turning to Rhonda, Esther, and Jessup. Seniors, my father, my two wives, can they come along with me? The future road is long. Who knows where this little one will end up? With that, a red fox-like tail sprouted behind Christina, flicking once. Whoosh! In an instant, Christina left. Dax sighed again and rose into the sky, transforming into a red cloud and vanishing instantly. Jessup and Bernie are bound for greatness in the Chelan Manor. Master Su was already a prodigy. Now, with a born sage son like Bernie, their futures in the Chelan Manor are boundless. They sure have great luck, everyone envied. Ridge watched Hector disappear and silently said, Brother Su, until we meet again. Jessup looked around, then coldly remarked, Yorker, Genre, wait for me. He turned and left. Esther followed him without looking back. News of Hector and Bernie joining the Chelan Manor spread quickly, causing a stir across Daltondom and neighboring countries. Especially in Chi Daltondom and the 8 states. News of Hector and Bernie being personally escorted by a sage from the Chelan Manor sent them into shock. Especially since Bernie, Hector's son, was reputed to be a born sage. What kind of future awaited him? Just thinking about it filled them with fear. Chapter 569. What is a sage? Hector, Bernie, and Rhonda stood within Alan's sacred domain, watching the mountains and rivers rapidly pass beneath them. Bernie was filled with curiosity, while Hector and Rhonda felt an immense awe deep within their hearts. This was their first time standing over 100 meters in the air, looking down upon the landscapes below. Eventually, I will also become a sage, Hector murmured to himself. Only by becoming a sage could one be considered an expert across the entire Leroy Vine martial continent. Only by achieving Great Jeffrey status would one be regarded as the true peak power of the land. The Great Jeffreys and sages were the true rulers of this territory, and he still had an unimaginable distance to cover before reaching such heights. Therefore, he still needed to strive even harder. When this old man was carried through the air for the first time by a sage, my heart was as uplifted as yours now. Are you thinking that one day you want to become a sage too? At this moment, Alan suddenly turned his gaze towards Hector and Rhonda. Yes, senior, Hector nodded promptly. He did not hide his inner thoughts. It would only backfire when facing such formidable beings. Haha, it's very normal for you to have such ambitions, but becoming a sage isn't easy. Besides exceptional talent, One needs great fortune. Look at me. Even after experiencing countless life and death situations, I finally managed to step into the realm of sagehood only after treading on countless corpses and seizing an extraordinary opportunity. But, he paused here, and then looked at Bernie, who was curiously observing everything around him, nodding enviously. You have a good son. Even if Bernie follows a regular path of cultivation, his accomplishments in this lifetime will surpass those of 99% of all sages. This is what we call a born sage. Alan sighed deeply. To illustrate with my own example, although I am already a sage, without greater opportunities, I will most likely remain at my current level, still far from the peak of sagehood. But your son Bernie is different. He is destined to reach the pinnacle of sagehood and be among the strongest combatants at that level. In the future, there is a chance he can even become a near Jeffrey or attain Jeffrey status. Hector smiled inwardly. His son's innate qualities as a born emperor surpassed those of a born sage. According to the words of Leroy Vine-Darrels, his son was destined to become a near Jeffrey. It was only the great Jeffrey stage that presented a major hurdle. All levels of cultivation before the great Jeffrey stage would pose no problem for Bernie. Eating, drinking water, and sleeping. Any trivial activity could facilitate his smooth breakthroughs. This was the mightiest of the 4 constitutions within the top 100 constitution types of the Leroy Vine Martial continent, a born emperor. Of course, Alan didn't know this. Otherwise, he would be even more shocked and amazed. Senior, how long will it take us to reach the Qilin Manor? Hector asked. Alan glanced at Hector and replied with a smile. About a day. Sigh, a day? Hector gasped. When he went to Great Wu, it took him several days, even using a teleportation array. And the Qilin Manor, supposedly located at the easternmost point of the northern frontier, almost spanned half the northern frontier, which was at least 10 times the distance from Ing State to Great Wu. Such a vast distance, yet Alan could traverse it in just one day. Were sages truly so powerful? Seeming to perceive Hector's thoughts, Alan said, on our Leroy Vine Martial continent, there is a saying, all beneath the sages are ants. Have you heard of it? Hector hurriedly nodded. He had certainly heard of it. Do you know what a sage truly is? Stunned, Hector shook his head and bowed. Please enlighten me, senior. Seeing Hector's humility and eagerness to learn, coupled with being Bernie's father, Alan smiled approvingly and said, let this old man show you what a true sage looks like. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and a ripple shot out instantly, enveloping a massive mountain peak hundreds of meters away. With a slight flick of his finger, puff, the mountain peak rose from its base and soared into the sky. Hiss. Hector and Rhonda widened their eyes, sharply inhaling breath. That who became immortals, though extremely rare. But from the tone of Alan, it seemed becoming an immortal was no longer possible. Why can't great Jeffries reach the realm of immortals? Hector pressed. Impressive question, Alan paused, looking at Hector with surprise. Above great Jeffries lies the realm of immortality. Legends tell us that those who reach this level are called immortals. Immortals are a whole new type of super beings, entirely beyond the scope of humanity. They possess the power to destroy heavens and earth with a single gesture. Immortality is a distant dream. Even someone powerful as a great Jeffrey finds it incredibly hard to reach this level. Achieving great Jeffrey status and living for 10,000 years is already considered outstanding. Hector persisted. Why can't great Jeffries touch the realm of immortality? He was genuinely curious. Based on what he knew, after the start of the martial arts era, many had indeed achieved immortality. Though few, they existed. Yet now, it seemed impossible. Chapter 570. The Secret of the Near Immortal Era's Demise, and Dwight Manatee's Near Destruction. Upon hearing this, Alan glanced at Hector and sighed. Since the anomaly in the world's essence, it's not only difficult for him. Don't rush. Zoltanston carefully, Alan said. The 9 provinces were fractured, and all the transformed powerhouses were suppressed. The immortals and Jeffries of the near immortal era perished, but the root cause of the anomaly remained unchecked, continuing to spread across the shattered land. Dwightmans faced yet another apocalyptic disaster. At this critical moment, an unparalleled powerhouse emerged. The very person who inaugurated the martial arts era, Gavriel. Gavriel ascended to Jeffrey status and attained immortality. Within 3 short years, he achieved unprecedented victories, single-handedly curbing the anomaly's source, thus initiating the martial arts era. Branding to this great victory, Gavriel became our race's supreme deity. Hector listened with bated breath. Before the martial arts era, this land was called the 9 provinces, not the Leroy Vine martial continent. And the current Leroy Vine martial continent was merely a part of the former vast territory. The battles among immortals could shatter such expansive lands, an astonishing testament to their strength and destructiveness. The demise of the near immortal era seemed tied to that catastrophe, and Gavriel single-handedly suppressed the source of the anomaly to start the martial arts era. He had no idea about any of these historical events. How powerful must Gavriel have been? Hector marveled. Even the combined might of the immortals and Jeffries from the near immortal era couldn't subdue the anomaly's source. Yet, Gavriel did it alone. Alan seemed to read Hector's thoughts. While Gavriel was incredibly powerful, managing to suppress the anomaly's origin, it was also due to the collective efforts of countless strong figures in the immortal era that gave him the opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to stand against all the anomalies of an era. You need to understand that among those anomalies were numerous immortals and Jeffries, standing at the pinnacle of humanity, none of whom would yield to one another. Hector nodded in agreement. However, looking at the entire history of the near immortal era, Gavriel is undoubtedly one of the strongest. Senior, do you know where the origin of the anomaly lies? Hector asked again. Alan paused, his brows furrowing in thought before sighing. We don't know exactly where it is, but some say it's on a mysterious island outside the 9 provinces. Others believe it's beyond our known dimensions. One thing is certain, it's not far from the Leroy Vine martial continent. If it were to loosen, we might face another cataclysmic disaster. Senior, if the origin loosens, what can we do? Hector's face paled in worry. In their current era, there were no immortals left. If the anomaly resurfaces, who could suppress it? Alan looked at Hector's stricken expression and smiled bitterly. If it does loosen, our race would face extinction. There is no other choice unless another figure like Gavriel emerges. But someone of his caliber won't appear again since the world itself has changed after the calamity. It can no longer produce peak beings like immortals, or even Jeffries. Hector frowned. So, our ultimate goal can only be becoming Jeffries? Yes, Alan confirmed somberly. Hector pondered, considering a possibility. Senior, if we find the origin of the anomaly, wouldn't we solve the essence anomaly problem fundamentally, perhaps reverting our world back to before the martial arts era? Alan regarded Hector appreciatively. You're quite clever. We've thought of that too. Over the years, some Jeffries have personally searched outside the Leroyvine Martial continent and found clues. For instance, there is an island off the coast of Leroyvine Martial continent, emitting a heavy, anomalous aura, and Jeffrey suspected the anomaly's origin might be there. Unfortunately, the Jeffrey returned gravely injured and warned future generations not to approach that island. Not long after, that Jeffrey transcended. Even a Jeffrey died? Hector inhaled sharply. Alan said gravely, the origin is too powerful. Even a formidable Jeffrey dares not approach. This has led many to suspect the origin lies on that island. However, to reach the core of the anomaly, one might need to surpass Jeffrey level or be a sovereign. Alan then looked at Hector's son, Bernie, his dim eyes finally showing a glimmer of hope. Your son is a born sage. If he can ascend to the rank of Jeffrey, there's a 70% chance he could become a sovereign among Jeffries. Chapter 571. Chelan Mansion. An Empyrean? Hector was taken aback and looked at his son, Bernie, Empyrean. He naturally knew what that meant. It referred to the top-tier combatants among the great Jeffries. For example, those on the list of the 24 great Jeffries were all Empyreans. And among them, Rhett was the paramount powerhouse ranked first on the list, essentially an Empyrean among Empyreans. It was rumored that each Empyrean, although still within the great Jeffrey realm, possessed combat power that rivaled some immortals. If your son Bernie could become an Empyrean, he might have a chance to approach the origin, but unfortunately, many who are born sages can only reach the near Jeffrey stage. Those who can truly achieve Jeffreyhood are exceedingly rare. Why? Hector asked, bewildered. Frisco smiled and explained, those with powerful physiques, like those born as sages, tend to progress smoothly through all realms before the near Jeffrey stage without encountering any significant obstacles. This is something everyone envies. Such people are also called Heaven's Chosen Ones, or Celestial Favorites. However, even they aren't. Has once again spread across the Leroyvine Martial continent. When the anomalous energy reaches a certain level, calamity will strike the continent again, and at that time, our human race? Frisco left the rest unsaid, but his implication was clear. The human race would face another disaster like the one during the near-divine era's end. And now, there were no great figures like Rhett to safeguard them. The outcome was evident. Hector felt an immense weight settle on his heart. He clenched his fist and said, in the future, I must become an Empyrean, and perhaps even an immortal, to help our human race resolve this crisis. Seeing Hector's resolute gaze, Frisco shook his head with a sigh. In the entire Leroyvine Martial continent, countless people with heaven-defying talent found it incredibly difficult to become great Jeffries. Only those with extraordinary luck and exceptional abilities had any hope. As for becoming Empyreans or immortals, it was better not to even think about it. The future of the human race was virtually hopeless. Boom. As they spoke, a day passed quietly by. Meanwhile, Hector and his party had arrived in the eastern region of the northern border. Hector noticed that the essence energies here were several times more concentrated than in Ingdaltendom, or even the Great Wu dynasty. If he cultivated here, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly be much faster than in Ingdaltendom, discreet and unknown to others. As the father of a born sage, if some ill-intentioned people, or those from the demonic path, learn about this, they might use you against Bernie. You should understand that, right? Hector fell silent. Of course, he knew what it meant to be a born sage. Whether in the righteous path or the demonic path, born sages were treasures of martial arts. Whoever obtained one could at least become a peerless powerhouse on the Leroyvine Martial continent, even if they couldn't achieve Jeffreyhood. I understand, Hector nodded. Frisco glanced at Hector and smiled. Once your strength is strong enough to protect yourself, you can publicly acknowledge your relationship with Bernie. So, young man, work hard. Hector nodded firmly. At that moment, Hector saw a colossal purple chelan rising from the ground ahead, a towering structure that was over 1,000 meters high. It was enormous beyond words. Even standing on a height of thousands of meters, Jessup would have to look up. From this chelan, he felt a vast and imposing pressure akin to heavenly authority. This is our Chelan mansion, Frisco nodded and immediately sped up. Approaching closer, Hector realized that from afar, it looked like a Chelan, but up close, he saw mountains and large buildings like palaces and pavilions on its body. Approaching within roughly 500 meters, Frisco landed at the feet of the Chelan and led Hector towards the massive creature. At the same time, he tossed a purple token into Hector's hand. Zoltan it up, Hector saw the token. On one side were the characters for Chelan, and on the back, a purple Chelan image. Young man, I'll see you off here. Soon, take this Chelan token and go inside. There will be someone to receive you. Remember, don't reveal your relationship with Bernie. End of translation. Chapter 572. Daphneist rely on oneself. Rhonda and Bernie followed Alan away. Rhonda was Bernie's mother, and a child must have his mother's care. Thus, Rhonda's treatment was far better than Hector's. Hector walked for several miles with the token in hand, arriving at the base of the Chelan. Looking up, he could barely see the top of the towering purple Chelan. Primarily, it was just too high. Who are you? Suddenly 2 figures blocked Hector's path. Hector looked at them and felt a slight shock. They didn't look much older than him, Yet both had already reached the mid-stage of Grandmaster realm. I've come to register, Hector said, presenting the purple Qilin token to one of them. Seeing this, the man's expression immediately changed. A flattery appeared on his face. Junior brother, let me take you into our Qilin mansion. The Giri treated Hector with extremely high regard, a stark contrast to before. This left Hector somewhat bewildered. Could there be something special about this token? Following the Giri inside, he heard the youth say, I'm in cell. May I know how junior brother wishes to be addressed? Hector, Hector replied coolly. So, you're junior brother Hector. It's an honor. May I ask which senior recommended you? Hector hesitated, realizing that this token held extraordinary significance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked about his background during their first meeting. How do you mean? Hector countered instead of answering directly. Ansel glanced at Hector, noting his composed demeanor. He became even more convinced that Hector had been recommended by a major figure, but chose not to reveal it. He understood discretion and knew better than to pry further. Leororect recommendations from important figures were not uncommon in Qilin Mansion. Ansel smiled. Junior brother, your purple token is only possessed by Kylers above the Dalton level. Ordinary Kylers have 1 recommendation quota per year. Some top-tier Kylers have 2 quotas, while the Grand Achilles have 3 to 5. As he spoke, Ansel closely watched Hector's reaction, but he saw none. Now Hector understood why Ansel treated him so politely. Ansel assumed he was endorsed by at least a Dalton-level Kyler. But junior brother, please note that no matter how powerful your backer is, staying in Qilin Mansion requires relying on yourself. Every month, there are assessments, and those who fail are expelled. Hector nodded, aware of this rule. As they spoke, they arrived at a registration office where Hector received a new identity token, a silver badge. Congratulations, junior brother. You're now a silver Lerowisciple of the Outer Court of Qilin Mansion. The Outer Court has 4 types of disciples: servant Lerowisciples, bronze Lerowisciples, silver Lerowisciples, and gold Lerowisciples. The highest status belongs to gold Lerowisciples, followed by silver Lerowisciples, then servant Lerowisciples. Because Hector was recommended, he started as a bronze Lerowisciple. While still higher than servant Lerowisciples, bronze Lerowisciples had greater responsibilities. Servant Lerowisciples mainly collected information and performed miscellaneous tasks. Bronze Lerowisciples, however, undertook missions and participated in evaluations, bearing significant pressure and risk. After chatting for a while, Hector learned that Ansel was also a bronze Lerowisciple and had been in Qilin Mansion for half a year. Advancing from servant to bronze Lerowisciple in 6 months was considered average. Junior brother, I feel it won't take long before you become a silver Lerowisciple in our outer court. In the future, you'll need to take care of me. Ansel smiled. Junior brother, it's getting late. Rest well. Tomorrow, you may receive a mission. Lerowisciple due to his son Bernie. This was the treatment Alan promised him. Junior brother, follow me. Ansel laughed and led the way. They soon arrived at a large square crowded with people meditating or sleeping. Hector noticed a huge stone tablet in a corner inscribed with rest area for lower tier members. Lower tier? Hector's mouth twitched. This place didn't respect its members at all. Even if they were lower tier, they didn't need to spell it out. Ansel, seeing Hector's expression, smiled bitterly. No one gets special treatment unless they're born as a great genius. Even Grand Achilles' grandchildren start from the bottom. Hashtag chapter 573. Lower tier alchemy pavilion. Do the descendants of those high-ranking officials in Qilin Manor have no special privileges? Hector asked in surprise. In Daltondom, every noble he had encountered enjoyed privileges passed down from their parents. There are no privileges here. If they want to stay, they must rely on themselves. Ansel shook his head and continued, half a month ago, we had a bronze-ranked disciple at Qilin Manor, the grandson of a senior Akil. Because he failed to complete his mission, he was expelled from Qilin Manor, and the senior Akil didn't say a word. Phew. Hector drew a breath, suddenly realizing that Qilin Manor seemed far more brutal than he had imagined before arriving. Although no one has privileges here, if you're the descendant of an important figure, you can still gain many followers. As he spoke, Ansel looked into the distance and said, Zoltantal brother Sue, do you see that person over there? He's the grandson of an Kyler at Qilin Manor. As soon as he arrived, he revealed his identity and immediately gained many followers. Hector immediately looked over and saw a young Darien, about 18 years old, surrounded by a crowd of people who were nearly groveling to him. Ansel went on, if you are the descendant of a high-ranking official, you will always have supporters. When completing tasks assigned by Qilin Manor in the future, having more people will certainly be an advantage. If you have any background, Zoltantal brother Sue, feel free to reveal it. Hearing this, Hector gave a bitter smile. If he did, the entire outer court of Qilin Manor would explode in chaos. After all, his son was born to be an emperor. How many people in the entire Qilin Manor could match his son's potential? Of course, he would never reveal it. Never mind. I'll work hard on my own like you said. Background here won't get me any privileges. The only thing I can rely on is my own strength. Hector shook his head and found a place to sit. Ansel glanced at Hector, then left without another word. Zoltantal brother Sue, if anything happens, feel free to come find me. I'll be receiving new arrivals at the place where we first met. Sure, thank you. Hector nodded, appreciating Ansel's hospitality. Of course, part of it might be because he had been recommended into the manor. All present, proceed to the alchemy pavilion to collect Dao Pill. Suddenly, a voice like thunder boomed across the lower tier square. Everyone instantly stood up, eyes gleaming with excitement, rushing toward the same direction. Haha, finally, it's time for the Dao Pill distribution. I've waited 3 months in Qilin Manor. This time, I must get a high-grade Dao Pill. High grade? Don't dream too much. Getting even a mid-grade Dao Pill would be considered lucky. Voices echoed around. Hector felt a stirring within him and rushed out as well. Dao Pill? This was one of the essential items for cultivation for great Master Realm experts. Just one pill could rapidly enhance one's cultivation. He saw that at least 10,000 people moved at once, creating an extremely impressive spectacle. Hector almost collided with someone several times. Soon, A massive pavilion appeared in his line of sight. Above it was a golden plaque inscribed with 4 words. Lower tier alchemy pavilion. Lower tier? Again. Lower tier? Hector's lips twitched again. The humiliating words were truly omnipresent in Qilin Manor. Darn it, if I get a high-grade Dao pill this time, I can finally shake off the lower-tier identity. Someone roared angrily. There were not a few who shared this sentiment. Clearly, many felt the 2 words couldn't even withstand this trace of Qilin Zoltank. You're a disgrace. Expecting you to protect Qilin Manor's future is a joke. The red-robed Kyler roared in anger. Facing the Kyler's scolding and humiliation, many could only laugh bitterly. They were once top geniuses in their respective areas, but being here had severely impacted their self-esteem. Everyone around them was at least on par with, or even stronger than them. If Hector hadn't activated his secret realm just now, he probably wouldn't have held back the Qilin Zoltank either. But even so, he barely managed it. He noticed that over 1,000 people effortlessly deflected the light, but he wasn't overly concerned. They had all been in Qilin Manor for several months, and their cultivation levels were higher than his by 1 to 3 ranks. Alright, all you useless ones who managed to hold on, follow me into the alchemy pavilion. With that, the red-robed Kyler vanished into the lower-tier alchemy pavilion. Hector and the others followed inside. Upon entering, they realized how vast the alchemy pavilion was. It could easily accommodate tens of thousands simultaneously. Soon, following the Kyler, they reached a plaza within the pavilion. There, numerous black cages held figures enveloped in dark energy, men and women, old and young. Leon Path? Hector's gaze sharpened as he sensed Leon Path aura from these people, with some even harboring hidden devouring spirits, their spatial realm. Consequently, the Dao pill within this cage would be of the highest quality. Currently, Hector was at the peak of the 2nd heaven of the Grandmaster realm. To break through normally would take several days. But with one of these Dao pills, he could reach the 3rd heaven of the Grandmaster realm and its peak within half a day. This was the power of the Dao pill. However, obtaining this Dao pill wouldn't be easy because there was also an extremely strong disciple of dark arts inside. The individual looked only 19 years old, but gave off an intense sense of danger even while seated motionlessly. Many chose their targets at this point, but almost no one dared to approach those particular cages. Clearly, the 10,000 people present knew the danger level of those cages. The red-robed Kyler's expression darkened, and he spoke again. Worthless ones, you dare not challenge these black cages? Every sentence contained the word worthless, causing many young men to clench their fists in rage. Dwight, I'll give it a try. Someone sneered and directly opened one of the black cages, rushing in. However, as soon as he entered, he screamed in terror and retreated quickly. But only when one foot was outside did his body suddenly freeze, and his head rolled off his neck. Subsequently, the dark art man inside crushed the intruder's head with a single step. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone's heart for Larowisipal next. If successful, he'll be another Alwyn. If it's him, he might succeed. Many recognized him. Hector also squinted his eyes. He recognized this person as the grandson of the Kyler and Cell had mentioned earlier. When this black-robed youth stepped forward, the red-robed Kyler nodded approvingly instead of cursing, saying, finally, someone decent has come forward. Boy, what's your name? Albing bowed to the red-robed Kyler and said, Akil, this is Albing. My grandfather is Braden Cheong. Oh, so you're that old Braden Cheong's grandson. Your grandfather has killed many dark art disciples and contributed significantly to Qilin Manor. As his grandson, don't bring shame to him, the Kyler nodded. Rest assured, Kyler. Slaying this dark art disciple will be easy for me. Albing smiled, then stared intently at the Casey in the black cage. Leon Art Devil, remember. The one who kills you is your grandfather, Albing. With that, Albing charged in, enveloped in purple flames that sizzled as they burned the air. The Casey sneered coldly. His hair rapidly grew longer, like sharp spikes plunging into Albing's protective flames. PFT. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Albing spat out blood in great gouts, and his protective flames, now like water, were sucked into the Casey's hair. After absorbing Albing's flames, the Casey's hair became even redder, resembling bloody spikes, eerie and terrifying. Bang! Albing's body slammed heavily to the ground. Under the gaze of 10,000 spectators, the Casey stomped down, crushing Albing's head. This is Qilin Manor's genius? Chapter 575. Battle against the red-haired man. Trash. All trash. The Qilin Manor is truly declining year by year. If this continues, there will eventually come a day when the Qilin Manor will become fodder for our demonic cult. Ha ha ha. After killing Albing, the Casey became even more audacious. His gaze was sharp as it swept over everyone, making all eyes flicker with unease and fists clenched tightly. They felt immensely aggrieved, wishing they could carve him into pieces. But seeing how even Albing had fallen, none of them dared to challenge the Casey. Do you see? This is the demonic cult, inhumane. And you, devoid of spirit, say nothing in response to a challenge. What gives trash like you the right to defend righteousness or safeguard our human race? Do you really think you are what the remnants of the demonic cult claim? Nothing but trash, useless scum? At this moment, the red-clothed Kyler roared in anger. The demonic cult had insulted them so profoundly, and no one dared speak up. It was about to drive his explosive temper to its limit. If not for the rules of the Qilin Manor, he would have stomped the Casey into dust himself. However, he couldn't. As an expert, he shouldn't stoop to squabble with a junior from the demonic cult. Such actions would invite ridicule from both the demonic cult and disdain from the righteous path. I'll do it. Finally, someone couldn't bear it any longer, gritting their teeth and rushing forward. Imph, another one seeking death. The Casey sneered coldly. Thud. This time, the man was slightly stronger than Albing, but he still didn't last 2 moves before being killed on the spot by the Casey. Is there any more trash that needs clearing? At this point, no one dared to step forward. The Casey's strength here was virtually unparalleled. Senior, may I ask what his cultivation level is? Someone asked seriously at this moment. Others also perked up their ears. They couldn't discern the Casey's cultivation level, but given his immense power, it must surpass their own. The red-clothed Kyler responded coldly, not strong. Just recently stepped into the mid-stage Grandmaster realm. Compared to many of you present, it's about the same, perhaps even weaker. Upon hearing this, everyone changed color. Just entering the mid-stage Grandmaster realm, yet possessing such overwhelming combat prowess. Was the demonic cult truly this formidable? Many were deeply alarmed. They were all heavenly prideful prodigies from the northern frontier states, top-notch talents among the youth in their respective countries. Yet here, they were suppressed by peers, and even a casually detained disciple of the demonic cult could crush them? In this moment, their confidence began to crumble. At this moment, the red-clothed Kyler added, he stands out relatively in the demonic cult, but you are also outstanding geniuses of righteousness. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here in our Qilin manor. So, under equal conditions, your defeat, fear, and retreat make you all useless. Well, I'll give you 3 breaths. If no one challenges this remnant of the demonic cult within that time, you can all leave. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed drastically. Someone quickly protested, Senior, isn't there still half an hour left? Yes, Senior, the group chorused. But the red-clothed Kyler retorted, I said, time's up. It's up. If you scum don't accept it, you can complain above if you can manage it. As he spoke, the Kyler raised his hand to indicate upward. Seeing this, everyone turned pale. There were strict regulations in the Qilin manor. The higher up, the greater the power and status. Any disciple who did not meet the criteria lacked the authority to go further. Expecting them to challenge a higher up, like the red-clothed Kyler was a joke. I'll go. A voice suddenly rang out again. Everyone looked over. This black-robed youth looks very young. Judging by his appearance, his cultivation doesn't seem too high, does it? Sigh, youthful impetuosity. He's probably been provoked by this old man, many murmured upon seeing Hector. Firstly, Hector was too young. Secondly, if they couldn't manage, this young man likely couldn't either. His motivation came from the threat of expulsion. After waiting so long, who would willingly be cast out now? The red-clothed Kyler paused, then smiled. Even though these new recruits weren't too remarkable, they still showed some courage. Senior, what reward can I get for killing him? Hector asked. He hadn't acted immediately to observe the Casey's strength. After observation, he was confident he could kill him if he went all out. Of course, if the Casey concealed his true power, there might be danger. But Hector believed he could protect himself. You can get a high-grade sect Dao pill, the red-clothed Kyler replied. Good. Hector nodded, speeding toward the Casey's cell. A high-grade sect Dao pill was enough to break through to the mid-stage Grandmaster realm. Ha! Another one seeking death. The Casey sneered as Hector entered the black cell. Boom. Instantly, countless red strands shot out like spikes from all directions. Boom. 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 Hector was instantly surrounded. The air tearing apart with sonic booms like thunder, causing intense pain in his eardrums. So powerful, Hector inwardly exclaimed, triggering his secret realm, with golden aura spreading outward. Clang, clang, clang. Red hair, like monster tentacles, struck the golden field several times, but Hector relied on it to block successfully. Everyone watching was stunned. Hiss, he actually deflected hundreds of the Casey strands? Incredible, Albang and others were pierced full of holes by those blood-red strands in an instant. What is that golden ripple around him? Its defensive power seems incredibly strong. The crowd erupted in shock. Hector's combat prowess made everyone gape in amazement. The red-clothed Kyler's pupils narrowed sharply, focusing intently on the golden field surrounding Hector. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. A field? This Fred has cultivated a field? Hashtag chapter 576, forcefully slaying the red-haired man. Field domain. Similar to a sacred domain. A long time ago, some prodigious martial artists created their own field domains after observing the sacred domains of sages, doing so even before they reached the sage realm. Though not as powerful as sacred domains, field domains possess some of their functionalities and could significantly enhance a martial artist's combat power. Those who feel pressure at this moment. Crack. Suddenly, the blade tore through the void and approached Hector's field domain. Within moments, Hector's field domain shattered like glass, and the blade swiftly closed in on him. Hiss. This Casey didn't use his full strength from the start. That kid is doomed. Everyone was stunned by the Casey's shocking combat prowess. Without using his full strength, he easily crushed Albang and others. Now, showing his full potential, how strong would he be? No matter how powerful, it seemed the Giri had no chance. Kid, how will you deal with this? The red-robed Kyler squinted his eyes. Those who could create field domains were near the weakest class of innate sages, world-class geniuses. If he survived, he could become a high-ranking force for their Qilin manor. But survival was a prerequisite. Indeed very strong, but I, Hector, am no weakling. Hector narrowed his eyes. Feeling the enemy's power, he felt not pressure but excitement. He began to make seals with his hands, forming the true imperial techniques, but this time creating 4 different true imperial technique diagrams in front of him. Upon their appearance, 4 massive vortices formed, lining up in a row. As the braid approached, Hector pushed his hands to the right. Boom. The 4 vortexes generated an enormous suction force, following Hector's hand movements. Clang! The braid followed as his arms exploded from Hector's punch, his chest pierced and blood spurting wildly as he crashed into the other side of the black cage, like a kite cut from its string. Cough. The Casey spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing slowly to the ground, clearly beyond saving. What's your name? The Casey asked weakly, looking up at Hector, his focus fading. Hector, Hector replied coolly. Thud. The Casey's eyes closed, falling into the pool of blood. At the same time, a black box appeared before Hector. He reached out, opened it, and found a brown Peak Clan Dao pill inside. Sniffing it lightly, he put it away. It was indeed a top-quality Peak Clan Dao pill, He killed the Casey. Many people were shocked, still trying to process what had just happened. The Casey's power was formidable. Even their top performers hesitated to engage such a dangerous foe, knowing that any mistake meant death. After killing the Casey, Hector walked out of the black cage. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted, their looks filled with awe and reverence. Chapter 577. Continue the challenge. The young one, what's your name? The red-robed Kyler looked at Hector with a smile. Hector lifted his head and gazed at the Casey on the high platform. Hector, that's a fine name. The red-robed Kyler nodded. Young one, do you wish to continue? Continue? Many people were taken aback. The implication was clear. Whether Hector would challenge someone, senior brother Sue you? The red-robed Prudence's expression changed, and she sighed. Haha, good. Courageous. The red-robed Kyler laughed heartily. Boom. At this moment, the black prison opened. Under everyone's gaze, Hector walked towards it. In secret, Hector extended his field, sensing immense danger from the black-clad man. Furthermore, there was a hidden spirit devourer lurking within the sixth spatial layer around this man, which Hector couldn't subdue. His only option was to restrict the spirit devourer while trying to kill the black-clad man. Even as Hector approached, the black-clad man didn't open his eyes. Tension filled the room. Though many were uncertain about the black-clad man's strength, some had just arrived at the lower level of the alchemy pavilion like Hector, others had come once but hadn't seen anyone dare to challenge him. It was known that no one who challenged him in the past 2 years survived. As such, he had become an undisputed tyrant, unchallenged. Now, Hector was the first to dare challenge the black-clad man in 3 years, causing everyone to feel both nervous and excited. Hector's recent victory over the Casey had left a deep impression. Clearly, he was a formidable opponent, and a match between two strong individuals promised a spectacular sight. Young one, keep it up. Let this old man see your full potential when you unleash your true strength. The red-robed Kyle. Not good, he's behind me. Hector spun around and struck with a palm. His palm clashed with something, instantly engulfed in dark flames. Hector quickly activated the illusory body technique, transferring to the second spatial layer. Whoosh! The dark flames twisted and deformed the first spatial layer as Hector disappeared. The black-clad man's cold, indifferent face finally showed a hint of reaction. He entered the second spatial layer? Black flames flickered in his eyes as he observed Hector within the second layer. He can see me. Hector felt a chill. Quickly, he traversed the second layer, rushing towards the black-clad man, fingers forming seals to evoke the Imperial Dao seals. Instantly, 4 Dao seals appeared, generating a powerful suction force. Hector intended to use the vortex created by the Dao seals, similar to how he had dealt with the Casey. Chapter 578. Hector's final move, a thread between Zoltanf and death. The moment Hector stepped forward, the Wilson's dark eyes gleamed. Instantly, a surge of black flames erupted, engulfing Hector. At this very moment, for true intent diagrams coalesced around Hector, forming whirlpools that exerted immense suction, instantly absorbing the Wilson's black flames. Leroyd at work? Many people revealed expressions of disbelief. Hector had used this move earlier against the Casey, and now again against the Wilson. Both times, it was effective. Could it really be foolproof? However, in the next instant, with a thunderous boom, Hector's true intent boom. In an instant, he struck out with a palm strike across the distance. The 5 true intent diagrams shaken even the black cage. The Wilson's outer black flames were scattered by Hector's 5 true intent diagrams, revealing him slightly stunned. That's interesting. Your abilities surpass my expectations. You managed to disperse my black flame under full power, the Wilson remarked, watching Hector with surprise. But from your state, it seems you've used all your strength, haven't you? Can you repeat such a move? The Wilson glanced at Hector and shuddered, black flames reappearing. Meanwhile, Hector, having just used 5 true intent diagrams, was breathing heavily, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. It looks like he has given everything he had, observed the red-robed Kyler with a sigh. He knew that Hector, barring any miracles, would die today. As expected, even a formidable youth like this black-robed one cannot match the Wilson of the demonic path. Truly, this Wilson is the strongest in the lower floors of the Pill Hall over the past 3 years, many commented sorrowfully. They felt regretful for Hector, who with his combat prowess and talent, had a bright future if only he hadn't challenged this Wilson of the demonic path. Misfortune befell him, lamented some. Time to send you off. The Wilson's eyes turned icy cold as he stepped forward, instantly appearing before Hector, unleashing more black flames. Many closed their eyes at this point, unwilling to witness yet another genius from their Chelan mansion fall victim to the demonic path. The red-robed Kyler stood up, shaking his head lightly. This youth named Hector was the strongest among those who appeared in the past 3 months. Alas, death is inevitable. Thankfully, we captured this demonic youth early. If left unrestrained, even I might not be his match. The red-robed Kyler was glad that this monstrous talent was arrested early. Otherwise, he would become a formidable enemy of the righteous path. Just as everyone thought Hector was doomed, a powerful force began to compress in Hector's right palm, converging into a single point. Within this tiny point, a destructive power was brewing, a power greater than his 5 true intent diagrams combined. Boom. The moment the Wilson neared, Hector released the compressed field in an instant, striking outward. Spiritual explosion. Instantly, the compressed field, exceeding the power of the 5 true intent diagrams, erupted explosively. The Wilson's eyes widened in disbelief as the black flames enveloping him burst once again, more fiercely than before. The previous blow only scattered the black flames on his body. This time, the double-strength force surged out, tearing half his body apart, severely wounding him. Simultaneously, Hector took out several top-grade spirit-nourishing pills and swallowed them whole, activating the 5 viscera and 6 bowel technique to rapidly digest the pills and replenish his depleted true chi. He prepared to strike again, taking advantage of the Wilson's severe injuries to finish him off. Kill him! roared the Wilson, his voice like thunder, causing the entire pill hall to tremble. Whoosh! Almost instantly, the sixth-floor space's soul devourer, which had been motionless, appeared before Hector, releasing a surge of icy coldness that sent chills down his spine. He had encountered such a soul devourer in Ingwa with his father, and it was something he couldn't confront alone. With the Wilson injured right in front of him, he could finish him if he acted immediately. But if he dodged the soul devourer, he would give the Wilson a chance to recover. He faced a tough decision: continue to kill the Wilson or avoid the soul devourer. Kill him. Hector gritted his teeth, making his final decision. Eliminating the Wilson would likely make the soul devourer lose control and stop attacking him. Though it was uncertain, there was a chance. So, Hector decided to risk it. Hashtag chapter 579. A narrow victory. At this moment, Hector had no other choice. He could only grit his teeth and go forward. Because he knew very well that if he gave the Yuan even a moment to catch his breath, he would be dead. The Yuan could easily rely on the Spirit Devourer to kill him. Thus, killing the Yuan who controlled the Sixth Realm Space Spirit Devourer was now the most crucial task at hand. Success or failure hinged on this fleeting moment. If he succeeded, he stood a chance to live. If he failed, he would undoubtedly die. Boom. Hector clenched his fists, and in this instant, he felt his strength restored to a small extent, enough for him to execute the fourfold true intent technique. But even just 4 strikes were enough to seal the Yuan's fate. Spurt. The Yuan took a direct hit from Hector, spouting blood as he flew away. At the same time, Hector also came under attack from the Sixth Realm Space Spirit Devourer, instantly stiffening and losing control over his body. Haha, Fred, even if I die, you won't survive either. This time, I was careless. Otherwise, how could you have killed me? Spurt. With a roar filled with regret, the Yuan smashed into the black cage and died. Had he ordered the Sixth Realm Space Spirit Devourer to act from the start, Hector would never have been able to defeat him. Unfortunately, over the past 3 years, he had grown accustomed to relying solely on himself, believing that he could kill all the Qilin Manor disciples without needing the Spirit Devourer. This time, he miscalculated. The Giri before him was far stronger than any of the low-rank Dan Pavilion 1, while the Spirit Devourer should be considered separately. Remember, over the past 3 years, this Yuan of the demonic path has never used the Spirit Devourer against other Qilin Manor disciples. Hector froze. Without using the Spirit Devourer, he couldn't believe that without it, the Yuan could kill all Qilin Manor disciples who joined within the last 3 years, especially those who stayed only 3 months. Were Qilin Manor disciples really so weak? Seeming to read Hector's thoughts, Weston sighed, "They're not weak. You're just too strong. Based on my observations, your talent already rivals some of the weaker innate sages. With another grand opportunity, you will definitely be able to stand toe-to-toe with them in the future." Hector remained silent. Standing toe-to-toe with innate sages? That wasn't his goal. His aim was to surpass the martial realm and become an immortal. If possible, he wanted to become even stronger, surpassing the immortals and growing until he equaled the immortal emperors of mythic legend. Boom. At this moment, a black box reappeared, and Weston handed it to Hector, saying, "Inside is an exquisite Zhongdao pill, which you deserve." "Thank you, Venerable." Hector nodded, excitedly stowing away the black box. With this exquisite Zhongdao pill, Hector hoped to break through to the Middle Great Master Realm within a month. Cultivation required not only exceptional admission due to significant contributions from family members, or being a relative of an innate sage. Third, the most common, passing Qilin Manor's examination and becoming a disciple. Hector listed 3 categories in one breath. He was admitted exceptionally because his son, Bernie, was an innate sage. However, with his strength and talent, he could have passed the examination on his own merits. You're right. On the surface, there are indeed only these 3 types. But internally, Qilin Manor has a 4th category. Saying this, Weston turned and looked at Hector, saying, "Next, I'll be taking you to participate in the 4th type of test." Hashtag chapter 580. Top Dwayne constitutions. Hector was taken aback. Was there a 4th type? He had never heard of it before. Seeing Hector's puzzled expression, Weston explained further. Among the first 3 types, only those born as sages have the direct qualification to be specially recruited as disciples by Grand Achilles. The rest, including those with special constitutions, still need to rely on their own efforts to have the chance to become disciples of an Kyler-ranked Dalton or higher. Senior, are you saying you want to take me to meet a master? Hector asked in surprise. Weston nodded with a smile. You can be taught. In our Qilin Manor, if you can find a strong Minsples, silver Lyroisiples, and golden Lyroisiples. Our Kylers are similarly divided into bronze, silver, and golden. Golden is the strongest, followed by silver, and then bronze. So, senior, what rank are you? Hector asked curiously. Weston sighed. My talent is limited, so I am merely a bronze Akil. That's why I'm taking you to meet a golden Akil, because I'm the lowest rank. Hector understood now. Weston felt his rank was insufficient, and he didn't dare to take on a disciple himself. Weston continued, looking at Hector. Don't underestimate the golden Achilles. Their cultivation and strength are extremely close to that of a sage. Some outstanding golden Achilles can even match up with the weakest sages. They are very powerful. They all have the potential to become sages in the future. The 2 golden Achilles I'm taking you to meet are among the 10 strongest in our Qilin Manor. Of course, I'm only giving you an opportunity. Whether you can become their disciple depends on your performance. Yes, I'll do my best and won't let Senior down, Hector nodded solemnly. Although it was their first meeting, Weston had been very kind to him. Of course, Hector knew Weston treated him well, because of his exceptional performance in the lower Dan Pavilion. Hector followed Weston upwards. The people they encountered were increasingly powerful. He saw many people wearing clothes embroidered with golden threads depicting Qilins on their sleeves and shoulders. According to Weston, these were the top-tier golden Lyroisiples of the Outer Manor. Hector nodded. These golden Lyroisiples were incredibly strong. The weakest had reached mid-stage Grand Master Realm, while some were even at peak mid-stage Grandmaster realm. After surpassing the late stage of Grandmaster realm, you can become an inner manor disciple, Weston said. Where is the inner manor? Hector asked. Weston pointed upwards. Do you see the halfway point of the mountain? That's where the inner manor is located. This time, I'm taking you there, where only inner manor disciples and Kylers are allowed to reside. Hector nodded. As they ventured deeper, the spirit energy grew denser. The cultivators they encountered became even more powerful. He even saw several disciples who had reached peak Grandmaster realm. These, Weston explained, were inner manor disciples. On the way, they even met a few people who greeted Weston. Briefly sensing their auras, Hector realized they had all surpassed the Grandmaster realm, reaching the Dalton realm. Clearly, they were Kylers. Haha, Weston, what's this? It's only been half a year since we last met, and you've already brought new prospects. Strong. Strong? Clyde sneered. No matter how strong, can he be stronger than me with my inherent spirit body? In the Leroy-Vine Martial continent, there were top 100 constitutions, and the inherent spirit body ranked 93rd. Though far inferior to those born as sages, it was vastly superior to ordinary constitutions. Hashtag chapter 581. Strict rejection. Dwight Sine glanced at Clyde, shook her head, and remained silent. Ordinary constitutions, although mostly inferior to the top 100 constitutions, also include a few individuals with great opportunities and extraordinary talent. After working hard, their combat prowess can match or even surpass those of the top 100 constitutions, sometimes rivaling the innate power of saints. Clyde was too arrogant. He would one day suffer for it. Indeed, you are a congenital spiritual body, born with an extremely high affinity for the Earth's spiritual energy. Whether it's martial techniques or secret arts, the power you unleash far exceeds that of ordinary people with common constitutions, Dwight Sine said as she led Clyde up higher, walking confidently ahead. Soon, Hector and Weston reached the middle of the mountain and entered a large courtyard. Looking around, the courtyard was filled with flowers and herbs emitting a shocking amount of spiritual energy. Hector immediately recognized these as spirit herbs that could be used as medicinal ingredients or for alchemy, all of extremely high value. Senior Demetrius. The voice grew colder, its tone much more somber. Weston's expression changed, hurriedly saying, Senior Demetrius. Although he has a common constitution, his combat ability and potential are quite extraordinary. He has a great possibility of becoming a saint in the future, not inferior to most special constitutions. However, the courtyard fell silent once more. Weston's face turned unbearably grim. Was this a rejection? Haha, Weston, go back quickly. A common constitution cannot interest our two senior brothers, Orin jeered. Stop lingering here. After all, you're still in Kyler of Archelan Manor, overseeing the lower-level dam pavilion. Akil Zoltan, it seems this place doesn't welcome my presence. Let's go back. Paying respects to such masters is pointless, Hector interjected. Dwight. Hearing this, Orin, along with Clyde and Dwight Sine, stared at him in surprise. Dwight Sine's mouth gaped open in astonishment as she looked at Hector curiously. Clyde wore a cold expression, while Orin sized up Hector, sneering, Boy, remember, you're here to pay respects, not because the two senior brothers are begging you. Your tone suggests you agio in the past 3 years at the lower-level dam pavilion. His only concern was if senior brothers Chin and Bai made things difficult for Hector. Boy, you've offended Achilles Chin and Bai. You won't be leaving this place, Clyde sneered at Hector. Hector glanced at him indifferently. I'm here to prove myself. As for whether I can leave or not, well, if I can't leave, I guarantee you won't either. What do you mean you can't leave? Clyde was taken aback. How did this relate to him? Hector narrowed his eyes, enunciating each word carefully. Because I'll beat you until you can't get up. You, presumptuous. Just what do you think you can achieve with such trashy skills? Clyde ceded but was held back by Dwight Sine. She whispered, the two gold Achilles are watching us. Don't act recklessly. Turning to Hector with a smile, she said, Mister, let's get along nicely. Sure, Hector nodded. He refrained from striking a friendly face. Although this prudence seemed allied with Clyde, she gave off a friendly vibe with no apparent ill intent. Chapter 582. Battle with Unique Constitution. As they ventured deeper inside, the number of spiritual herbs and flowers increased significantly. As far as the eye could see, they were everywhere. Moreover, the inner courtyard was vast. In a place like the Chelan Manor where every inch of land is valuable, being able to occupy such a large courtyard and cultivate so many spiritual herbs clearly demonstrated that Akil Dwightangen's status and strength were in. Carlos added, our disciples must have unique constitutions. Ordinary constitutions are almost never accepted, unless they stand out exceptionally. Come, Fred, show us your strength. How should I demonstrate it? Hector asked calmly. These old men were too arrogant, disregarding those with ordinary constitutions as nothing. Today, he would teach them a lesson with his ordinary constitution. This is simple. Let one of you challenge him. Show him the difference between an ordinary and a special constitution. Josiah gestured towards Broderick and the others. Broderick sensed an opportunity to shine, demonstrating his strength in front of the two golden Achilles, and beating this Fred who they didn't favor could win their approval and secure his position as a disciple. I'll do it, Broderick declared eagerly. Good, go ahead. Remember, don't kill him. Josiah nodded. Rest assured, Akil Chin, I know what to do. Broderick grinned maliciously at Hector. Boy, you shouldn't have come here. Surrender now and beg forgiveness before the golden Achilles, and I might spare you. With a roar, Hector lunged forward, throwing a punch right at him. What insolence! Broderick was furious, not expecting Hector to attack without warning. An ordinary constitution daring to strike at him? He must have grown tired of living. Instantly, Broderick raised his hand and slapped it casually, confident that even a casual blow would shatter Hector's bones. Bang! However, the moment his palm met Hector's punch, an overwhelming force surged like an unstoppable flood. Broderick's expression changed abruptly. Stomp, stomp, stomp. He stumbled backward several steps while Hector charged again. At this moment, Josiah and Carlos narrowed their eyes slightly. Interesting, Carlos remarked casually. Broderick felt a mix of surprise and boundless humiliation. Being pushed back by an ordinary Constitution youth in front of the Golden Achilles was a huge embarrassment for him. Boy, it seems I need to show you the true difference between us. With a roar, Broderick's surroundings erupted in a series of sonic booms. His body seemed to form a giant vortex, drawing infinite true chi into him like water currents. Instantly, his body swelled, bursting the upper part of his clothing, revealing his bronzed, powerful muscles. His physique grew and strengthened rapidly, becoming 3 times larger than the lower half within moments, resembling a colossal giant. His aura became wildly aggressive. Crack. The ground beneath him couldn't withstand the force emanating from his body and began to crack. Innate spiritual body, indeed superior to ordinary constitutions. Carlos and Josiah nodded approvingly. His force instantly shot through his limbs. Hector punched and blocked Broderick's punch directly. At this moment, Hector finally stopped retreating. Broderick was taken aback. Hector's previous punch actually made his fist feel slightly sore and painful. The opponent's strength had increased again in that instant. He hasn't used his full strength? Josiah and Carlos narrowed their eyes looking at Hector. At this moment, Hector appeared extremely calm in their eyes, seemingly not feeling any pressure because Broderick was a congenital spirit body. This is just the beginning. Kid, prepare to die. Broderick was furious. Suddenly, veins popped up on his arms, and his arms thickened once more, increasing his explosive power. At that moment, he fiercely shook his fist, and Hector was thrown back again. When he landed, the ground immediately dented. With a whoosh, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Hector, his explosiveness and speed evidently even stronger than before. He clapped his hands toward Hector with great force. Hector's pupils constricted as he took a deep breath, pushing the 5 organs and 6 fu method to its limit. His physical strength also reached a very high level, continuously making moves. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows, which even impressed Josiah and Carlos, who nodded. Able to force a congenital spirit body into such a corner, indeed some skills. Josiah finally began to look at Hector seriously. Anyone who could achieve this was undoubtedly one of the best among ordinary constitutions. Carlos intently stared at the golden aura around Hector and remarked, "Old man, haven't you noticed that this kid's external golden aura resembles the holy domain of saints?" Josiah suddenly realized this after Carlos mentioned it. He focused his eyes on Hector's golden aura, black light radiating from his eyes spreading outward. Upon contact with Hector's golden aura, his gaze intensified. This is an aura field. This kid has cultivated the aura field prematurely. No wonder he is so audacious. Cultivating the aura field at the Grandmaster level, such talent can indeed compete with special constitutions. At this point, Carlos and Josiah became solemn, discarding their initial underestimation of Hector. Cultivating something similar to an aura field at the Grandmaster level marked one as an extraordinary genius, capable of competing with special constitutions, or even top-tier ones within the top 20 or 10 ranks of elite constitutions. For instance, Jalen had an ordinary approached Broderick at incredible speed, reaching him in an instant. For true intent Leroyograms condensed into a palm, pressing towards Broderick. Shocked and pale, Broderick hadn't expected Hector to redirect all the spatial rifts. If this is the extent of your so-called special constitution, then I'm afraid you'll have to leave here lying down. Boom. As he spoke, Hector's organs resonated, and immense power surged through his limbs. With one punch, Hector blocked Clyde's strike directly. At this moment, Hector finally halted his retreat. Clyde was stunned. Hector's previous punch had actually made his fist ache slightly. The strength from the other side had just intensified in that instant. He hasn't even used his full strength. Josiah and Carlos narrowed their eyes as they looked at Hector. In their eyes, Hector appeared extremely calm, showing no sign of pressure despite facing Clyde's innate spiritual body. This is only the beginning, Fred. Prepare to die. Clyde roared in anger. Crack. Suddenly, veins bulged on his arms, and they grew thicker, enhancing his explosive power further. Thud. With a powerful shake of his fists, Hector was once again pushed back. His foot landing left an immediate indentation in the ground. He instantly vanished from his original spot. Reappearing in front of Hector, Clyde's speed and explosive force were now even greater than before. Boom. Clasping his hands into seals, Clyde aimed a forceful palm strike at Hector. Hector's pupils contracted, drawing a deep breath as he maxed out his organ techniques and physical strength, responding with several consecutive strikes. Within mere moments, they exchanged dozens of blows. Josiah and Carlos nodded in approval. This Fred can fight against an innate spiritual body with an ordinary physique up to this point. It's quite commendable. Unfortunately, this isn't the full strength of an innate spiritual body, Josiah remarked with a sigh, shaking his head afterward. Boy, show me your true strength. You should have more than this, shouldn't you? Clyde shouted. Hector smiled. If I were to go all out, you'd bow in submission immediately. So why don't you show me your full potential first, and let me see if you deserve it. You arrogant fool, do you know who you're speaking to? Clyde raged. Hector replied coolly, a defeated opponent. You are courting death. I'll tear that insolent mouth of yours apart, Clyde seethed, raising his hand. Rip. The space seemed to split open, a terrifying tear descending from the sky towards Hector. Hector clapped his hands into seals, countering with the first true intention diagram. Barely Carlos and Josiah became solemn, putting aside their underestimation of Hector. Cultivating something akin to a field at the great master level was truly remarkable, capable of rivaling special physiques, and even standing among the top 20 or 10 in the top 100 physiques. Take Jian, for example, an ordinary physique yet incredibly powerful. Even special physiques at the same level feared him. Over the years, countless special physiques had fallen at his hands. It was said that only someone with an extraordinary physiology like a natural-born sage could match him. However, such individuals were extremely rare, each almost unrivaled, rarely coming out. Jian never had the chance to face one either. But having an ordinary physique like Jian with invincible potential was incredibly rare. The northern frontier martial arts world might not see one in 500 years. Boy, if you can withstand 10 more moves from this innate spiritual body, I'll take you as my disciple, Carlos declared. Being able to cultivate a field at the great master level was enough reason for him to overlook his rule against ordinary physiques. Dwight a kill by. He doesn't have the qualifications to withstand 10 more moves from me. Your disciple should only be me. Carlos's words provoked Clyde. If he caused Carlos to make an exception and accept an ordinary physique as a disciple, it would be a lifetime disgrace. Crack. At this moment, Hector's field shattered under continuous attacks from multiple rifts. Boy, lie down for me. Boom. Space trembled as countless rifts surged toward Hector. Hector quickly formed the Imperial Decree's true intention diagrams, manifesting 4 diagrams that merged into a massive vortex, swirling with immense suction following the movements of his hands. Thud. Those rifts, upon nearing Hector, suddenly shifted direction, blasting apart the distant ground instead. Simultaneously, the golden field spread outward, carrying Hector at an incredible speed to Clyde's front. Forming the 4 diagrams into a single palm, Hector pressed it toward Clyde. Clyde's face turned pale, clearly shocked that Hector had redirected all the rifts entirely. Chapter 584. One day, you will be beyond reach. Boom. Before he could think, Hector's fist was already rushing towards him. In desperation, he immediately crossed his arms. A large amount of spiritual energy around him gathered rapidly on his arms like light spots, causing them to swell once again. Puff. Hector's fist, empowered by 4 true intention diagrams, struck Broderick's crossed arms in an instant. Instantly, Broderick was not one to be called or dismissed at will. Hector, if you dare leave this courtyard, I assure you, none of the Kylers in the Chilan Manor will ever accept you as a disciple again. Carlos's face darkened. Hector actually dared to refuse him. This was the first time in his years as a Gold-a-Kill that anyone dared to reject him. So be it. Without their support, I, Hector, can still grow strong on my own, Hector replied. On your own? Josiah scoffed. Hector, competition in our Chilan Manor is exceptionally fierce, far beyond your imagination. Without a powerful backer, you will soon vanish into obscurity. Then we shall wait and see. Hector did not slow down and quickly disappeared from their sight. Damn, this brat dares to refuse us? Josiah gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at Hector, his eyes turning bloodshot. Carlos narrowed his eyes coldly. Boys like him, who do not know the extent of the world, are not few in the history of Chilan Manor. Let him taste hardship until he can't bear it anymore. He will naturally come to beg us then. Brother Bai, do you mean? Josiah's gaze flickered as he turned to look at Carlos, noticing a cruel smile creeping onto Carlos's lips. He couldn't help but shudder. Whenever Brother Bai displayed such expressions, it meant he was furious. And those who angered Brother Bai never had a good outcome. Chin York, tell everyone below within 7 days. I want Hector to no longer be able to survive in the outer court of Chilan Manor. Yes, master. Chin York stepped forward from behind Carlos and swiftly disappeared from there. At this point, Hector had already walked out of the courtyard. Hector. Upon seeing Hector appear, Weston's face changed slightly. He didn't know about the battle inside the courtyard, but seeing Hector emerge, he instinctively thought Hector had failed and was not chosen by the 2 gold Achilles. Hector, don't worry if you weren't chosen. I know some silver Achilles. Taking them as masters is also a fine choice. Weston patted Hector's shoulder, offering comfort. Weston did not know that Hector had actively refused the invitation of the 2 gold Achilles. Himph. An ordinary physique wanting to take a gold Achille as a master? Weston, these years you've grown older, but your brain isn't working well, Oren scoffed nearby. Hector glanced at the sneering Oren and asked, what relation is Broderick to you? Hearing this, Oren nodded with a smug smile. He's my niece's grandson. So he's your relative, Hector nodded. Dwight inside and take him for treatment. If it's too late, he might suffer severe injuries that could affect his future martial path. What do you mean? Oren's expression changed, sensing something unusual in Hector's words. Nothing much, just that he couldn't get up after getting hit by my fist, Hector smiled wickedly. Will also thrive in Chilan Manor, until one day I make them feel they cannot reach me. Hearing this, Chin York paused his steps and said indifferently, I hope your abilities and luck match your mouth. At this moment, Oren finally understood. Broderick and Hector had fought in front of the 2 gold Achilles. Broderick lost. Hector won. Broderick was rejected. Hector, however, rejected the 2 gold Achilles on his own. Chapter 585. Contrast. The 2 situations formed a stark contrast. It was to be expected that the loser would be rejected by Achille Gold. However, Hector, the winner, actually refused to become Achille Gold's disciple, which was unbelievable. After all, this was Achille Gold. The possibility of becoming a sage existed for each Achille Gold. Bowing under a potential sage as a master was something all of the Chilan house disciples dreamed of. But for Hector, it didn't seem to be the case. Hector, did you pass? Weston was the first to react. Hector shrugged indifferently. Whether I passed or not doesn't matter anymore since I've already refused. You are confused. Do you know what it means to bow under him as a master in the Chilan house? Weston was shaking with anger. His purpose in bringing Hector here was to have him become Achille Gold's disciple. But this kid had the opportunity and refused it. Boy, wait and see. I won't let you off. Meanwhile, Hector's victory in the lower-level elixir pavilion had quickly spread throughout the outer house square, causing a stir. You're saying our outer house's Fred named Hector defeated the black-robed flaming demon inside the lower-level elixir pavilion? Yes, it's rumored that after defeating the demon, Akil Weston took him to meet Akil Gold. If nothing unexpected happened, he likely became a disciple of the two Akil Golds. What? That demon was a monster who shook 5 people over the past 3 years, yet was defeated by Hector. What kind of genius is he? Not much is known about him, but beating the demon proves he can bow under Akil Gold as a master. Once he becomes an Akil Gold's disciple, he'll rise to the top. Looks like our outer house will produce another legendary genius. Chaos ensued in the outer house. Hector's achievements exploded through the region. Even some silver lyroisipals and a few gold lyroisipals heard about Hector. And Incel also learned of Hector's victory, surprised. Brother, you're talking about Hector, the one in black? Yes, him. This man entered the lower level elixir pavilion with me and showed incredible strength, killing Red Demon and even Flaming Demon, said an excited Giles. He felt he witnessed a world-shaking genius emerging. Finally, he added, it said Hector was taken by Akil Weston to meet Achilles, Josiah, and Carlos. He must be a disciple of the two Achilles now, so enviable. When can I bow under a gold Akil? No, even a silver Akil would do. Incel sighed, trying to console Hector, but froze, eyes wide. Brother, what did you just say? You rejected the gold Achilles? Was he hallucinating? Hector nodded and smiled. Unbelievable. Incel gasped, staring at Hector in disbelief. Do you know what it means to become a gold Achilles disciple in our Chilan house? Hashtag chapter 586, deliberate obstruction. Everyone from the outer quarters who joined within the past 3 months, report to the mission hall immediately. At this moment, a solemn voice echoed over the square. Instantly, countless people rose from their seats and rushed toward the mission hall as quickly as they could. Incel's expression changed. Is it time for another mission? Junior brother, let's go together. Hector asked. Mission? Senior brother, what's going on? Incel replied with a serious expression. Our Chilan Manor has a rule. Within the first 3 months, you must be promoted from an errand disciple to a silver disciple to stay. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Chilan Manor and never readmitted. Jump 2 ranks in just 3 months? Even Hector couldn't help but be surprised. Incel laughed bitterly. Yes, jumping 2 ranks in 3 months. Only the elites among elites can survive this. His face changed, showing lingering fear. We infiltrated a division of the demon sect to steal a crucial piece of information. Entering a demon sect division to steal information? Hector's expression tightened. As an observer, he felt the task seemed overwhelmingly difficult. Once inside, the pressure would likely be even worse. And this was just the first month's mission. The second month would surely be harder. No wonder senior brother Incel feared this might be his final time. Junior brother, this might be our last meeting, Incel said with a bleak expression. Hector consoled him. Senior brother son, don't worry. I believe good fortune will be with you, and nothing bad will happen. Hopefully, Incel said bitterly. As they spoke, they arrived at a large black hall, where it was crowded with people. Now, everyone, gather and bring your previous mission slips. We are about to randomly assign tasks, announced a line of Kylers up front. Hector saw 2 familiar faces among them, Weston and Orin. When Orin noticed Hector looking, he met his gaze with intense hostility and malice. This old man. Hector narrowed his eyes. Junior brother, did you offend Orin? Incel, noticing Orin's gaze filled with killing intent, felt a chill run down his spine. Getting on the wrong side of a bronze Akil right after joining was not a good start. Without powerful backing, it could be fatal. Brows shot up. It bore a silver Chilan symbol. In the lower mission hall, there were 3 levels of mission slips. The hardest was marked with a gold Chilan, followed by silver, and then bronze. Given his tenure, being a first-time recipient, Hector should have received a bronze level slip, but Orin had given him a silver level one. When Hector held the slip, everyone noticed its silver color and was stunned. Wow, Akil Orin gave Hector a silver level mission slip? What's happening? Someone gasped. Isn't this Hector's first mission? Why a silver level slip? Leroy Akil Orin make a mistake? Akil Orin is meticulous. He wouldn't make such a simple error. If I had to guess, he's deliberately making things difficult for Hector. Deliberately difficult? Wow. Did something happen between Hector and Akil Orin? Chapter 587, 5-star silver task. After the battle in the lower dam pavilion, Hector's reputation skyrocketed. He had become a renowned figure among the labor disciples, bronze disciples, and even silver disciples. Many knew of his feat of slaying the flame demon that no one had been able to defeat for 3 years. They also knew he had only arrived at Chilan Manor a few days ago. Many predicted that Hector would undoubtedly become a silver disciple within the next 3 months, possibly even a gold disciple. Given such a prodigy, Akil Orin should logically have cultivated a good relationship with him. However, unexpectedly, the task sheet given to Hector by Akil Orin was nothing and looked teasingly at Hector. Boy, aren't you quite the hero? Are you afraid to take on this task? If you're afraid, then quit Chilan Manor. We don't want weaklings here. Weakling? Everyone's expression changed upon hearing these words, feeling indignant. If Hector was a weakling, then weren't they even less so? Tell those old fools thanks for their favor. I'll accept this task. Hector placed the task sheet into his robe. Hector, no. This is a 5-star silver task. With your current strength, it's simply impossible to complete. Weston urged. No problem. Some people want to see my downfall. I'll give them that chance. Just hope that those watching for comedy won't become the joke themselves. Hector left the task hall under everyone's gaze. Soon, news from the task hall spread again, shocking even many silver and gold disciples. That old fool Orin actually makes things so difficult for a newcomer. Isn't that shameless? Haha, this isn't the first time Orin has made things hard for newcomers. Last time, he wanted a newcomer to bow down to him as master, and when refused, he gave that person a 3-star silver task. Alas, half a year ago, I also encountered that flame demon once. Back then, it was truly too strong for me, almost unbeatable. This kid showing skill against the flame demon proves he has some talent. Given normal development, he'd surely achieve greatness in the future. Sadly, he met that shameless old thing, Orin. Back home, Hector found a quiet place, took out a high-grade Zong Dao pill from the lower Dan Pavilion, and consumed it. His cultivation was now at the peak of the second Heaven Great Master Realm. His next goal was to reach the third Heaven Great Master Realm. With this high-grade Zong Dao pill, I'll definitely break through to the peak of the third Heaven Great Master Realm within the next 3 days, Hector muttered. Each accepted task came with a grace period, allowing time for preparation. For Hector, this preparation time was set to 3 days, just enough for his breakthrough. Meanwhile, Oren relayed the message to Chin York, who then told Josiah and Carlos. Oren did well. Tell him after this period, we brothers will help smooth his path to becoming a silver Kyler soon. Yes. Chin York relayed this to Oren, who was overjoyed. Haha, with both seniors' approval, I'm more at ease. Please tell them Hector is dead certain. Time passed swiftly, and soon 3 days went by. 3 days later, the assigned disciples departed one by one. Boom. On the third day, Hector broke through to the third Heaven Great Master Realm, quickly reaching its peak. With my current strength, if I meet Broderick again, I can crush him effortlessly. Hector stood up, eyes gleaming. Post-breakthrough, Hector's strength surged. Josiah, Carlos, Oren, you want to see my death? Very well. I'll give you all a big surprise, Hector smiled. He left shortly thereafter. Almost immediately, he encountered Ansel. Junior brother Sue, I finally found you. Are you really going to undertake that 5-star silver task? Ansel looked worriedly at Hector. If you refuse, you can report this to the Silver Kylers. They'll reassess your task based on your cultivation and entry time. I don't need to, Hector shook his head. This task is a form of training for me. Besides, completing it means rewards, and I've been short on cultivation resources recently. I'll use this opportunity to earn plenty. Oh, when are you leaving, senior brother son? Hector asked. Ansel's expression turned grim. I came to bid you farewell. Junior brother Sue, good luck. I hope we're both still alive after this task. We will be, Hector said. Senior brother, what's your task? Where are you going? I'll find you after I finish mine. Ansel smiled bitterly. You focus on solving your own task. Mine isn't nearly as tough. Heh, what if I complete mine ahead of time? Hector grinned. Chapter 588, The Boy and the Girl. In the end, Ansel couldn't argue further with Hector, and thus told him about his mission and the location to complete it. Afterward, Hector and Ansel parted ways. Leroy, that kid set out on his own? As soon as Hector left, someone relayed the news to Oren. Yes, I killed Braden. Should our people take action? Aguirre made a gesture of cutting his throat. Oren chuckled coldly. No need. He won't be able to complete this task. If he dares to go, he'll only find death. What if he doesn't go? Asked Aguirre. Not go? Oren sneered. If he doesn't go, then he's just waiting to be expelled from the Chilan Manor. Without its protection, he's nothing. Killing him would be as simple as squashing an ant. Akil Braden is truly wise, the Yuan flattered. At the same time, Hector left the Chilan Manor. His next destination was an inn 500 miles away from the Chilan Manor. Recently, many people had died in this inn, allegedly by the hands of the demonic path. During this period, several silver Leroisipals had gone missing after investigating. 2 months ago, this task was rated as 1-star silver difficulty. However, within 2 months, it escalated to 5-star silver difficulty. A wounded silver Leroisipal who returned said he encountered 2 demonic path disciples, both at the mid-stage Great Master Realm. Therefore, the task's difficulty was redefined to 5-star silver due to the increasing number of deaths among silver Leroisipals. When Hector arrived, it was already dark. Entering the inn, a plump Norris immediately approached with a smile. May I ask which sect does Sir belong to? Hector frowned. Does staying at the inn require knowing one's background? The Norris smiled. Is this your first time taking on a mission, sir? Yes, Hector nodded. Upon hearing this, the Norris's expression turned grim. Sir, please leave now while you still can. Before Hector could respond, a Mila sitting nearby sneered. A greenhorn dare to take on a 5-star silver difficulty mission? Truly fearless or just foolish? Hector glanced over. There was a Mila sitting at a table, accompanied by a man who had his eyes closed and a large broadsword in front of him. Several other tables were occupied by what seemed to be disciples from major forces in the northern frontier. Hector ignored her and looked at the Norris, saying, Prepare a table for me. He found an empty table and sat down. Seeing Hector settle, the Norris sighed inwardly. Another one walking into certain death, sigh. He instructed a waiter to serve Hector with fine wine and dishes. Please enjoy your meal, sir, the Norris said, personally delivering the food. Hector tried to pay but was refused. Everyone who comes here for missions gets their meals free of charge, the Norris smiled. Curious, Hector asked, how did you know I'm here for a mission? The Norris smiled bitterly. Ever since the demonic path appeared 3 months ago, no one has dared come here anymore. Why? Hector was taken aback. The Norris's expression turned grave, because everyone who came never made it past midnight. They all mysteriously died. From that moment on, here, muttered the man at the adjacent table, grabbing his broadsword and standing alert. Hector also tensed, feeling the aura of spirit devouring. Immediately, he opened the eye of the firmament and looked outside the inn. Outside stood a young Fred and Prudence, both seemingly around 7 years old, holding hands, a scene that looked innocent and cute. But as they stepped closer, everyone in the inn felt an imminent threat. Based on their intel, these 2 small children had killed numerous disciples from major forces over the past 3 months. These 2 were undoubtedly the targets of this mission. 2 kids playing tricks. Let Grandpa Dwight Ping show you real power. A black-robed youth rose abruptly, slamming his hand on the table. A sword lying there instantly flew out as a streak of white light, rushing toward the children. But strangely, the moment the sword neared the children, it vanished. Simultaneously, the black-robed youth spat out blood, a sword protruding from his chest. On closer inspection, it was his own sword. Chapter 589. Everyone at a loss. Blood spurted violently. The young man in the black cloak stared in disbelief at the sword protruding from his chest. His eyes were filled with shock and despair. This sword was his own, at the Fred and Prudence. He noticed that beside the two children stood two identical spatial devourers, both indistinguishable in height and aura, towering within the sixth dimension. Two spatial devourers of the sixth dimension. Moreover, these two devourers were completely different from the ones he had encountered before. They seemed connected by bloodline, not only capable of traversing space but also influencing its operations. This was Hector's first encounter with such beings. With a snap, the children stepped into the inn under everyone's gaze. Everyone involuntarily took a few steps back. Hee brother, there are quite a lot of people this time. We can kill to our heart's content. The prudence smiled, scanning the inn. These righteous disciples are all cowards. Killing them would dirty our hands. Let's let those babies handle it, the Fred said disdainfully. Brat, who are you calling a coward? Someone roared angrily. Kill him, the Fred stared at the man. Bang. Suddenly, a red shadow vanished. A purple-red light burst out from the man's body. Haha, I knew you devils and ghosts would be here, so I came prepared. I have the Zoltank of Dalton's, which you cannot kill me, the man laughed boldly. But soon, his laughter stopped abruptly, fear etched on his face. At that moment, his Zoltank of Dalton's began to fade rapidly. And Prudence. At this close range, together, they could definitely subdue the ghosts. It won't work, Hector shook his head. His words were heard by the Cathy and the Saber Man. Boom. As expected, the Zoltank of Dalton's vanished upon contact. Through Hector's eye of heaven, all the Zoltank of Dalton's entered the sixth dimension and was refracted out. The two spatial devourers warped the space, redirecting the Zoltank of Dalton's. How can this be? Our Zoltank of Dalton's can't defeat them? Run. These demonic spawn are beyond our capability. This isn't even a 5-star silver difficulty. It's more like a gold level. Everyone split up. Lyroisipals from various forces panicked. Some rushed upstairs, others tried to bypass the children through the front door, and still, others fled towards the back. Only Hector, the Cathy, and the Saber Man remained relatively composed. Especially Hector, who suddenly attacked, drawing his sword with a swish. Aren't you crazy? The Cathy, startled by Hector's sudden action, quickly distanced herself from him. Seeing Hector face the children so calmly earlier, she had believed he had strength. Now, seeing him risk reversing attacks despite knowing the children's powers, she thought he was reckless. Chapter 590. Hector blocks two spirit devourers. When the Magdalena saw what Hector did, she was immediately startled and quickly distanced herself from him. She feared that if Hector were killed, his blood might splash onto her. He finally understood. His sword, when nearing the Fred and Prudence, emitted invisible black light from the two spirit devourers. The black light flickered, forming a pattern that warped space directly. Such power was almost on par with the sage's abilities. However, that force wasn't too strong. Hector believed that with more effort, he could break through that defense. Thinking of doing just that, Hector charged again, pushing forward with the golden field, determined to see if this force could reverse his field. Bang! As Hector's field approached the Fred and Prudence, the two spirit devourers emitted black light once more, twisting space. Hector was taken aback to find that half of his golden field had vanished. One more try, Hector gritted his teeth. He refused to believe that these two spirit devourers' capabilities were truly on par with the sage's. Instantly, the new world path appeared under his feet, spreading out. However, upon contacting the Fred and Prudence, it vanished again. Now, the Fred and Prudence noticed Hector, their icy gazes filled with disdain. Your ability is indeed special, able to resist our power to twist space. But if you want to touch us, you're far from capable. Kill him, the Fred said indifferently, not taking Hector seriously at all. Boom. Instantly, the two spirit devourers exuded massive amounts of cold air. It felt as if the surrounding air froze, immobilizing everyone nearby. Even Hector felt an immense sense of danger, his hair standing on end. These were level 6 spatial realm spirit devourers. Dealing with one was extremely dangerous, requiring his full effort. Handling both together, he couldn't be careless. Boom. Immediately, Hector compressed his golden field around himself, shielding his body. At the same time, he rapidly dodged the spirit devourers' attacks. I need to find a way to temporarily separate these two spirit devourers from the Fred and Prudence, Hector thought. Suddenly, he looked at the man with the large blade and the Magdalena. Both of you, I need your help. What do you need us to do? The man with the large blade asked. I will suppress the spirit devourers. You two need to strike and kill the Fred and Prudence. Remember, you only have one breath's time. If you miss it, I'll turn back and leave immediately. They won't be able to stop me, Hector said sternly. Fagin with the large blade stared deeply at Hector, gripping his black blade tightly. All right. Boom. As soon as he spoke, Hector dashed forward. As he approached, his golden field started showing cracks due to the intense cold emanating from the spirit devourers. These were spirit devourers, whose chilling aura was so potent that even a Dalton's soul would disintegrate instantly if exposed for too long. But Hector had no time for hesitation. Those frozen people flew out, spurting blood. To kill the Fred and Prudence, the man with the large blade used all his strength. If this blow landed, the Fred and Prudence would instantly turn to ashes. He was extremely confident in his swordsmanship. Chapter 591. Hector unleashes full combat power, a terrifying palm. At this moment, a hint of surprise flashed across the eyes of both the Fred and the Prudence. The Fred glanced at Hector, who was shivering from the cold, and nodded, saying, You have some ability. In these 3 months, you're the first person I've seen who can block my two spirit devourers with sheer personal strength. Unfortunately, your capabilities are only this much. If you continue, you will surely die. As he spoke, the Fred's right hand interlocked tightly with the Prudence's left hand. Instantly, their aura changed dramatically as if they had merged into one person. Even their height increased by a full 10 centimeters, and their eyes became piercingly sharp. The Fred raised his hand and delivered a palm strike that seemed to leave a visible imprint in the air itself. Clang. The golden blade light from Samuel was gradually shattered by the Fred's blow. Although the Fred and the Prudence managed to block the force of the great sword, they were also violently shaken, retreating 3 steps, leaving deep footprints that radiated cracks all around. Leroy, they can multiply their strength several times. We won't be able to kill them today. Let's retreat. As he spoke, he quickly withdrew. The Alexandria glanced at him, nodding. She murmured, "It seems we can't complete this 5-star silver task. This is very common. Among the few 5-star silver tasks I've taken, this is the hardest, nearly on par with the weakest gold level task," Samuel remarked. At this moment, Hector finally could no longer hold up. His golden field collapsed completely. In the split second it crumbled. He rapidly retreated and dashed towards the Fred and the Prudence like lightning. He aimed to kill the Fred and the Prudence before the 2 spirit devourers could reach them. Without the protection of the spirit devourers, although still powerful, the Fred and the Prudence wouldn't be invincible against Hector. This kid. Both Samuel and the Alexandria were surprised when they saw Hector suddenly charging at the Fred and the Prudence. They hadn't expected him to still be so vigorous despite the intense cold invasion from the 2 powerful spirit devourers. Most importantly, having given up, how did this kid dare to approach the Fred and the Prudence? Leroy, he have even stronger hidden abilities? Boom. In an instant, Hector's hands formed seals, manifesting the true intention diagrams of the imperial decree. At this moment, Hector no longer hid his strength, instantly manifesting 5 true intention diagrams. His right hand clenched tightly. The golden field reappeared, compressing instantly to form a golden energy point. This energy point brimmed with an extremely destructive force far more terrifying than any of the 5 true intention diagrams Hector had previously manifested. This was Hector's self-created spiritual explosion. Single-handedly, it already surpassed his 5 true intention diagrams. Boom. Hector delivered a palm strike as if striking an entire world. Spiritual explosion. Boom. Instantly, the golden shield surrounding the Fred and the Prudence shattered completely. This. Impossible. How can you have such formidable power? Desperation filled the Fred's voice. Before he could finish his sentence, he was obliterated in an instant. Around him, Hector created a devastating concave surface, causing the ground to collapse. The inn was utterly razed to the ground. The power of a single palm strike. So terrifying. Chapter 592. Sever. This was the terrifying power Hector unleashed when he went all out. With a single palm strike, the Fred and Prudence were instantly reduced to ashes. The surrounding area was completely leveled. The large-bladed man and the Magdalena were stunned by this sudden scene, their pupils rapidly contracting. Phew, are they dead? The Magdalena sharply inhaled, her gaze sweeping around, searching for the Fred and Prudence. Just now, even her lotus of Buddha's wrath failed to kill the Fred and Prudence. Yet this Giri, who looked younger than her, exhibited a destructive force that clearly surpassed her lotus of Buddha's wrath. They are already dead, turned into ashes, the large-bladed man said gravely. His eyes were filled with serious concern as he looked at Hector again. This was definitely an extremely threatening individual. If he were an enemy, he would be incredibly fearsome. Dwight, huff. After this palm strike, Hector trembled all over, drenched in sweat. But he did not lower his guard because next to him were 2 spatial 6-layer red soul devourers that were even more terrifying than the Fred and Prudence. If they continued their attack, he would have no strength left to resist. Fortunately, after waiting a moment, Hector found that these 2 soul devourers, like they had lost their spirits, gradually retreated into the 6th layer space and then became quiet after the death of the Fred and Prudence. Thankfully, they didn't continue attacking. These soul devourers indeed fall into slumber without their controllers, Hector mused to himself. This young brother, I am Gregor, a silver-ranked disciple of the Zoltangwa Hall Outer Hall. This is my sister, Carrie. May I know how you should be addressed? The large-bladed man approached with a smile, though disdainfully just because he completed this task. Gregor glanced at his furious sister Carrie and sighed. Maybe he's just like that. Let's rest first. Akil brother, are we really going to participate in that matter? That matter is as difficult as this task. It's said that several batches from major forces have all been wiped out. Even St. Geoffrey sect has lost a special constitution. Special constitutions, although powerful, are not invincible. Remember, the sky and the earth have countless geniuses. Our righteous path has special constitutions, and the demonic path has them too. And their special constitutions might even possess ghost-like powers, making them stronger. For now, let's rest a bit. And once that junior brother arrives, we'll go together. With that junior brother here, our chances of success will greatly increase. That junior brother? Hearing this, a flash of admiration crossed Carrie's eyes. Akil brother, do you mean Zhao York, who joined our Zoltangwa Hall just 2 months ago and has already advanced from a miscellaneous disciple to a silver-ranked disciple? Yes, him. Gregor couldn't help but marvel as he mentioned Zhao York. In just 2 months, this young man has completed 10 missions. The last 3 were the highest level 5-star silver tasks, all completed solo. With him joining us this time, our chances of success will significantly increase. If junior brother Zhao York participates, our chances of success will indeed be much higher. Even if we can't complete the mission, we can successfully escape. Carrie's eyes flickered. Zhao York had become the object of admiration for many senior sisters and brothers in the Zoltangwa Hall Outer Hall. He was seen as a potential future sage. Meanwhile, Hector found a place and rested for a day. The next day, Hector recovered all his strength. I should check on senior brother Ansel, Hector said to himself. Ansel's task was also one of the hardest 5-star silver tasks. It was said to be much more difficult than his own. The objective of the task was to survive for 1 day while participating in it, and then successfully escape, which would count as completing the task. Simply surviving for 1 day without needing to complete any specific objectives made it clear how difficult the task was, both being 5-star silver tasks. Yet this one was far more challenging. Before leaving, Ansel had appeared unusually somber and told him that he might never return. At that time, Hector remembered another thing Ansel had said. If this task weren't rated as a gold level, it should have been considered a 6-star silver task. Unfortunately, the major forces only rated it as 5-star. Because of this, many disciples from various forces had complained countless times. This task had been open to major forces for a full year, yet no silver-rank disciple had managed to complete it. The strongest individual survived inside for 3 whole days. Following the route Cell gave him, Hector finally reached a place called Qingyue Town a day later. This Qingyue Town was said to not have been called Qingyue Town long ago. However, on a certain day a year ago, all the residents died mysteriously, turning the town into a ghost town thereafter. It was named Qingyue Town because the town was always shrouded in green mist. Thus, it was called Qingyue Town. As Hector approached, he indeed saw that within tens of miles around the entire town, everything was covered in a greenish haze. Moreover, the aura of the soul devourers was exceptionally strong. Even before approaching, Hector's sky eye began to feel intense sensations. It trembled slightly. This was an instinctual response. Hector was taken aback. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Even facing 2 spatial 6-layer soul devourers simultaneously, his sky eye showed no fear. But at this moment, merely approaching the town caused his sky eye to automatically sense fear. Could there be a 7-layer spatial soul devourer in this town? Hector murmured to himself. Chapter 593, Qingyue Town. Outside the town, there were several inns. Hector entered one of them. Inside, it was packed with people. However, all these people had furrowed brows and ashen faces. Not a single word was spoken, only an eerie silence filled the air. The atmosphere here was especially oppressive. Sir, what would you like to eat? At this moment, a waiter approached and handed Hector a menu, forcing a smile that looked even more miserable than crying. Hector glanced around and asked, "Waiter, what's wrong with them?" Hearing this, the waiter looked at Hector and said, "Is this your first time visiting our Qingyue Town?" "Yes," Hector nodded. The waiter sighed inwardly, confirming his suspicion. Then he continued, "They are all from various factions who are about to enter Qingyue Town. Their fellow disciples have all died inside, while those who came out alive are dazed and confused, their minds unclear. And now they are about to enter the town themselves, so naturally, they feel heavy-hearted." Hector nodded. The waiter added, "Sir, look at that bearded man over there polishing his knife. All 5 of his siblings died inside the town, and he's going in to avenge them." Following the waiter's gaze, Hector saw a bearded man hunched over, wiping a large black blade with a blood-stained cloth until it gleamed brightly. From this man, Hector sensed an intense aura of hostility and profound sorrow. Just then, another group of people entered the inn. "Brother Su, you've arrived." At this moment, a voice full of surprise sounded in Hector's ear. Looking up, Hector saw Gregor and his younger sister Carrie approaching. Gregor wore a delighted expression as he looked at Hector. However, Carrie had a cold face and seemed not too fond of Hector. Hector smiled and nodded. "Brother Su, do you mind if I sit with you?" Gregor grinned. "Go ahead," Hector nodded. After the siblings sat down, Gregor explained, "Brother Su, the task I previously invited you to is this one. I should have explained it more clearly back then." Hector smiled. "It's not Brother Rashad's fault if I decided to come here on a whim." Hector spoke honestly. Back then, Ansel had informed him about this place. He didn't have to come, but remembering Ansel and thinking he was decent enough, Hector decided to visit and help Ansel complete the task if possible. Of course, he'd only do his best. If he encountered life-threatening danger, he'd need to escape immediately. He wouldn't risk his life for Ansel. Their relationship wasn't deep enough for that. "Ha, on a whim? I think you're just worried about being held back by us after killing those 2 children," Carrie interjected coldly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Gregor's face darkened. "Meru, how do you speak to Brother Su? Watch your tone." Turning to Hector, he hastily apologized. "Brother Su, I'm sorry. My little sister has been pampered since childhood. Please forgive her rudeness." Hector waved his hand. "No problem. I won't and can be used against ghosts and evil beings. For instance, if we had nether artifacts when we faced those ghostly children earlier, dealing with them would have been easier." Hector felt intrigued. Nether artifacts indeed had such abilities. Simply put, they were effective against ghostly entities. "Do they resist the cold invasion of ghosts?" Hector asked. "Yes, that's the basic function. Some powerful nether artifacts can even imprison or destroy ghosts." Gregor grinned. "How about we team up? Together, we stand a chance to get a couple of nether artifacts." "All right," Hector nodded, intrigued by nether artifacts. With them, he'd gain an additional means of defense when facing soul-eating entities in the future. After finishing his meal, Hector noticed everyone in the inn leaving for Qingyue Town, including the bearded man, who walked in holding his knife menacingly. "That man isn't simple. His knife seems to carry a trace of nether force," Gregor suddenly remarked, noticing Hector's attention on the bearded man. "His knife is a nether artifact?" Hector's heart skipped a beat as he turned sharply to Gregor. Gregor stared at the bearded man's knife. It carries the aura of a nether artifact, but whether it is one or not is unknown. After all, some disciples' weapons in our factions contain traces of nether force during forging. "I don't know if I'm a spirit master, but I do indeed have the ability to combat ghostly entities." "That's simple," Gregor continued. "Each major power has a corresponding spirit power testing device. You can go through the test to find out if you're a spirit master." "How does the test work?" Hector pressed, eager to understand if he qualified as a spirit master. "If so, I must ensure my relatives' weapons are infused with my spirit power." "It's very simple," Gregor explained. "You only need to release your power to combat ghostly entities and channel it into the spirit power testing device. If the device responds, then you are indeed a spirit master." Our Zoltangwu Hall has an extremely advanced spirit power testing device that can not only detect spirit power but also measure its level. "Would Brother Su like to come with me to Zoltangwu Hall?" "Does spirit power have levels too?" Hector asked in surprise. Gregor nodded with a smile. "Naturally. Any power has ranks, much like our martial cultivation realms. Spirit power is no exception. How exactly it's divided, I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that the rank of spirit power roughly corresponds to the levels of ghostly entities. Yesterday, the ghostly entity Brother Su faced should have been from the 6th realm, right? Hector nodded. Gregor inwardly confirmed this and said, Brother Su, if you are a spirit master, then your power would correspond to the 6th realm ghostly entities. To be able to combat 6th realm entities at your age means that Brother Su's mental power is truly formidable, rivaling some of the most exceptional prodigies in our Zoltangwa Hall. If Brother Su focuses on mental prowess, you will undoubtedly become a top-tier spirit saint in the future. And our Zoltangwa Hall happens to have a renowned spirit saint. If Brother Su is willing, I can introduce you. Hector felt a surge of excitement. To be introduced to such a master sounded appealing. Spirit saint. As the name implied, they were absolute experts in mental prowess. Learning from such a master could significantly benefit him. His ability to combat spirit devourers was entirely self-taught, lacking systematic training. With proper instruction, he could improve rapidly. Thus, he was moved by the prospect. Then I'd appreciate it if Brother Rashad could arrange the introduction. Su will be eternally grateful, and should there be any way I can assist in the future, feel free to ask. Hector replied sincerely. While meeting a martial sage might not excite him so much, encountering a spirit sage held immense significance. In this world, the hardest adversaries were always the spirit devourers. From what he knew, the fall of the mythic era and the disappearance of near-divine opportunities were likely linked to spirit devourers. He had a strong premonition that, as he grew stronger, he would eventually face terrifying spirit devourers. At that point, his spirit power would be his only reliable asset. If he could continue improving in this area, it would greatly benefit his future development. Haha, Brother Su, we don't need to be so formal. If we survive this mission, I will do my best to introduce you to that spirit saint. All right, thank you, Brother Rashad, Hector replied, delighted. Don't celebrate too soon. That spirit saint isn't someone anyone can meet easily. You'll have to demonstrate extraordinary potential and spirit power to catch his attention, sneered Carrie from the side. Hector smiled lightly. Isn't it clear how capable I am? Carrie snorted, conceding his remarkable mental power despite her disdain. After all, he had managed to hold off 2 6th realm spirit devourers alone during yesterday's battle. Whisper, look over there. Isn't that Zhao York from the outer hall of Zoltangwa Hall, who became a silver rank Laroisipal in just 2 months after starting as a menial servant? That's him. He has an innate martial physique, naturally suited for cultivating martial arts. He ranks 90th among the top 100 physiques. So he's here too. Looks like things will get interesting, exclaimed several voices as the crowd outside Ghost Town buzzed with excitement. Everyone turned to gaze at the entrance leading into Ghost Town. A Nate, sword dangling at his waist, walked forward, each step seemingly accompanied by profound secret arts, exuding an overwhelmingly strong martial aura. This was Zhao York, the pride of Zoltangwa Hall and holder of an innate martial physique. There's Junior Brother Zhao, Carrie exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Let's go welcome him, and I'll introduce you later, Gregor laughed. Sure, Hector agreed, walking with Gregor and Carrie toward Zhao York. Junior Brother Zhao, Carrie hurried over, her beautiful eyes flickering. Oh, Senior Sister Rashad, Senior Brother Rashad. Zhao York nodded, then glanced at Hector. Who is this? Haha, Junior Brother Zhao, this is Hector from Qilin Manor. He has some skill and wants to join us for the Ghost Town mission, Gregor said before Carrie added casually, yes, he has some abilities. Chapter 595, Alicia, go in with us? Zhao York looked at Hector, his brows furrowing. This time it's going to be dangerous. If anything happens, I won't have the energy to take care of him. Hearing this, Gregor glared fiercely at his sister, Carrie, and quickly said, Junior Brother Zhao. This Brother Su single-handedly resolved that pair of ghost children from the 5-star silver mission of the Ghost in yesterday. Ah, he resolved it? Hearing this, Zhao York's eyes flickered with surprise. He then began to seriously regard Hector, nodding. I was planning to resolve the Ghost in today. Laro and expect you to finish it ahead of time. Since you can do this, come in with us. On the side, Carrie laughed. It wasn't all him. Many people went before, but finally, under our combined effort, he took the chance to resolve the ghost children at the Ghost Inn. Regardless, being able to resolve it definitely takes some ability. Zhao York nodded. Then, without looking at Hector again, he glanced towards the interior of Qinggui town and said coldly, let's go. Indeed, he stepped forward into the town. Hector, Gregor, and Carrie closely followed. Carrie glanced at Hector and said, don't hold us back once we're inside. Hector glanced at Carrie and replied coldly, who's holding back who? We'll see. Huh, I would hold anyone back? Let me tell you, before entering, my Kyler brother and I obtained a spirit tool from a great nether master. We intended to use it against the ghost children yesterday. If not for your showing off, those ghost children would have been taken care of by us too. You just got lucky, Carrie huffed. Meru, don't be disrespectful to Brother Su, Gregor sternly ordered at that moment. Dwight, I kill brother. You always side with him. Isn't what I said true? Carrie complained angrily. Zhao York suddenly turned around, spread his fingers, and pressed down. Rumbling. A terrifying palm imprint descended from the sky, striking the ground with a bang, creating a shocking huge palm print. Those who had followed stopped dead in their tracks, staring at the enormous imprint, their backs breaking out in cold sweat. If that palm had landed on them, they would have been reduced to powder. Whoever dares to follow me, dragging me back, I, Zhao York, will crush you into pieces. Swish. Everyone instantly retreated, shocked. Hector glanced at the large imprint, his gaze gradually becoming serious. Indeed, this person was extremely strong. In terms of combat power alone, he was far stronger than any of the innate spiritual bodies he faced at Qilin Manor. Beside him, Zhao York added, Brother Su. Those with special constitutions are incredibly powerful, each a prodigy in martial arts. This time, joining Junior Brother Zhao, together, we will definitely reap many rewards. Gregor mentioned rewards, not survival issues, demonstrating his confidence in their team. Clearly, most of his confidence came from Zhao York. It was evident that he held Zhao York's strength in high regard. Hee, Zhao York, just half a month apart, and you're still as arrogant as ever. Do you think everyone will be a liability? At this moment, a melodious voice sounded. A black-clothed woman approached, followed by 5 other women. As she walked closer, everyone felt a chill, as if a ferocious ghost was approaching rather than a person. Alicia, from Holy Dalton Sect. They say she has an innate ghost constitution, born with awakened nether power, and practices secret nether arts. Someone trembled in shock. Everyone stepped back, watching the woman with fear in their eyes. Dwight, what's your purpose this time? Zhao York narrowed his eyes at Alicia. Alicia smiled. My purpose is the same as yours. Khalil, to collaborate? How do we collaborate? Zhao York asked, narrowing his eyes. I know a coordinate where many of our senior sect members met their ends. The few who escaped mentioned seeing numerous spirit tools inside. Together, we should gain something, and even if nothing is found, we can at least protect ourselves, Alicia explained. Khalil, to join forces? How do I know you're telling the truth? What if you're sending me to die for you? Zhao York narrowed his eyes further. Alicia was infamously cunning. Most who previously collaborated with her ended up dead. So, the fearless Zhao York also knows fear. Haha, interesting. If you're scared, forget what I said. Let's go. Alicia waved and led the 5 women past Zhao York. Zhao York suddenly said, let's cooperate. Hope we work well together. Knew you wouldn't let me down, Alicia smiled faintly. Let's go. We lead. You all follow. Zhao York scanned Hector and the others, then entered Qingyue Town with Alicia. Zhao York actually teamed up with Alicia. They should be able to survive the 3 days in Qingyue Town. 3 days? Haha, this Alicia is treacherous and ruthless. Those who partnered with her are all dead. Watch, I feel Zhao York will meet the same fate this time, dying without even knowing how. Chapter 596. Otherworldly creatures, soul-claiming messengers. Upon entering, Hector felt a massive wave of cold air sweeping in. Even he could not help but feel goosebumps rising on his skin, as if a soul-devouring spirit was approaching. Yet, he did not see any such entity. This realization weighed heavily on Hector's mind. The atmosphere within the green ghost town was as if a two-dimensional soul-devouring spirit had invaded. Fortunately, his current capabilities were enough to counteract even 6-dimensional soul-devouring spirits. Had it been half a year ago, he would have lacked the ability to stay here. It was clear that this place, the green ghost town, was indeed terrifying. At this moment, light emanated from Gregor and the others, repelling the soul-devouring spirit's chill. It was evident they possessed unique treasures capable of blocking the invading cold. Round cautiously, his face deathly pale. They're demons. Anyone who encounters them dies. No one knows their true appearance. Rumor has it that if anyone from our major factions conceal a soul-claiming messenger, they can directly become a gold-ranked disciple and receive a bottle of superior clan Dao pills. Many people have rushed forward only to perish. Even dozens of necromancers have died in the process. Since then, no one dares to approach a soul-claiming messenger willingly. Thinking about this, Gregor's face darkened, eyes filled with unhidden terror. I hope we don't encounter them this time. Soul-claiming messengers are mutations among ghostly beings. With the green ghost town spanning 100 miles in all directions, encountering one isn't so easy, Zhao York said solemnly. When a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water can cause problems, Alicia chuckled, showing no fear despite mentioning soul-claiming messengers, seeming confident in her ability to avoid or confront them. Among the necro tools here, it's rumored there are materials for forging necro weapons. If we obtain them, we can forge necro armor that covers the entire body, allowing us to face ghostly entities confidently in the future. Whistle. Necro armor covering the whole body? The moment she mentioned this, not just Zhao York, even Hector was moved. Covering the whole body. Wouldn't that mean being invulnerable to countless attacks from soul-devouring spirits? Indeed, taking the risk might be worth it. Sure enough, Zhao York nodded. If that's the case, let's give it a try. I hope you're not lying, otherwise, I'll kill you. Lying wouldn't benefit me but create a powerful enemy. I'm not foolish, Alicia smiled. The group pressed deeper inside. Along the way, they saw many corpses. Their eyes were wide open, radiating boundless fear, yet there were no wounds on their bodies. Clearly, they had died at the hands of soul-devouring spirits. The further they went, the more corpses appeared, and the colder it became. Even Gregor and his sister, equipped with necro tools, began shivering uncontrollably. We're almost there, Alicia suddenly said seriously. In that instant, boom, the ground ahead suddenly exploded. Several figures rapidly emerged, their eyes filled with terror, rushing towards them. Hiss, it's Senior Asif and the others. Leroy, they also come here? Carrie exclaimed upon seeing them. Thud. The few individuals, just as they burst out, collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. A surge of coldness followed, forming a black cloud in midair. There are necro tools within that black cloud, Alicia suddenly exclaimed, excited. Quickly retreat. This isn't something you can handle, Zhao York warned Gregor and the others seriously. Turning to the excited Alicia, he said, test it out. If there's trouble, we retreat immediately. All right, Alicia nodded and told the 5 women behind her, you stay back and support us. Only intervene if we are in danger. Yes, the 5 women replied. Now, Alicia commanded coolly. Boom. Zhao York nodded and charged forward with Alicia. Leon energy enveloped Alicia like thick smoke. Meanwhile, Zhao York seemed to merge with the surroundings, his figure becoming indistinct. At this moment, Gregor and the others quickly retreated. Brother Sue, it's very dangerous here. Let's pull back. However, Hector stood still, staring at the black cloud in the distance, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Brother Sue, did you see something? Gregor had witnessed Hector's abilities. He could directly confront 6-dimensional ghostly beings. In terms of necro power, Hector was undoubtedly a genius. It's very dangerous. They're not a match, Hector suddenly said. Very dangerous? Gregor was stunned. What did you see? Hector didn't respond. He left a brief message and turned to leave. Quickly, we must go now before it's too late. Chapter 597. Aberration Species. Boom. Leon cloud surged. An endless chill swept through like a storm, completely engulfing the area. Zhao York and Alicia were hit first. Everyone was shocked. This Alicia seemed well prepared. Boom. Alicia then bit her tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the black box. The 5 women did the same. Instantly, the box emitted a dazzling black light, extending like a rope into the dark cloud. Suddenly, Hector noticed that the dark clouds were bound and slowly moving towards the black box. Haha, there's hope, it's going to be sealed, Gregor exclaimed in delight. Sealed? Hector squinted. He had heard Gregor mention before that some underworld artifacts could kill spirit devourers, while others could seal them. If his guess was correct, this was likely one of those sealing underworld artifacts. Roar. Suddenly, a faint roar echoed from within the dark clouds, making the dark clouds expand wildly. Black cold air surged upwards, and the clouds struggled fiercely. Boom. The dark cloud's speed drastically slowed down, inching away from the black box at a glacial pace. Boom. At that moment, Zhao York made his move. His hands formed seals, releasing red beams similar to Hector's firmament eye, a kind of nether art. Under the influence of his inborn Dao body, it quickly formed a web, enveloping the dark clouds. At this point, Alicia, Zhao York, and the 5 women jointly exerted their powers, temporarily deadlocking the dark clouds. However, they looked increasingly pale, with blood trickling from their mouths. Clearly, restraining this spirit devourer was costing them a lot of energy. Meanwhile, Hector was not idle. He activated his firmament eye to carefully examine the dark cloud. He discovered that it didn't have a human form. It was just a cloud, completely different from the typical spirit devourers he had seen. Yet, its aura was identical. Without a doubt, this was a spirit devourer, but it possessed unique characteristics that he couldn't comprehend. Why are you all just standing there? Quickly help us. Alicia snapped, glaring at Gregor and the others. Gregor finally reacted, pulling out red sashes tied around their waists. With a swift incantation, the red sashes rapidly extended, grasping the dark clouds. However, the dark clouds struggled harder, sending a surge of cold air through the red sashes towards them. Watch out. Hector's face changed, and he immediately severed the red sashes with a single sword strike. Brother Sue, what are you doing? Gregor's face turned ashen. These were their underworld artifacts, capable of directly contacting spirit devourers. Now, Hector had cut them off without warning. F***CK, you brat? Carrie cursed, furious. They had paid a huge price to obtain these artifacts, spirit devourers at the haunted inn. However, Hector remained calm, allowing the suction force to pull him closer. He's finished. This kid is too overconfident, Zhao York sighed, shaking his head. He thought Hector's sudden burst of nether power might relieve some pressure, but it appeared to be wishful thinking. Hashtag Chapter 598. A physical manifestation of a soul devourer successfully contained. Even Alicia thought so, but she was not at all worried. Instead, she felt immense relief. Though it was indeed unfortunate to sacrifice the suddenly emerging necromancy prodigy Hector, this mutant would take some time to mock Hector, which gave her the needed time to mount a counterattack. Boom. Hector neared, and in an instant, he finally saw the essence of this mutant. Simply put, it was a black cloud that had taken physical form. Hector's hands emitted red light as he pressed them against the cloud. Touch spirit hand. Boom. Instantly, Hector's palms pressed against the black cloud, giving a strikingly real sensation. Hector was surprised. It was his first encounter with a physical manifestation of a soul devourer. However, this was not the time to be shocked. The moment his palms touched the black cloud, his arms were instantly numbed by the cold. At this rate, within 3 breaths, this physical soul devourer would completely invade him. And this was only possible due to the restraint provided by Zhao York, a Xiantian martial body practitioner, and the 6 others led by Alicia. Without their intervention, Hector would have tentacles. Alicia barked urgently. Everyone else looked incredibly anxious. It was clear to all that Hector wouldn't hold out much longer. He might be fully invaded by the black cloud any moment. They didn't have the time or energy to combat this mutant. At this moment, everyone was extremely anxious, but Hector was the most urgent of all because, once the black cloud broke free, he would be the first to die. Get inside. Hector roared, activating a secret realm. A golden field instantly emanated and rapidly compressed, enveloping the black cloud and forcefully squeezing its tentacles inward. Crack. But the black cloud's chill was too powerful, far surpassing the 2 6th-layer space soul devourers Hector had encountered at the Ghost Inn. Instantly, Hector's golden field cracked, riddled with dense fissures. Yet, this also allowed Hector to suppress the relatively weak tentacles within the cloud. Boom. With no more resistance from the tentacles and exerting all his effort, Hector forced the black cloud into the black necromantic artifact box. Thud. The moment the black cloud entered the box, it shut immediately. Then, the black box trembled slightly before mysterious runes appeared on its surface, causing the black cloud inside to immediately calm down. Dwight, huff, huff. Hector panted heavily. Although it seemed like everything happened in an instant, if he had delayed for 7th-layer space soul devourer and possessed physical attacks, making it extremely powerful. Hector nodded. Indeed, the tentacles extending from the soul devourer to latch onto the box were solid. Alicia, this soul devourer was jointly suppressed by us. How do you propose we distribute it? Zhao York stared coldly at Alicia. Alicia's eyes flickered. There are many mutants here. With our combined efforts, we should be able to seal more mutants. After sealing enough of them, we can divide them equally. What do you think? Dwight, are you speaking nonsense? Sealing this mutant almost wiped us all out. You think you can continue sealing other mutants? Do you even have the capability? Zhao York sneered coldly. Chapter 599. Night Parade of a Dwight Dread Demons. Zhao York stared coldly at Alicia. He knew this woman still had tricks up her sleeve. Her continued attempts to persuade them to capture more mutants essentially amounted to leading them to their deaths. Hector's expression immediately darkened as well. This Alicia was indeed too ambitious, daring to continue targeting the mutants. If you no longer wish to continue, our cooperation ends here. As for compensation, I can give you what you want. Nether arts, secret martial techniques, and so on, Alicia said. Nether arts and secret martial techniques, I can provide too, Zhao York replied. How about this? Give me this mutant. They are. How can I be sure you're not deceiving me? Hector narrowed his eyes. Hee, that's easy. Help me kill Zhao York, and I'll personally lead you there. If I lie, you can act against me. Alicia laughed. Act? I think you're not really afraid of me, Hector said through narrowed eyes. This is simple. This box is yours. Keep it until we reach the place, then hand it back to me. Zhao York threw the nether artifact box directly to Hector. Hector caught it, surprised. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with it? Imph, you can't take it far. This nether artifact carries her aura. She can locate you anytime. Moreover, the box is fortified by her nether energy. If your strength isn't overwhelmingly superior, opening the box forcefully will trigger its self-destruction, releasing enough power to destroy you instantly. Zhao York chuckled. Brother Su, Alicia is clearly trying to trap you. She's unreliable and cunning. Be cautious, Zhao York warned. Alicia calmly said, he's right, but you can take it directly to the Sage of your Kylan Manor. They have the capability to open the box easily. Hearing this, Hector fell silent. Then, holding the box, he took a step back, looked at Zhao York and Alicia, and said, you can settle your disputes yourselves. Hearing this, Alicia rolled her eyes. Brother Su, with you here, would we still fight? Brother Su, don't push it. We've been inside for 8 hours. It's almost night. Let's find a place to rest, Alicia suddenly suggested. Not continuing? Hector asked. Alicia smiled. In Green Ghost Town, demons parade at night. Even kings wouldn't dare travel at night. Hector was startled. Night parade of a Dwight-and-Dread demons? Indeed terrifying. Soon, they found a cave nearby and entered. Shortly after entering, boom, outside the cave, a sudden surge of cold swept in like a storm breaking out under clear skies. In the distance, the sky was engulfed in a sea of fearsome cold. Phew, that's... Hector drew a sharp breath. In his line of sight, an endless stream of space devourers appeared, stretching as far as the eye could see, numbering in the tens of thousands. They marched together like soldiers, crossing the second space layer. Ordinary warriors couldn't see them. In the midst of these space devourers, Hector saw a huge blood-red palanquin carried by 4 corporealized space devourers. Each one emitted an aura that rivaled the black cloud they had subdued earlier. Imagine how terrifying the space devourer inside the palanquin must be. Chapter 600. An unparalleled treasure that caused the fall of countless saints. Hector saw a red palanquin. Within it, he could sense an absolutely powerful devouring spirit. Just one glance made his heart race. We will die if discovered. Even Zhao York, with his fearless and confident nature as an innate martial body, changed color coldly staring at Alicia. If you want to go, do it alone. I won't go to my death. Hee, Zhao York, turns out you're also a coward. Do you know about an ancient legend in Blue Ghost Town? Once you learn of it, you won't be able to resist. Alicia sneered at Zhao York. Zhao York's expression darkened. What legend? The others also turned to look at Alicia. Her excited demeanor suggested she was lured by something extremely valuable. Even when facing the legendary soul collector, known for its fatal touch, she still wanted to follow it. Alicia scanned everyone present with bright, greedy eyes and said excitedly, soul collectors almost never appear, but every time they do, there is always a treasure that they desire. 500 years ago, a world-class necro treasure appeared in our northern frontier. 10 soul collectors emerged to compete for it, attracting saints from various powers within the northern frontier to vie for possession. That battle resulted in the loss of over 50 top-tier saints before the soul collectors were finally sealed. The world-class treasure ended up in the hands of 3 major forces, Zoltangle Hall, Chelan Mansion, and Sacred Jeffrey Sect. Hector had encountered more frequent devouring spirits, giving him a strong feeling that the anomalies on Leroyvine Martial Continent were worsening. Perhaps the eerie entities sealed away were truly about to erupt comprehensively soon. Now, he must strengthen his martial and necromantic arts to protect himself and those around him during future disasters. Therefore, whenever there was a chance to boost his strength, he would take it. Sir Su, don't you want to control devouring spirits? With the power of a nether treasure, you can control them. Most people from the Leon Path can manipulate devouring spirits, but they pay a heavy price. Alicia then looked at the silent Hector. What price? Asked Hector. Alicia smiled coldly. They transform themselves into nether treasures to control devouring spirits. When they die, the nether treasure disappears, losing control over the devouring spirits. Sucking in cool air, Hector thought, what a harsh method. Dwight-and those from the Leon Path are inherently cruel and fearless, Alicia sneered. Some even transform themselves into devouring spirits. Recalling Ellison, whom he had dealt with, a practitioner of the Leon Path who transformed himself into a devouring spirit, Hector's gaze darkened. He had eventually killed him. Sir Su, if you could master a nether treasure, you could naturally control devouring spirits. Nether treasures are rare, and most who encounter them lack the capability to seize one. But you are different. Your talent in necromancy is great and strong. If we join forces, we have a chance to secure the nether treasure, Alicia urged. Hector glanced at the Alicia who was constantly tempting him. Inwardly, he scoffed. She spoke so much simply to exploit his intentions, trying to lure him into joining her. ####Chapter 601. The curtain opens, Soul Hooker appears. Mr. Su, what do you think? It's time to make a decision, Alicia smiled. Hector replied. This Soul Hooker messenger is so powerful that it's beyond our capabilities to confront it. If we encounter it, we are certain to die. Do you think it's even possible to snatch food from its mouth? Alicia had anticipated Hector's response and said with a smile, once the soul hooker messenger appears, it will inevitably be detected by stronger individuals. By then, experts from all major forces will gradually arrive. When they engage in battle, we'll naturally have an opportunity. A thought flashed through Hector's mind, and he narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that experts from all major forces will come? Yes, Alicia nodded. That's also why I suggested following them. With them taking the lead, we don't need to worry too much about the soul hooker messenger. Besides, the soul hooker messenger has developed self-awareness and can control its actions. Even if it discovers us, it won't target insignificant beings like us. Insignificant beings. Hector couldn't help but admit that, given their current strength, they were indeed insignificant before the soul hooker messenger. Let's proceed then, Zhao York said indifferently at this moment. Hector nodded and looked back at the soul hooker messenger. At this point, the red sedan chair was already a kilometer away, directly opposite them. Given their realm of cultivation, they could see the sedan chair clearly. Just then, a gust of wind blew, lifting the curtains of the sedan chair. Hector and the others felt their hearts pound as they caught sight of a side profile. A woman's side profile, pale as death but exquisitely beautiful, almost like a celestial maiden from a painting. Do not stare at her face, Zhao York's urgent voice suddenly rang in Hector's ear. It was already too late. Hector immediately shifted his gaze and saw Gregor and Carrie stepping out of the cave, covered in purple talismans that emitted red light. Upon appearing, the light dimmed and transformed into flames that ignited instantly. Hector squinted, sensing the aura of energy emanating from them. These were clearly protective talismans. Yet, they burned up instantly just from glimpsing the soul hooker messenger's face. These two are finished, Alicia's cold voice echoed in Hector's ear. Hector's heart sank. Just from glancing at the soul hooker messenger's face, the two lost their self-awareness and walked towards it subconsciously. Would a direct encounter with the soul hooker messenger mean that it would literally hook their souls away? At that moment, Hector turned to Zhao York. Aren't you going to save them? Zhao York replied with a chilly look. Do you want me to go to my death alongside them? Hector's heart grew colder. Before entering the cave, Gregor and Carrie seemed to have a good relationship with Zhao York. But now, seeing them in danger, Zhao York remained indifferent, as if it didn't concern him. Is human nature truly this cold? Hector recalled his interactions with Gregor. Although they met briefly, Rashad had always been pleasant and straightforward, a hearty man. As Hector stared at Gregor's back, who was about to exit the cave, a resolve formed in his mind. He clenched his teeth and darted forward swiftly. His action stunned both Zhao York and Alicia. Alicia quickly retreated, shaking her head. Rash fool, unfit for collaboration. Zhao York muttered coldly, an ignorant fool. He also retreated rapidly, leaving Hector alone in the cave entrance. Far behind them, energy vanished instantly from their bodies. So, the cold energy can be transmitted from the soul hooker messenger remotely, Hector thought. Remote transmission? Wait, if the soul hooker messenger can transmit remotely, wouldn't severing the connection draw its attention to me? Hector's heart raced. His expression changed abruptly as he noticed the red sedan chair's curtain opening. A snow-white hand appeared in his line of sight, followed by the stunning side profile turning towards him. A breathtakingly beautiful face gazed straight at him, and their eyes met. The moment their gazes locked, Hector shivered violently. An overwhelming wave of cold energy surged into his body instantly. Just one glance. Cold energy invaded instantly. Is this the power of the soul hooker messenger? Terrifying. Hopeless. The cold and despair infiltrated Hector in an instant. Chapter 602. Gregor and Carrie are dead. At this moment, it felt as if Hector had been completely invaded by a level 6 space devouring spirit. It was just one glance from afar, and it felt like he had been invaded by a level 6 space devouring spirit. If this soul collector came into close contact, what would happen? Hector didn't even dare to imagine. The disparity in strength was too great. Boom. In an instant, without the slightest hesitation, the golden field compressed and entered his body, enveloping his vital organs. At the same time, he prepared to communicate with the level 6 space devouring spirit within him. This devouring spirit had remained motionless or Alicia's help. Moreover, this mysterious skull mask offered a second life, reviving him fully after death. This was his final resort, to see if he could survive under the soul collector. Crack. But the next moment, Hector's golden field cracked. The gap was too large. Even with the mysterious skull mask, Hector couldn't resist the cold's intrusion. Instantly, Hector lost consciousness. His soul shattered, covered in countless cracks at that moment. Puff. Finally, Hector's body, along with Gregor and Carrie's bodies, collapsed on the ground. To rescue someone from a soul collector, truly reckless, Zhao York said, shaking his head. Alicia shook her head. They're dead. No need for mockery. It's just a pity. I once thought he could fight alongside me. Now, it seems I overestimated him. At this moment, the curtain closed again. That stunning face was hidden once more. It seemed that glance was merely at a dying ant struggling. A gentle breeze blew past. At this moment, unnoticed by anyone, Hector's fingers twitched slightly. After a moment, Hector looked up, gazing at the blood-colored, dim sky, muttering, "Leroyd, I survive?" Instantly, he got up and looked at Gregor and Carrie beside him, only to see that they were already lifeless. Dead? Hector paused. He survived. That was due to the mysterious skull mask saving his life at the critical moment. But from the surviving Hector, it was another matter. Currently, he was the only known survivor against a soul collector in the Grandmaster realm. Hector was suddenly cloaked in mystery in their minds. This kid must have a very strong self-rescue method, Alicia thought. Zhao York, the Xiantian Wu deity, looked deeply at Hector, his expression growing increasingly serious. The more he interacted with Hector, the less simple the Giri seemed. Next, Hector dug a grave and buried Gregor and Carrie. Then, they followed the 100 ghosts towards the front. After this brush with death, Hector's desire for strength grew stronger. He must become powerful enough to oppose soul collectors in the future. This time, just a glance almost killed him. The vast gap fueled Hector's thirst for strength even more. The Soul Collector's appearance also caused a stir in Qinghue town. Everyone who saw it was horrified. Soon, news spread out of Qinghue town and rapidly reached the upper echelons of various major forces in the northern border. The Soul Collector has appeared, indicating at least a Dalton-level Leon treasure in Qinghue town. This time, Old Man must obtain it. Immediately send people to investigate the exact level of this Soul Collector. Chapter 603, Mysterious Heartbeat. A soul-reaping messenger appeared in the Green Ghost Town. Upon hearing the news, many major forces in the northern borderlands were shaken. Over the next few days, various No! A horrifying scream echoed from the distance. Hector turned abruptly and saw Dalton suddenly soar into the sky, only to stiffen and fall lifelessly moments later. An entire Dalton perished. Could this messenger have already reached the Saint Realm? Zhao Yurk gasped, fear evident in his eyes. He and Jayla looked back at Hector, admiring how he had survived such a formidable enemy. Quick, flee. This messenger is nearing the Saint Realm, a Dalton screamed. Immediately, over 10 Daltons scattered in different directions. Hector shook his head. Spirit devourers excelled in spatial traversal, making escape futile for those of the same rank. Indeed, all the Daltons died soon after, except for one who managed to escape. They let him go intentionally, Hector deduced, narrowing his eyes. The red-clad messenger waved her hand, causing the dead Daltons' bodies to rise and follow her into the Red Mountain. Using the sky eye, Hector focused on the dozen Daltons and felt an eerie tremor. These Daltons aren't truly dead. Their souls are sealed within their bodies, Zhao York said, shock evident in his voice. Being a naturally aligned martial artist, Zhao York's perception rivaled even innate Dao physiques. Jayla nodded grimly. Indeed, she's likely taking their souls as offerings to the heart-pounding entity. Boom. As they watched, the messenger arrived deep within the mountain, tossing the Daltons into its core. Hector glimpsed a terrifying scene. Despair filled the eyes of the Dalton souls as a giant vortex swallowed them whole. The vision flickered briefly in his mind before vanishing. What is that thing? Hector felt increasing danger, yet he also sensed immense potential gains if he stayed. An unexplained voice kept urging him, stay. There's treasure within the mountain. Obtain it, and you will become an unparalleled hero. Is it influencing my thoughts? Hector felt a chill. The idea was undoubtedly linked to the mountain. He glanced at Zhao York and Jayla, who shared his fear. Do you feel it too? Hector asked, voicing his thoughts. They nodded simultaneously. Yes, they replied in unison. Let's leave. We shouldn't linger here, Hector suggested, turning to depart. Boom. But then, he froze, sensing the aura of a sage. It was familiar, Akil Frisco from Ing State, along with Dax from the Spirit Marshal Hall and Christina from the Sage Jeffrey sect, accompanied by 8 other sages. They had come together. It's Akil Dax from our hall, Zhao Yurk gasped. Jayla added, and my master. Master? Hector noticed Jayla focusing on Christina. Clearly, she referred to this sage as her master, indicating significant strength and potential beyond what he'd seen. Frisco, Dax, and Christina had come openly, unmasking their auras. 10 sages arriving indicated something monumental. Our Kylers, Zhao Yurk noted. The master, Jayla added. The arrival of these sages marked an escalating situation. Hector knew staying might be dangerous, but the potential rewards seemed too great to ignore. Chapter 604, 11 sages arrived together. Whoa, it actually drew 11 sages. Goodness, what treasure or monster could be inside this mountain? This is the first time I've seen so many sages appear at once. Something big is about to happen. At that moment, a 10-mile radius was filled with uproar. Lyro-Isipals from various forces all showed signs of shock. All of you, disperse. This place is beyond your qualification, said an Kylerly man in red robes, leaning on a cane. His voice carried an authoritative tone that allowed no argument. Boom. Immediately, everyone retreated. Hector and his group did likewise. When they saw the simultaneous appearance of 11 sages, they realized the severity of the situation. With even the sages engaged, they could only serve as cannon fodder if they remained. Then, the red-robed Soul Reaper appeared, waving a hand. Boom. Instantly, groups of Soul Devourers surged outward. Hector squinted, noticing many Soul Devourers rushing toward them while others attacked in all directions. Dwight with us here. Do you dare act up? The red-robed Kyler sneered, tapping his cane lightly into the void. A ripple instantly spread through the air. Moments later, Hector saw those Soul Devourers vanish. Is this the power of the Sage Realm? To directly kill Soul Devourers? No, those Soul Devourers weren't killed but gravely injured, hiding within the space, unable to move. Hector narrowed his eyes. Boom. At that moment, the red-robed Soul Reaper took action. Cold vapor poured out like strands from her body, descending densely and immediately rendering many people immobile. With a wave of her hand, everyone shot skyward, turning into countless beams of light, flying into the depths of the mountain. Shocked, Hector flashed away. However, among the 5 women Alicia had brought, 2 failed to evade, hit by black strands, and were forcibly pulled into the mountain's depths, disappearing from sight. Alicia's face turned grim. Brother Sue, let's fight. We have no choice today. The innate martial body of Zoltangwa Hall looked at the encroaching Soul Devourers, speaking somberly. There's no other way, Hector nodded. They had no other option now. Thousands of Soul Devourers were attacking from all sides. Hector noticed Dax, Frisco, and Christina also engaging alongside the red-robed old man, all fighting against the Soul Reaper. Upon observation, Hector was stunned. The Soul Reaper was incredibly powerful, able to confront 11 sages simultaneously. Despite her power, she was only holding them off, eventually being suppressed by the combined strength of the 11. She suddenly turned and vanished. Through Hector's heaven eye, he saw her enter the 7th layer of space, the highest he could currently perceive. Come. At that moment, a Soul Devourer approached. Hector retracted his gaze, red light swirling in his hands. Spirit touch hand. Boom. The battle began. Most soul devourers were second, third, or fourth layered, posing no real challenge to Hector. He easily sent them flying with each strike. Meanwhile, Hector observed Alicia, who attacked fiercely with dark smoke sweeping out, subduing soul devourers within the second layer of space. Some became faint upon contact, almost disappearing. A technique similar to Father's spirit Larawa-solving art? Hector was surprised. In recent years, despite encountering many geniuses, even sages could only severely injure soul devourers. He had only seen his father's spirit Larawa-solving art capable of killing them. But now, apart from his father, there was Alicia of the Holy Dalton sect. She's indeed formidable, Hector thought. Brother Sue, since the sages have entered the mountain, should we follow? Alicia asked, giving him a cold smile. Her change unnerved him slightly. With our northern border sages present, we don't need to face the Soul Reaper head-on. And I sense many nether treasures inside. You wouldn't want to miss such opportunities, would you? Hector's interest piqued as he felt the presence of nether energy within the mountain. It likely emitted from nether treasures. Kill. Suddenly, a rough voice called out. Hector saw a bearded man wielding a large red blade, cutting down soul devourers and charging towards the mountain. This was Zoltan Khalil from the Myriad Saints Pavilion, whom he'd encountered before. Zhao York appeared beside him. That bearded man is Zoltan Khalil, a golden Larawisciple of Myriad Saints Pavilion. He has a natural affinity for nether objects and can sense them. He can lead us to find nether items, Zhao York added. Let's go together. Indeed, many disciples from different factions followed Zoltan Khalil, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hector nodded, focusing again on the Red Mountain. 11 sages leading the charge made him less worried. Plus, he desired these nether treasures, of Yin artifacts. There were definitely Yin objects or materials suitable for forging Yin artifacts. Boom. Suddenly, the ground split open in the middle of the mountain. A large amount of Yin energy surged up from underground. Hiss, it's a Yin object attack, someone screamed suddenly. That Yin object is mine. Who dares to snatch it? I'll kill him. It was a black iron block emitting intense Yin energy. When it erupted from the ground, many people charged forward like sharks smelling blood, their eyes burning with greed. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, over 100 people suffered severe injuries, and dozens died. Hector also wanted to rush forward but stopped. There were already tens of thousands here. If everyone attacked together, the first batch would inevitably become the focus of everyone's attacks. Among those who went in first, Hector saw a martial artist with mid-great master cultivation instantly turned into a bloody mist by dozens of people, not even leaving behind bone fragments. Boom. Finally, a peak mid-great master martial artist obtained the Yin object. He killed nearly 40 people along the way, displaying brutal savagery. Humph, everyone get down there. There are plenty of Yin objects inside, Zoltan Khalil shouted at this moment. Hearing this, everyone was tempted and rushed toward the underground. Zoltan Khalil glanced. He refused outright when Alicia suggested going. Watching Hector leave, Zhao York hesitated but then said, forget it. I'll go with Brother Sue. At this moment, Alicia smirked. If you guys don't go, I will. But forget about the mutant spirit in my Yin box. Saying this, she dove into the underground area. Brother Sue, did you sense something? Zhao York quickly caught up, his expression grave. Hector looked at Zhao York and said, it's very dangerous inside. There's a high chance of encountering a great calamity, potentially on par with the Soul Reaper. What? Zhao York's face changed dramatically. If there truly was such a monster, the tens of thousands who went down would surely die. How did you detect that, Brother Sue? Zhao York was deeply shaken. Being a Xiantian Wu Dao body, his sensing ability was only second to a Xiantian Dao body, stronger even than a Xiantian Zoltang body. Yet he hadn't detected anything akin to a Soul Reaper. But Hector had. How could he not be shocked? However, he also felt fortunate for not going down, regardless of whether Hector's warning was true. Hector didn't succumb to the lure of the Yin objects. There must have been a reason. Instinct, Hector replied faintly, looking towards the summit of the Crimson Mountain. At the peak, as if struck by lightning, intense vibrations continually burst out. Fortunately, the mountain was vast enough to withstand the destruction brought by the battle. Still, it was visibly collapsing. After a moment, the summit suddenly fell silent. The sage aura became exceedingly weak, seemingly on the brink of disappearing. The Soul Reaper's spirit-devouring power also faded almost to nothing. Hector's eyes flickered as he murmured, could it be they both perished? For 11 sages to perish alongside the Soul Reaper, it must have been immensely powerful. It's impossible for them to perish together. Ordinary spirit devourers can only severely injure sages, not kill them. Zhao York shook his head. A Soul Reaper of this level can barely be injured, let alone killed, Zhao York continued. Hector frowned. Zhao York then added, based on my judgment, the Soul Reaper has likely been gravely injured, and the 11 sages might be severely wounded as well. This translation maintains the original structure, tone, and style of the Chinese text, ensuring readability and coherence. It includes accurate character names and appropriate English expressions, avoiding any mixed language use. Chapter 606, The Abyss Between Saints and Non-Saints. Let's go up and take a look. At this moment, Hector's eyes flickered as he headed toward the mountain peak. Brother Sue, are you crazy? Even if the Carissa is heavily injured, it remains extremely dangerous. Neither of us can deal with it, Zhao York exclaimed, his face changing drastically. Hector glanced back at him and said, Brother Zhao, if you're scared, you don't have to come. Dwight, there's nothing in this world that I, Zhao York, fear. Let's go. Zhao York scoffed coldly and started ascending. He felt that Hector must have discovered something to dare climb up, just that he didn't tell him. At the same time, on the mountain peak, 11 sages sat together, their faces abnormally pale. Blood was smeared all over them, and their aura had weakened considerably. If a Grandmaster were to appear now, they could be killed effortlessly. They had endured an arduous battle, severely injuring the Carissa, but they too had suffered grave injuries, nearly losing the ability to walk. Now, each of them was sitting cross-legged, consuming healing medicines to recover. Not far from them, the Carissa also sat cross-legged, its cold gaze fixed on the 11 opposite sages, filled with intense animosity. Sigh, we underestimated this time. Who would have thought that this Carissa would be so powerful? Despite just reaching sage level, it has the combat power equivalent to a mid-stage sage. Dax of Zoltangwahal sighed. Christina of Holy Dalton sect, her fox-like face deathly pale, looked at the Carissa and sighed. If 10 great Een masters were here, plus my Een box, we could definitely seal it. The other sages shook their heads with sighs. 10 great Een masters? That was highly improbable. Great Een masters were scarce resources in any major faction. Taking their own Zoltangwahal as an example, they had only 3 at most. Each great Een master could rival a Dalton-level Carissa. The top ones were almost as powerful as sage-level Carissas. To summon 10 of them was virtually impossible unless all the great Een masters from the 3 top factions in the northern border came out, which wasn't feasible. The current event hadn't escalated enough to attract the highest levels of those superpowers. So, sealing this spirit devourer is almost impossible, Christina concluded. Actually, having a top Dalton-level practitioner might give us hope, Frisco of Chelan Manor said indifferently. Everyone bitterly smiled again. Since all previous Daltons were killed, few dared venture here now. Just then, as Frisco finished speaking, both the 11 sages and the Carissa sensed something and turned to look downhill. They saw a young man in red robes walking towards them, none other than Hector. It's him. When they saw Hector, Frisco of Chelan Manor, Dax of Zoltangwahal, and Christina of Holy Dalton sect were all surprised. Do you know him? The Kylerly man holding a cane asked. Frisco answered solemnly, he's a disciple of our Chelan Manor. Dax and Christina exchanged glances, opening their mouths but saying nothing. They recognized Hector as well, the biological father of the born sage, whose identity was crucial. Revealing it to the wrong people might lead to dire consequences, so they remained silent. Alas, what a pity. Only a great master-level novice arrives. Sensing Hector's martial arts aura, the sages sighed in disappointment. Hector, spotting the 11 sages, noted their shock and subsequent disappointment upon seeing him. He felt belittled. Ignoring the gazes, Hector then turned to the Carissa. It too noticed him, and a flash of surprise crossed its clear eyes. It recalled how it had spared a glance at this human youth during its prime, when no one below sage level should have survived. Yet, here he was, defying expectations. Hiss, indeed, they're all gravely injured. Beside him, Zhao York, the innate martial body, observed the 11 sages recuperating and the regenerating Carissa, startled by the scene before him. As a mere great master, encountering such powerful beings was daunting. To think even these mighty sages would end up like this? Zhao York mused, recognizing the gap between realms. A sage was his ultimate goal. Whether he could reach that level remained uncertain, especially compared to someone like the born sage who was assured entry into the sage realm. Hector, you should go back. This place is beyond your reach, Frisco spoke calmly. His recognition of Hector stemmed solely from the latter being the born sage's father. Otherwise, as a great man, do any of you have any underworld artifacts that can help me seal it? Hector suddenly asked. What? Seal? Upon hearing this, all the sages present changed color, thinking Hector's courage was too outrageous and insane. Even Zhao York, the adjacent innate martial Dao body, looked astonished at Hector and said, Brother Su, are you crazy? This is a saint-level Carissa. Even severely wounded and immobilized, it's still far beyond your ability to seal. At this moment, Hector ignored Zhao York and stared intently at the 11 sages. Give me a sealing artifact to try. The group of sages was momentarily stunned, staring fixedly at Hector. They saw in his eyes a determined look that would not waver. Hee little guy, if you want to try, I happen to have one here. Here you go. At this moment, Christina smiled slightly, raised her hand, and a golden box flew toward Hector. Hector caught it immediately. Thank you, Akil sister. How do I use this? It's simple. Just open it, and toss it in front of the Carissa. It will generate a massive absorption force to pull the Soul Reaper inside. However, relying solely on it isn't enough. You'll also need your own strength to seal it. Can you do it? Can he do it? This was the thought on everyone's mind. However, as soon as this thought appeared, they all dismissed it. Let's give it a try. Hector took a deep breath and walked toward the Carissa. The red-robed Carissa looked at Hector and shook its head. Dwight Manfred, I remember you. You escaped from under my grasp before. Can you tell me how you managed to do that? Even at this moment, the Carissa remained calm. However, its words made the 11 sages react visibly. Hector had once escaped from under this Carissa. If the Soul Reaper hadn't said it themselves, they wouldn't have believed it. It seems this young man has some unique skills, the cane-wielding Kyler mused aloud, flashing a glance. To escape from under a Soul Reaper required exceptional means, giving them a glimmer of hope. Even Frisco, who had urged Hector to leave 3 times, couldn't help but flash a glance. Was there a chance this young man could actually seal the Soul Reaper? Hector was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen a devouring spirit speak, almost indistinguishable from humans. Could devouring spirits really be just like humans once they reached a certain level? This Carissa not only looked human but also spoke fluently, indeed shocking Hector profoundly. Seemingly perceiving Hector's thoughts, the Carissa laughed. At my level, transforming into a human form isn't difficult. Though surprised, Hector quickly regained his composure. I relied on instantly entered the 7th layer of space, allowing Hector's golden field to pass through. Fascinating. To cultivate a spatial field within the Grandmaster realm, your talent is on par with Herald of old. With enough opportunities, you could surely become a sage in the future. Why don't you follow me? I can offer you great opportunities and guarantee you'll become a sage. What do you think? At this point, the Carissa showed increasing interest in Hector. To survive against it in full power, and to cultivate a field comparable to Herald in the Grandmaster realm, indeed impressive. Hector remained silent, his eyes emitting brilliant light. He activated the Sky Eye to its utmost. Instantly, red beams pierced through 6 layers of space, reaching the 7th layer. Thud. Next, the Soul Reaper emerged from the 7th layer of space, looked at Hector, and nodded. You're also proficient in necromancy. You've piqued my interest more and more. I've decided, I won't kill you today. Hector's expression turned grave. He realized that the Soul Reaper wasn't forced out by his Sky Eye, but emerged on its own accord. Indeed, as Frisco had said earlier, the gap between them was enormous. Even with the Soul Reaper wounded, it was far beyond his capabilities to challenge. The upcoming battle would be exceedingly difficult. Even when Hector touched her, she remained perfectly upright, until Hector's palms made contact with her in an instant. Another kind of necromancy? Her beautiful eyes flickered with admiration. Most necromancers your age would consider it a great achievement to master one type of necromancy up to the 6th spatial level. But you have mastered 2 kinds at the same level, which is extremely difficult. It appears you are also a necromancy prodigy. Given enough time, you could challenge me head-on, but as you are now, you're still too inexperienced. Hector's hands were placed on the shoulders of the Carissa, who stood there unmoved, smiling while evaluating Hector. This scene caused the 11 saints to sigh with resignation. The gap between them was indeed too vast. However, at this moment, Hector rapidly compressed the field around him. After compressing, the field condensed into a single point focused at the palm of his hand. He wasn't aiming for a spiritual explosion. Instead, he intended to use the